Amidst the snow in Jianghu, a spectral killer roams, a demon traversing the rivers and lakes. Clad in a raincoat with a bamboo staff, stands a blind gentleman, an extravagant figure in brocade and jade crown. Gunanbei gazed at the figure before him, his eyes devoid of life, yet evoking profound trepidation. Indeed, I cherish wealth, for it affords me comfort. I adore beauty, for it brings me joy. Your perception of my cruelty stems from your own malevolence. Suddenly, he smiled, but did anyone inform you that I am a gentle blind man, a benevolent blind soul? Gunanbei found himself reincarnated as a blind beggar who succumbed to the cold. How would he navigate survival in this ancient martial world? Fortunately, he possessed the guidance of a formidable ancestor. The innate talent of heavenly comprehension simplifies all skills into quantifiable data, enabling upgrades at any point of resonance. The ability resonance with all allows his music to pierce the very souls of life, invoking a resonance among all beings within a certain radius who respond with their words and actions. Through such resonance, he garnered points of connection. When Gunanbei played a cut of plum, even the sparrows on the rooftops swayed in sorrow. With a melody of daughter's affection, even the most rugged of men could not conceal their innermost tender hearts, gazing longingly and coyly. With fortune comes, even the bleeding masters found themselves compelled to dance. As the world closed its doors upon him, he resolved to become a force of nature, stirring the realm into chaos. He transformed into a harbinger of social demise for various influential figures. Even the empress lamented, pleading for his divine intervention. Chapter 1. Becoming blind. Creak, 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 creak. Sounds approached, seemingly footsteps crunching on the snow. A vague thought flickered through Gunanbei's muddled mind. Where did this snow come from on such a hot day? He attempted to rise and see. Yet heavy darkness surged into his mind like a torrential flood, churning his thoughts into a viscous whirlpool of inky blackness. The world spun, and a piercing headache ensued. At last, Gunanbei emerged from his dizziness, gradually regaining his physical awareness. Beside him, another person trembled, their teeth chattering incessantly. A foul, mixed odor invaded his nostrils, the pungent scent nearly inducing nausea. Where am I? What has happened to me? Bang! The door was forcefully thrown open, a frigid wind slicing through like a bone-chilling dagger. Gunanbei still could not open his eyes, feeling the onslaught of icy gales rush in like a torrent, enveloping him completely. Cold, excruciatingly frigid. Is the blind man dead from the cold? A harsh voice pierced the air, akin to a blade plunging into Gunanbei's ears. Who was this speaker? A chilling hand groped across his face. Moments later, the person beside him responded with surprise. No, not dead. Still alive. Damn it, if you're alive, why are you lying there like a corpse? Get up, or I swear I'll end you. The voice at the door cursed. Gunanbei yearned to open his eyes and discover the nature of this place and the identity of the foul-mouthed individual. He recalled the exhaustion from delivering takeout all day, merely pausing by the roadside to catch a brief nap. Could it be that the executive he had once confronted had dismissed him, yet remained unsatisfied, seeking to take further action against him? Gunanbei had once been a vital technical backbone at a major corporation. However, his unrestrained demeanor often led to troublesome antics, offending a certain executive. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing pain surged through his mind, prompting Gunanbei to instinctively clutch the damp straw beneath him. At last, the realization dawned upon him. He had traversed into another realm. His soul had inhabited the body of this frostbitten, blind individual. Gunanbei's eyelids fluttered. He could now fully command this new form. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a dim, shadowy vista, indistinct and blurred. He blinked fervently, yet the scene before him remained shrouded in murkiness, obscuring all clarity. A thunderous realization struck within his mind. This blind individual, the original soul, was indeed blind. A figure beside him grasped his arm, tugging him upward with urgency, whispering, "Blind man, hurry, get up. Otherwise, Lord Zhong will beat you to death." Gunanbei was pulled to his feet, and a bamboo cane was thrust into his hand. Clutching the cane, he followed the indistinct silhouette ahead, inching toward the door, each step feeling as though it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Faster, If you don't bring back 20 coins today, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. The voice at the entrance barked, sounding like a broken gong. Zhong, Lord Zhong, it's snowing outside, and there's no one around. Could you take it easy? The voice was high-pitched yet stuttered, belonging to the young stammerer. Oh, look at that. The little stammerer has ambitions, daring to bargain with Lord Zhong, seeking a beating instead. Hurry up and go out to beg for money. A pair of icy hands steadied his arm, and together they quickened their pace. Upon reaching the entrance, Gu Nanbei detected a foul, odorant amalgam of alcohol, sweat, and the heavy scent of women's cosmetics wafted into his nostrils. Emanating from just outside the door, this must be Lord Zhong. From a distance, another scent lingered tobacco. It was distinctly different from the odors of Lord Zhong and the accompanying stammerer. Blind man, did you hear what I just said? Lord Zhong's tone was menacing. Gu Nanbei felt the rancid spittle splash against his face, suppressing the urge to retaliate. His face taut with tension as he managed to utter a few words through gritted teeth. I heard clearly. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not hold grudges without cause, nor does a man allow vengeance to linger overnight. He considered himself a man of great integrity, unless he was outmatched. In this feeble form, even walking was a struggle, and he doubted he could withstand even a single hand from Lord Zhong. Thus, this was a peculiar circumstance. Lord Zhong was a ruthless figure, and provoking him would yield dire consequences. For now, he could only endure and bide his time, otherwise he would surely face a brutal beating. Lord Zhong was a minor leader of the Qingxi gang, overseeing a group of beggars who scraped together money for him, of which the original soul was one. As Gu Nanbei stepped outside, a blanket of white light greeted him. It was indeed snowing. A gust of frigid wind swept through, causing him to shiver, nearly toppling him over. Little Stutterer was not mistaken in such frigid, life-threatening weather. The streets were utterly deserted. 20 copper coins a day, which translates to 10 coins per person. Where on earth could he possibly procure such a sum? As Gu Nanbei pondered these thoughts, he felt as though the world were spinning around him, his mind overwhelmed with exclamations of disbelief. What a hellish beginning this was. Commander? Father Commander? Grandfather Commander? No response. Lost in thought, Gu Nanbei wondered if perhaps the commander was not programmed for vocal responses. Creak, creak, he wandered aimlessly through the snow, his feet numb to the point of feeling like wooden blocks, devoid of sensation. In the distance, he could hear old Master Zhong conversing with someone. This blind fellow has a strong constitution. He hasn't frozen to death in this bitter cold. In such ghastly weather, if he survives today, he's bound to perish by tomorrow. Did you not see his pallor? He truly resembles someone from a painting. The subsequent conversation fell beyond Gu Nanbei's hearing as he stumbled into another narrow alley, his footing unsteady. Suddenly, his foot struck a hard, icy lump, sending him sprawling into the snow. He gasped in pain, and as he reached out to feel around, he discerned the vague outline of a frozen corpse. Cursing his misfortune under his breath, he hurriedly attempted to rise. After all, he was a modern man, and encountering a dead body was somewhat disconcerting. Abruptly, his movements halted as a translucent screen materialized before him, displaying several lines of text. Though you cannot clearly perceive the road ahead, your senses have become heightened. Different objects provide varying tactile sensations, and their scents are distinct. You gradually learn to discern certain things through touch and smell. You have acquired the skill. Hard eye. Hard eye. While you cannot see the world with your eyes, you can sense it with your heart. Overcome with excitement, Gu Nanbei realized this was a triggered ability from the commander. The little stutterer, hearing the commotion, turned to look and asked, "Are you all right? Is everything okay?" Gu Nanbei shook his head. "All is well. The commander has come to see me. I was momentarily distracted." The little stutterer glanced around, seeing no specters, and then looked back at the pallid, bluish face of the blind man. Earlier, he had felt ice cold, yet here he was still alive. Fear crept into his heart. Could it be haunted? Gu Nanbei had no time to contemplate other matters. Understanding the commander's abilities was his foremost priority. The screen was straightforward, resembling a game interface. Martial arts realm, unrefined talent, exceptional comprehension, resonance with all exceptional. Comprehension. Having traversed the cycles of life and death, you possess the ability to perceive the essence of things with clarity. Resonance with all. A heavenly Tao-level control talent unlock skills. Heart, I Novice 12. Skills. Erhu Performance Novice 34 Resonance Points. 0. Both talents appear divine in nature, and merely glancing at heavenly Tao level evoked a profound sense of superiority over all living beings. After much contemplation, Gu Nanbei could not discern how to unlock this talent. He was equally perplexed about how to upgrade his skills and what exactly resonance points entailed. Frustrated and flustered, he inadvertently bumped into the little stutterer ahead of him. The young stutterer stumbled, nearly falling into the snow, and inquired, "Well, what are you doing? Have we arrived at our destination?" Gu Nanbei swiftly interjected. The young stutterer pouted, leading Gu Nanbei to the street corner, where he unearthed a broken wooden plank and a tattered straw mat from the snow by the wall. A thick layer of snow, half a foot deep, concealed the muck of the street, transforming the rows of earthen walls and low houses into stout, snow-clad abodes, rendering everything into a cold, pristine white. Chapter 2 Resonance. Gu Nanbei leaned against the wall, pondering the meaning of the word resonance, wondering how to evoke it in others. A speech? A song? Neither of which he excelled at. At that moment, the little stutterer handed him an object, and Gu Nanbei instinctively accepted it. It was a worn-out erhu. As he touched the familiar neck and strings, a sense of inexplicable warmth enveloped him. This was the only possession left to him by his blind mother. The little stutterer skillfully laid out a tattered bamboo mat beside him, quickly lying down and placing a wooden sign on his chest that read, "Brother is gravely ill. Urgently in need of treatment. Please help." A skill for the erhu appeared on the light screen. Could it be that playing the erhu would evoke resonance? He decided to give it a try. Adjusting his posture, Gu Nanbei picked up the bow and drew it across the strings, instantly feeling a sense of familiarity, knowing just how to play. As he looked around, all he could see were outlines in white or gray, the cold wind slicing through him like a knife. A chill occasionally caressed his face, reminiscent of snowflakes melting into tiny droplets upon contact. He recalled the vibrant colors of his past life, only to find himself in this world as a blind man, suffering not only from the cold but also from hunger, a gnawing emptiness within. A wave of sorrow washed over him, and suddenly, an old song from his previous life emerged in his mind, each word and phrase resonating clearly. Moved, Gu Nanbei allowed his hands to follow the melody that danced in his thoughts. The unique, mournful timbre of the erhu resonated with the vibrations of the strings. The little stutterer, lying on the ground, secretly opened his eyes. Today's tune was different from the past. When had the blind man learned a new piece? Suddenly, he felt a spark in his mind, and as the lingering melody unfurled, an inexplicable, uncontrollable impulse surged within him, the urge to dance. The beautiful melody seemed to strike a chord deep within his soul, igniting a longing to rise and dance in harmony with the music. True emotion is as vast as the grasslands. The little stutterer abruptly threw aside the wooden board covering him and stood up in perfect dance form, stepping lightly into the center of the open space. His eyes widened in disbelief. Why was he moving like this? It was not his intention. He hadn't meant to dance. His fingers lifted as if plucking a flower, slowly reaching toward the blind man, his feet taking delicate steps, his gaze becoming increasingly erratic. The little stutterer found himself immersed in this enchanting atmosphere, inexplicably learning to dance. In rhythm with the music, he alternated between light, flowing movements and playful twirls, sometimes bowing his head shyly, at other times gazing tenderly. Gu Nanbei was lost in the music, eyes closed, shaking his head to the rhythm, drawing the bow with varying speed, while his left hand moved over the strings like the legs of a spider, embodying the spirit of a street artist. He was unaware that the little stutterer was dancing gracefully before him, filled with emotion. True feelings, like plum blossoms in bloom, cannot be extinguished by the cold and snow. A flock of little sparrows, curious about the performance in the snow, perched nearby on the eaves. The little stutterer, resembling a slender monkey, gracefully posed as he left a series of orderly footprints in the snow, while the little blind man played the erhu with abandon in the corner. Suddenly, the little sparrows seemed to be summoned by some unseen force, fluttering their wings and gathering in pairs, their tiny heads swaying in unison with the melancholy melody. One little sparrow, however, found itself alone, glancing around before cautiously inching towards a nearby pair. 3 little sparrows stood in a row, perfectly synchronized, gently swaying to the tune. At the corner, A woman in her 20s, adorned with a blue scarf, who ran a steamed bun stall, heard the sound and sighed softly, retrieving 2 white buns. Why does the little blind boy play such a different tune today? She pondered, though it felt somewhat peculiar, it was rather delightful. As she turned the corner, she was instantly taken aback. The little stutterer was dancing a strange yet captivating dance, exuding the charm of youth, as he slowly extended his frostbitten hand, delicately curling his fingers in an elegant gesture, gently caressing his face. A shiver ran down Jin's spine as she turned to see the blind boy seated against the wall, fervently playing the erhu. She sighed again, feeling pity for the poor beggar, who worked so hard for alms. Just as she contemplated approaching him to offer the steamed buns, she froze once more. What were the sparrows doing above the little stutterer? They were bobbing their heads and tails in perfect rhythm. Jin's eyes widened in astonishment. Oh no, the sparrows have become sentient. As snowflakes danced down and the north wind howled, a few little gray mice emerged from their snowy burrows. Sitting in a row beside Gu Nanbei, gazing at the falling snowflakes, their small, green bean-like eyes shimmering with tears, appearing utterly forlorn. Jin was completely dumbfounded, dropping the steamed buns onto the ground, feeling as though she were either witnessing a ghost or losing her mind. It was not until the sorrowful strains of the erhu concluded that this extraordinary performance came to an end. As the music faded, reality seemed to reclaim its hold. The sparrows flapped their wings and flew away, while the little gray mice hurriedly scurried back into their burrows. With a thud, the little stutterer, who had been gracefully dancing just a moment ago, collapsed to the ground. He was cold and hungry. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have had the strength to dance, and this exertion had left him utterly exhausted. One little sparrow, unable to take flight, fell directly onto Gu Nanbei's head, likely having been dazed by the earlier commotion. Gu Nanbei looked around in confusion, still surrounded by indistinct shadows, unable to discern what had transpired. His eyelids fluttered, and the luminous screen appeared once more, displaying text. The music you played with heartfelt sincerity has resonated with other life forms. You have acquired a new talent, resonance with others. Resonance with others. When you play music with genuine emotion, it causes life within a certain range to resonate with it. They will express their deep empathy through dance, specific words, or other actions. Resonance with others, a divine-level talent for strong control. The area of influence is determined by the host's cultivation and musical skill, currently spanning 1 yard. Your music has elicited a resonance with other life forms, earning you 6 resonance points. Gu Nanbei's heart raced with excitement. So this is how his ability could be utilized. He examined the description of resonance with others on the luminous screen closely. The means of resonance was simply to play music with heartfelt sincerity, not limited to the erhu, but applicable to any form of music. Furthermore, the effect of resonance manifests in various forms: dance, specific languages, and more. While dance is easily comprehensible, what constitutes a specific language? Is it singing, acting, or something else entirely? This situation seems to be orchestrating a spectacle, compelling others to dance along with the music. As thoughts raced through his mind, he detected the scent of another presence, a woman. For the moment, he decided to set this aside for further contemplation. Little stutterer? Gu Nanbei called out. Blind one, what on earth are you doing? I'm so worn out from dancing that I can't move. The little stutterer, wearied and speechless, felt tears welling up. Gu Nanbei chuckled inwardly. It turned out that the little stutterer's resonance was found in dance. He inquired, can you dance? What kind of dance do you perform? Sister Jean, awakening from her reverie, hastily picked up the steamed bun that had fallen to the ground, brushing off the snowflakes atop it, and commented, is this a new routine you two have choreographed? Quite impressive indeed. Hee hee, little stutterer, you dance remarkably well. Having witnessed the duo perform daily, she never would have imagined that the earlier spectacle was orchestrated by Gu Nanbei. The little stutterer lay on the ground, unable to rise, tearful and despondent. Gu Nanbei smiled. Sister Jean was a widow, her husband having perished during the last siege, leaving her with only a steamed bun stall to sustain herself. Within the original owner's memories, Sister Jean was the kindest and gentlest woman after his mother. Sister Jean handed over a soft, warm steamed bun to Gu Nanbei, and another to the little stutterer, saying, with the snow falling, many have perished on the streets. Who has the heart to watch your performance? Earlier, she had seen a flock of sparrows flitting about, which seemed rather uncanny. A few mice also scurried out. Finish up and head back, all right? Gu Nanbei accepted the still warm steamed bun, expressing his gratitude sincerely, Thank you. Sister Jean's eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she replied with a smile. Little blind one usually keeps quiet, and today he even says thank you. The little stutterer, already stuffing the steamed bun into his mouth, managed to stammer out, "Be blind one. He says you are the most beautiful woman in Jianghu." To his surprise, the last statement flowed smoothly. Sister Jean, feigning annoyance, rolled her eyes at the little blind one, retorting, "Oh, nonsense. Well then, I must be off to tend to the stall." As she turned to leave, her heart was lightened, her steps noticeably more buoyant. Gu Nanbei mused that despite the little stutterer's stutter, his words were undeniably sweet. The steamed bun resembled a coarse bread roll. While nibbling on the bun, he resumed his examination of the luminous screen. Chapter 3. The blind one is not quite right. Upon activating the luminous screen, numbers appeared next to the skills, indicating an opportunity for upgrades. Skill: Hard Eye, Novice level 12. Skill: erhu Performance, Novice level 34. Resonance points: 6 points. Having previously pondered the essence of resonance and recognizing that these points are pivotal for skill enhancement, Gu Nanbei took a hearty bite of the bun. With only 6 resonance points available, it was imperative to prioritize maximizing the hard eye skill. He wondered if reaching full proficiency could elevate his consciousness to the level of transcendent beings. In the original memories, this dynasty is referred to as the Great Zhou, reminiscent of an ancient society from a past life, albeit one imbued with the practice of martial arts. As for the distinctions of realms, a mere blind child like him could hardly comprehend. From a young age, he had relied solely on his mother. As his vision deteriorated progressively with age, the protagonist's name fortuitously mirrors that of Gu Nanbei. In his previous life, his parents named him Nanbei simply for convenience, while his brother was called Dongxi, thus he became Nanbei. However, in this realm, the name Nanbei carries a deeper significance. Hatred for the monarch is unlike the moon over Jianghu, north and south, east and west. North and south, east and west. Only together, never apart. His mother often recited this couplet, undoubtedly steeped in stories. Yet, the protagonist's limited experiences left him unaware of its deeper meanings until the tragic passing of his mother when he was 12. A loss that thrust him into a life of wandering through the city. Eventually, he was taken in by Master Zhong as a young apprentice. Noticing his ability to play the erhu, he paired him with a stuttering partner. As his thoughts swirled, Gu Nanbei returned to the luminous screen and focused his intent on the plus sign behind the skill of Hard Eye. Congratulations. Skill Hard Eye has leveled up. Skill: Hard Eye, Novice 04. Instantly, Gu Nanbei felt his tactile and olfactory senses sharpen, while his auditory perception ascended to new heights. He could even discern the rapid heartbeat of his stuttering companion. It is often said that sound can determine position. Now he could accomplish this, and furthermore, he could infer the nature of the source of the sound from its quality. Without hesitation, Gu Nanbei continued to allocate his 4 resonance points to the Hard Eye. Skill: Hard Eye, Proficient 08. At once, a wondrous transformation enveloped Gu Nanbei's perception. Air currents began to flow around him, colliding with various obstacles, either rebounding, diverting, or swirling. These subtle changes stimulated his senses, transforming into information that flooded his mind, revealing an array of distinct black lines, these representing the trajectories of the air currents. The fluctuations in these trajectories could clearly reflect the circumstances ahead. Gu Nanbei felt a surge of joy, as if a beam of light had pierced through the surrounding gloom, illuminating his world in an entirely new manner. Within his consciousness, his stuttering companion had abstracted into a figure sketched by intertwining black lines. Countless lines extended outward, becoming increasingly blurred with distance. Within a radius of 10 feet, his awareness remained precise, alleviating the concern of tripping over objects or colliding with walls. Upon glancing at the luminous screen, Gu Nanbei allocated his final resonance point to the erhu Performance. Skill: erhu Performance, Proficient 08. The screen flickered, and the description of the talent who resonates with whom underwent transformation. Who resonates with whom? A celestial level control talent. The influence range is determined by the host's cultivation and performance skills. Currently, the range extends to 10 feet 3 inches. The range had only increased by 3 inches, shifting from 3 meters to 4. Gu Nanbei picked up a nearby sparrow, lost in contemplation. The resonance points likely correlated with the number of individuals resonating. No, it must pertain to the essence of life itself. This suggests he should seek locations bustling with people for resonance. Yet he pondered the potential repercussions if his involvement were to be discovered. Would he face hostility? Ideally, the system should grant him an invulnerable physical form permanently. Otherwise, once the melody concludes, those under control will regain their senses, leaving myself vulnerable to a potential thrashing. Is it possible to seamlessly transition from one tune to another, maintaining continuous control? Gu Nanbei patted his slender frame, apprehensive that he might not withstand the relentless drain of energy. After consuming a few bonds, he noticed the stuttering boy approaching him and inquired, "It seems there is truly no one around. Where shall we go?" The stuttering boy seated himself beside Gu Nanbei, scratching his head, and exclaimed, "How about we sneak into Sister Jean's house for a little something? You can distract her while I slip inside." Gu Nanbei frowned. "Sister Jean has been so kind to us. If it weren't for her frequent food offerings, we would have starved long ago. Wouldn't you feel guilty for stealing her money?" The stuttering boy pouted. "Then what do you suggest we do? Let us head to the main street. It's bustling with people," he proposed. "But that's where Brother Dao and his gang are. Have you forgotten how we were chased out last time?" Gu Nanbei instantly recalled that it was a different group of ruffians. It seemed imperative to acquire some self-defense skills. Otherwise, a blind person like himself would be unable to escape after the deed was done. In deep contemplation, he reflected on the various extraordinary martial arts he had encountered in his past life. Surely, with his remarkable aptitude, if he could grasp a divine skill, he would soar. He considered the North Ming divine skill, 9 Yin and 9 Yang techniques, and the Mingyu skill, among others, yet the luminous screen remained unresponsive. Gu Nanbei lowered his aspirations. Contemplating simpler techniques, such as the Wudong Pure Yang skill, the complete reality method, iron shirt, and iron sand palm. With a frustrated exclamation, he questioned the validity of his supposed extraordinary aptitude. Perhaps one must genuinely study these techniques for them to bear fruit? Exhaustively racking his brain for recollections from his past, he finally recalled the Tai Chi for health he had learned during university. Soon, this memory crystallized, and every move and stance came flooding back. The screen flickered, indicating a change. Health Tai Chi, realm, uninitiated 12. Gu Nanbei took a deep breath, suppressing the surging flames of frustration within him. It was better than having nothing at all. Health-focused practice was indeed fitting, particularly as his physique was in dire need of improvement. He pondered whether he should energetically engage his stuttering companion to cultivate some resonance points, thereby upgrading his perception, and subsequently devise a plan to address their basic needs. With a cheerful demeanor, he asked, "How has your rest been, my stuttering friend? Do you feel energized?" The stuttering boy sensed something peculiar about the blind boy today. Recalling how he had inexplicably danced earlier, still puzzled about the reason behind it. What do you intend to do? Shall we rehearse a couple more times? Once perfected, we can hit the streets, and I guarantee the rewards will far surpass our previous plights." The stuttering boy hesitated. "Really? But I can't dance. I don't know what is happening." Gu Nanbei assumed his stance, and the unique timbre of the erhu resonated once more. The stuttering boy trembled with excitement. Quickly advancing to the open space, his demeanor shifting as he pointed a finger towards Gu Nanbei with renewed fervor, his dark eyes brimming with affection. As the melody concluded, the screen remained unresponsive, leaving Gu Nanbei momentarily stunned. The stuttering boy had danced. Why was there no resonance point? Had he not poured enough heart into it? Once more, as the stuttering boy ceased his suggestive hip movements and had yet to utter a word, a shiver coursed through him, leaving only one thought in his mind. Here it comes again. Despite 2 consecutive attempts, there remained no resonance. Gu Nanbei halted, realizing that if this continued, the stuttering boy would exhaust himself. He could not be the sole sufferer of this predicament. A sudden epiphany struck Gu Nanbei. Could it be that a person could only experience resonance once? With this notion dashed, he pondered where to find a breakthrough. After much contemplation, he concluded that he needed to acquire some martial arts skills for self-defense, even the most basic ones. Otherwise, if he indiscriminately resonated with others, he might very well be perceived as a monster and face dire consequences. The stuttering boy's legs trembled uncontrollably as he cautiously approached, his face a mask of terror. "I feel something is off. Why do I dance when you play the erhu? I never danced before. Am I haunted?" His anxiety exacerbated his stutter. Do not overthink it. Dancing is inherent to humanity. Some individuals are simply born dancers. Clearly, you possess a natural talent. This is the awakening of your gift. Gu Nanbei replied earnestly, attempting to bolster the boy's morale. "My dear stuttering brother, do you know of any places where one can learn martial arts?" The stuttering boy subtly shifted away, recalling how the blind boy used to struggle to utter a single word, but today he was unusually verbose. A few streets over, there is a martial arts school where they practice boxing. Chapter 4. The martial arts school. Gunanbei's spirits lifted, and he eagerly exclaimed, "That stuttering lad. Will you take me to the martial arts school?" The boy, astonished, replied, "Why you want to practice martial arts?" "The tuition is quite expensive," Gunanbei reassured him. "I merely wish to observe the excitement. Besides, those who train in martial arts tend to be affluent. Perhaps someone will kindly bestow some financial assistance upon us." With no better alternative, the stuttering boy rose and handed Gunanbei his bamboo staff. "All right, let us go take a look." This time, Gunanbei slung the erhu over his shoulder. It had become a treasured artifact that he could not afford to part with. His intention for visiting the martial arts school was not to receive formal instruction, which was unlikely, but rather to discreetly absorb knowledge through observation, hoping to glean some martial arts techniques. The two figures, one tall and one short, trudged through the thick snow, their movements a juxtaposition of grace and awkwardness. Like two specks of dust in a stark, white world, humble yet intrusive. Along the way, Gunanbei experimented with his heightened senses, noting that the strength of the wind affected his perceptive range. Just as he contemplated this, he sensed an object ahead, its outline resembling a cylindrical shape. Gunanbei deftly stepped over it, confirming the effectiveness of his newfound abilities. After walking for a quarter of an hour, the stuttering boy paused and whispered, "There it is. The martial arts school, just by the wall. But don't get too close, you might get hit." Gunanbei nodded, his hearing superior to that of the stuttering boy. He could already discern the sounds of shouting and the rhythmic thuds of punches from beyond the wall. "Concentrate your energy in the dantian. Channel your strength throughout your body." Huh. The sounds of exertion resonated, a powerful force seemingly capable of shattering stone. Gunanbei, nestled against the wall, felt his ears ringing from the cacophony. There seems to be something intriguing. Gunanbei pricked up his ears, listening intently. The sound of heavy breathing from within the courtyard indicated someone was concluding their martial arts practice. Moments later, a deep, resonant voice spoke. "Stance training is the foundation of physical conditioning, and physical conditioning is the bedrock of martial arts. Thus, mastering your stance is the cornerstone of all cornerstones. The reputation I, Su, have earned in the martial world rests upon the solidity of my lower body techniques. This stance training was bestowed upon me by a master from the Jade Emperor Mountain, known as the unshakable boulder technique. Let me warn you, this training is arduous. Should you falter, I have medicinal wine for sale to massage your legs and feet." "Understood, master," came the replies, some crisp with youth, others cracking with adolescence, much like Gunanbei's own voice. "Now, let us begin learning the posture. Follow my lead." The modest courtyard was divided into two sections. The eastern side housed wooden dummies, stone locks, and weapon racks, training grounds for the more advanced disciples. The western side was reserved for instructing newcomers. Gunanbei leaned his bamboo cane against the wall and stealthily edged toward the courtyard gate. Merely listening wouldn't suffice. His mind I couldn't penetrate walls to perceive the movements. "Stutterer, is the gate shut tight?" Gunanbei whispered. There's a gap. What are you planning?" The stutterer felt he had asked this question far too many times today. Gunanbei raised a finger to his lips, bent down, and felt his way to the gate. Indeed, it wasn't fully closed. A surge of excitement filled him as he pressed lightly against the door. Focusing his mind to sense the activity within. A cold gust swept through the courtyard, and instantly, Gunanbei perceived over a dozen silhouettes in half squats, practicing the unshakable boulder stance. It resembled a horse stance, legs bent, building strength. Gunanbei committed the posture to memory. The stocky master Su, muscles bulging, moved steadily among his disciples, his steps measured and firm. Occasionally, he delivered a slap or a kick to correct their forms, oblivious to the intruder outside. Then, a group of bare-chested men, green cloth belts cinched around their waists, emerged from the street corner. Their scowling faces radiated menace. At their center strode a tall, pale scholar in a white robe and leather belt, his drooping eyelids occasionally flickering with venomous glints. The stutterer turned at the commotion and froze in terror. These were the Green Serpent Gang, their chests adorned with sinister serpent tattoos. As the gang bore down on them, the stutterer fought his fear and rushed to Gunanbei's side. "Jigo, now!" Gunanbei, engrossed in observing Master Su's teachings, was on the verge of internalizing the unshakable boulder stance, perhaps even mastering it. He had no intention of leaving. The stutterer glanced back. The gang was mere steps away. Resigned, he plopped down beside the gate. If they were to be beaten, he'd face it alongside his odd little blind partner. A thug leading the charge spotted them blocking the path and lashed out with a kick. Scram! How dare you stand in your granddaddy's way? Bang! As Gunanbei, caught in the act, was peeking with his backside sticking out, he was unexpectedly ambushed from behind. He was sent tumbling and crashed through the courtyard door, quickly rolling to protect erhu. Instantly, Gunanbei sensed a group rushing in from behind and prudently kept silent, refraining from showing his teeth, though his hands were already poised, ready to confront any unforeseen circumstances. Upon noticing the hostile demeanor of the newcomers, Master Su stepped forward to greet them, while his martial disciples gathered behind him. The ruffian who kicked the door, known as Lu Qing, raised his head and shouted, "Who is Su Shilong? Come forth and pay respects to the leader of the Qingxi gang." Su Shilong's face twitched as he suppressed his anger and clasped his fists, replying, "I am Su Shilong. May I inquire what advice our friends from the Qingxi gang have?" "Humph. Your apprentice Lin Dagong injured our brother, and we are here to seek justice." Lin Dagong, standing behind Su Shilong, retorted angrily, "You bullied my younger brother. I merely retaliated. Besides, no one was hurt on your side." "Indeed. Well said, Brother Lin. When a younger sibling is bullied, it is only just for a brother to intervene. Thus, our visit to you is also a matter of fairness." The pale-faced scholar stroked his two curled mustaches, chuckling lightly. Lin Dagong fumed. "You were the ones who picked on my youngest brother. He is only 12 years old and has not provoked you at all. Why does Brother Lin refuse to reason? If you can act for your brother, why should we not do the same?" Lin Dagong's fury boiled over, leaving him at a loss for words. You all." Su Shilong raised his hand to halt his disciple and asked solemnly, "May I ask for your name?" The pale-faced scholar smiled. "Certainly, I am Zhou Bufan, also known as the Iron Fan Scholar." Su Shilong's heart sank. This man was a master of bone forging, and engaging him would not bode well. Seeing that this group was not after him, Gunanbei felt no urgency to leave and quietly concealed himself in the corner, observing the situation. It seemed a confrontation might ensue, and if he could learn martial arts from either side during the scuffle, it would be worth his while. "Ah, the Iron Fan Scholar. I have long admired your reputation. This matter is merely a dispute among subordinates. I wonder how Master Zhou intends to resolve it? My brother is quite injured. I have heard that Master Su possesses a secret recipe for medicinal liquor, which would be perfect for treating my brother's wounds." Chapter 5. A daughter's affection. Zhou Bufan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression tranquil. Su Shilong chuckled lightly, though his gaze turned icy. Well said. Well said. Dagong, go fetch 2 jars of medicinal liquor from the back to present to Master Zhou." Lin Dagong, aware that his master was mediating, dared not speak further and lowered his head as he moved towards the inner room. "There is no need to rush. Master Su may not fully grasp my intent. My brother is grievously injured. 2 jars may not suffice. To avoid frequent disturbances to Master Su in the future, it would be best to give us the recipe for the medicinal liquor, and we shall brew it ourselves. This way, Master Su can be spared the trouble." Zhou Bufan spoke nonchalantly, exuding an air of calm confidence. Lin Dagong spun around, ready to explode with anger. A broad, calloused hand pressed down on him, pushing him back. Su Shilong clasped his fists, stating, "I apologize, but the recipe for the medicinal liquor is the foundation of my livelihood, and I cannot part with it." Once, an individual offered 1,000 taels of silver, yet he declined to sell. This group believed they could acquire it merely through words, which was a foolish notion. Su Shilong's eyes glimmered with intensity as he awaited the opponent's move. Zhou Bufan's expression certainly shifted. He coldly declared, "If you refuse a toast, you'll be forced to drink a penalty. Seize them, dismantle the martial arts hall, and smash the sign for me." At that moment, a stuttering boy stealthily entered, tugging at Gunanbei to urge him to leave. "Blind man, we must hurry." However, Gunanbei was not inclined to retreat. After all, fortune favors the bold, and the present opportunity was too precious to squander. He forcefully pushed the stuttering boy aside and whispered, "You go ahead. I wish to observe a bit longer." The stuttering boy thought to himself, "What can a blind man possibly see? This once timid child seems transformed today. Has he been possessed by a spirit?" Lu Qing let out a strange cry, raising his fist to strike Su Shilong's head. He towered half a head above his opponent. and his punch was both powerful and fierce. Su Shilong effortlessly raised his left arm to block it, simultaneously delivering a swift hammering blow to Lu Qing's chest. Lu Qing staggered backward, colliding with a robe behind him, and then spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing and unable to rise. This displayed the sheer force behind Su Shilong's strike. How could the clumsy punches of a thug rival those of a trained martial artist? Zhou Bufon's triangular eyes widened. He had not anticipated Su Shilong's ruthlessness, incapacitating one of his brothers with a single exchange. Without hesitation, he advanced towards Su Shilong. The remaining ruffians engaged with the disciples. A clash of street brawling against rudimentary martial arts, both sides evenly matched in their exchanges. A yellow-haired mutt suddenly dashed out from the backyard, pouncing upon the prostrate and bloodied Lu Qing, gnawing at him mercilessly. This dog was a loyal guardian of the martial arts hall. Amidst Lu Qing's anguished cries, no one paid him any heed. His comrades were occupied with their own adversaries and had no time to assist him. Su Shilong, his face adorned with a scruffy beard, fixated intently on Zhou Bufon, recognizing the latter as a formidable opponent, not to be underestimated. Zhou Bufon's serpentine gaze detected the hesitation in his foe, and with a smirk, he struck first, his right hand morphing into a palm as he swiftly attacked. Su Shilong raised his arm, launching a powerful straight punch towards the incoming palm. Though he was at a disadvantage in stature and reach, adopting a defensive stance to find an opportunity for counterattack was prudent. Zhou Bufon was no amateur. Upon sensing the fierce wind from Su Shilong's punch, he quickly transformed his palm into a claw, aiming to grasp Su's wrist. Su Shilong's waist shifted, and his right arm unleashed a sudden tremor, forcing Zhou's claw away. Zhou Bufon felt a sudden ache in his right hand and promptly stepped back, drawing something from his waist with a flick of his wrist. With a swift motion, a dark iron fan unfolded in Zhou Bufon's hand, its edges sharp as a blade, promising grievous injury to anyone struck. Such formidable stance demanded that Zhou employ his signature martial skills. As he spoke, he advanced, sweeping the fan with lightning speed towards Su Shilong's throat. The attack came with such velocity that Su Shilong had no choice but to retreat, yet as he did so, the fan pivoted and swept across his chest. Reluctantly, Su Shilong retreated further as the fan closed in, transforming into a short staff aimed directly at his chest. This encounter transpired in the blink of an eye, and Su Shilong had already retreated 3 steps. As the opponent's iron fan pursued like a venomous serpent, Su Shilong's gaze sharpened. Instead of retreating, he advanced, stepping into the opponent's inner circle. His right palm struck with the ferocity of a gale, while his left hand coiled into a fist, poised to unleash its force. With a swift motion, Su's right arm was grazed by the edge of the iron fan, immediately drawing blood. In the same instant, his left fist was unleashed. Zhou Bufon, bending his arm to block, was pushed back several steps, feeling as though his arm had been struck by a hammer. Gu Nanbei, hiding in a corner, observed the flurry of figures exchanging blows. Yet it was only the central duel between Su Shilong and the Master Zhou that captivated his attention. Relying on his weapon and agile footwork, Zhou Bufon had already landed 4 strikes on his opponent. Though they were merely superficial wounds, they nonetheless drew forth a river of blood. Su Shilong, steadfast as a rock, utilized his solid foundation to great effect, twisting his waist to generate rotational force or shaking his hips to create tremors. Each strike that connected left his adversary in considerable discomfort. Suddenly, the screen flickered, and Gu Nanbei's expression brightened. You have observed the techniques and methods of the rock post training and gradually grasped the fundamentals of this martial art, acquiring a new skill, rock post. Rock post, an external martial art, enhances the strength and stability of the legs after practice. External skill, rock post, level, novice 12. Just as he was reviewing the screen, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted dramatically. Zhou Bufon let out a long cry, accelerating his speed and circling Su Shilong with agile steps. The swift whoosh of the iron fan sliced through the air, resembling a black wind that summoned torrents of crimson rain. Su Shilong, unprepared for the ferocity of his opponent's lethal technique, failed to block the first strike and was unable to fend off the second. Indeed, one misstep led to a cascade of errors. Gu Nanbei watched as the shorter figure in the center was struck, blood splattering chaotically. He realized the dark spots were likely blood. The shorter figure guarded his vital areas, retreating repeatedly. However, the tall assailant, emboldened by his advantage, snapped the iron fan shut, revealing a hidden dagger that shot toward his opponent's eyes with lightning speed. A thought flickered in Gu Nanbei's mind, having learned the rock post. He considered the shorter figure his master, and when the master faced peril, the disciple must rise to the occasion. Moreover, with so many witnesses present, it was the perfect moment for resonance. However, mere trivialities would not suffice. He needed to deliver a decisive blow. After all, the rogue had just kicked him. Revenge was necessary. As for the possibility of inadvertently harming his master, he could only express his apologies. The disciple acted without malice. Some disciples had already perceived their master's dire predicament and called out, "Master, be careful." At that moment, an incongruous sound from erhu emerged, enveloping the area in a mysterious force that swept across a radius of 10 feet. The once chaotic courtyard fell silent. Even the frenzied dog paused, ears perked to listen. The plaintive, melodious strains from the erhu slowly filled the air. Mandarin ducks pair, butterflies flutter together. The garden abounds with spring's intoxicating beauty. Zhou Bufan stood transfixed, as something deep within him was awakened, erupting uncontrollably. The iron fan slipped from his grasp, and his demeanor transformed instantaneously into one of grace and allure. With a poised lift of his head, he delicately pinched his sleeve, concealing half of his face, and stepped away from Su Shilong with the elegance of a lotus. Around them, the unruly disciples of the martial arts school hastily formed 2 lines. Lu Qing, wounded and bleeding, sprang up from the ground, trailing behind Zhou Bufan, a humble and gentle smile adorning his face despite the blood spilling from his lips. Zhou Bufan glided gracefully, turning in a circle before the 2 lines. His gaze filled with curiosity, exploration, and a hint of shyness as he looked towards Su Shilong. Su Shilong, with his eyes cast down, wore a gentle and solemn expression, even as blood oozed from his wounds. Onlookers, standing at a distance, began to feel bewildered. What was transpiring here? Chapter 6, Princess Iron Fan. The attentive dog, having initially listened intently, now approached Gu Nanbei with elegant steps and sat down beside him, lifting its front paw in rhythm with the music. The crowd was astounded, their minds struggling to comprehend. What was wrong with this dog? Who could enlighten them? The bobbing yellow dog, its ears flapping to the music, exuded an outrageous charm. The spectators felt a sudden urge to behead the dog, yet were also apprehensive that it might possess supernatural qualities. Just a few steps out the door, a stuttering little one heard the music and trembled, inwardly lamenting that it was happening again. Uncontrollably, they began to dance enchantingly outside the courtyard, quietly inquiring of the holy monk whether the daughter was beautiful. The captivating melody spread through the air as if someone were whispering in their ear. Zhou Bufan's triangular eyes sparkled with fervor, his demeanor both alluring and restrained. With his large feet, he strode gracefully between the 2 lines, embodying the essence of a queen. Approaching Su Shilong, he gazed at him with tender eyes. Su Shilong, flustered, quickly lowered his head, shy and unable to meet his gaze. Zhou Bufan, with a melancholic glimmer in his eyes, teasingly asked, "Brother, do you truly not like me?" The stout Su Shilong, hands pressed together, revealed his muscular arms and closed his eyes, uttering, "Amitba, I am empty of worldly desires and have long since seen through the folly of romantic entanglements." The disciples watching from the corners were left stunned. What? Their master was involved with this man sporting a mustache? Clang. The only unruly one unaffected by the spectacle dropped his stick, utterly surprised that the usually fierce master was of such character. The mournful strains of the erhu resonated in the ears of the crowd. Zhou Bufan's soft gaze flitted over Su Shilong, whispering, "You speak of emptiness, yet keep your eyes tightly shut. If you were to open them and gaze upon me, I cannot believe you would find nothing in your sight." With a coy smile, he raised his sleeve to cover his mustache and full lips, feigning shyness. Su Shilong kept his head bowed, eyes tightly shut, timid and helpless. Gu Nanbei, immersed in the sound of the erhu, was horrified by the words exchanged between the 2 brothers and the movements of the figures, a spine-chilling resonance enveloping him. Others in the vicinity stood as various expressions of disbelief. Lu Qing, blood streaming from his mouth, maintained a serene demeanor, embodying the essence of a devoted attendant. Outside the street, a group of constables clad in red armor was racing forward. The lead constable, panting heavily, inquired, "When did the Qing snake gang arrive at the martial arts school?" A voice from behind responded, approximately a quarter of an hour ago. The lead constable grew anxious, urging his companions, "Brothers, hurry. The Qing snake gang scoundrels are afoot. Master Su may not be able to withstand them. Trouble is brewing." It was all the more urgent for Constable Jianghu, as he had just sent his 8-year-old son to the school for training. The constables hastened towards the martial arts street, where they beheld a disheveled little beggar dancing gracefully outside the school, swirling his sleeves and twisting his waist, performing with surprising finesse. The constables were taken aback, yet none pondered further. Constable Jianghu, striving to regulate his breathing, approached the school cautiously, only to find the absence of fighting sounds, replaced instead by the melancholic strains of a two-stringed instrument. Upon reaching the entrance from the opposite side, the scene before them left all constables in awe. They witnessed Master Su desperately attempting to break free from Zhou Buffan's grasp, appearing weak and feeble. Zhou Buffan, with a quivering voice, saying, "Brother, brother, I desire not a second life, but only this one. Yield to me." Su Shilong turned away, his face contorted in anguish, forcefully shaking off Zhou's hand. With his gaze lowered and a deep sigh escaping his lips, he turned to leave, blood beginning to seep from his wounds once more. Zhou Buffan was utterly heartbroken, tears welling in his eyes, his lips trembling, the ends of his mustache quivering in despair. Those waiting behind him displayed expressions of sorrow and grief. Lu Qing, having lost too much blood, appeared pale, yet his countenance was filled with sorrow, lamenting why lovers could not be united. Constable Jianghu, observing Zhou Buffan's expression, shuddered. He picked up his dropped jaw and glanced around, spotting his young son cowering in a corner, wide-eyed and dumbfounded. The others mirrored this astonishment, their expressions frozen in disbelief. One constable, regaining his wits, whispered, "Who would have thought Master Su preferred men? Isn't this the Iron Fan scholar of the Qing Snake Gang? To think he shares a bond with Master Su. We ought to call him the Iron Fan Princess from now on." "Boss Jianghu, do you think they are performing a play? Did you hear the two-stringed instrument?" They stood in a position where they could not see the flamboyant antics of the yellow dog, conveniently outside the realm of resonance. Zhang Chen narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the scene. As a constable, his perceptiveness surpassed that of ordinary folk. The courtyard bore the remnants of a struggle, with sticks scattered across the ground. Someone had been injured. Master Su bore wounds on his upper body, and one member of the Qing Snake Gang was coughing blood, his chest soaked with crimson. Yet, why did this individual's expression appear so peculiar? Zhang scanned the area, sensing an unsettling absurdity that defied logic. Should they intervene? Someone queried in hushed tones. "Are you mad? Such a splendid performance, and you wish to disrupt it?" The strains of the two-stringed instrument continued to waft through the air, its melody both novel and poignant, steeped in melancholy. "May this life be eternally entwined. May this life be eternally entwined." Zhou Buffan's high-pitched voice echoed with the sorrow of separation, large tears rolling down his cheeks, dampening his small mustache, ultimately cascading onto his garments. As the music drew to a close, the somber atmosphere seemed to dissipate, the light flickering with a strange rhythm. Your music resonated with other lives, granting you a resonant score of 14 points. Without hesitation, Gu Nanbei used 1 point on the stone pillar. He did not linger to ponder or feel. He rose and walked towards the courtyard entrance. If not now, then when? Gu Nanbei immediately sensed a warmth spreading through his legs, rendering them steady and strong. Thud! Outside the courtyard, the little stutterer once again collapsed to the ground. Upon stepping outside, Gu Nanbei discovered a gathering of people, and he hurriedly averted his gaze to avoid them, assisting the little stutterer to his feet, casually grabbing a bamboo staff from the wall, and departed. The constables, upon seeing a small beggar carrying an erhu emerge, thought to themselves, "So this is the one who plays the erhu." In truth, it all transpired within mere breaths. The group, previously filled with dramatic performances, had returned to reality. The courtyard was eerily quiet. The gazes of the onlookers exchanged continuously, bewildered by the strangeness of their actions. Zhou Buffan felt a shiver run through him. As he touched the corners of his eyes and his chest, damp with tears, he had genuinely cried. Recalling his earlier performance, he felt dizzy, his body cold. Su Shilong looked up in confusion, his mind consumed by a singular thought. What had he just done? He had been entangled with a man, exchanging tender sentiments. Their thoughts spiraled, and as their eyes met once more, sparks ignited. Zhou Buffan's face flushed from pale to crimson. He stepped forward and slapped Su Shilong across the face. "How disgraceful! Chapter 7. The stone pillar. Zhou Bufan was completely oblivious to his own faltering voice, casting a glance at his dazed subordinates, who stared at him like foolish birds, and barked, "Why are you still here?" Zhou Bufan strode forward, eager to escape this bizarre and terrifying place. To have been inexplicably controlled and to perform such a humiliating scene with a man. What kind of sorcery was this? In the martial world, there had never been any mention of such terrifying abilities, not even in legends. Upon exiting, he encountered a group of constables, their jaws dropped in shock, their faces shifting from red to pale. His reputation as the Iron Fan scholar was utterly ruined. Thud. Lu Qing, the subordinate trailing behind, finally succumbed to his injuries and collapsed. Two lackeys hurriedly assisted Lu Qing and fled in panic. After running for 2 blocks, Zhou Bufan gradually came to a halt, casting a sinister glare at his group of subordinates. Their eyes met, and they collectively focused on the subordinates who had not participated in the performance. Su Shilong, still disoriented, had received an undeserved slap. By the time he regained his senses, the members of the Qing Shi gang had already departed. Zhang Che strode into the courtyard, seizing his son and departing without a backward glance. This place was undeniably peculiar. Judging by everyone's reactions, it was evident that this was not a rehearsed act. But why had they staged such a display, only to wear expressions of confusion afterward? The thought was deeply unsettling. "Let us leave. Something is amiss here," Zhang Che whispered, leading his son away without a second thought. The disciples, feeling a chill in their hearts, hastily fled. By the time Su Shilong regained his composure, the courtyard was left in disarray, with only his family's yellow dog remaining. The dog's eyes met his, and it wagged its tail in a friendly manner. Su Shilong narrowed his eyes. It seemed the dog had been sitting nearby, wagging its tail in a rather flamboyant manner. Su Shilong was momentarily taken aback as he beheld Huanggo seated beside Huazi, who was skillfully playing the erhu. Just then, he turned to see a middle-aged woman emerging from the backyard, her gaze directed at Su Shilong with palpable hostility. "Su Shilong, I've told you not to come near me these past few months. Is it because you find me repugnant?" Su Shilong, on the verge of tears, pleaded, "Madam, I assure you, I am diligently practicing my skills." Gu Nanbei was swiftly assisting the stuttering youth, his bamboo cane not merely probing the path ahead, but rather resembling or slicing through water. The youth's eyes were wide open throughout. What sort of blind person was this? He was stammering warnings about the potholes and stones along the way, yet before he could finish, the blind man had gracefully glided past. The once unsteady blind man now walked with the swiftness of the wind. After meandering through a narrow alley, Gu Nanbei finally halted. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he was lost. Despite the newfound radar-like perception, it was of little use in this situation. Finding a secluded corner, Gu Nanbei seated the stuttering youth and inquired, "How are you faring?" The youth's gaze flitted around Gu Nanbei before he responded, "I still feel weak." Gu Nanbei suggested, "Then let us rest here for a while." He too felt fatigued and hungry, finding that a single steamed bun could hardly sustain him for long. Gu Nanbei activated the light screen and continued to enhance his hard-eye skill. "Congratulations, your skill, hard-eye, has leveled up." Instantly, his consciousness was imbued with richer lines, enabling him to discern the contours of objects formed by black lines through sound and scent, rendering them more vivid and detailed in his mind. Skill, hard-eye, Realm Major Achievement 016. With the current level of his hard-eye, he could now perceive various objects in fuller and more dynamic lines through wind, sound, and scent, akin to watching a black and white animated film. External skill, Rock Stance, Realm Beginner 04. After previously enhancing his skills, some information flowed into his mind that he had not yet examined. Upon reflection, it turned out to be the memories of his practice with the rock stance. After absorbing these memories, he felt as if he had truly devoted 3 years to rigorous training. The insights gained from practicing the stance were instantly assimilated by his body, forming a muscle memory. Resonance points, 5. The rock stance was indeed effective. Even as a beginner, he felt his legs gaining strength, warranting further enhancements. Gu Nanbei pressed the button for the rock stance, tapping it 4 times in quick succession. In an instant, a wealth of practiced memories surged into his body, and he felt a warm sensation radiating through his legs. Before long, Gu Nanbei sensed a dramatic increase in the strength of his legs. He surreptitiously examined them, noticing that his muscles had visibly enlarged and become more resilient. With 1 resonance point remaining, Gu Nanbei allocated it to the health preservation Tai Chi, hoping to enhance his constitution. Skill: Health Preservation Tai Chi, Realm Beginner 04. Gu Nanbei felt a slight sense of improved vitality. Though he was unsure if it was merely an illusion, nevertheless, his movements had become remarkably fluid and adept. Suddenly, an intense hunger struck him, gnawing at his insides. It must have been the muscle-building exertion from the rock stance that had drained his energy, necessitating sustenance. Gu Nanbei recalled memories of his previous self, remembering how they would scavenge for scraps in the kitchens of nearby taverns during the afternoons. After all, how could they possibly survive otherwise? Gu Nanbei suddenly stood up and declared, "Let us head to the main street." Xiao Jiebai gazed at the blind man, who towered over him by half a head. Despite his face being smeared with black mud, his allure remained undeniable. Flushing, Xiao Jiebai quickly averted his gaze, feeling an unfamiliarity towards the blind man. Yet, what did it matter? The fact that the blind man had assisted him moments ago indicated they were still good partners. As long as they survived, nothing else held significance. At the Taiyan Tavern, in a private room on the second floor, the two were engaged in a lively exchange over drinks. "I have inspected all of Master Zhong's associates. Only the little blind man resembles the description. He is the one. When does Master Chen require assistance?" "No rush. I still need to search the East City for a few more, ensuring absolute certainty. Please, Master Zhong, take care of the little blind man. Ensure he does not perish. I shall keep watch over him for Master Chen. However, the little blind man's expenses for food and drink will need to be accounted for by Master Chen." Master Chen set down his cup, unfurling a scroll that bore the words "Blood List." After scrutinizing it for a moment, he leisurely lit his pipe, savoring a deep breath before replying. "Very well." Gu Nanbei followed closely behind Xiao Jiebai, feigning to tap his bamboo cane as they ambled towards the bustling main street. The houses along the way transformed from mud walls and straw thatches to elegant blue tiles and white walls. Gu Nanbei meticulously memorized the route. At the street's edge, shopkeepers were instructing their apprentices to clear away the snow, while a few passers-by wandered along the long street. Observing the monochrome scene before him, Gu Nanbei pondered his circumstances. The foremost priorities were to secure sustenance and to cultivate resonance points, hastening the filling of his hearts and stone's resonance. With sufficient skill, Su Guanzhu could rival the leader of the Green Serpent Gang. Once his skills were fully developed, self-preservation would be assured. Recalling the martial arts school's courtyard, there had been about 10 individuals within its bounds, including Xiao Jiebai and a dog, yielding a total of 14 resonance points, approximately one per person. Gu Nanbei inquired, "Brother Jiebai, which tavern on this street offers the most delectable dishes?" Xiao Jiebai swallowed hard. "The Zuixiang Lu, the Rui Lu, and the Taiyan Lu are all quite good." Gu Nanbei was astonished. "How is it that you are so articulate about food? Have you tried them all?" Xiao Jiebai nodded. "I've sampled their leftover dishes. The Rui Lu serves the best, as I once had a delightful experience there." Gu Nanbei further queried, "Which one is the closest to us?" Feeling hunger gnawing at him, he resolved to enter a tavern for a meal. "Taiyan Lu." Xiao Jiebai pointed ahead. At that moment, a group approached from across the street. Leading the way were several lackeys clad in black with small hats, followed by a young master in a luxurious mink coat adorned with a golden crown, holding a glossy black dog by its leash. "Get out of the way, you filthy mutt. Be careful not to soil my garments, or I shall have you both beaten," barked a coarse-featured lackey, his face a mass of blubber. In a wide expanse such as this, did this group intend to bulldoze their way through? Gu Nanbei silently cursed. Xiao Jiebai hastily pulled Gu Nanbei aside, whispering, "We must not provoke them. We must not provoke them." "Humph." The house servant let out a cold grunt, exhaling a puff of white mist from his nostrils, exuding an air of arrogance. The young master behind him kicked out, toppling the servant. "How dare you act presumptuously and ruin my mood?" The servant, Lu Xinkai, scrambled up from the snow, fawningly replied, Yes, I deserve to die." He quickly realized that his overbearing demeanor had stolen the spotlight, displeasing the young master. He looked at the beggar by the roadside and chuckled. "You haven't frozen to death in this cold. You truly possess a resilient life. Oh, can you play the erhu? Come, play a tune for me, and if it's good, there will be a reward." The stuttering boy hastily interjected, Yes, I'm sorry. I get flustered and my words get tangled." Gu Nanbei patted the boy's shoulder and clasped his hands, saying, "Esteemed young master, although I am blind, I can still sense your extraordinary presence. You are not of ordinary caliber. I indeed possess unparalleled erhu skills, unrivaled in the world. However, we are both cold and famished, and currently lack the strength to perform. Might the benevolent young master bestow some food upon us? Once we are well fed, I assure you, you will experience music like never before." The stuttering boy gazed at the blind man in astonishment, his courage visibly growing. He dared to provoke even He Shao. He Gongzi regarded him with suspicion. "Unrivaled in the world? You dare boast before me?" Gu Nanbei replied. "Why not let the young master judge for himself? If I deceive, your keen intellect will easily discern the truth. Should the young master be unsatisfied, I shall accept any consequence." He Wen-Xuan stroked his chin and chuckled softly. "This is intriguing. Very well, I shall take you both to enjoy a fine meal." At that moment, Lords Zhong and Chun were exiting Tian Tower, heading in another direction, oblivious to the commotion nearby. Thus, the servant led the way, with Gu Nanbei and the stuttering boy sandwiched in between, directly ascending to a luxurious private room on the 3rd floor of Tian Tower. In front of others, Gu Nanbei needed to maintain appearances, placing his bamboo cane at the staircase entrance while resting a hand on the boy's shoulder as they ascended together. Once inside, Gu Nanbei, unfamiliar with the concept of politeness, quickly found a place to sit, while the stuttering boy stood awkwardly to the side. Several house servants glared menacingly at the two. One servant went downstairs to order, leaving the room in silence. "Which young master do you serve?" One servant immediately barked. "Have you lost your eyesight?" "The young master is the second son of the He family from Jianghu." Gu Nanbei, looking apologetic, thought, "I truly am blind." He always maintained politeness towards those he deemed to have the upper hand. The servant was momentarily speechless. He Wen-Xuan, however, laughed. "Little blind boy, you possess a certain charm. You are not like an ordinary beggar." Gu Nanbei returned the smile. "Young master your discerning eye is remarkable. I am indeed a beggar with exceptional skills." "How exceptional?" He Wen-Xuan teased. "Exceptional to the heavens and the earth." Gu Nanbei answered earnestly. "Ha ha ha, amusing, truly amusing." As they spoke, food and wine were served. The aroma of the dishes wafted through the air, and Gu Nanbei could no longer contain himself. He dove into the feast. He cared not for the notion of waiting too long to indulge. Having depleted his energy while enhancing the stone steak earlier, he desperately needed to replenish his strength. He Wen-Xuan observed the two indulging in a lavish feast, a playful smile gracing his lips. He eagerly anticipated the moment he would concoct a scheme to have these two little gluttons unwittingly feast at the expense of young Master He, a first for him. The room was filled only with the sounds of smacking lips, and after a quarter of an hour, the little stutterer rubbed his round belly with a look of sheer contentment. Having finally savored a delicious meal in his lifetime, and one that satisfied his hunger, he felt utterly fulfilled. Stealing a glance at the blind man still devouring his food, he hoped that he would find a way to extricate himself soon. Suddenly, the little stutterer had a moment of clarity. Could it be that the blind man was indeed correct? Was there truly a divine presence when the erhu was played? He had personally witnessed the dance that accompanied the music on 4 separate occasions. Now, with his belly full, his mind began to wander. Was the blind man's magic of demonic or celestial origin? Regardless of its nature, as long as he was fed, that was all that mattered. Gu Nanbei finished the last spoonful of soup, contentedly burping. His stomach had not been overindulged. Rather, the food was swiftly digested and transformed into energy to replenish his being. He glanced at the table, now stripped of every morsel, and felt a pang of disbelief. This was enough to feed 5 people. "Are you satisfied?" He Wen-Xuan inquired with a smirk that danced on the edge of mockery. Gu Nanbei nodded, sincerely grateful. "I am indeed full. Thank you, young master He." With that, he wiped his greasy hands on the tablecloth, shifted the wooden chair beneath him, and picked up the erhu, stating earnestly, "As a token of gratitude for your hospitality, I can only play a piece in return. This song is titled Yearning for You in Sorrow. Though brief, the melody is imbued with deep emotion, stirring the hearts of all who listen. This composition carries a tale. Would young master care to hear it?" He Wen-Xuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It seemed this beggar possessed some depth. As his eloquence suggested, he was no ordinary individual. He sat up straight, curiosity etched on his face. "Do share. If your story pleases me, I shall reward you." Several attendants regarded Gu Nanbei with keen interest, their ears perked up. The little stutterer felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Oh no, would he have to dance again? Legend has it that in the Central Plains, there existed a peerless hero. Not only was he unmatched in martial prowess, but he also embodied great righteousness. Alas, fate was unkind. For he was originally a Liao man from the northwest. He bore the blood of the Liao, yet was raised by Han people. As rumors spread, the martial artists of the Central Plains united against him, and the Liao people could not accept him. When the world turned against him, he encountered his beloved maiden, Azu. He expressed that the joy he longed for in life was to dream of a pastoral existence with her beyond the Great Wall, tending to horses and sheep, living a carefree life. What a pity, he lamented, his words igniting He Wenshuan's curiosity. Gu Nanbei's left hand pressed the strings while his right drew the bow, and the mournful melody resonated like a heartfelt lament. Those present felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow and helplessness, an ache of longing unfulfilled. Deep within their hearts, an inexplicable sentiment surged. The little stutterer immediately rose on tiptoe, dancing gracefully like a delicate gray butterfly, endlessly twirling, always in pursuit of something elusive. Lu Shenkai tore open his collar, revealing a chest covered in dark hair, for deep within, he recognized himself as that gallant, legendary hero. He Wenshuan felt a surge of mysterious emotions welling up within him, completely beyond his control. He abruptly cast aside his fur coat, removed the golden crown from his head. Allowing his hair to cascade freely, his demeanor transformed into one of coyness. As he turned, he gazed affectionately at Lu Shenkai, whose face bore the marks of youthful exuberance, and called out with a delicate voice, "Brother Lu." He fidgeted with the hem of his garment, swaying gently, embodying the innocence of a shy maiden. Lu Shenkai stepped forward, placing his hands firmly on He Wenshuan's shoulders. "Ah Xian." His face lit up with the joy of reunion as he enveloped Ah Xian in a warm embrace. Though He Wenshuan was slightly taller than Lu Shenkai, he tilted his legs and buried his head in Lu's chest, disregarding the prickly sensation of chest hair against his face. Gu Nanbei observed the scene like a black and white animation, shivering internally. Even his humanoid radar could not withstand such a spectacle. It could only be said that the resonance of their emotions was utterly captivating. After a moment, they parted, and Lu Shenkai firmly grasped Ah Xian's hand, exclaiming, "From this day forth, I, Lu, shall no longer be alone." He Wenshuan lowered his head, blushing profusely, and softly replied, "Brother Lu, I shall accompany you." A knock echoed from outside. Chapter 9. The Path to Martial Arts. Lu Shenkai looked at Ah Xian in his arms and inquired, "Ah Xian, do you truly wish to be with me? Do you not disdain my humble origins?" Ah Xian raised his head earnestly, stating, "The Han and Liao people are the same. There is no distinction of nobility or commonality." "Really?" Lu Shenkai asked, his face brightening as Ah Xian nodded affirmatively. He embraced Ah Xian tightly, who radiated a blissful contentment. The person knocking at the door, hearing no response but the melody of the erhu, presumed that a performance had commenced and gently pushed the door open. It turned out to be a servant returning from feeding the dogs. The black dog, initially poised to enter the room, suddenly halted, its eyes widening in alarm, and leaped back as if startled. With a howl, it broke free from its leash and fled downstairs. The bewildered servant glanced into the room, witnessing a beggar spinning in circles, while Lu Shenkai held a disheveled figure in a blissful embrace, eliciting knowing smiles from the other servants. Puzzled, the servant approached, asking, "Young master?" The dog, the haunting melody of the erhu struck him deep within his soul. He found the tune achingly beautiful, as if foretelling the inevitable conclusion of their tale. As the sorrowful notes cascaded through the air, Ah Xian lay languidly in Lu Shenkai's arms, barely breathing. In despair, Lu Shenkai cried out, "Ah Xian, Ah Xian, why, why?" The masterful acting of He Wenshuan saw him slowly extend his hand toward Lu Shenkai's face, but as his hand reached halfway, it fell powerless. "Ah!" Lu Shenkai cried to the heavens, tears streaming down his face. Those surrounding them shared in the sorrow, weeping openly, as if they were immersed in the very essence of this poignant narrative. As the heart-rending melody drew to a close, Gu Nanbei's mind flickered with an announcement. "Your music has resonated with other beings, earning you 8 resonance points." Rising to his feet, Gu Nanbei swiftly approached the still weeping steward, deftly snatching the coin pouch from his waist and tucking it into his own garments. With a few quick strides, he scooped up the incessantly spinning stutterer and made his exit, his movements fluid and unhurried, vanishing through the doorway in an instant. This had been a meticulously devised plan of Gu Nanbei's. He intended to seize the benefits and depart swiftly, lest he attract unwanted trouble. Though he had recently practiced the rock-steady stance, He lacked confidence in handling 4 or 5 burly men while simultaneously escorting the stutterer away. In the Spring Breeze private room, Wenxuan blinked, feeling a drop of moisture land in his eye. Looking up, he found a pockmarked face looming close, still streaming with tears and mucus. A chill ran down Wenxuan's spine. He pushed off the ground with both hands, delivering a kick that sent Lu Shengkai crashing to the floor. He quickly rose, a sense of dread enveloping him. The others, too, returned to their senses, wearing bewildered expressions. Utterly at a loss, Wenxuan's face darkened, veins throbbing on his forehead. What had he just done? Xian, brother Lu? He seized Lu Shengkai by the collar. His tone icy. What did you just call me? Lu Shengkai, still harboring a trace of sorrow and riddled with questions, upon meeting the master's piercing gaze, quickly replied, Master, I was simply overcome by emotion. I cannot explain why. Slap, slap. In a fit of exasperation, Wenxuan struck Lu Shengkai twice, sending the pockmarked face crashing to the ground. Today, the face of the second young master of the He family had been thoroughly disgraced. Wenxuan pounced, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, while Lu Shengkai could only howl in fear, too terrified to evade. The others hastily knelt in supplication, aware that when the young master was enraged, he could truly be lethal. We are all alike, unable to control ourselves, one steward exclaimed. At this utterance, a chill swept through the room, as if a sense of the macabre had indeed settled within. Wenxuan halted, his expression shifting between shadows and light. I remember now. No wonder the black tiger dared not enter. He was frightened away. The last steward to enter exclaimed in shock. Wenxuan's dark gaze swept over those present, asserting, This matter is not to be spoken of outside these walls, or I shall have you minced and fed to dogs. Yes, yes, we promise not to utter a word. The group hurriedly assured, anxiously ushering Wenxuan out. Lu Shengkai, bruised and limping, brought up the rear. Once outside the Tian Tower, Wenxuan dared to glance back, the strange emotion within him lingering long after. He pondered silently. Could it be that he was truly possessed? Did that legendary hero genuinely exist? In the adjoining room of the Spring Breeze, at Chiyue Pavilion, 2 burly men exchanged glances. Chief Song, I am only fond of women. I hope you understand, one asserted. Lord Zhang, I, too, have a preference for women. It was merely a misunderstanding. Indeed, a misunderstanding. Gu Nanbei had just satiated his hunger and thirst, feeling as though his body had transformed into a sponge absorbing water, no longer frail and fragile, but brimming with vigor. Carrying the slight stutterer, who resembled a thin monkey, was an effortless task. The little stutterer, having spun in circles until dizzy, found his mind muddled and could only allow Gu Nanbei to carry him. After wandering through several streets, they discovered a secluded and deserted corner where Gu Nanbei paused to set the little stutterer down. Leaning against a mud wall to catch his breath, the little stutterer inquired, Blind man. Gu Nanbei planted his bamboo staff into the earth, responding, Are you possessed by a ghost? Fear not, I shall not be frightened. After all, I shall eventually starve to death and become a ghost myself. Gu Nanbei pondered this for a moment, recognizing the little brother's sense of loyalty, which made him a suitable friend. He said, Last night, I froze to death. My soul drifted away and encountered an old immortal with a white beard, who sent me back and even taught me some celestial techniques. The little stutterer's eyes widened in astonishment. So, when you play the erhu, others become strange. Then your eyes are well again. Gu Nanbei chuckled. You're half right. My sight hasn't returned. I am still blind. I can only perceive objects within a radius of 10 feet through celestial methods. The little stutterer exclaimed with excitement. Then you still need me, right? I can accompany you. Gu Nanbei smiled, patting the little stutterer on the shoulder. Good brother, as long as I have food, you shall have a share. The little stutterer's dark face was illuminated solely by his bright eyes, tears welling up as he nodded vigorously. Gu Nanbei retrieved a pouch of coins from his bosom, weighed it in his hand, and handed it to the little stutterer to count. The little stutterer's eyes sparkled as he eagerly accepted it, joyfully beginning to count the money. Meanwhile, Gu Nanbei opened a luminous screen. Martial arts realm, uninitiated, talent, unparalleled insight, resonance with all, skill, hard eye, mastery 016, skill, erhu performance, proficient 08, skill, health preservation tai chi, entry 04, external skill, rock stance, proficient 08, resonance points, 8 points, without hesitation. He allocated all 8 points to rock stance. Congratulations, your external skill, rock stance, has leveled up. External skill, rock stance, mastery 016. In an instant, a flood of information surged into his mind as he assimilated the experiences and insights from 10 years of arduous practice of the rock stance. His legs began to feel numb and sore. The meal he had just consumed completely expended, and he started to feel hungry once more. The luminous screen flickered, revealing changes in information. Martial arts realm, body forging, refining tendons, resonance with all, heavenly Tao level strong control talent, range determined by host's cultivation and performance skills. Currently a radius of 16 feet. Upon seeing the change in his martial arts realm, Gu Nanbei noted that achieving mastery in the rock stance marked the entry into martial arts. It seemed that cultivation would pose some challenges. Additionally, the increase in his talent range by 1 meter was indeed good news. Gu Nanbei stood up, kicking and lifting his legs with vigor, feeling as though a single kick could send a grown man flying. At last, he had gained a measure of self-defense capability. Within the stone pillar, there exist fundamental leg techniques that pose no challenge when confronting ordinary individuals. Just as the young stutterer finished counting his coins, he lifted his gaze, utterly astonished. In Chapter 10, titled Little Brother, Gu Nanbei showcased his leg prowess. He executed front kicks, side kicks, spinning back kicks, and a series of rapid single-leg kicks, culminating in a dazzling display that stirred the air with forceful gusts. The young stutterer's eyes widened in disbelief. The mastery of such skills was extraordinary, allowing one to grasp so much in an instant. Concluding his performance with an impressive skyward split, Gu Nanbei felt assured by his martial abilities. "How much do you have?" he inquired. The stutterer, returning to reality, joyfully replied, "Several hundred copper coins and over 2 taels of silver." As he spoke, he extended the coin pouch to Gu Nanbei. Gu Nanbei took a piece of silver and pushed the stutterer's hand back, saying, "Keep it. Let it remain with you." Tears welled up in the stutterer's eyes. He could not articulate his emotions, a blend of gratitude, joy, and perhaps something deeper. A manta costs 2-1, and we eat for a day, which amounts to 8-1. For a month, that would be. The stutterer began to calculate on his fingers, growing increasingly flustered as he struggled to arrive at a figure. 241. Gu Nanbei interjected, unable to bear it any longer. The stutterer touched his head, his dark, bright eyes sparkling. "You are impressive. How long do you think this money will last?" Gu Nanbei chuckled. "Trust me, we shall never worry about money again. I assure you. However, the fact that I possess these skills must remain a secret." The stutterer eagerly nodded. "Rest assured, I shall never utter a word, not even under duress." Currently lacking in martial strength, caution was still necessary. However, to cultivate resonance, they needed to venture into populous areas, which primarily consisted of taverns, tea houses, and entertainment districts. Gu Nanbei pondered, stroking the fuzz on his lips. Perhaps a place abundant with animals would be ideal for practice. Yet, there was no urgency, as the day had already grown late. "In a moment, we shall head to Sister Jean's for dinner. I will give her some money, for it is not easy for her to manage alone," Gu Nanbei remarked. The stutterer, curious, asked, "Do you have feelings for her?" Gu Nanbei nearly choked on his own saliva, exclaiming, "I cannot even discern what she looks like. How could I harbor such feelings? Yet in your dreams, you call out Sister Jin's name." The stutterer teased. Gu Nanbei quickly sought to change the subject. "Do not speak nonsense. I am still a child. Where outside the city is there an abundance of wildlife? I wish to practice my skills." The stutterer pondered deeply, troubled by the question. Surely, any creatures would have been consumed by now. Given the current conditions, even tree bark and roots were scarce. To the west of the city, by the gourd pond, there is a horse ranch, though it belongs to the Jianghu Guard. Upon hearing this, Gu Nanbei recognized that the Jianghu Guard was part of the Daizhou military system, akin to the garrison system of the Ming dynasty, with commendable combat capabilities, especially since Daizhou had only been established for a century. He sighed. "Tomorrow we shall venture outside the city." The stutterer readily agreed. As they conversed, the two made their way towards Sister Jean's steamed bun shop, situated in the south of the city, at the entrance of the Green Snake Gang's hall. Zhou Bufan entered the Longxi hall with a countenance resembling one who had just consumed excrement, clasping his fists in salute to the middle-aged man at the head of the table, dressed in a flowing green robe and adorned with a forehead cloth. Shang Wanzhua lifted his eyelids and inquired, "Your expression suggests that matters have not proceeded as planned." Zhou Bufan lowered his head, expressing his shame. I regret to inform you that the martial prowess of the one surnamed Su merely reaches the level of muscle refining, which I could have easily subdued. However, Zhang Che arrived with a host of constables to disrupt the situation, thus I refrained from acting hastily. Very well, Shang Wanzhuo replied. I shall dispatch someone to smooth things over with by me on. You may take your leave and rest for now. Zhou Bufan hurriedly thanked him, not daring to mention his own performance as a woman, and swiftly exited the Longxi Hall. A quarter of an hour later, the two arrived at the small street corner. Gu Nanbei memorized the route, realizing that this was indeed the place they had first visited. The stuttering boy led the way and soon reached the steamed bun shop. Peering inside, he saw a 4- or 5-year-old child playing alone and asked, Xiao Mao, where is your mother? Xiao Mao, clad in a tattered coat, yet remarkably clean, responded in a babyish voice, my mother is in the kitchen making food. Gu Nanbei patted the stuttering boy, signaling him to find Sister Zhen. He sat beside Xiao Mao, smiling as he inquired, what are you playing with, little one? Xiao Mao, without lifting his head, replied, a bamboo helicopter. It can fly. Uncle Chow next door gave it to me. Just then, Sister Zhen emerged from the back, asking, little blind boy, I heard you found some money? Gu Nanbei replied, I accidentally picked up a pouch of coins, and, considering how often I eat for free from Sister Zhen, I thought to bring some back. Sister Zhen looked skeptical, warning, be cautious with found money. It may bring misfortune. Furthermore, given your current situation, you should keep the money for yourselves. My father left money for us, Xiao Mao interjected, and his pension will arrive soon. We don't need your concern. Gu Nanbei furrowed his brow, contemplating before suggesting, how about this? We shall leave the money here as meal expenses, and we will come daily for steamed buns and a bowl of hot soup. Sister Zhen regarded Gu Nanbei with surprise. You seem to have changed, little blind boy. Gu Nanbei chuckled. Everyone grows up eventually. Perhaps I have matured. Sister Zhen acquiesced. All right, I shall accept it. Just remember to come for your meals. If it gets cold, don't expect me to reheat it for you. The stuttering boy gave Gu Nanbei a thumbs up and turned back to play with Xiao Mao. Gu Nanbei observed the stuttering boy, his silhouette defined by contrasting black and white lines, noting he seemed no older than 12 or 13, still just a child. In a past life, at this age, he would have just begun middle school. In ancient society, common folk had little in the way of delicacies. Their meals consisted of coarse grains, and a stray pebble in the food could threaten their teeth. In his previous life, Gu Nanbei would never have dared to take a bite under such circumstances. Yet now, there was little concern for such nuances. Merely being able to fill one's belly was a blessing. As winter nights fell early, by the time Gu Nanbei and his companion finished their meal and stepped outside, dusk had already begun to settle. Gu Nanbei sensed a figure at the adjacent doorway, tall, presumably a man, carrying a stack of items. The stuttering boy greeted, Uncle Chow, here to deliver firewood? Indeed, the man replied. I went to the mountains for firewood today and gathered quite a bit. Chao Shu chuckled heartily, limping towards the steamed bun stall. Gu Nanbei recalled from memory that Chao Shu had once served in the Qingzhou Guard, seemingly as a squad leader, but had retired after being wounded in battle against the northern invaders a few years prior. The stuttering youth led the way, while Gu Nanbei, still holding his bamboo staff, followed as they made their way to the dilapidated temple. The snow had ceased, yet the air grew even chillier, the wind slicing through as if countless tiny blades were carving into flesh and bone. Gu Nanbei suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to consider his clothing. How would he endure the frigid night ahead? He quickly grabbed the stuttering youth's arm, inquiring, where can we find clothing and shoes nearby? We must purchase some, or we might freeze to death tonight. The stuttering boy replied, I recall a place that sells straw sandals and raincoats, but if we buy them, they might be stolen from us. Gu Nanbei smiled. Have you forgotten my magical abilities? They were often targets of bullying. Being just a stutterer and a blind boy in a world where food was scarce. The stuttering youth perked up, excitedly exclaiming, yes, yes, let us return and deal with them. Thus, they redirected their path to procure straw sandals and raincoats. Upon arrival, they found that the other small courtyards had already closed their doors. After knocking, Gu Nanbei entered the courtyard and sensed the presence of two individuals, a couple. The ground was cluttered with various items, and the woman was busy tidying up. The man, with a cold tone, asked, Are you two also from the Qing Snake Gang? Upon hearing his tone, Gu Nanbei immediately understood that this man had also suffered at the hands of the Qing Snake Gang. Fearing that the stuttering boy might speak out of turn, he quickly replied, Sir, we have come to purchase straw sandals and raincoats. not to associate with the Qing snake gang. The woman approached, observing the two, and said, "Oh, just two little beggars, both pitiable souls. Thank you, ma'am. We will pay," Gunanbei replied. She offered to reduce the price by 2 coins, but he declined, understanding that even the most impoverished citizens face their own hardships. Once they donned their new attire, they immediately felt a difference, akin to novice adventurers acquiring their first set of gear. There was no rush to find better clothing and shoes. That could wait until they secured a place to stay. As darkness fell, the stuttering youth struggled to lead the way, likely due to his night blindness. Just as they reached the entrance of the dilapidated temple, they noticed a shadow waiting for them. The stuttering boy grew slightly anxious, whispering, It's Lord Zhong." Gunanbei squeezed the boy's arm, signaling him to remain calm. As they approached, Lord Zhong narrowed his elongated eyes and sneered, "I thought you two had frozen to death outside. I didn't expect you to return with new attire. Your skills are improving." The stuttering boy replied, Yes, it was a kind person who gifted them to us." Lord Zhong snorted, not asking further questions, and led the way into the temple, a rolled-up straw mat tucked under his arm. The group of young boys who had previously been speaking instantly fell silent, not daring to breathe. Lord Zhong stood at the entrance, gesturing to Gunanbei and his companion. "Go on in." The stuttering boy was ready to pull out coins to pay for a task, but Lord Zhong made no mention of it. As the two figures entered the room, Elder Zhong cast a glance at the array of beggars illuminated by the flickering flames, and declared, "Listen closely, my little ones. The blind boy has caught the attention of a noble. He is now my esteemed guest. Henceforth, no one is permitted to lay a hand on him. Should anyone dare, I shall chop them to bits." The beggars lowered their heads, none daring to utter a word. Elder Zhong surveyed the room once more before turning to leave. Inside, only a single fire crackled, while a few towering beggars sat near it, leaving the others to shiver in the back. The atmosphere was thick with silence. The stuttering boy tugged at Gunanbei's sleeve, drawing him into a corner, entirely uninterested in warming by the fire. Both bore physical deformities, and their exclusion from the group often resulted in bullying. Upon hearing Elder Zhong's proclamation, Gunanbei's mind stirred. This individual was certainly not acting out of benevolence. His sudden kindness came with ulterior motives. What could he possibly gain from me? Could it be that a noble truly has taken an interest in me? And for what reason? "Hey, blind boy, which noble has taken a shine to you? Is he also blind?" came a mocking voice from the fire's edge. The speaker was one of the core members of the beggar group, known as Brother Mad Dog, the second in command. Gunanbei smirked, but refrained from responding. Preoccupied with contemplating Elder Zhong's peculiar behavior, he whispered to the stuttering boy, "What is that under Elder Zhong's arm?" "It appears to be a mat," the stuttering boy replied. Gunanbei grew increasingly wary. Was Elder Zhong concerned about him freezing to death, intending to offer him warmth? Yet, upon noticing the raincoat he possessed, he had refrained from providing anything. Brother Mad Dog, observing their private exchange, was consumed with rage. The blind boy seemed to completely disregard his authority. Once meek and silent in the face of bullying, he now displayed arrogance, emboldened by someone's support. "I reckon someone has their eye on your backside," he sneered, relishing the mockery. As his words echoed, the beggars erupted in laughter. Gunanbei's heart raced. Could it be that they truly wanted him to assume the role of a rabbit lord? The original owner of this body was rumored to possess striking good looks. Someone beside Brother Mad Dog gave him a nudge, indicating the stuttering boy. A glimmer of malice danced in Brother Mad Dog's eyes. After all, Elder Zhong had not stated that the stuttering boy was off limits. He slowly rose, the firelight casting shadows on his youthful yet menacing face. "Stuttering boy, come here." The stuttering boy recoiled into the corner, his voice trembling. What do you want?" Brother Mad Dog grinned wickedly. "Take off your straw sandals and raincoat. Wolf brother has nothing to wear. How dare you?" The stuttering boy clutched Gunanbei's arm, feeling a flicker of reassurance. "And no, this is mine. Why should I give it to you?" Brother Mad Dog was taken aback, not expecting such defiance from the stuttering boy. "Aren't you afraid I might beat you to death? Chai Dog, you and Brother Mad Dog head over there, but be careful not to damage anything," came a chilling voice from the fire. The beggar named Chai Dog stood up and replied, "Understood, Wolf Brother." These three comprised the core of the beggar group. The leader, known as Wolf Brother, was rumored to have killed someone at the tender age of 12, instilling fear among the others. The stuttering boy trembled violently, grasping Gunanbei tightly. His eyes filled with terror. The room is the main hall of a dilapidated temple, neither particularly large nor small. Two individuals can reach the front with just a few steps. Gu Nanbei pushed the stuttering boy back, rising to his feet, his disheveled hair obscuring his face, rendering his expression unreadable. "Oh, is the blind man stepping up for the little stutterer?" Fang'o exclaimed, feigning surprise. Gu Nanbei replied nonchalantly, "Indeed. The little stutterer is my younger brother. I will protect him." Fang'o's eyes widened in disbelief. Had the blind man taken to jesting? A chuckle escaped Ciego, unable to contain his mirth. What did he say? He intends to protect the little stutterer? The beggar children by the fire regarded the blind boy with incredulity, finding his bravado utterly absurd. Suddenly, Gu Nanbei wasted no words, striking with lightning speed to kick the shins of both adversaries. How could they withstand his current ferocity? Ah! Ah! Two cries of agony erupted as they both tumbled forward. Gu Nanbei raised his knee, delivering a crushing blow that sent Fang'o's head reeling back, blood and teeth scattering. Fang'o, who typically struck the hardest, was met with retribution. Ciego, however, received a less severe treatment. The entire exchange transpired so swiftly that the onlookers, shrouded in the dimness of the room, were left only with the echoes of anguished cries and the sounds of impact, unaware of the actual occurrence. Yet, the blind man remained standing, while the once menacing duo lay defeated. Fang'o lay unconscious, while Ciego clutched his leg, wailing, "Ah, my leg, keep howling, and I shall render your leg truly useless." Gu Nanbei glared at Ciego, his voice cold and menacing. Ciego, terrified, clamped his mouth shut, bewildered by the blind man's newfound prowess. How could this be? Why had he never retaliated before? The beggars by the fire were astonished, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets at the blind man's ferocity. In a single encounter, both Fang'o and Ciego were incapacitated. Wolf Brother slowly rose, fixing an intense gaze upon the shadowy figure, as if drawing strength from it. He produced a gleaming knife from his waistband, surveying the astonished crowd with a scornful smile. What can a blind man truly accomplish? Watch as I dispatch him. Drawing upon his experience, Wolf Brother held his breath, moving silently toward Gu Nanbei. The little stutterer cried out in alarm. "Be careful, he is coming." In an instant, Wolf Brother lunged, the knife aimed directly at Gu Nanbei's right side. This strike was vicious and lethal. An ordinary blind man would likely not anticipate such a direct assault, nor would he be able to evade it. But Gu Nanbei was no ordinary individual. He executed a fierce spinning kick without hesitation, channeling years of martial prowess. Anyone who dared to attack him would meet their demise. With a resounding thud, Wolf Brother was sent sprawling, crashing through the wooden door and landing heavily in the snow with a dull thump. The little stutterer swallowed hard. Though he had witnessed Gu Nanbei's legwork before, witnessing a person being kicked several yards away was a completely different level of astonishment. Chapter 12. The bonfire gathering. By the flickering light of the bonfire, the beggars appeared like ducks with their necks grasped, mouths agape in astonishment as they beheld the blind man gradually retracting his right leg. Shocked and disbelieving, some even resorted to discreetly pinching their own thighs. Among them, a frail beggar, seated closest to the fire, quietly recoiled, fearful of attracting the blind man's attention. His complexion was notably fair, setting him apart from the others. In full view of the crowd, Gu Nanbei stepped steadily out of the dilapidated hut, his gait resolute and unwavering. The outline of a figure lay motionless in the snow, shrouded in an uncertain fate. Gu Nanbei approached with deliberate slowness. Suddenly, the Wolf Brother on the ground kicked towards Gu Nanbei's calf, incredulous that a blind man could evade him. Clenching a glinting dagger, he poised to strike, waiting for his adversary to falter. With blood spilling from his mouth, the Wolf Brother knew that a broken rib had pierced his insides. This was his last desperate retaliation. He intended to drag the blind man down with him. The kick was swift and silent, a lethal maneuver that would claim a life upon contact. Yet, Gu Nanbei, with a sudden surge of strength, not only resisted the kick, but forcefully deflected the Wolf Brother's foot. In a flash, he lifted his foot to stamp down. Crack! The hand wielding the knife bent grotesquely. Before the opponent could react, Gu Nanbei deftly hooked and lifted the Wolf Brother. Blood spewed from the Wolf Brother's mouth as he glared at Gu Nanbei with a malevolent gaze. Sensing the chilling intensity of his adversary's stare, Gu Nanbei was struck by the fierce determination emanating from the young man. In a fleeting moment of clarity, he seized the short blade, hesitating not a moment before slashing it across the opponent's throat. With a spray of blood, the crimson liquid surged forth from the wound like a mist. The metallic scent filled Gu Nanbei's nostrils, and amidst the splatter of dark droplets, he remained unfazed, perhaps due to the monochromatic world he perceived, devoid of vibrant life. The wolf brother on the ground continued to convulse. Turning back towards the dilapidated hut, Gu Nanbei's murky gaze fell upon the cowering jackal. The jackal trembled, terror-stricken by the lifelessness in Gu Nanbei's eyes, stammering, "Blind man, spare me. I will do as you say. I will obey you." Gu Nanbei cast the bloody dagger to the ground, coldly instructing, "Go outside and dig a pit to bury the wolf brother. And check if he is truly dead. If he breathes, bury him together." The jackal hastily crawled over to examine him, reporting, "He still breathes. He is not dead." Gu Nanbei then turned to the trembling beggars by the bonfire and commanded, "Come here and assist. Carry the mad dog to the wall. Let fate decide his outcome." Immediately, some approached to carry the mad dog, while others aided the jackal in digging a grave. The remaining few eagerly invited Gu Nanbei and the stuttering boy to the prime positions near the bonfire. After a while, a group of beggars gathered around the fire, listening intently as their new leader delivered a speech. The night was bitterly cold, and the firewood was scarce. If we succumb to sleep, we may never awaken. Therefore, we must devise a plan. In a spirited contest for the coveted third position within their newly formed group, the jackal eagerly exclaimed, "Brother Blind, what do you propose?" "We shall heed your words." The stuttering boy inquired, "If we cannot sleep, what else can we do?" Turning, he caught a glimpse of Brother Blind's enigmatic smile and pondered whether another challenge was about to arise. Gu Nanbei interjected, "If slumber is not an option, we must find an endeavor to engage in. I suggest we host a bonfire gathering." "Brother Blind, what exactly is a bonfire gathering?" The crowd, filled with curiosity, gazed in anticipation. These vagabonds had seldom encountered education or the world beyond survival. Their foremost concern was merely how to endure another day. "It is quite simple. Dancing, singing, and acting," Gu Nanbei replied. The jackal appeared conflicted. He yearned to shine, yet possessed no such talents. A beggar raised his hand. "I can sing mo. Does that count?" Gu Nanbei chastised, "Vulgar. Though we may be beggars, we must possess noble hearts. Do you understand?" The vagabonds nodded, albeit with bewilderment. "Yes, we comprehend." Gu Nanbei continued, "We have 10 individuals here, excluding myself, who will be divided into 2 teams, the jackal's team and the stuttering boy's team. We shall take turns performing." The teams were quickly formed, with all but the stuttering boy remaining in a state of confusion, eagerly looking to their new leader. "I shall play the erhu. You need only perform," he instructed. "But we don't know how," protested the stuttering boy. "Come to my side." He beckoned to the stuttering boy's team, while the others stood aside to observe closely. Gu Nanbei's intent was twofold: to establish a resonance among the performers and to test his hypothesis that each individual could only achieve resonance once. Additionally, keeping them awake served to prevent the fate that had befallen the original owner of this body. The melody of the erhu began to flow. The stuttering boy recognized the familiar tune and initially expected a dance, only to realize it was Choya. A beggar with a donkey-like face trembled, instantly shifting to a high-pitched voice, exclaiming, "Yuan Hua." His gaze fell upon the frail, pale-faced beggar, whom the others referred to as the scholar. Choya. The scholar was filled with joy at this reunion, exhilarated to encounter his beloved once more. As Gu Nanbei played the erhu, he was astonished. The same melody evoked a different resonance from different individuals. Listening to the dialogue, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. As the tune lingered, the narrative unfolded. The beggar with the donkey-like face exhibited a complex expression, torn between nostalgia and the harshness of reality. He murmured, "Please do not seek me out again. I fear he may misunderstand." The scholar, utterly disheartened, fell to his knees, wailing, "No. Xiaoya, no." The jackal and his companions, initially bewildered by the unfolding drama, gradually became engrossed. Under the influence of resonance, each performer exhibited a level of artistry worthy of the finest actors, captivating the audience entirely. Upon the conclusion of the performance, Gu Nanbei garnered 5 points of resonance. Next came the jackal's team, whose presentation was themed around the Kingdom of Daughters. Once their performance concluded, the screen flickered, announcing, "Your music has stirred the resonance of other lives. You have earned 4 resonance points." Throughout the night, the dilapidated temple echoed with the sounds of the erhu, intermittently accompanied by wails and high-pitched voices, creating a scene reminiscent of a chaotic revelry. Until dawn broke, The dilapidated temple remained in a state of unrest. Gunanbei paused, his trembling hands ceasing their movement. Throughout the night, he had attempted to evoke a smoky resonance from his erhu, experimenting with various methods. While the resonance effect was achieved, no further points of resonance were garnered. Naturally, the group needed to rest, for they were all hungry, unable to endure endless exertion. Yet, they remained quite cheerful. Thanks to Gunanbei's prior encouragement, the others found the experience fascinating, and fear was absent. After all, each melody harbored a poignant tale, and the beggars were animatedly discussing their thoughts. I admire the valiant spirit of Hero Qiao. If only I possessed such martial prowess, I would undoubtedly be like him. Come now, with that donkey-like face of yours, do you truly believe a maiden would take a liking to you? Heroes are not judged by their origins. Surely there will be maidens who appreciate my worth. Perhaps you should focus on your Yuanhua instead. Do you not think that the kingdom of daughters is the finest of all? Though it may be an unfinished romance, it is undeniably a tale of human beauty. Gunanbei cast a surprised glance at the scholar who spoke. There were indeed cultured individuals among the beggars. The title of scholar was not bestowed in vain. If I were Tang Song, I would never leave this place, not in this life, nor in the next. The beggars were all filled with enthusiasm, their spirits high, completely oblivious to the body lying in the corner. As dawn broke, Master Zhong arrived at the broken temple and was taken aback to see the beggars clustered around the little blind boy, all in high spirits. With their eye sockets darkened, they appeared vibrant and full of life. What was this? A sudden surge of energy. Master Zhong's narrow eyes scanned the scene as he inquired, "Where are Wolf and Mad Dog? Where have they gone?" Chapter 13. Gourd Pool. Gunanbei casually remarked, "In the middle of the night, we played hide and seek together. Brother Wolf said he would pull off a daring stunt and vanished into the snow. He hasn't returned yet." Master Zhong's lips twitched, but he was even more astonished by the little blind boy's demeanor, which was entirely transformed from the past. The surrounding beggars looked at Gunanbei with admiration, thinking to themselves how eloquently he spoke. Blind brother was impressive indeed. Master Zhong's expression hardened as he coldly asked, "And where is Mad Dog?" Gunanbei replied nonchalantly, "Brother Mad Dog saw that we were too cold to sleep, so he decided to perform a headbutt against the wall to entertain us, but ended up knocking himself out." All the beggars internally raised their thumbs in approval, praising blind brother's extraordinary strength. Master Zhong, maintaining a serious countenance, queried, "And where is he? He surely hasn't also buried himself in the snow?" Gunanbei turned to look at the jackal, who quickly led two individuals into the dilapidated house. Moments later, they returned, stating, "He has gone, his body has stiffened." Gunanbei sighed, "How tragic, we shall miss Brother Mad Dog." Master Zhong's eyelids twitched. Today, the little blind boy was particularly infuriating. He was on the verge of losing his temper when he recalled the benefits promised by Master Chun. In comparison, the loss of two little beggars seemed trivial. "Little blind boy, do not wander off these days. Wait obediently for the nobleman to come for you." Master Zhong shot a fierce glare at the other beggars and barked in a pretentious manner, "Aren't you all supposed to be working? Do you wish to die?" The crowd dispersed in a flurry, while Gunanbei and the little stutterer made their way to the pancake shop for breakfast. The snow had ceased, yet the chill lingered in the air. The scholar stealthily emerged from a shadowy corner, casting a glance at the back of Master Zhong, and without hesitation, followed in his wake. Master Zhong remained oblivious to his pursuer, swaying slightly as he slipped through a half-open door. The scholar quickened his pace, peering in and revealing a look of disdain. Venturing into a brothel so early in the day, he paused to ponder. Wang Qingxi ambled past the clinic, murmuring, "Do not blame me. I merely wish to live a better life. I am not at fault." Two figures clad in raincoats traversed the icy expanse of the street. Gunanbei, with a slung across his back, strolled leisurely, while the little stutterer trailed closely, embodying the role of a devoted follower. "Blind brother, could you possibly introduce me to the immortal grandpa? I too yearn to learn the ways of the immortals." The little stutterer exclaimed, his face alight with hope. Gunanbei chuckled, "You are overthinking it. I have only encountered him once. Such matters, whether they happen or not, are dictated by fate." The little stutterer nodded earnestly. "You are right, blind one. Your wisdom grows ever greater." As they conversed, they arrived at Sister Zhen's establishment. "Sister Zhen, we have arrived," they called out. Sister Zhen wiped her eyes and smiled. "Welcome. Sit down. I shall fetch you something to eat." When the pancakes were served, they began to feast. The little stutterer nudged Gu Nanbei's arm and remarked, "Blind brother, Sister Jun has been crying." Gu Nanbei, recalling Sister Jun's features, observed her closely while eating but could not discern any change in her expression. Perhaps she is saddened. After all, she must single-handedly support her family. "What are you two discussing?" Sister Jun inquired, regaining her composure as she approached. The little stutterer quickly fell silent. Gu Nanbei asked, "Has Sister Jun encountered any troubles?" Sister Jun blinked, genuinely curious about this little blind boy. She smiled. "What troubles could I possibly face? Everything is well." Gu Nanbei refrained from pressing further, finishing his pancakes and taking a few to go before departing. The two planned to venture outside the city today to explore and experiment with animal resonance. Passing by Uncle Chow's house, they found the door firmly shut, yet Gu Nanbei discerned the sound of someone sharpening a blade within. In Jiangnan, by the banks of West Lake, the eaves and corners of the buildings stretched gracefully, resembling a long scroll of painting. Snowflakes danced down, cloaking the pavilions and towers in white. A thick layer of snow rested atop the eaves, resembling a silver dragon's spine, undulating across the landscape. Within a small courtyard, a path was blanketed in snow, where three figures in azure moved gracefully. The foremost led respectfully, while the second, with 3 strands of beard, exuded the aura of a distinguished sage, and trailing behind was a young boy carrying a medicine box. The door creaked open, and several maidens clustered around a charming woman who emerged, her face brightening upon seeing the visitors as she hurriedly curtsied. "Master Wang, you have finally arrived." The middle figure, with 3 strands of beard, nodded and inquired, "How fares your son?" Wang Zhizhen, the contemporary leader of the divine physician sect and renowned master of medicine, was indeed a figure of great repute. Last night, he was in unbearable pain. With no other options, I had no choice but to render him unconscious. The woman's eyes were red-rimmed, tears glistening as she wiped them away. Wang Zhizhen nodded, following the woman into an opulent bedroom, where a youth lay on the bed, his face contorted in agony. Wang Zhizhen stepped forward, swiftly pointing his sword at several acupoints on the youth's body. The youth exhaled deeply, his complexion visibly easing. Wang Zhizhen reached out to grasp the youth's pulse, infusing him with pure and harmonious qi, which flowed into his body. After a moment, he released his hold. The woman, anxious, inquired, "Su Min Master, how is he?" The youth gazed at the divine healer with hopeful eyes. "As I suspected, your son has poison within his organs. A blood transfusion is imperative. Have you located the blood source I requested?" "We are currently searching and will have news soon," the woman replied. "I will remain here for 10 days, during which I can safeguard your son's heart pulse and ensure his life remains unharmed. However, if a suitable blood source cannot be found, I will be powerless." The woman arranged for Wang Zhizhen's accommodations. Upon returning to her estate, she instructed a man resembling a steward, "Go and procure some blood from those 2 young rascals in the second house for testing." The steward hesitated, "But the master has not consented." The woman gritted her teeth. "Just take a little discreetly. The illegitimate child outside is permitted by the master. You must keep a close watch." "Understood, madam," he replied. In the city, a path had been worn through the snow, yet outside the city, it lay blanketed in white, like a pristine canvas awaiting the artist's brush. Gu Nanbei waved his bamboo staff, reluctant to discard it. He asked, "How far is the horse farm you mentioned yesterday?" The stuttering boy replied, "About 4 to 5 li, but there are soldiers guarding it." "Are you sure you want to go?" Gu Nanbei responded. "Let us first visit Hulu Pond and see if there are any fish. It's unlikely there are any wild creatures in the mountains during winter." Indeed, they've all been eaten. The snow was deep, obscuring their path. The two of them navigated carefully, leaving footprints in the snow as they gradually approached Hulu Pond. Suddenly, Gu Nanbei stopped and whispered, "Someone is behind us. Let us see who it is." The stuttering boy quickly turned around. "What are you two doing here?" came a man's voice from behind. "Uncle Chow, what brings you here?" the boy exclaimed. As Uncle Chow approached, Gu Nanbei noticed the knife sheathed at his waist. "I'm here to visit an old comrade from the Qingzhou Guard." "What are you two doing out in this snow?" Gu Nanbei replied. "We wanted to check Hulu Pond to see if we might catch a fish." Uncle Chow sighed. "The pond is too deep. You won't catch anything. Otherwise, it wouldn't be your turn. Why not wait for me to return and I can bring you some food?" Gu Nanbei said, "Uncle Chow, you have your own troubles. Let us try first. Perhaps we will have good luck. If not, we will seek your help." Uncle Chow was taken aback by the normally taciturn blind boy's articulate reasoning and nodded. All right, let us go together. My brothers are currently busy tending to the horses. Though Gu Nanbei was unsure of Uncle Chao's actual name, it mattered little. The three continued their journey together. Despite Uncle Chao's impaired mobility, he walked with remarkable agility, leaving Gu Nanbei and the stuttering boy to hasten their pace in order to keep up. After a while, they arrived at a distinctive gourd-shaped flatland at the foot of the mountain, contrasting sharply with the surrounding undulating terrain. Uncle Chao halted, pointing at the flat area, and cautioned, "That spot is likely frozen. You two must stay at the edges. Do not venture onto the ice, as a fall could be fatal." "Understood. Rest assured, Uncle Chao," they replied. The trio parted ways, with Uncle Chao forging ahead while the stuttering boy tugged Gu Nanbei toward the pond's edge. They approached cautiously, and upon reaching the water's edge, Gu Nanbei tapped the ice with his bamboo staff, noting its thick and muffled sound. "Let us find some large stones to break the ice," he suggested. The stuttering boy nodded eagerly and hurried off to search. The thought of catching a few fish made his mouth water in anticipation. After a short while, the boy returned, panting and carrying a sizable stone. "Look, I found one," he exclaimed. Gu Nanbei set his staff in the snow and took the stone, striking the ice with a few solid blows to create a 2-foot-wide opening. He then picked up the erhu, positioning himself by the pond, ready to begin. "Do you still wish to dance? If not, step back," he warned, concerned that the resonance might cause the boy to slip into the water. The stuttering boy hastily jogged back, stopping several paces away. Contemplating for a moment, Gu Nanbei chose a lively tune to uplift his spirits. "Let us go with good fortune comes." He pressed the strings with his left hand and moved the bow gracefully with his right. The melodious and cheerful music resonated through the tranquil wilderness, bringing joy to all who heard it. In the distance, the stuttering boy beamed with delight. Atop the towering mountain, bare trees glistened with icicles. Suddenly, a soft voice broke the silence. Lord Musashi, who was playing the erhu. "It sounds so joyous." A woman spoke, her voice bright, yet her accent somewhat harsh. "Silence. The target may appear at any moment," came a sharp reprimand from another direction. Moments later, the woman continued, "Lord Musashi, this music is truly enchanting. I cannot help but feel compelled to dance along. Baka, Shigurkuin, be quiet." The woman, concealed within the snow, bit her lip, striving to suppress her inner excitement, her gaze inadvertently drifting through the snow to look below. As the melody reached its midpoint, two lively blue fish swam toward the ice opening, one measuring 2 feet in length and the other slightly smaller. The fish swayed their tails in rhythm with the music, creating tiny bubbles in synchrony. Gu Nanbei sensed their presence immediately, his heart swelling with joy. As he played the erhu, he couldn't help but sway and twirl, and remarkably, the two fish began to circle along with him, a wondrous sight. The night before, Gu Nanbei had conducted an experiment. He discovered that during resonance, he could move freely, even drawing along those who shared in the resonance, effectively making it impossible for them to escape its influence. As soon as the resonance began, it seemed as though a distinct space emerged within its range. However, the simultaneous act of playing and killing proved momentarily unfeasible, as the air was devoid of assistance, and one could not afford to be overly distracted, otherwise, the resonance effect would dissipate. Perhaps in the future, mastering the legendary 6-fingered lute sorcery would render him invincible. Gu Nanbei observed the blue fish in the pond mimicking his movements, and a smile crept across his face as he leapt upwards. Indeed, the smaller blue fish followed suit. With a splash, a 2-foot-long fish leapt from the water, landing on the snow while still wriggling its tail. The smaller fish, unwilling to be outdone, leapt out in pursuit. Upon completing a melody of good fortune, no other fish surfaced, indicating that the pond harbored few fish, possibly due to the limited range of resonance. As the music ceased, Gu Nanbei put away his erhu. The shimmering screen flickered, indicating the acquisition of 1 resonance point, bringing his total to 10. It seemed he could only continue to cause mischief in the city. The small stutterer joyfully approached, having clearly witnessed the 2 blue fish frolicking in the snow, and he leaped in delight. "Blind man, you're truly remarkable. We have fish to eat now." Gu Nanbei thought to himself, "I am here for research, not fishing." Glancing around, he said, "Stutterer, you handle the fish, and I will go release the water." After resolving his business behind a tree, Gu Nanbei felt refreshed and returned to see the small stutterer had procured a piece of grass rope, threading it through the fish's gills to hang them. "Where did you learn this skill?" Gu Nanbei inquired curiously. "I I used to come from a family of fishermen, but later, due to the chaos caused by pirates, my family was slain, and I arrived in the city, the small stutterer replied, his mood visibly dampening. I see. Hand me the fish. You should also go release the water, and then we can explore other places. The small stutterer quickly brightened up, exclaiming, all right. He handed over the larger fish and dashed behind the tree. Gu Nanbei took a deep breath. The air was cold yet crisp, akin to inhaling sweet dew. Invigorating his spirit, the small stutterer adjusted his trousers and approached to take the blue fish, asking, shall we go to the horse ranch or somewhere else? Let us visit the horse ranch, Gu Nanbei replied. By the way, dear stuttering brother, at such a young age with such a severe stutter, you must take care of your health. The small stutterer paused momentarily, then blushed furiously, retorting, you're talking nonsense. I'm perfectly fine. Gu Nanbei revealed a cryptic smile, patting the small stutterer on the shoulder. I understand. At that moment, a figure, resembling a crane with an elegant demeanor, appeared in the distance, seemingly strolling leisurely. Yet each step was over 10 feet long, indicating a person of exceptional caliber. The small stutterer caught a glimpse, and as the figure approached within 10 paces, he panicked, grabbing Gu Nanbei and stammering incoherently, Ghost, ghost, ghost. Before he could finish his words, the figure was already upon them. Before them stood an individual with white hair and youthful features, a flowing white beard, adorned in a jade crown and brocade robe, exuding an aura of an extraordinary being. Do not be alarmed, little beggar. I am merely a passing traveler. As the words echoed in their ears, the figure had already moved several paces away. In that fleeting moment, as the elder moved within and then departed from the range of perception, Gu Nanbei discerned an extraordinary phenomenon. The elder's form seemed to possess an additional layer, an intricate web of lines constantly shifting and changing around his body. Gu Nanbei's heart raced as he pondered the nature of this sight. Could it be the so-called inner energy possessed by martial arts masters? He watched the direction in which the elder had departed, despite being unable to see or sense him. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed through the void. A figure clad in white leaped from the snowy mountaintop, soaring gracefully across the precipice with astonishing speed, resembling a fleeting shadow. This individual was enveloped in white garments, revealing only a pair of icy, piercing eyes that radiated a fierce, killing intent, closing the distance to the elder in an instant. With a clang, the blade was drawn. A brilliant flash of light erupted from the white-clad figure's weapon as he leapt 3 zhang into the air, descending with a powerful slash. From the moment he emerged from the snow to the moment he struck, merely 3 breaths had elapsed. Yet, for a master, 3 breaths were ample time to react and respond. Thus, the elder remained unperturbed. As the blade descended perilously close, he struck out with his right palm. The blade met his palm with a resounding thud, the force reverberating through the air, causing the sword to sing out while the wielder's hand trembled from the impact. Such profound skill. Watch as I execute my spinning slash. Even as he spoke, the white-clad figure utilized the momentum from the palm strike to launch himself sideways, spinning to sweep his blade. The air sliced through with a shrill whistle as the blade cut through the void, exuding an intense ferocity. The elder's pupils constricted. This opponent wielded an impressive sword technique, and such prowess was likely on par with his own. In a flash of thought, his right hand extended, and a beam of autumn water-like sword light met the blade's energy. A magnificent sword technique. Behold my cloud-soaring Jade Emperor sword. In an instant, the elder's swordplay unfurled like drifting clouds, engaging the white-clad figure's fierce blade work in a mesmerizing dance. The elder's sword, whether entwining, adhering, or rotating, controlled the blade's strikes, rendering the white-clad figure's attacks as ineffective as striking through mist. Their confrontation unfolded with unbelievable speed. Within mere moments, they had exchanged 10 strikes. Though Gu Nanbei could not witness the breathtaking duel, the intensity of their clash resonated through the air, the sound of weapons colliding akin to rain pounding against banana leaves, with bursts of energy echoing intermittently. This, perhaps, was the true essence of martial arts mastery, far surpassing the skills he had learned from the stone stance. The little stutterer stood agape, initially thinking that a blind man could effortlessly kick someone several zhang away was impressive. Today, however, he had his eyes opened to a whole new world. The elder and the white-clad figure danced through the air, their forms like fleeting shadows, until they reached the banks of Hulu's lake. Suddenly, their movements halted, dissipating like clouds as they stood 3 zhang apart in a tense standoff. What had just transpired was merely a test of each other's capabilities. The true confrontation was yet to unfold. Such extraordinary martial prowess. Could this be the renowned assassin Musashi returning from the blood-soaked ranks? What keen insight! Truly, one could not underestimate Li Fengzhao of Yuhuang Mountain Manor. However, I have already discerned your weakness. Soon, you will meet your demise. At that moment, another white-clad figure descended from the mountaintop, revealing herself as a woman by her silhouette. Humph, a wretched eastern pirate. Today I shall eliminate you, even at the cost of my own injury. Baka, I am a successor of the renowned swordsmanship lineage, not one of those lowly vagabonds. This is an affront to my dignity. Gu Nanbei, overhearing their conversation from a distance of approximately 10 zhang, gently patted the back of the stuttering boy and whispered, "You should leave and find a place to hide." The boy, anxious, replied, "What about you? I want to see the excitement. I have celestial magic. I'm not afraid." Casting another glance at the two figures on the icy surface of the pool, his instincts made his limbs feel weak, and he reluctantly said, "Then be careful. I'll wait for you on the way." With that, he cradled 2 fish in his arms and hurried away, glancing back at the blind man from time to time. At this moment, the masked female assassin noticed the commotion. Just 2 beggars, hardly worthy of attention, yet the erhu in Gu Nanbei's possession piqued her interest. Chan Shiyu's gaze swept over the young beggar, and apart from the erhu, there was nothing particularly noteworthy. Moreover, the beggar's eyes remained cast down, never lifting to observe his surroundings. This strongly suggested he was indeed a blind beggar. Chan Shiyu chose to disregard him and shifted her focus back to the battlefield. This was her first mission, made possible only by her familial connections, allowing her to accompany Lord Musashi. Not only is Lord Musashi a renowned master of the sword in the East, but he is also a formidable assassin in the realm of Central Plains. Chapter 15. What are you doing? Upon the icy surface, the atmosphere grew inexplicably tense. Musashi Guahai stepped forward with his right foot, and the energy between the two combatants instantly underwent a violent transformation, generating a whirlwind that sent snowflakes swirling about. The elongated saber reflected the cold, sharp glint in Musashi Guahai's eyes. "Huh!" A low exclamation escaped his lips as he propelled himself forward, resembling a streak of white light cutting through the chaotic flurry of snow, accompanied by a fierce flash of his blade. The long sword in Li Feng's hand vibrated incessantly, a tremor induced by the infusion of his formidable inner strength. The elderly man, no longer content to remain on the defensive, altered his footwork and met Musashi with the swiftness of a meteor. Clang! The precise and rapid thrust of the sword met the blade, resulting in a resounding clash of metal. The shockwave reverberated through the air. With an explosive force, Musashi Guahai unleashed a powerful technique, raising his sword and gathering energy for a strike. "Break the mortal coil." The words fell as the blade descended. In a swift motion, he retracted and struck again, managing a remarkable 13 consecutive slashes in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the blade shimmered like silk, causing the air to tremble. Severing the intricate threads of worldly ties is most challenging, yet this technique of 13 slashes might just sever those bonds. Crack! Crack! The ice surface could no longer withstand the intense shockwaves and began to fracture. The elderly man's expression darkened, and the sword in his hand whirled like a luminous ribbon before him as he retreated, resembling a withered leaf caught in the wind. Boom! 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 The clash of sword energy and blade echoed like thunder. The elderly man floated back a distance of about a zhang, and with a light step onto the ice. He seemed almost weightless, yet this seemingly gentle step contained a surge of inner strength. The ice shattered abruptly, sending a half-zhang high curtain of water erupting from the pool beneath, just in time to block Musashi Guahai's relentless pursuit. Gu Nanbei could only hear the ruckus above the pool, regrettably unable to see anything clearly, filled with disappointment and frustration. "Are you blind?" A melodious yet icy voice suddenly rang out. Gu Nanbei listened intently, discerning the position ahead. 3 paces to the left, a woman. However, he could not fathom how she had approached within that distance. "Yes, do you have any advice, miss?" Gu Nanbei quietly tightened his grip on the erhu. "Why do you not leave? Are you not afraid?" Chan Shiyu inquired with curiosity. "And leave? Humph. You are not permitted to depart." The distinct light and dark of Chan Shiyu's eyes glimmered with mockery. "What would you have me do, my lady?" Gu Nanbei detected her malice. "Earlier, You were playing the erhu, that lively tune? Gu Nanbei replied affirmatively. Chan Shiyu chuckled lightly. Are you truly afraid of me? Why so tense? Gu Nanbei responded. I am blind, fearful of encountering strangers, for they are often filled with malice. Chan Shiyu's gaze softened slightly. Play that piece again. I wish to hear it. Gu Nanbei smirked. My lady, that may not be appropriate. Lord Musashi has already gained the upper hand, and this melody would serve to bolster his spirit. If you do not play, I shall slay you. Chan Shiyu threatened. Very well. However, my erhu is quite special. If heard from up close, the experience shall be unparalleled. Gu Nanbei asserted with conviction. Chan Shiyu, her bright eyes fixed on him, caressed the hilt of her blade as she approached slowly. She truly did not believe a mere blind man could possess any tricks. Gu Nanbei, facing an expert for the first time, sensed the woman drawing closer and took a few steps forward, feigning readiness. As the erhu's melody filled the air, Chan Shiyu recognized it as that same cheerful tune and stepped closer. Suddenly, a wave of jubilant emotion surged within her, compelling her to dance in celebration. With a swift motion, she tore away her hood and mask, revealing her enchanting visage, a radiant smile spreading across her face. She extended her hand to the left, twirled her wrist, swayed her waist, twisted left and right, and leapt joyfully as if greeting the new year. She danced with the exuberance of a spirited reveler, exuding an infectious joy. Upon hearing the erhu, the two combatants in the pond cast sidelong glances at one another. Musashi's lips twitched in irritation, his frustration mounting. He had long suspected this woman to be unreliable, yet he could not have anticipated such absurdity. While he fought for his life, she was dancing. Li Fengzhao was equally furious, his anger boiling. The outcome of their duel remained uncertain, yet his opponent had begun to celebrate with a dance. How utterly preposterous. Musashi pointed his blade, coldly remarking, Truly, you are a renowned expert of the Central Plains. Today, I, Musashi, am fortunate to witness your prowess. Li Fengzhao, with his white beard billowing, exuded a weighty presence akin to a mountain. The techniques of the famed Eastern sword style were but trifles. Excellent. Divine killing technique. Musashi raised his sword, his expression solemn, paying homage to the path he had forged in swordsmanship, signifying the unpredictability of their clash. Suddenly, the light of his blade multiplied, overlapping in front and behind, the sword energy surging violently. Li Fengzhao exhaled deeply. With the rising sun, clouds disperse. His right hand flicked his wrist, the sword tip dancing amidst the blade's radiance, deflecting the oncoming energy with a deft flick. He executed this maneuver several times, each with precision. As Musashi returned to the sea, his pupils constricted. His opponent's swift swordplay was extraordinarily elusive, poised to shatter his ultimate technique. His gaze sharpened, and with a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a flurry of silver light. The two were already engaged in combat, mere half a zhang apart. Such proximity left little room for evasion. Li Fengzhao was taken aback, his long sword sweeping in defiance, producing a shower of sparks. Though he managed to block the majority of the fine needles, 3 still found their mark. In a heartbeat, Li Fengzhao unleashed his ultimate move, Pinnacle Cloudlight, transforming his sword aura into dozens of slender yet potent strikes that instantly struck Musashi. Witnessing the acupoint sealing needles hit his adversary, Musashi felt a fleeting relief. Yet, just then, the opponent's sword energy approached. He hastily swept his blade to deflect part of it. In a matter of moments, both fighters staggered back, blood spilling from their lips. Li Fengzhao swayed unsteadily, his fingers darting to the vital points along his meridians, barely managing to quell the chaotic movement of the malevolent needles. Well, he chuckled, I would exchange my life for that of a marauder. It is worth it. Musashi, still coughing up blood, felt the peculiar sword energy of the elder had indeed harmed numerous meridians, impeding his ability to harness his inner power momentarily. I shall repeat myself. I am not one of those base ruffians. Musashi gritted his teeth, glancing up to see Chan Shiyu joyfully dancing, her waist sword swaying rhythmically. Did she not notice my injury? Summoning his strength, Musashi bellowed, Shiyu, what on earth are you doing? Baka. Unperturbed, Chan Shiyu continued her dance, the sound of her erhu echoing through the air. Were these two mad? Li Fengzhao, upon hearing the insults hurled by his opponent, felt a shiver run down his spine, momentarily forgetting the female assassin nearby. Following his adversary's gaze, he couldn't help but chuckle. Your companion possesses a delightful sense of humor. As the last note of music faded, a prompt appeared, awarding him 2 resonance points. Qianqiu emerged from the joyous atmosphere, bewildered. Did I truly dance? In such a twisting manner? Qianqiu, what are you doing? Musashi, filled with rage, spat out another mouthful of blood. Startled by the reprimand, Qianqiu quickly turned to see Musashi, bloodied and weakened. Their target too had slumped to the ground. Chapter 16. Continuous Control Nanny. How could things change so rapidly in such a short time? Qianqiu gasped, her eyes fixed intently on Gu Nanbei. There was something amiss with this blind man. Her mind had undergone rigorous training. She should not have been dancing under such circumstances. Musashi barked, Qianqiu, go and eliminate the target first. Then you may dance. Is that acceptable? Her face flushed. Qianqiu bowed her head. I apologize, my lord. I shall do so at once. However, Gu Nanbei interjected, Miss, do you find the previous tune to be lively? Qianqiu's expression shifted, slowly drawing her sword. Its blade gleaming coldly, an ominous gleam in her eyes. You seek death. With a solemn demeanor, Qianqiu brandished his sword and charged forward. Gu Nanbei's lips curled into a smile, and he joyfully produced a spirited melody reminiscent of horse racing. Just as the blade was poised to strike, sending blood splattering, Qianqiu's expression shifted. He grinned widely and let the sword clatter to the ground. A lively and brisk tune resonated, and Qianqiu immediately took a leap, executing a split in midair before landing gracefully. His left hand extended forward in a playful motion as if holding reins, while his right hand mimicked the act of urging a horse. He began to skip and hop around Gu Nanbei. Even the 2 seasoned warriors, who had witnessed countless battles, were momentarily bewildered by the scene before them. Qianqiu bounced and swayed as if riding a horse. Musashi returned from the sea, calling out, Qianqiu? Yet, Qianqiu continued to frolic, occasionally performing mid-air splits, with the tempo of the music fluctuating between fast and slow. At this juncture, the 2 injured men began to sense something amiss. No rational individual would dance so joyfully under such circumstances. Their gazes converged on the figure clad in a raincoat, Huazi. With her bow in hand, she played with fervor, her left hand shaking as though in a spasm, producing the jubilant melody. Both warriors acknowledged the quality of the tune and Huazi's commendable erhu skills. Yet they questioned why this woman was dancing along. Gu Nanbei began to move, leading the exuberant Qianqiu towards the 2 injured men, who were now seated in the snow. Had they been near a pond, they would have surely fallen in, leaving her no cause for concern. His intentions were straightforward, to rescue the elderly Feng Zhao and eliminate the enemy. However, this task posed some difficulty, requiring adaptability. Gu Nanbei and Qianqiu resembled a grand wheel, with him as the axis, guiding the woman forward. Musashi and Li Fengzhao felt a rising tension. Although Huazi lacked profound martial prowess, she exuded an enigmatic and unsettling presence, leaving them uncertain of her allegiance. Yet, both men were incapacitated, unable to harness their energy due to their injuries. In reality, Li Fengzhao's condition was graver. The fine acupuncture needle had penetrated his meridians, and attempting to channel energy would inevitably rupture them. After a brief moment, Gu Nanbei finally approached the 2. But the spirited horse racing melody was drawing to a close. The sound of the erhu faded. Qianqiu, panting heavily and glistening with sweat, had poured her heart into the performance and was thoroughly exhausted. As the music ceased, her expression transformed to one of fear and anger, glaring at Gu Nanbei and exclaiming, "What kind of monster are you?" Musashi, mustering a breath of energy, slowly rose to his feet. This woman, devoid of combat experience, would undoubtedly have slain Li Fengzhao had she been him. From Gu Nanbei's perception, Musashi appeared of average stature, yet he was surrounded by faint energy lines, albeit intermittent and disjointed. In contrast, Li Fengzhao's energy field had nearly vanished. Though Gu Nanbei did not fully comprehend it, he sensed that the elder's situation was dire. In a flash of insight, he hurried forward a few steps, and the cheerful music began to play once more. This particular positioning was meticulously calculated, ensuring the old man remained excluded. Otherwise, should he decide to showcase his dance moves, it would likely overwhelm him. He still harbored intentions of reaping some benefits. As the music commenced, Musashi returned to the scene, his expression transforming with exuberance akin to a wild stallion breaking free. The treasured blade slipped from his grasp, and he began to leap and prance, galloping with a rhythmic cadence. Upon hearing the melody, Qianqiu shuddered, an inexplicable sensation washing over her. prompting her to leap in tandem behind Lord Musashi, circling around Gu Nanbei. Musashi was, after all, ranked fourth among the 4 legendary assassins on the blood list. A master of the Xianguan realm. Li Fengzhao was taken aback, surmising that Musashi should be at the same level as him. Perhaps at the 5th or 6th tier of Xianguan, yet he too danced without resistance. If this beggar wished to join, he would undoubtedly leap as well. The mere thought sent a shiver down Li Fengzhao's spine. This was undeniably a destructive force of the martial world, no matter how formidable one might be. The dignity would dissipate with a mere dance. As Gu Nanbei played the tune, he observed Musashi's state. The lines surrounding him grew somewhat chaotic, albeit to a minor degree. What to do? After pondering for a while, Gu Nanbei devised a plan while watching the 2 Japanese figures bouncing around him. The disarray of a master's lines indicated a turmoil in their internal energy, which meant he could further muddle their state. The brief melody abruptly ceased, akin to wild horses coming to a halt, leaving the 2 in a moment of bewilderment. Musashi's gaze sharpened, locking onto Gu Nanbei. Before he lunged towards the blade on the ground, the melody of good fortune resumed. Let us fold 1,000 paper cranes, tie on a red belt. May kind-hearted souls enjoy good fortune every day. Musashi paused, retracting his hand that reached for the treasured sword, and sprang to his feet, his demeanor transforming once more into one of joy. He tore off his mask and held it in hand, twirling with exuberance, twisting left and right, in a manner even more flamboyant than a woman. The vital energy he had just summoned dissipated instantly as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Nevertheless, Musashi continued to grin, blood staining his teeth, yet it was of no consequence, as he still radiated a sense of festivity. Qianqiu's countenance sparkled with delight, her curvaceous form twisting enticingly, pleasing to the eye. Li Fengzhao gaped in astonishment, witnessing the 2 Eastern figures in a frenzied display. He had never before encountered such an absurd scene in his lifetime. A sudden illusion struck him. The world seemed to have veered into the realm of the bizarre, as if peculiar elements had intruded. Gu Nanbei remained vigilant, closely monitoring Musashi's condition, and upon witnessing the spitting of blood, his heart swelled with joy. Realizing this tactic was effective, the master, who had been dancing with abandon, suddenly froze again, turning to gaze at Gu Nanbei, his expression shifting rapidly. His mind raced, pondering how to navigate this peculiar situation. As if a blind man had plucked a 2-stringed instrument, he found himself unable to restrain his erratic movements. Yet such control surely bore limitations. Otherwise, Qianqiu would not have been the sole dancer moments prior. Musashi continued to contemplate a solution when the racing tune returned. Gu Nanbei manipulated the rhythm, frequently altering the melody midway, leaving the 2 in a state of desperate anticipation. Your Excellency, please pause for a moment. Let us converse. I find it hard to believe that Musashi Guihai could be so utterly unhinged, disregarding the principles of martial ethics. Chapter 17. Learning the sword. Musashi Guihai sought merely to communicate, yet was deprived of any opportunity to speak. His complexion turned ashen, and he felt as though he might expel his very life essence, his vital energy in complete disarray, beginning to unravel. The music ceased once more. Musashi Guihai collapsed directly into the snow, his limbs convulsing. Li Fengzhao, sensing an instinctive dryness in his lips, realized that Musashi Guihai had been utterly vanquished. Qianqiu gazed about with wide eyes, bewildered, asking herself, "Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do?" Lacking strong inner power, she felt merely fatigued, her mind drifting in a haze. Gu Nanbei, too, was drenched in sweat, realizing that the earlier exertion had truly taken its toll. The forced interruption of the music could have led to a lack of resonance, and had Musashi regained his senses, he would undoubtedly have retaliated. Suddenly, Qianqiu sprang up like a rabbit, leaping 3 zhang in a single bound, landing only to leap again, her form vanishing into the distance. She no longer wished to endure such a terrifying experience of dancing to the sound of music. All she desired now was to return home. Gu Nanbei cautiously approached Musashi Guihai, attempting once more to rouse him, but Musashi remained unresponsive, his limbs still trembling rhythmically. Gu Nanbei gained new insights into the level of control one could exert over resonance. One cannot forcibly alter a person's condition. For instance, a person paralyzed from the waist down cannot simply spring to their feet upon hearing music. Yet, the power of resonance remained formidable. Li Fengzhao gazed incredulously at Musashi Guihai, a master who had successfully traversed 5 realms, now reduced to such a state, feeling as though he were in a surreal dream. What esteemed figure are you, my lord? At such a moment, it was necessary to inquire, for one could not anticipate the intentions of this individual. Gu Nanbei replied, As for me, I am but a beggar, and a blind one at that. Would you not find that pitiable? Li Fengzhao's white beard trembled as he nodded, exclaiming, Indeed, that is most pitiable. I can empathize. Gu Nanbei continued, I overheard your conversation earlier. You are the lord of Yuhuang Mountain Manor? Li Fengzhao nodded again, affirming, Indeed, I am Li Fengzhao, known in the martial world as the Jade Emperor Sword Lord. Gu Nanbei felt a surge of joy. Such a title seemed quite formidable, and having saved his life, he hoped to obtain something of value. I wonder how your injuries fare. Is there any way I might assist you? Upon hearing the beggar speak so courteously, Li Fengzhao felt a sense of relief and replied, I have been struck by 3 needles from the woku, and if they are not removed promptly, I fear my heart will cease to beat. Though I have sealed the main acupoints, the needles are dreadfully perilous, having penetrated my bloodstream and begun to flow toward my heart. Gu Nanbei inquired, So, do you wish to seek medical attention in Qingzhou? Li Fengzhao shook his head, stating, I fear there is no one in Qingzhou who can save me. To extract these heart-sealing needles, I must find the illustrious physician Xue. However, I cannot afford to wait much longer. If you, young brother, would be so kind, please escort me back to Yuhuang Mountain Manor. There shall be ample rewards upon our return. Gu Nanbei pondered for a moment. Yuhuang Mountain was not far from here, merely 20 to 30 li of mountain roads. Returning the old man could possibly lead to great opportunities. He assured, Senior, rest assured, I shall certainly escort you back to Yuhuang Mountain Villa. Li Fengzhao smiled in gratitude. Thank you. Gu Nanbei retrieved the broadsword from the ground and approached the lifeless body of Musashi Guihai. Such a formidable master, having been offended, posed a potential threat if left unchecked. Creak, creak. Gu Nanbei stepped forward, raising the sword to strike. Suddenly, a turn of events unfolded. Musashi Guihai, like a slippery eel, twisted and darted towards Li Fengzhao with lightning speed. Blood transformation palm. Bang. Li Fengzhao, in a meditative posture, dared not channel his energy and thus could not evade such an unexpected deadly strike, receiving the full impact on his back. Instantly, he spat out black blood. But being resolute, he forced his energy into his palm and almost simultaneously struck Musashi Guihai in the chest. Musashi Guihai was flung back a yard, rolling several times before halting, chuckling ominously. As an assassin, his foremost duty was to eliminate the target. This was the principle. Musashi Guihai, ruthless and decisive, not only towards others but also towards himself, realized he was ensnared by the erhu melody and would inevitably be toyed with to death. Hence, he chose to sever the meridians in his legs with his inner strength, rendering himself unable to rise again. Only in doing so could he hope to escape the control. When deciding between attacking the blind man or Li Fengzhao, he opted for the latter, as the blind man was too enigmatic for him to gauge. The opportunity was fleeting. This sudden turn of events occurred too rapidly. Gu Nanbei's blade had just struck the snow when Li Xiaofeng was already hit. Gu Nanbei propelled himself forward, swiftly reaching Musashi Guihai, and in a flash, severed a splendid head from its body. The head, rolling in the snow, still bore the expression of contentment and pride from completing its mission in life. As Gu Nanbei turned, he could still perceive the gruesome sight of the decapitated body, dark blood spurting outward. Senior, how are you? Li Fengzhao's face was pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He murmured, I cannot return to Yuhuang Mountain. Gu Nanbei stepped closer to support the old man, asserting, Senior, your martial prowess is unparalleled. You shall be fine. Haha, thank you for saving me. Had it not been for you, I would have perished long ago. While the old man still drew breath, he expressed, If there is anything I can do to assist you, young brother, I shall do my utmost. Gu Nanbei replied candidly, I wish to learn your unparalleled martial skills. Li Fengzhao chuckled softly, Young brother, does not your mastery of the erhu surpass even the greatest martial arts? What I possess is merely some ordinary skills. He glanced into Gu Nanbei's eyes, hesitating to continue. Feeling a tinge of disappointment, Gu Nanbei pressed on, Others dance to the erhu, yet I know not the reason. However, I am indeed a little beggar. Without learning some skills, I fear I cannot survive in this world. I see your foundational skills are quite commendable. Have you practiced martial arts? Gu Nanbei responded, I learned the rock stance from the boxing masters at the martial arts school in Qingzhou City. Oh, So it is the rock stance. A flicker of amusement graced Li Fengzhao's pale face as he inquired further, but how do you intend to learn martial arts? As I gazed into your eyes, I feared that my time was fleeting. Gu Nanbei sincerely remarked, if the elder could demonstrate and elucidate on sight, I believe I could grasp it. However, the elder's condition, alas, I am utterly exhausted. Just now, that scoundrel's palm strength has already driven 3 lethal needles into my heart's meridian. Even if I remain motionless, I have but 2 hours left to live. Very well, I shall impart my renowned swordsmanship to you. Should you truly manage to learn it, it would indeed be a fortuitous connection. Gu Nanbei bowed. Expressing his gratitude to the elder, Li Fengzhao suddenly rose, his aura transforming, regaining the composure of a towering figure. Gu Nanbei, displaying keen perception, handed the long sword from the snow to the elder. This sword technique, known as the Sunlit Jade Emperor, consists of 12 forms. To learn swordsmanship, one must first master the fundamentals, including basic sword stances, techniques, and corresponding footwork. However, due to my limited time, I can only demonstrate the 12 forms. How much you can comprehend will depend on your insight. Gu Nanbei nodded earnestly, saying, Elder, given your injuries, please take care to proceed slowly, lest it exacerbate your condition. Li Fengzhao chuckled heartily, you clever lad. With that, he assumed the initial stance and declared, watch closely. Gu Nanbei stealthily moved 2 steps closer, enhancing his perception. In his mind's eye, a figure wielding a sword gracefully executed the movements, devoid of fierce sword energy or sharp sounds of slicing air. The first form, morning dew reflecting light, was light and agile, emphasizing the exploration of the opponent. The second form, glimmers of dawn, was a swift and nimble strike. The third form, jade peak and golden summit, was a technique of transformation. The 10th form, sunrise dispelling clouds, cleverly overcame clumsiness with finesse, while the 11th form, peak clouds illuminated, channeled chi to unleash dense sword energy. The final form, clouds ascending to the Jade Emperor, ensnared the opponent with intricate techniques, specifically designed to counter fierce lethal strikes. Li Fengzhao taught with great dedication, believing that their encounter was fated, destined for this young man to learn this sword technique. Additionally, he sensed many extraordinary qualities in the lad and hoped that one day, his own swordsmanship would achieve renown throughout the realm. Gu Nanbei was deeply focused, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he felt his mind nearing its limits, almost overwhelmed. Indeed, each form of this sword technique was subdivided into numerous techniques, making complete memorization exceedingly challenging. Chapter 18. A day as a master. By the time Li Fengzhao completed the demonstration and stood with his sword, Gu Nanbei was drenched in perspiration. Yet, the light screen offered no indication, causing his heart to sink. All his efforts could not be in vain, could they? Feeling both embarrassed and ashamed, Gu Nanbei said, Elder, could you perhaps demonstrate once more? This time, without explanations. Li Fengzhao's lips twitched, then nodded, as you wish. The sword resonated with a soft hum as the elder flicked his wrist and brandished his blade. In the stillness of the snow, the man and his sword danced freely, akin to a breathtaking scene untouched by the world. The youth in the conical hat closed his eyes, immersing himself in the profound intricacies of the swordsmanship. At long last, the light screen flickered to life. As you diligently observe and absorb the essence of the Sunlight Jade Emperor sword, you successfully incorporate this remarkable sword technique into your repertoire. The technique, known as the Sunlight Jade Emperor sword, is a premier martial art developed by the ancestors of the Jade Emperor Villa, who amalgamated the strengths of various styles while drawing inspiration from the ethereal ambience of Jade Emperor Peak. The luminescent script on the screen shifts, and the name of the sword technique transforms into a resplendent blue. The inscription now reads, Sword Technique, Sunlight Jade Emperor Sword, Entry Level 14. Gu Nanbei's expression momentarily stiffens. Entry requires 4 points, indicating that more formidable martial arts demand greater investment of points. It is no surprise that the colors differ. He had assumed they were all white characters. Naturally, this aligns with logic. It would be unreasonable for a premier sword technique to require the same points for advancement as a mediocre one, with a resonance requirement of 15 points. And Musashi contributing 3, Gu Nanbei does not hesitate to allocate 3 points towards the sword technique. Congratulations, your sword technique, Sunlight Jade Emperor Sword, has been upgraded. In an instant, years of sword practice coalesce in his mind, His muscles awaken to form muscle memory, and thick calluses suddenly develop on his palms. While the muscles in his upper body, particularly his arms, begin to heat up, it is reasonable that years of sword practice would enhance one's physique. And Gu Nanbei can feel the increase in his arm strength. However, the martial arts realm displayed on the luminescent screen remains unchanged, still at the muscle refinement level. Li Fengzhao gazes toward the distant, majestic mountains, adorned with frost and snow, enveloped in a harmonious blend of clouds and light. He reflects on the regret of being unable to return to the Jade Emperor Villa after this descent. Hearing a sigh, Gu Nanbei closes the luminescent screen and declares, "I shall ensure the Venerable One returns to the Jade Emperor Villa. There's no need, simply bury me by the pond. Come spring, this place will be lush with verdant mountains and clear waters, which will satisfy me," Li Fengzhao replies. "Are you concerned that I might cause trouble at the villa?" Gu Nanbei ponders. "Not at all. Your abilities are indeed remarkable, yet if your weaknesses are discerned, you become an easy target. It is not merely the masters of the Xianguan realm. Even a common archer could bring you down. Thus, until you possess the means for self-protection, be sure to remain discreet." Gu Nanbei bows deeply, committing the Venerable One's teachings to memory. The old man is unaware that causing disturbances is the very essence of gathering resonance points. "Thus I am destined to be a man as enigmatic and brilliant as the stars," Gu Nanbei muses inwardly. "Venerable One, I have heard you mention the Xianguan realm. Might you enlighten me on its significance?" The categorization of martial arts realms is generally divided into two aspects, external and internal techniques. Before embarking on internal cultivation, one must first strengthen the physique, particularly the meridians. This foundation allows for a more fruitful internal practice. When one opens the dantian, it signifies the passage through a particular Xianguan. The phase of physical enhancement is known as the body refinement realm. Gu Nanbei realizes the implications and expresses gratitude. "Thank you for clarifying, Venerable One. I lack the time to teach you the Jade Emperor technique. Without inner strength, you cannot grasp the fortune aspect of this sword technique." It is a pity. Li Fengzhao's gaze begins to lose its luster. He finally inquires, "How well have you learned?" Sensing the elder's change, Gu Nanbei responds honestly, "I have mastered it." Li Fengzhao raises his eyelids, his eyes sparkling with renewed vigor. "Demonstrate it for me." Gu Nanbei picked up the broadsword from the ground and began to practice, his movements initially slow but gradually quickening. The blade shimmered in his grasp, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, becoming increasingly graceful. Upon completing a set of sword techniques, silence enveloped him. He received no praise. Exhaling softly, Gu Nanbei turned his gaze towards the old man, though his vision was clouded. In his perception, the old man's breath had ceased. The once vibrant lines of airflow now vanished. Gu Nanbei knelt down, bowing deeply 3 times. The gratitude for imparting skills felt akin to being reborn. This act of reverence was both natural and justified. Although neither had officially acknowledged a master-disciple relationship, such titles bore little significance. Gently, he laid the old man flat and murmured, "Master, I shall lay you to rest here, and one day, I will return you to your rightful home." Footsteps approached from behind, prompting Gu Nanbei to inquire, "Who goes there?" "Blind man, are you all right?" "That's wonderful." The stuttering lad rushed over, clutching 2 fish tightly in his arms. Surprised, Gu Nanbei asked, "What brings you back?" "I was worried about you. What if something happened, and I couldn't save you?" The lad replied. Gu Nanbei clapped the boy on the shoulder with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Good brother." The lad, caught off guard, stumbled and sat on the ground, grinning as he protested, "Easy there. By the way, what happened to the old man?" "This is my master. He has passed away." The lad's eyes widened in shock. "What? Even grandfathers can die?" Gu Nanbei explained, "This is another master, one I just pledged to." Curiosity piqued, the lad queried, "Then why would you choose a dead man as your master?" Gu Nanbei's expression turned pensive. The lad then exclaimed, "But he died with a smile." A stirring sensation awakened within Gu Nanbei, as if something profound had been touched. "Come help me bury my master." The lad glanced at the old man's fine silk garments, lamenting, "Oh, I can hardly imagine owning such an outfit." Gu Nanbei replied, "Do not entertain any thoughts about my master's clothes. There's a warrior from the east over there. His belongings can be yours." Upon looking up, the lad saw a figure in white, headless, with blood splattered everywhere. He wondered if the white attire could ever be cleaned. Gu Nanbei rummaged through the old man's possessions, discovering a book and a small pouch. He took them without hesitation. For the adage, once a master, always a father, rang true. It was only fitting for a son to inherit his father's legacy. Blind man. This white-clad fellow has silver on him. At least 5 taels. Gu Nanbei chuckled. I told you we shall never worry about money again. By the way, where did you hide the money? I didn't see you bring it back to the dilapidated temple. The lad's eyes sparkled mischievously as he grinned. A good spot. If you want it, I can bring it to you. Chow Kazi surveyed the surroundings of the horse ranch, pondering whether the horses had survived the harsh snowfall. The damaged fences remained unrepaired, left to the mercy of the elements. A flicker of unease surfaced within him. Should the northern invaders return to besiege the city next year, they would likely be forced into a desperate defense, for Qingzhou lacked any capacity for open battle. Bang, bang, bang. Chow Chiezi rapped on the door. After a moment, a clattering voice approached, inquiring who was there. It's me, Chow Bin. Ah, it's the cripple. Come to share a drink with the brothers again? Chow Bin nodded. It's cold. I came to visit the brothers and enjoy some merriment. He stepped into the horse yard, crunching through the snow as he made his way inside. Arriving at a wooden house, he made himself at home and pushed the door open without hesitation. With a loud clatter, several individuals inside turned in astonishment. One burly man with a square face cursed. I thought some fool had crashed into the door. Turns out it's the cripple. Chapter 19. The Rise of Martial Arts. Chow Bin laughed and retorted, Zhang Pitzi, your little bird is not even as thick as chopsticks, yet you dare to mock others? Haha. The others erupted into laughter. Those playing Pai Jiu immediately vacated their seats for Chow Bin. The 5 exchanged pleasantries and recounted their past experiences on the battlefield, each reflecting with great sentiment. As time slipped away, they exhausted their banter, and the atmosphere gradually grew somber. Zhao Zilai, typically composed, spoke up, Boss. You never used to bring a knife when you came. What troubles have you encountered? Chow Bin praised. Among us, you possess the sharpest mind. I've come across a predicament and seek the counsel of my brothers. They shared knowing smiles. Pray tell, what is the matter? Chow Bin recounted the situation in detail. Zhang Pitzi remarked, I've seen the wife of Mao Dazhuang. She is beautiful and charming. I once thought to myself that marrying such a fine woman would surely lead to a short life. I never imagined it would come true. He continued nonchalantly, Old Chow, are you hoping to claim her? Otherwise, we hardly know Mao Dazhuang well enough to risk ourselves for his wife and child. Chow Bin suddenly faltered. Her and her child live next door. How could I turn a blind eye? Besides, it's only been a few months since Mao Dazhuang's death. Zhang Pitzi scoffed. After so many years as brothers, it's clear what Chow Chiezi is thinking. The bearded Luan inquired. You mentioned that a young master has taken an interest in Widow Zhen. What is his background? Chow Bin's expression grew grave. He is the son of the leader of the Qing Shi gang. Somehow, he got wind of it and has been persistently pursuing Widow Zhen. Old Chow, the Qing Shi gang is powerful. What do you intend to do? Luan pressed. I haven't figured it out yet. Which is why I'm consulting with my brothers, Chow Bin replied. To stir up trouble with the entire Qing Shi gang over a widow is not worth it. Luan stated solemnly. Zhang Pitzi rolled his eyes and suggested, why not eliminate that brat, and then escape with Widow Zhen? Zhao Zilai immediately countered, that's impossible. If it were just one person, fleeing would be feasible. But with a woman and child in tow, you can't run far. Chow Bin sighed. I've already inquired with Widow Zhen. She is unwilling to leave. The 4 men looked at Chow Bin in unison, realizing that he was hopelessly infatuated. The eldest among them, Sun Laosher, remarked softly, Old Chow, you've already made up your mind. You've come here merely to bid us farewell. Zhao Zilai changed his tone and said, Are you truly going to slay that wayward scoundrel? The underworld does not abide by rules, and this may endanger Xinjiang and her companions. I have contemplated this, he replied. Thus, I intend to confront the greater threat, the leader of the Qing Shi gang. The leader of the Qing Shi gang is rumored to be a master of the pulse refinement realm. Are you not courting death? Chow Bin, however, revealed a faint smile. While a direct assault may be easily evaded, an unexpected strike is far more perilous. Furthermore, as a cripple, I possess nothing to lose. Risking my life may indeed offer me a chance. Silence enveloped the group. Zhang Pitzi, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, Who would have thought that you, Old Chow, after living half a lifetime, would be willing to fight for a woman? Placing a hand on Old Chow's shoulder, Zhang Pitzi added, But I too am a solitary soul. I shall assist you. Gu Nanbei and the stuttering boy thoroughly stripped the brother Musashi, discarding his body into the water. Upon tallying their gains, They found a white outer garment, 2 inner garments, a pair of trousers, and 5 taels of silver. Additionally, there were 2 fine steel sabers, expertly crafted. Gu Nanbei carried the old man's treasured sword, an heirloom from his father, which he felt compelled to safeguard himself. As they surveyed their gathered spoils, the stuttering boy was filled with excitement. His eyes sparkled with greed. For a beggar accustomed to hunger and rags, this was a fortune beyond imagination. Having packed their bounty, they began their journey home. With such a significant haul, there was no need to return to the racetrack. Gu Nanbei, emboldened by his newfound swordsmanship, felt renewed confidence as they headed back to the city. The crimson sun tore through the dense clouds, casting warm golden rays upon the world. The pristine snow reflected the sunlight in a kaleidoscope of colors, dazzling to behold. The stuttering boy squinted against the light. The glow illuminated his small face, momentarily concealing the grime, rendering his features unexpectedly charming. Gu Nanbei felt the brilliance envelop him, transforming the white into golden hues, warming his heart. The winter sun was a beacon, dispelling shadows and chill. As long as a single ray could penetrate the heart, it was a blessing indeed. In a moment of contemplation, he resolved to further enhance his sword technique, activating the luminous screen. Resonance points. 12. Gu Nanbei harbored a question. Why did Brother Musashi possess 3 points while Chanshiyu had only 2? Could it be related to their cultivation levels? He focused on allocating points to his sword technique. 1 point, 2 points, 3 points, up to 8 points. Sword technique. Sunlit Jade Emperor's Sword, Beginner 88. The luminous screen flickered, revealing several changes. First, the realm of his swordsmanship advanced to proficiency 016. Martial arts realm, body refinement, bone refinement. Who shares resonance? Celestial level strong control talent. The area of influence determined by the host's cultivation and performance skills, currently spanning 2 zhang. In the blink of an eye, over a decade of sword practice flooded into Gu Nanbei's mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. As the information melded, he felt as if the sword on his back had become a part of his very being. Its length, weight, and resilience were all vividly clear to him. This was what it meant to possess a sword in one's heart. And his upper body and even his limbs began to radiate heat, his muscles stretching and strengthening. A surge of overwhelming power coursed from his spine to his brain, leaving Gu Nanbei feeling electrified. Upon witnessing the elevation of his martial prowess, Gu Nanbei's lips curled into a slight smile. The years dedicated to swordplay had not been in vain. His master had instructed him that after completing physical conditioning, it was imperative to cultivate internal energy to unlock the mysteries of the body. It appeared that further quests for internal cultivation manuals were in order. The resonance range had expanded to an impressive 2 zhang, indicating a spherical space with a radius of 2 zhang. This newfound ability would allow him to influence many more individuals. Upon returning to the city, he planned to upgrade his equipment and then delve into resonance. As Gu Nanbei pondered, he retrieved a book left by Li Fengzhao from his bosom, bringing it close to his eyes until the pages nearly touched his gaze. He discerned the words moving one by one, silently reciting, Modification of the Jade Emperor Technique. It turned out to be Li Fengzhao's manuscript, a true master indeed. While ordinary practitioners would follow manuals, he had not only practiced, but also contemplated the efficacy of his methods, seeking improvements. Learning leads to knowledge, and action leads to distance. His master was truly an extraordinary figure. Gu Nanbei felt a deep admiration, though he wondered what insights he might glean from this manuscript. Turning around, Little Stutter caught sight of the blind man with the book covering his face. Glancing up at the sun, he inquired, Blind man, what are you doing? The sun feels delightful. Are you afraid of tanning? Gu Nanbei chose not to respond, perceiving a heavy layer of sarcasm in the stutterer's words. He recalled that Li Fengzhao had mentioned a certain Dr. Shui. He must seek him out to examine his eyes. Little Stutter stared in bewilderment as Gu Nanbei walked forward, book held firmly in his hands and a bamboo cane tucked under his arm, seemingly oblivious to his presence. He mused, what sort of mystical practice is the blind man engaged in now? Opening the cover to examine the minuscule script within, he found it utterly illegible, causing him considerable eye strain. Gu Nanbei tucked away his master's manuscript, the initial joy of acquiring a sword technique gradually fading. The warmth of the sun that had momentarily illuminated his surroundings once again closed in, shrouding his world in a dull gray. Noticing the blind man's distraction, Little Stutter quickened his pace and inquired, Blind man, where are we headed first? He was burdened with 2 swords wrapped in white cloth and cradling 2 fish in his arms. Let us first deliver the fish to Sister Zhen's house, and then discuss our next meal, Gu Nanbei replied, his stomach grumbling audibly. The few buns he had brought along were already consumed, and hunger had reared its head after upgrading his sword technique. The mention of food spurred their steps, both hastening towards Sister Zhen's bun shop. At the southern city headquarters of the Green Snake Gang, a scholar had been squatting in a corner for the entire morning, cold and famished, lamenting the wasted hours without any sign of his share of funds, fearing he might soon face punishment. With this in mind, the scholar approached the doorman and asked, "Good sir, when might the leader be available to see me?" The burly gatekeeper cast a fleeting glance at the beggar and replied dismissively, "The leader is a busy person. He has no time to meet with you. Begone." Upon hearing this, the scholar became agitated. The scoundrel had promised to relay his message that morning, only to deceive him. Suppressing his anger, he responded politely, "Good sir, I truly have something of great importance to report to the leader. Should this matter delay him, the consequences would be grave." The gatekeeper merely scoffed to himself, thinking, "What could a beggar like you possibly have to say? Is there truly a matter of such significance that it can wait an entire morning?" He abruptly seized the scholar, his voice icy. "Dare you threaten me? Do not test my patience." Chapter 20. The scholar's attire Gu Nanbei and the stuttering boy whirled like a small tempest, their pace doubling in comparison to their earlier departure. Indeed, the hunger is the most formidable of desires. Upon arriving at the narrow street of the steamed bun shop, they overheard a conversation outside. A graceful lady, a gentleman's delight. "Lady Zhen, I earnestly seek your favor throughout South City. You would be hard-pressed to find one as sincere as I." Immediately, someone chimed in, "Indeed, young Master Yu is genuinely devoted to you. If it were another time, Lady Zhen, you ought to treasure this." Another hastily added, "For a junior, the most crucial thing is to flatter well." "Precisely, young Master Yu. A distinguished heir of South City personally seeks you out. That is a tremendous fortune. Are you not satisfied? Quickly accept his advances." Young Master Yu smiled faintly, his demeanor courteous. "Lady Zhen, I shall not press you too urgently. I will return tomorrow." With a fleeting glance at the 2 sycophantic lackeys, he turned to depart. The 2 minions promptly fell in line, assuming a protective stance beside him. As they turned a corner, they encountered 2 beggars, and he spat, "Begone." Truly unfortunate. Gu Nanbei furrowed his brow, remaining still. The stuttering boy shuddered in fear and urgently pulled Gu Nanbei away. "To maintain his genteel image, young Master Yu admonished. Such rudeness is unacceptable." The housekeeper immediately lowered his gaze, replying, "Yes, the young master is benevolent." In Gu Nanbei's perception, there were 3 individuals. The speaker was slender, heavily perfumed. "Who is this?" the stuttering boy remarked. "That young master is unfamiliar. He wears expensive silk and has a jade pendant at his waist." The 2 attendants bear a serpent emblem, belonging to the Green Snake Gang. Gu Nanbei smirked coldly. Once again, the Green Snake Gang. They seemed to infest every corner. After satisfying their hunger, they would investigate. His former self's memories revealed that the Green Snake Gang was formidable, teeming with skilled individuals. Once he gathered sufficient insight, he would take action against them. The stuttering boy knocked on the steamed bun shop's door. "Sister Zhen, it's us. The bad guys have left." Moments later, the door opened a crack, and the occupant scrutinized them before fully opening the door. "Ah, you have arrived." Sister Zhen greeted absent-mindedly as she ushered them inside, finally noticing the stuttering boy carrying something. "What have you 2 there?" With a wide grin, the boy produced 2 fish from his clothes, presenting them to Sister Zhen. "Look." The blind man caught these. "Oh my," Sister Zhen exclaimed, "these must weigh around 10 pounds. She hastily took them, her eyes wide with astonishment as she turned to Gu Nanbei, asking, "Little blind man, how did you manage to catch these? Where could there be fish in such cold weather?" Gu Nanbei chuckled. "We went to Hulu's lake, and as soon as we arrived, the 2 silly fish jumped right out." Sister Zhen rolled her strikingly clear eyes at Gu Nanbei, playfully scolding, "What nonsense! You're speaking absurdities." After much effort, Sister Zhen prepared the 2 fish for a stew, exclaiming, "Let us enjoy a fish soup together." Upon hearing the mention of fish, Little Mao dashed in from the backyard, spotting the 2 large fish, his mouth watering. "Wow! Fish! I want to eat." In Gu Nanbei's perception, Zhen Sa's figure is quite substantial. She affectionately patted Xiao Mao's head, a smile gracing her lips. Previously, such details had eluded his awareness. Could it be that with the elevation of his martial arts realm, his insight had also been enhanced. It must be attributed to his strengthened physique and heightened senses. Jinsha hesitated for a moment, pondering whether they could finish 2 fish. With the cold weather, even if cooked, they wouldn't spoil. No worries, they were already stewing. Upon hearing Gu Nanbei's words, Jinsha's frown vanished, replaced by a cheerful demeanor as she busied herself. Gu Nanbei smiled, for a smile is contagious, much like warmth. Unable to assist, he settled on a wooden bench to await the outcome. Xiao Jiaba and Xiao Mao scampered to the backyard to lend a hand. Soon, the fragrant aroma of fish wafted from the pot, mingling with a subtle fishy scent. Stewing fish requires little fuss. Merely having enough salt is a good start. Jinsha had thoughtfully added a piece of ginger and a handful of greens, making the dish quite sumptuous. When the fish soup was served, Xiao Mao could hardly contain himself, exclaiming, "Mother, let us eat." "I want to eat," Gu Nanbei urged. "Jinsha, let us gather around and enjoy." Jinsha smiled and replied, "All right then, today we are fortunate to enjoy the bounty." In Qingzhou's Shui building, it was neither a tailor shop nor a silk store, but rather a government office under the jurisdiction of the inner officials, directly managed by eunuchs, serving as the emperor's minions, akin to the Jinyue. Inspector Zhang Che was commanding within the office when a gaunt-faced man with hawk-like eyes sat at the head of the table. "Sir, I have come to report a strange occurrence." "What is it?" the thin-faced man inquired indifferently. It turned out that Zhang Che had another significant role as a spy for Shui building. "It concerns the Shilong Martial Arts School. Something peculiar happened yesterday, which I witnessed firsthand." Shilong Martial Arts School? Qing Shigang. As the commanding officer of Shui building, Duan Muhua was privy to many matters. Zhang Che nodded, still feeling a chill at the memory. Yesterday, the Iron Fan scholar of Qing Shigang intended to acquire a medicinal wine formula from Shilong Martial Arts School. But upon arrival, a spectacle unfolded. The Iron Fan scholar and Su Guan enacted a pair of star-crossed lovers, with the former playing a queen and the latter portraying a monk. Their performance was so tender it was hard to behold. Duan Muhua's lips twitched as he asked, "You witnessed this yourself?" "Indeed," Zhang Che confirmed. Other officers present also saw it. Duan Muhua's mouth curled slightly. However, their preferences were not a matter of concern for them. What was truly bizarre was that upon finishing their performance, they appeared shocked, as though compelled rather than willing. Who would force them to act? What could be the motive? Zhang Che speculated. It might involve something intangible, unseen. About 10 individuals were performing, and once finished, they all fled the martial arts school. Duan Muhua furrowed his brow. Such strangeness? Yet, matters of the supernatural had never truly crossed their paths. All so-called hauntings were merely human in origin. Zhang Che had privately inquired with a disciple of the martial arts school about the situation at the time, who mentioned that initially there had been a scuffle until a beggar began to play the erhu. Was the beggar problematic, or was it the erhu that posed the issue? Continue your observations, Duan Muhua instructed. Understood, Zhang Che replied. Zhang Che departed, and Duan Muhua tapped his fingers rhythmically on the wooden table. The sound echoed, thud, thud, thud. Could it be that the leftist forces of the demonic sect had arrived in Qingzhou? Did the old man Shangwan believe that no one was aware of his acquisition of the superior internal martial arts manual? How absurd. Duan Muhua's gaze flickered. This was a prestigious manual, and possessing it could very well lead one into the realm of Xianguan. How could he not be tempted? Sister Zhen and her companions had already satisfied their appetites, while Xiao Mao joyfully belched, patting his small belly, his bright black eyes fixated on Gu Nanbei, who was still eating. Sister Zhen remarked, "No wonder you insisted on stewing both fish. It turns out you have such a hearty appetite." Gu Nanbei mumbled, "I'm in a growth spurt, so my appetite is large." With each morsel he consumed, an abundance of energy was swiftly absorbed by his body. "Huh, only you can eat so much." Sister Zhen rolled her eyes at Gu Nanbei. Unfortunately, Gu Nanbei was oblivious to her jest, as he lowered his head and polished off his meal, leaving not a drop of soup behind. Having cleaned his plate, Gu Nanbei rose and declared, "Sister Zhen, I am now brimming with strength. If there is anything you need, feel free to call upon me." As she tidied up, Sister Zhen chuckled merrily. Gu Nanbei exited the steamed bun shop with the little stutterer in tow, making his way directly to the Shilong Martial Arts School. The adage, "the enemy of my enemy is my friend," resonated with him, so he intended to pay a visit to the school's master. Gu Nanbei was well acquainted with the route, leading the way with his bamboo staff, striding forward with vigor. Chapter 21. A reunion with Master Su. The little stutterer trailed behind Gu Nanbei, but after traversing a street, he could no longer keep pace. Having had no sleep the previous night and still recovering from the earlier exertions at Hulu Pond, he would have collapsed long ago if not for the fish soup. Gu Nanbei, brimming with energy as a practitioner of martial arts, naturally surpassed the average person in stamina. The little stutterer slumped against a wall and said, "Why don't you go on without me? I'll wait for you here. I truly can't move any longer." Gu Nanbei took up 2 broadswords and nodded. "All right. Rest well and wait for me at Sister Jun's." After a short incense stick's worth of time, Gu Nanbei arrived at the Shilong Martial Arts School. Upon listening intently, he noted the courtyard was unusually quiet, with no sounds of training or sparring. He knocked on the courtyard door. Moments later, a deep voice inquired from within. "Who is it?" Gu Nanbei replied, "I am here to see Master Su." The door creaked open, revealing Lin Dagong, who scrutinized the newcomer with suspicion, taking in the sight of a ragged little beggar leaning on a bamboo staff, who was also blind. "Step aside, the master is not in." Bang! The door slammed shut. Gu Nanbei continued to knock, for he could hear others inside. The door creaked open once more, and Lin Dagong growled, "You little blind boy, what do you want?" Gu Nanbei maintained his smile. "I seek to discuss something with Master Su." Lin Dagong's anger simmered. "Little blind boy, don't you understand human language? I've already told you, the master is not here. If you don't leave now, I won't hesitate to resort to violence." As he spoke, Lin Dagong rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms. Unperturbed, Gu Nanbei replied, "I am here for Master Su. I kindly ask you to let me in." Lin Dagong, now thoroughly enraged, thought to himself, what could this little beggar possibly want? He stepped forward, reaching out to grab Gu Nanbei's shoulder. Just then, Gu Nanbei's right foot stepped in, and with a gentle tremor, he inadvertently brushed against Lin Dagong's calf. Lin Dagong retreated 3 steps, his instincts warning him of an impending force from his opponent, yet he found himself unable to withstand it. Gu Nanbei, no longer courteous, pushed open the courtyard door and strode inside. Lin Dagong's face flushed crimson. He had been ambushed by a mere street urchin, losing face in the process. With a shout, he exclaimed, "You little rascal, you possess some skill. Prepare to receive my next strike." With a fierce call, Lin Dagong assumed a stance and unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Gu Nanbei's left chest. Gu Nanbei deftly sidestepped, his left foot stepping forward with an explosive force. And with a resounding thud, it was not Gu Nanbei who was struck, but Lin Dagong who fell to the ground, landing on his rear. "Is this also your stone stance? Who are you?" Su Shilong emerged from the house, intending to inquire about the commotion, but upon seeing his disciple sprawled on the ground, his expression darkened. Before him stood a disheveled figure, burdened with belongings, who had harmed his disciple, clearly an ill-intentioned intruder. Without a second thought, he leaped forward, his fists descending upon Gu Nanbei like hammers. Employing the stone stance, Gu Nanbei pivoted and spun, his right leg unexpectedly inserting itself into Su Shilong's inner circle of movement, causing a loud crash as their legs collided. Gu Nanbei felt a tingling in his right leg. Indeed, it was a stone stance identical to his own. Su Shilong was far more astonished, for his mastery of the stance was the result of decades of dedication. Yet he found himself evenly matched with this street urchin. How could this be possible? His anger ignited. Su Shilong could hardly bear the indignity of being confronted by a beggar. Without regard for the consequences, he lunged again. However, Gu Nanbei had not come to fight. He sought information. With a clear voice, he proclaimed, "Master Su, behold my sword." With a clang, a flash of autumn water emerged, momentarily dazzling Su Shilong, who squinted as countless beams of sword light enveloped him, forcing him to hastily retreat. Gu Nanbei did not pursue, but instead began to dance with his sword in the courtyard. The long sword vibrated, producing a symphony of glimmering lights as Gu Nanbei wielded it with fluid motions, shifting, trembling, and spinning, creating a visual spectacle akin to an ink wash painting unfurling in the courtyard. He weaved and twirled, stirring flurries of snowflakes to dance in the air, his sword transitioning between stillness and swiftness, as tranquil as a maiden yet as fierce as thunder. Su Shilong observed the beggar's movements in the courtyard. This technique was unmistakably rooted in the stone stance. The previous encounter had revealed considerable prowess, suggesting they were nearly equals. Though he had never witnessed the sword techniques employed, it was evident they were of superior caliber, stirring tumultuous waves within him. Su Shilong, a guard of Yuhuang Mountain Villa who had later departed to establish a martial arts school in Jianghu, felt a whirlwind of emotions. Lin Dagong, bewildered, found himself overwhelmed by the beggar's swordplay, shrouded in a haze of brilliance, only able to perceive the flashes of light without discerning the specific techniques. After concluding his display, Gu Nanbei slowly sheathed his sword, as if rolling up a scroll of ink painting. Su Shilong, wary, regarded Gu Nanbei and inquired, "Might I ask who you are, and what brings you to our martial arts school?" Gu Nanbei replied, "I am Gu Nanbei, and I have come solely to confer with Master Su. Dagong, please escort him to the guest hall and prepare some tea." Lin Dagong took a few steps away from Gu Nanbei and gestured, "Please, take a seat." Gu Nanbei tapped his bamboo staff and, following Lin Dagong's guidance, settled into the living room. After taking a sip of tea, he spoke, "There is no need for such wariness, Master Su. I harbor no ill intentions." Su Shilong wore an impassive expression, suddenly realizing that this beggar seemed to be the one who played the erhu yesterday. The scenes from that day haunted him deeply, and he was uncertain whether this blind man was responsible for the trouble. Otherwise, it would not matter to him whether the person was human or ghost. He would fight desperately. Although the Qingxi gang had departed yesterday, Su Shilong doubted they would simply let matters rest. Noticing that Gu Nanbei consistently kept his gaze downward, never looking at others, Su Shilong confirmed that he was indeed blind. However, his demeanor was no different from that of ordinary people, which struck Su as quite peculiar. "I may not possess great talent, but I am not afraid of these rogue scoundrels. You may speak freely," he said. Gu Nanbei's expression turned serious as he clasped his fists and replied, "To be honest, Li Fengzhao of Yuhuang Villa is my master. I have come to inquire about the strength of the Qingxi gang." "What?" Su Shilong abruptly rose, astonished as he looked at the disheveled blind man, feeling as though he were hearing the most absurd tale. Impossible. What kind of person is the master to take in a mere beggar as a disciple? Gu Nanbei feigned solemnity and sighed. "It's a long story. The sword technique I just demonstrated is indeed the Yuhuang sword technique." Su Shilong, though reluctant to believe it, had to acknowledge that merely at such a young age, mastering the rock pillar stance was beyond his own capabilities, let alone for someone blind. "Little brother Gu, I did not expect you to truly be a disciple of the venerable Master Li. I apologize for my rudeness." Su Shilong's demeanor softened considerably. "May I inquire what your intentions are regarding the Qingxi gang? I have some grievances with the Qingxi gang, and having witnessed their nefarious deeds against the common folk, I thought I might take some action," Gu Nanbei replied. Su Shilong gasped, thinking to himself that he was not afraid of the Qingxi gang, which he considered a boastful claim. This little blind man spoke with even more audacity. "Brother Gu, this matter may not be so simple. They not only have numerous members, but also several formidable experts. I would like to hear more." Gu Nanbei clasped his hands. Su Shilong stroked his beard, contemplating before saying, "They have 3 main hall masters, at least at the muscle refinement level, and 2 deputy leaders, likely at the organ refinement stage. As for the gang leader, Shangwanzhua, he is a master of meridian refinement, currently collecting medicinal wines and tonics in preparation for breaking through to the profound realm." Gu Nanbei remained composed, yet internally questioned how one could muster the courage to confront so many experts within the Qingxi gang. Su Shilong seemed to sense his thoughts and chuckled. "He, my son fortuitously joined the Donghai sword sect last year to learn the craft." Gu Nanbei feigned realization, though he had no knowledge of the Donghai sword sect's strength. However, having just boasted of being Li Fengzhao's disciple, he thought it essential to possess some basic knowledge of the martial world. "I see. My apologies," he said, clasping his hands. Su Shilong waved his hand, unable to conceal his satisfaction. "Brother Gu, do exercise caution. The Qingxi gang is no ordinary small faction. They have connections with many forces, and it is said that Shangwanzhua is sworn brothers with the leader of the Hailang gang." Gu Nanbei nodded, acknowledging that the Qingxi gang was indeed more formidable than he had anticipated. Having acquired the desired intelligence, he shifted the topic, inquiring, "Might you know of any musical instrument shops in Qingzhou? My erhu has seen better days, and I wish to procure a new one." Su Shilong pondered for a moment before apologetically responding, "Alas, I am not familiar with that. However, there is Yuantang Zai on Yulan Street, which offers a splendid array of musical instruments, all of exceptional quality." A woman's voice wafted from outside. Gu Nanbei had already caught the scent of her perfume and, upon hearing her, clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for the information. Do not mention it. Little blind one, you should keep your distance from me. I have a penchant for men." Su Shilong's complexion turned a shade of green, and he exclaimed, "Madam, please refrain from such nonsense." Gu Nanbei stifled a laugh. Sensing the woman retreating, Su Shilong awkwardly continued, "Brother Gu, do not take that to heart. Yuan Tongzai truly exists, I just recalled it." Gu Nanbei nodded again and asked, "Does Brother Su know of a blacksmith with commendable skills?" "I do know of one. Lu the blacksmith in the northern part of the city is well known for his craftsmanship." Su Shilong replied, "In that case, I shall take my leave." Su Shilong glanced at the sky and suggested, "Why not stay and have dinner before departing?" "No need. I have matters to attend to," Gu Nanbei replied as he shouldered his belongings and made his way to the door. Su Shilong was merely being polite. He dared not keep this individual at home, for fear that another performance would compel him to take drastic measures to prove his innocence. "De Gang, please escort Brother Gu," he instructed. Lin Dagong hesitated. With a stern glare from Su Shilong, Lin Dagong reluctantly followed, feeling a sense of trepidation. Gu Nanbei gripped his bamboo staff, puncturing the snow with each step, while Lin Dagong felt an icy chill creeping up his spine. "Brother Lin, which way shall we proceed?" Gu Nanbei paused at the street corner. "Turn left," Lin Dagong quickly replied. After walking for a quarter of an hour, Lin Dagong announced, "We've arrived. You may enter. I shall wait outside." He adopted a demeanor of avoidance. Gu Nanbei sighed, "Thank you, Brother Lin. You may return. I suspect I will be a while." "Aren't you going to Lu the blacksmith's?" "I will go on my own. You may leave now." Lin Dagong, visibly relieved, bolted away like a wild horse, disappearing in the blink of an eye at the street corner. Gu Nanbei shook his head in resignation and pushed open the elegantly carved door. The door emitted a melodious chime, as it was adorned with wind bells, producing a pleasing sound upon its opening. Gu Nanbei also caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance, suggesting that the proprietor of this establishment was likely a woman. Upon hearing the chime, two women conversing in the corner turned their gaze toward the entrance, observing a disheveled figure leaning on a bamboo staff entering the shop. The woman in a red jacket furrowed her brow, though rather than expressing anger, she rose and inquired, "What type of instrument does the guest wish to select?" Her voice was enchanting, akin to a gentle, warming breeze, and her beauty was captivating enough to melt hearts. Conversely, the woman in a yellow dress's pupils dilated in alarm, and she hastily attempted to hide beneath the table. Realizing her sightlessness, she paused her movements, thinking, "He cannot see me." Resolving to maintain her composure, the woman in yellow chose to remain silent. This little blind man is indeed someone who would dance even with the esteemed Musashi. Chan Shiyu, feeling anxious, tightly grasped her small hands, palms beginning to sweat. "Are you the shopkeeper? I wish to purchase some musical instruments." Hong Yuan, keenly catching a few words, glanced at Gu Nanbei and smiled lightly. "I am both the owner and the shopkeeper. Here, we have a full array of instruments, from strings to winds, all varieties available. If you require something specific, do not hesitate to voice it. Do you have a suona?" Gu Nanbei decided to fully explore the resonance's potential, wishing not only to try other instruments, but also to sing a tune and see if it bore any effect. Hong Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but responded, "There is only one. Would you like it?" Gu Nanbei frowned. "Why is there only one?" "Because the frequent patrons here are mostly women, and they generally do not play the suona." A smile spread across Gu Nanbei's face. "All right, bring it to me. I shall give it a try." Hong Yuan's brow furrowed slightly, yet she proceeded to the corner, retrieving the suona and handing it over. Gu Nanbei accepted it, brushing aside the hair from her face, took a deep breath, and began to blow into the mouthpiece. Toot, toot, toot. Hong Yuan felt her ears buzzing, ready to shoo away this disruptive blind man. But a casual glance revealed Chan Shiyu sitting upright like a well-behaved child, not daring to move. "Shiyu, what's wrong?" Chan Shiyu felt a chill creeping up her spine and hastily gestured for silence, signaling not to speak. Gu Nanbei had already mastered the erhu, so her fundamental music theory was sound. As the saying goes, understanding one principle leads to understanding many. After a brief moment of contemplation, she grasped the suona's pitch. The light screen before her flickered. "You have learned the skill, suona performance. Skill, suona performance, novice 12. At that moment, the resonance talent stirred, and the range expanded to half a zhang. Gu Nanbei sighed. Half a zhang was merely 2 steps away. Given the proximity, it was uncertain whether there would be any resonance. It could very well shatter the other party's eardrums. For now, without additional resonance points, this would have to suffice. "Shopkeeper, I shall purchase this suona. Do you have an erhu as well?" Hong Yuan, who had been whispering with Chan Shiyu, turned back and said, "Yes. Which kind would you like?" "The most expensive one," Gu Nanbei declared without hesitation. Skeptical, Hong Yuan glanced at Chen Qiyu, then went to the inner room, returning with an exquisite long brocade box, stating, "This erhu is crafted from yew wood, made by a top-tier artisan, and the intricate carvings alone took a year to complete." With a wave of her hand, Gu Nanbei boldly declared, "I'll take it." The smile from Hong Yuan's lips faded. She did not believe in such fanciful tales of dancing and replied coolly, "Do you know how much this erhu costs?" Gu Nanbei chuckled, "I do not. But your tone suggests you look down upon me." "Not at all. As the shopkeeper, it is only fitting to state the price of goods, is it not?" Gu Nanbei shook her head. "Not inappropriate. Rather, it is entirely reasonable. I also wish to purchase an instrument that does not require hands. I have a friend who has lost both hands, and I would like to gift him an instrument to encourage him to carry on." Hong Yuan's lips twitched slightly. "I am very sorry, but I do not have such an item. If one has a fondness for music, it would be prudent to suggest that this friend engage in singing." Gu Nanbei, harboring a tinge of regret, yearned to resonate across time and space for other pursuits, perhaps even committing murder. "Does the guest require anything else?" he inquired, to which Gu Nanbei shook his head in response, "Not for the time being." "Then, I kindly ask the guest to settle the bill." The suona was priced at 10 taels, while the exquisite erhu cost 1,000 taels, totaling 1,010 taels. Chen Qiyu was already prepared to make a swift exit, for it was evident to anyone with sense that this blind man was devoid of wealth. Gu Nanbei carefully leaned his bamboo staff against the wooden cabinet and unfastened 2 sabers from his back, advancing step by step towards Chen Qiyu. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, her breath quickening as she prepared to rise. "My dear lady, I am selling swords. Would you care to purchase them?" "Only 1,010 taels of silver." Chen Qiyu's gaze fixated on the 2 blades in the blind man's hands. One graceful saber was hers, and the other belonged to the esteemed Musashi. Gu Nanbei had reached the small table, placing the swords down, and coaxingly remarked, "An absolutely fine pair of swords. Are you truly not interested?" Hong Yuan discreetly reached for her sleeve, where her concealed weapon, the hidden blade, lay. For a fleeting moment, Chen Qiyu's gaze lingered on Gu Nanbei's face, unexpectedly discovering him rather handsome. During their first encounter, she had not paid attention. Who would notice the appearance of a disheveled blind man? Clenching her silver teeth, Chen Qiyu finally declared, "Very well. I shall purchase them. I will pay on behalf of the esteemed one. You may take your leave with the goods." Gu Nanbei beamed with a smile, exclaiming that the young lady indeed possessed discerning taste. These swords were undoubtedly worth far more than their price. "Then, I shall take my leave." He embraced the newly acquired erhu, praising, "The erhu is splendid, the shopkeeper is commendable, and the young lady is remarkable." With that, he grasped his bamboo staff and departed. Upon entering, he was greeted by 2 distinct fragrances, one of which he had encountered at Hulu Pond. Yet, he hesitated to ascertain. Until hearing the name Qiyu, he realized he could indulge without cost. As for whether this place was a den for assassins, and whether he should seize and interrogate the 2 women, that could wait. In terms of martial prowess, he was uncertain if he could match Chen Qiyu and the shopkeeper. Watching Gu Nanbei vanish, Chen Qiyu exhaled a sigh of relief. "He is quite terrifying. Look at you, your forehead is drenched in sweat." Chapter 23. The Sword Heist. Hong Yuan. You have not experienced that dreadful sensation, so you cannot fathom how formidable this individual truly is. Even the esteemed Musashi must dance to his tune, utterly devoid of any resistance. Hong Yuan scoffed. "I have never heard of such martial arts existing in this world. Even the ancient monsters of the extreme path cannot control others in such a manner. The sound techniques of Nanhai Yaotai can only heal or kill. I find this blind man rather handsome. If he were to be groomed and dressed properly, he might just emerge as a dashing young gentleman. No, perhaps a blind gentleman. A beauty marred by flaw. Is this your preferred style?" Chen Qiyu, incensed, reached out to pinch Hong Yuan's sensitive flesh. Gu Nanbei visited the blacksmith's workshop, firstly to sell his swords, only to unexpectedly encounter their rightful owner, trading them for an erhu worth 1,000 taels. Secondly, he sought to have the blacksmith modify a bamboo staff into a sword, for he carried too much on him, making his movements cumbersome and exceedingly uncomfortable. Upon reaching the street corner, Gu Nanbei halted his steps, retrieving his luxurious erhu while carefully placing the old one into a brocade box, his mother's keepsake, which must not be discarded. As he caressed the new erhu, He couldn't help but marvel at its quality. Every penny spent was evident in the material, the tactile sensation, and the exquisite craftsmanship, truly of a higher caliber. More importantly, it was sturdier and could withstand his vigorous handling. After inquiring for a while, he finally located the blacksmith shop. Gunanbei could not discern the time of day, but surmised it must be late, likely around the hour of Shan, approximately 3 or 4 in the afternoon. "Is anyone there?" Gunanbei called out, having heard the rhythmic clang of metalwork from the backyard. A young man emerged, dressed in a simple front-opening coat despite the cold, beads of sweat on his forehead. "What do you want?" he inquired. "I need to find Lu the blacksmith for a modification," Gunanbei replied. The apprentice scrutinized Gunanbei with an indescribable sense of curiosity, noting the new erhu slung over his shoulder, the sword on his back, and the brocade box cradled in his arms. "Is Lu the blacksmith available?" Gunanbei asked once more. The door creaked open. "Come in," came the reply. Gunanbei entered, leaning on his bamboo staff as he followed the young apprentice to the workshop in the back. As soon as he lifted the cloth curtain, a wave of heat enveloped him, a stark contrast to the chill outside. A muscular, bare-chested man stood with his back to them, vigorously hammering a thick iron ingot on the anvil. "Master, someone is here to custom-make something," the apprentice announced. The burly man acknowledged, tossing the struck ingot into a water trough. A hiss of steam erupted as white vapor billowed forth. The man's broad face glowed red, and his bright eyes flicked toward Gunanbei without a word. He ambled over to the well, lifted a bucket of cold water, and poured it over himself. Steam rising in clouds. Feeling invigorated, he splashed himself with 2 more buckets, exclaiming, "Refreshing." After taking a towel from the apprentice to dry his face, Lu the blacksmith finally asked, "What do you need, blind man?" Gunanbei noted the robust physique of blacksmiths indeed bore testament to their labor. He unfastened the sword from his back and said, "I wish to embed this sword within my bamboo staff for greater convenience." Lu the blacksmith squinted at the sword. Its scabbard was extraordinary, boasting a simple yet profound pattern that evoked a sense of antiquity. He took the sword, unsheathing a portion, and gasped, "What a fine sword." "Blind man, do you know how to wield a sword?" "Yes," Gunanbei replied decisively. "This is a prized blade. If you cannot safeguard it, it is best kept hidden." Lu cautioned, "Thank you for the warning. To accommodate the sword within the bamboo staff, it must be quite thick. Are you willing to walk with a large bamboo pole every day?" Lu queried. Gunanbei pondered. "I have heard of weapons like the staff sword in the martial world. How do they manage?" Lu grinned. "Other swords are crafted to be thin and delicate, quite unlike your sword," imagining himself wielding a staff as thick as his arm. Gunanbei found the image odd yet striking. "Very well, procure a sturdy bamboo pole for me. Money is no object, but it must be reliable." At that moment, a figure clad in black with a small cap entered, exclaiming, "Lu the blacksmith, has our young master's sword been completed? It has been 3 days already, and our master requires it soon." Lu the blacksmith, without lifting his head, remarked, "The crafting of a fine sword naturally requires a considerable amount of time. I estimate it will be several more days." The servant, taken aback, exclaimed, "What? Several more days? The fair maidens of the Red Loft Sword Pavilion will arrive soon. How can our young master pay them a visit without a sword?" The blacksmith remained unfazed, responding indifferently, "Then why did you not come sooner or purchase a ready-made one?" The round-faced servant, feeling helpless, understood that Lu was the finest craftsman in Qingzhou City. If he continued to press the blacksmith, he might abandon the task altogether, leaving the servant in a predicament. Casting his gaze around, the servant sought a ready-made sword to present, and suddenly his eyes brightened. He hurried over and seized the sword belonging to Gunanbei. "Lu the blacksmith, you are not being forthright. This sword seems perfect. I shall take it." "That belongs to the little blind boy. You must ask him if he is willing to part with it," Lu replied, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he continued rummaging through his materials. The servant, surprised, turned to the beggar nearby and immediately scolded, "Little blind boy, where did you steal this sword?" "My young master just lost a precious sword. Could it be this one?" Feigning scrutiny, the servant drew the sword and, upon inspection, felt the chilling edge. Indeed, it was a fine sword. "Ah, you have stolen it," he declared. "Little blind boy, you must return this sword to my young master, or I shall have you arrested." The servant glared menacingly at Gunanbei, observing the servant's clumsy theatrics. Gunanbei contemplated reclaiming his sword when a group entered from outside, led by a young man in splendid attire. "Yuanbao? Why are you here instead of inquiring about my sword? The young gentleman's expression was far from pleasant. Young master, the new sword is not yet ready. However, I have found the precious sword that you lost. The servant responded eagerly, presenting the sword. The well-dressed man, puzzled, accepted the sword and, upon examining it, recognized it as his own. A smile broke across his face as he praised. Well done. This indeed belongs to me. I shall make a note of this favor upon our return. Yuanbao nodded and bowed repeatedly. Thank you, young master. Thank you. Gu Nanbei observed the unfolding drama with quiet amusement, perceiving the subtle shifts in the expressions of the group like a rudimentary black and white sketch, where emotions could still be discerned. Lu the blacksmith paid no heed. If the blind boy could safeguard his sword, he would continue his work. If not, it would save him some trouble. His apprentice, Chunzai, whispered, Master, what shall we do? Should we assist the little blind boy in proving his ownership? Lu's lips moved slightly. The little blind boy will likely lose the sword. It is only a matter of time before it is taken from him. Why stir trouble? Chunzai bowed his head, falling silent. The well-dressed young man scrutinized the sword with growing admiration, a smile creeping onto his lips. Gu Nanbei, too, felt a smile tugging at his own as he stepped closer to the group. Yuanbao, ever cautious, positioned himself to block Gu's path. With a swift kick, Yuanbao was sent sprawling. Gu Nanbei, undeterred, darted into the throng, reaching for the sword and reclaiming it. In an instant, Yuanbao was sent flying a full yard, landing unceremoniously on the ground, unable to rise. All transpired in the blink of an eye. Gu Nanbei, now clutching the sword, wore a grin reminiscent of a seasoned hunter. As if the new game had just begun, a small group of 4 or 5 individuals finally came to their senses, erupting in curses. You cur! Dare to snatch away my master's belongings. You seek death. Seize him. Quickly. One of the 3 young masters of Jianghu, He Jinran, was furiously indignant. How audacious it was for someone to brazenly rob him in broad daylight. A complete disregard for the law. Gu Nanbei casually swept his longsword, and the approaching servants felt a chilling flash, their souls nearly fleeing in terror. With a sharp crack, one servant let out a strange cry, instinctively touching his face. It hurt tremendously, yet there was no blood. It turned out the blade had merely grazed his cheek. Gu Nanbei flicked his wrist, and another servant received a similar fate upon his face. The speed of the sword was astonishing. He Jinran merely caught a glimpse of a silver serpent weaving through the servants, followed by a series of sharp slaps. The servants stumbled, their expressions twisted in confusion. He Jinran, astonished, raised his gaze to find a cold blade pressed against his face, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Gu Nanbei inquired indifferently, May I ask which young master you are? Chapter 24. Lackluster performance. He Jinran looked into the eyes of the small beggar. They were a dull gray, devoid of any luster, yet he felt an inexplicable sense of unease. One servant, clutching his face, shouted, My master is the eldest young master of the He family. If you dare to harm him, you won't even know how you died. A flash of cold light, and with a crack, the speaking servant was struck again, spinning on the spot, utterly disoriented. Gu Nanbei coldly retorted, You wretch, did I ask you anything? The sword twirled again, pressing against He Jinran's face, who had intended to retreat. Gu Nanbei, seemingly contemplative, asked, Young master He? I wonder what your relationship is with He Wenxuan. He's my second brother. Gu Nanbei mused to himself, realizing they were indeed of the same family. It seemed the He family was fated to cross paths with him. He Jinran felt a twinge of fear. The stranger not only knew his identity, but was also so audacious, proving that status held no sway here. Yuanbao, who had just regained his bearings on the ground, witnessed the scene and hastily lay still again. This blind man possessed martial prowess, and approaching him would only lead to further beatings. Lu the blacksmith and his apprentice sat nearby, eyes wide in disbelief. He had thought the blind man was merely pretending to wield a sword, but it turned out he was indeed skilled, and quite formidable at that. Gu Nanbei flicked his wrist, the tip of the sword leaving a red mark on He Jinran's face as he asked in a low voice, Do you know where you went wrong? He Jinran genuinely did not know what he had done wrong. He was merely admiring the sword when this blind man charged at him. Was it because of the sword? Prioritizing his life, he quickly replied, This sword is yours. I don't want it anymore. Gu Nanbei shook his head, the sword tip flicking again, causing He Jinran to grimace yet not daring to move. He glared at Yuanbao, fuming, You mutt, still lying on the ground? Once I deal with this, I'll make sure you lie in the dirt, with no coffin to rest in. Yuan Bao pretended to be grievously hurt, clutching his stomach as he sat up, pitifully saying, "Master, his kick was too powerful. I can't get up." He Jinran coldly demanded, "Speak. What is going on?" Yuan Bao stammered, "Actually, the sword belongs to the blind man." He Jiren finally understood that this was instigated by Yuan Bao. This wretched creature lacked any discernment. Could he not distinguish who was to be trifled with and who was not? "Young sir, it is my foolish servant who has overstepped his bounds. Rest assured, I shall break his legs upon my return." He Jiren gazed expectantly at the blind man, awaiting a response. Seemingly oblivious to the fact that the blind man could not perceive his obsequious demeanor, Gu Nanbei shook his head. "Such a scoundrel, emboldened by your esteemed reputation, had likely committed similar offenses before. With all these accomplices present, let us proceed to break his legs now." He Jiren immediately commanded, "Hurry, break Yuan Bao's legs." The other servants, fearful of hesitation, rushed forth, with the blind man's sword poised near the young master's face. They knew that should anything happen to him, their fates would be worse than death. The servants swarmed, two of them restraining Yuan Bao while another two picked up iron rods, delivering brutal blows to Yuan Bao's shins. Bang! Bang! A shrill scream erupted as Yuan Bao writhed in agony, tears and snot streaming down his face. "Spare me, young master. Please spare me." He Jiren cautiously inquired, "Young sir, are you satisfied?" Gu Nanbei, with a stoic expression, replied, "This shall suffice, though I hope he will mend his ways henceforth. However, you have committed one error that leaves me quite displeased." He Jiren paused, bewildered. What else had he done wrong? "Please, young sir, tell me, and I shall rectify it." With a swift turn of his sword, Gu Nanbei's blade grazed the other side of He Jiren's face, his tone frigid. "Your laughter lacks sincerity, and I find that most unsatisfactory." He Jiren, along with the servants and the onlookers, stood in shock. Insincerity? Was this merely a pretext for punishment? And thus, you must face the consequences. Gu Nanbei wore an expression of nonchalance, leaving those around him taken aback, pondering how his demeanor resembled that of the young rakes. Ignoring the bewilderment of others, Gu Nanbei tossed his raincoat to a dazed servant. "Catch!" The servant, bewildered, caught the raincoat with no understanding of the situation. Lu the blacksmith, witnessing the blind man's relentless pursuit of young master, he felt compelled to intervene. Should this blind man maim or kill the young master, Lu's blacksmith shop would surely suffer. "Brother, since you have retrieved your sword and punished the miscreant, why not let it end here? After all, young master, he is one of the 3 young masters of Qingzhou." With a flick of his wrist, Gu Nanbei sent his sword flying, embedding it in the wooden door with a resonating thrum. The crowd remained utterly perplexed by his intentions. Yet Gu Nanbei had assumed a stance, the unique timbre of the erhu emanating a rhythmic melody. A gentle, lingering tune began to play, transporting Gu Nanbei back to the nostalgic summers of his youth, a time when television was dominated by this very drama. A faint smile graced his lips, tinged with both nostalgia and melancholy. The servant who had caught the raincoat quickly donned it, picking up a bamboo pole from the ground, holding it with both hands and mimicking the motion of rowing. Lu the blacksmith, long devoid of excitement, felt his heart rekindle, as if the long-awaited woman of his dreams were finally seeking him. He Jiren's expression shifted, revealing a blend of bashfulness and excitement, as he delicately concealed the 2 red marks on his face with his sleeve, stealing glances at Lu the blacksmith. A small-faced servant approached softly, calling out, "Sister." The other servants dispersed, revealing a variety of expressions, while Yuan Bao dragged a broken leg aside. The blacksmith's apprentice, Chun Zai, remained seated on the ground, untouched by the commotion. He observed a servant clad in a raincoat fervently shaking a bamboo pole. The apprentice, puzzled, wondered what was happening. Then he caught sight of his master, appearing like a youthful lad, calling out, "Boatman, boatman." The servant shaking the bamboo pole halted his actions, chuckling. "Are you calling for me, young master?" Lu the blacksmith displayed an innocent expression, inquiring about a trip to Qiantang Lake. "Haha, as long as there is money. We shall go, we shall go." Chun Zai's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Was his master putting on a performance, acting out a boat ride with the servant? But why? Then he noticed the swollen-faced He Shao, secretly observing his master with a shy demeanor, more enchanting than any woman. The small-faced servant exclaimed in a high-pitched voice, "Oh no, he is leaving by boat. What are we to do?" He Jinyan appeared anxious. Gu Nanbei, lost in his music, drew the erhu. Indeed, The expensive instrument justified its price, enhancing both the experience and the melody. The lively and graceful tune continued to resonate. In an instant, the servant in the raincoat swayed back and forth, while the other three stood neatly beside him, all ready to board the boat. He Xiao and Lu the blacksmith locked eyes, unable to tear themselves away. You are his long-awaited dream, and he is your first encounter, your moonlight. Suddenly, the servant in the raincoat belted out in a cracked voice. Ah, ah, ah. The beautiful scenery of West Lake in March. Hidden behind the neighboring wall, Hong Yuan's mouth gaped wide enough to fit a duck egg, her eyes round in astonishment. After a moment, she picked up her dropped jaw, exclaiming, "How frightening, how frightening. But they are indeed dancing, they are acting. Xiu, look at those two men. They are locked in each other's gaze." Beside her, Chan Xiu felt her legs weaken, regretting that she had followed Hong Yuan to stalk the blind man. This person was truly extraordinary. Not only could he make people dance, but also sing and act. Chapter 25. Lu the blacksmith's emotional journey. Chan Xiu's legs felt like jelly, and she turned to leave. Hong Yuan grabbed her, whispering, "Just wait a moment. I find this quite fascinating." Chan Xiu dared not struggle too forcefully for fear of making a sound. This blind man seemed to possess a strange aura. Seemingly not blind at all, she bit her lip and shot a glare at Hong Yuan, thinking to herself that once you experience this firsthand, you will understand. Meanwhile, Lu the blacksmith and He Jinyan remained locked in an intense gaze. The two servants, one with a cracked voice and the other with a nasally tone, continued their duet. If only there were a chance for 1,000 years to grow old together in heart and soul before our eyes. The apprentice was completely stupefied, pinching his thigh hard. Indeed, it hurt. It was real. His master, and that He Xiao, at this moment. A voice called from outside, "Lu the blacksmith. What a lively scene in the courtyard. Is my blade repaired yet?" With a creak, a swift-footed constable in azure attire pushed open the door and strode in, exclaiming, "You must prioritize sharpening my blade." My voice abruptly halted, for the newcomer was none other than Constable Zhang Che. His gaze swept the room, causing an immediate chill to run down his spine. Like a startled rabbit, Zhang leapt 3 feet into the air, pivoted, and fled. There was that little blind boy playing the erhu again. All he could think was to escape quickly. Bang! In his frantic retreat, Zhang collided with the solid wooden door, which was too sturdy to yield, resulting in a comical spectacle as he fell backward, his face blooming like a peach blossom, dazed and disoriented. The familiar sound of He Jiran's voice broke through his muddled thoughts. Indeed, it was him, overcome with excitement. The flush on his face deepened as he realized he had found the benefactor he had sought for a millennium, none other than Lu the blacksmith. Zhang Che shook his shoulders, scrambling to sit up, only to see the ecstatic black-clad attendants beside He Jiran exclaiming, "Is that true? How wonderful. I'll fetch him at once." This was none other than the eldest son of the He family. Zhang gasped, inching backward, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. The little blind boy truly possessed some uncanny power. As the narrative unfolded, Lu the blacksmith introduced himself. "My surname is Lu, my name is Dazhong, and my courtesy name is also Dazhong." With a bashful demeanor, Lu began to sing, his rich baritone voice resonating with profound emotion, imbued with the essence of 1,000 years and an unmistakable charm. Zhang Che felt a jolt of anxiety as his frail heart threatened to burst. He could hardly catch his breath. Spring Zai, initially dumbfounded, gradually recognized that his master was performing splendidly, and even He Xiao was delivering his part with astonishing finesse, his expressions more captivating than a woman's. Zhang Che finally edged to the doorway, casting a nervous glance at the blind boy playing the erhu with his eyes closed, fearful of attracting the attention of any supernatural beings. Then, with a roll, he tumbled out the door and fled, not daring to look back. Hong Yuan could not contain her laughter, her figure shaking with delight. "I find this utterly amusing. Why are you so frightened?" Meanwhile, Chan Xiu quietly slipped away towards the courtyard wall, contemplating returning to Fusang by boat that very night. She longed for her mother. With a clap of her hands, Hong Yuan exclaimed, "I have an idea. I could bring him into the Chongqing sect. Imagine the havoc we could wreak." As the music drew to a close and the crowd dispersed, Gu Nanbei felt a flicker in the air. "Your music has resonated with other beings, gaining 7 resonance points." The melody ceased, and the miraculous connection faded. The few individuals who had been singing exchanged bewildered glances, sparks of astonishment flying between them. Lu the blacksmith was the first to regain his composure, his face turning a deep shade of purple as he contemplated the absurdity of having enacted a love story that transcended species with a man whose face had swelled to the size of a bun. He Xiao appeared momentarily dazed, his heart still lingering on the emotions stirred within him. Nearby, an attendant with a sharp voice piped up, "Young master, we." He Jiran quickly raised his head, surveying the bewildered expressions of the attendants, all of whom were left speechless, including the quiet figure of the broken-legged Yuanbao, who remained silent and unperturbed. The earlier scenes had been too surreal to comprehend, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Gu Nanbei ambled to the door, unsheathing his sword, and with a youthful voice, uttered a profound statement. "Ladies and gentlemen, do you understand what true acting is?" The crowd collectively raised their heads, casting terrified glances at the speaking blind man, Lu the blacksmith among them. "Are you a ghost or a demon?" He Jinran asked tremulously. "Do you have money on you?" Gu Nanbei replied, completely sidestepping the question. He Jinran felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He truly could not fathom the blind man's train of thought. Yet, he dared not hesitate. I have it," he stammered, retrieving a pouch from his bosom. After a quick count, he revealed, "A total of 130 taels. I've spent nearly all the money I brought." He Jinran felt a touch of embarrassment. Without uttering a word, Gu Nanbei extended his right hand, palm open. He Jinran hurriedly placed the pouch into the blind man's hand. Gu Nanbei unceremoniously tucked it into his own garment, disregarding He Jinran and his entourage, and turned to Lu the blacksmith. "Brother, please continue crafting the bamboo staff." A chill ran down Lu the blacksmith's spine. This blind man, though seemingly sightless, behaved entirely unlike one. What was the meaning of the earlier spectacle? It was utterly uncanny. Lu the blacksmith forced a smile. "All right away. Chunzai, quickly fetch a bamboo pole." He Jinran timidly inquired, "Young hero, may we take our leave?" He did not dare to run off on his own, should another performance ensue. He Jinran, the eldest son of the He family, might find himself compelled to leap into a well to escape. Gu Nanbei replied, "Let us depart. However, it would be wise to abandon any thoughts of revenge. Otherwise, next time, you may find yourself disguised as a woman in the streets." He Jinran hastily affirmed, Yes. I would never dare, absolutely not." He led his group of attendants away in a state of panic, while Yuanbao scuttled behind, lamenting, "Young master, don't leave me behind." After fleeing for a short while, one of the attendants suddenly asked, "Young master, did that blind man just rob us?" He Jinran's temper flared, and he retaliated with a sharp slap to the attendant's face, leaving a red mark. The blacksmith's courtyard fell into an unsettling silence, as Lu the blacksmith and his apprentice wished only to swiftly rid themselves of this calamity. Lu's heart, which had finally begun to thaw, was abruptly stifled by a man. Whom could he possibly complain to? Hong Yuan lightly leaped down, fluttering away like a crimson butterfly. Even now, she found it hard to believe. Why had she never heard the tune played by the blind man's erhu, and what was the principle behind the dramatic performance? However, such a person could certainly be introduced to the Chongqing sect. The bruised scholar did not leave. He understood that today, he would undoubtedly face punishment from Lord Zhong. Instead of fleeing, he decided to wait for an opportunity and perhaps catch a nap, having been restless the previous night. Indeed, fortune favors the prepared. A dark, soft sedan chair emerged from the entrance of the Green Snake Gang, carried steadily by 4 burly men. The scholar, his swollen eyelids lifting, was struck with delight. This must be the leader, and those 4 hulking figures were undoubtedly his personal bodyguards. Without further hesitation, the scholar dashed out from the shadows to intercept the sedan chair, calling out, "Leader, I have urgent news to report. I beseech you to grant me a moment of your time." The men in black, clearing the path, were about to kick the slender figure aside when a deep voice from within the chair commanded, "Let him through." The scholar, filled with joy, bowed deeply once more before rising to the side of the sedan chair. "Little beggar, what momentous news do you bring?" "Speak," he said, his voice steady, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. In response to the leader, the little beggar replied, "I serve under Lord Zhong. Last night, while resting at the land temple in the southern part of the city, an extraordinary event transpired." The scholar, having once belonged to a well-to-do family and being educated in a private school, articulated the occurrences with clarity and coherence. Upon hearing this, the cautious Shangwanjua suspected that the little beggar might be delirious from hunger, yet he replied, "If what you say is true, Could it be that the erhu possesses some supernatural quality? Retrieve the erhu for me. If it proves genuine, I shall reward you with the position of Deputy Hall Master. The scholar hastily knelt and bowed, exclaiming, "Yes, I shall obey. I will secure it tonight and will not disappoint the leader." As he watched the dark sedan chair depart, he tightened his grip on the leader's token. With this, even Lord Zhong would heed his words. A smile crept upon his lips at this thought. Chapter 26. Lord Zhong. You shall perish. As Gu Nanbei exited the blacksmith's shop, the sky had grown dim. The bamboo staff in his hand was indeed sufficiently robust, just the right size for his grip. Lu the blacksmith's craftsmanship was commendable. He had even fashioned a mechanism such that pressing a lever would cause a sword to spring forth. Lu the blacksmith observed the small blind man's silhouette fade from view, his brow furrowing as he securely closed the courtyard gate. Turning around, he encountered his apprentice, Chunzai, who gazed at him with a face full of horror. "What is it?" Lu the blacksmith asked, his tone irritable. Chunzai stepped back a pace and replied, "Master, I have not returned home in several months. May I go back tomorrow to visit?" With a wave of his hand, Lu the blacksmith consented. "Fine. You may return. I, too, shall take a day off to wander about." Chunzai promptly dashed back to his small wooden house, slamming the door shut with a thud, finally exhaling in relief. Meanwhile, Gu Nanbei, leaning on his sturdy bamboo staff, hurried along the street towards the bun shop. The streets were already desolate, and now they were devoid of any passers-by. As he passed by Yuan Tongzhai, a faint fragrance wafted from within, yet the interior was eerily quiet, as if no one were present. Activating the interface, he observed, martial arts realm, body refinement, bone tempering, skill, insight, advanced 016, skill, erhu performance, proficient 08, skill, Swana performance, novice 12, skill, Taiji for health, novice 04, external skill, rock stance, advanced 016, sword technique, sunlight jade emperor sword, proficient 016, resonance points, 11 points. Gu Nanbei examined each entry, concluding that insight was of utmost importance. Once he amassed 16 points, he would upgrade it. His current detection range extended to a radius of 2 zhang, with all selections appearing as chaotic tangles. He longed for the full upgrade of insight. Enduring simplistic sketches was intolerable. Upon reaching the bun shop, he found the stammering waiter waiting for him. "Come quickly, Sister Zhen is awaiting you." "You all eat first. There is no need to wait for me," he replied as he was ushered inside. Sister Zhen presented Gu Nanbei with a bowl and chopsticks, urging, "Quickly, everyone, gather for the meal." Gu Nanbei accepted the bowl and chopsticks without hesitation. The nearby stammerer immediately noticed that the erhu had been replaced with a new one, seemingly of good quality, and quietly inquired, "Erhu?" Gu Nanbei replied, "It's new. A tool for dining must be of high quality." The stammerer nodded, wearing a knowing expression. Jin Sa chimed in, "Stammerer, serve some dishes to the blind man." "What are you two whispering about?" Today, Jun Sa had prepared an abundance of dishes, much to our advantage. "You treated me to a fish at noon. You must reciprocate tonight." Jin Sa's eyes sparkled with mirth. Gu Nanbei smiled, but said nothing further, aware that Jin Sa was a strong-willed woman. After the meal, the stammerer assisted Gu Nanbei in shouldering the old erhu, and the two stepped outside. Passing by Uncle Chow's door, which was closed, Gu Nanbei inquired, "Has Uncle Chow not returned this afternoon?" The stammerer scratched his head and replied, "I haven't seen him come back. Perhaps he is spending the night at the racetrack." Gu Nanbei nodded, understanding that old friends reminiscing over drinks often stayed at the racetrack, which was quite normal. As they walked further into the dim light, Gu Nanbei suddenly remarked, "Let us stay in the dilapidated temple for one more night. Tomorrow, we shall purchase a small courtyard and live independently." The stammerer's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he trembled as he asked, "Really? Did the two knives sell for a good price?" Gu Nanbei nodded, affirming, "Yes, enough to buy a small courtyard. Then we can bathe, don new clothes, and no longer live as beggars." The stammerer, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears, his steps unsteady, and the brocade box on his back bounced with each stride. Ever since he became an orphan, he had dreamt of having a home of his own. Upon reaching the dilapidated temple, the sky had not yet darkened fully, but other beggars had returned, and a pile of firewood inside emanated a semblance of warmth. Mr. Zhong stood outside as usual, his features flickering in the dancing firelight, resembling a menacing bear spirit. Gu Nanbei sensed another figure lurking in the shadows behind Mr. Zhong, a frail body concealed there, seemingly engaged in some secretive task. Mr. Zhong coldly regarded the approaching duo, saying, "You two are becoming increasingly wild. You always keep me waiting." Gu Nanbei replied, "I must thank Mr. Zhong for introducing me to a benefactor. With a backing, life naturally becomes more prosperous. If it weren't for my concern for you, I wouldn't have bothered to return." Mr. Zhong scrutinized the stammerer for a moment, confirming it was indeed him, astonished at his transformation. "Humph. Stammerer, behave yourself. Don't think I wouldn't dare to discipline you." Gu Nanbei chuckled. "Of course, Mr. Zhong. When will that benefactor come to fetch me?" Mr. Zhong raised an eyebrow and slowly replied, "Just wait patiently." The shadow behind Mr. Zhong discreetly tugged at his clothing, reminding him of more pressing matters. He realized that this lad had led him astray with his chatter, which was quite uncanny. "By the way, blind man, let me see that erhu." Gu Nanbei felt a stir of excitement and grinned. "Mr. Zhong, do you also wish to play the erhu? Enough nonsense, hand it over." Mr. Zhong's impatience flared. He was skeptical of the scholar's tall tales, yet due to the lad obtaining a token from the leader, he found himself compelled to acquiesce to the scholar's whims. Gu Nanbei, perplexed, inquired, "But I possess 2 erhus. Which one does Lord Zhong desire?" Lord Zhong, taken aback, questioned, "Where did you acquire another erhu?" With a smile, Gu Nanbei pressed on, "Which one would you prefer, my lord?" A sudden jolt of unease struck Lord Zhong. The blind man exhibited an unsettling demeanor, entirely different from his former self. Undoubtedly, he had transformed into someone else. The scholar, observing anxiously from behind, could no longer contain himself and blurted out, "I want both." Gu Nanbei chuckled lightly. "Ah, so the scholar wishes to learn the erhu. Come here, and I shall teach you." Lord Zhong's face twitched in irritation as he retorted, "Enough of your prattle. Hand it over, or I shall be compelled to take action." Gu Nanbei gently pushed the stuttering scholar aside, grinning, "I intended to have a proper conversation with you, Lord Zhong. Is it not a crime to disturb my slumber so early in the morning?" Lord Zhong was momentarily dumbfounded, unable to believe his ears. Having been a beggar leader for many years and having dealt with numerous adversaries, he had never encountered anyone speaking in such a manner, particularly given the stark contrast to Gu Nanbei's previous behavior. The onlookers in the room were too frightened to even breathe. Recalling how the blind man had bested Wolf Brother and Mad Dog just the day before, would he soon take down the leader of the Green Snake Gang as well? In a fit of rage, Lord Zhong laughed maniacally. "Very well. Whether you are possessed by a ghost or a demon, today I shall cripple your legs and see how you manage to wander about. As long as your face remains intact, it matters not." With that, he extended his muscular arm to seize Gu Nanbei. Gu Nanbei simply stepped back, evading the outstretched hand, his expression chillingly cold. He pressed down on his bamboo staff, drawing it with a swift motion. Clang! The sword sang forth, emitting a faint, icy glimmer. Lord Zhong squinted as the light dazzled his eyes, while the scholar, hidden in the shadows, trembled in fear. In recent days, the blind man's behavior had continuously pushed their limits. Could it be that he also wielded a sword? In Lord Zhong's eyes, a glint of sharp, frigid light appeared, overwhelming him with an inexplicable chill that made him shudder. Chapter 27. Live for oneself. Lord Zhong had once witnessed true battles and taken lives, but in recent years, he had grown complacent. Upon seeing the blind man draw his sword, he hastily retreated, instinctively reaching to pull the scholar in front as a shield. Though the scholar was slender, he was agile, swiftly rolling to the ground and darting into the dilapidated house. Lord Zhong, unable to grasp him, sensed impending danger and assumed a defensive stance, having learned a bit of martial arts. In truth, Lord Zhong's retreat was merely a fleeting moment. Gu Nanbei did not rush to unsheath his sword. Observing Lord Zhong adopting a martial artist stance, he smirked. And with a swift motion, the Daylight Jade Emperor's sword was unleashed. Regret washed over Lord Zhong the instant he assumed his fighting stance. A piercing cold light approached too rapidly for him to react. He should have fled. After all, the opponent was blind. How could he possibly pursue? With a flick of his wrist, Gu Nanbei's agile sword danced in the darkness, flashing like a fleeting shadow. The sword tip deftly twisted around Lord Zhong's wrist. With a cry of anguish, Lord Zhong felt his tendons snap. He could hardly fathom that the blind man had not only undergone a drastic personality change, but had also mastered formidable swordsmanship, a notion utterly beyond belief. Could it be that the scholar's strange tales were indeed true? Did ghosts and deities truly exist in this world? A fleeting thought crossed his mind as Master Zhong grasped his bleeding right hand, disregarding everything else, and fled towards the exit. After just a single exchange of blows, he realized that the blind man's sword was not only sharp, but also exceedingly swift. He was no match for him. Gu Nanbei could not allow such a nefarious individual to escape. A scoundrel like him deserved to die 100 times over. Master Zhong sprinted forward. But only after 5 steps did the icy blade press against his neck, its sharp edge causing a stinging sensation on his skin, likely already drawing blood. He halted in his tracks. Should he proceed, his own movements would surely sever his throat. Spare me this once. It was I who took you in back then. Little blind man, have mercy. Master Zhong gasped, beads of cold sweat dotting his back. Gu Nanbei's youthful voice pierced through the tension. Who was that Master Chen who sought me? What could he possibly gain from me? Master Zhong dared not hesitate, for life and death hung in the balance. Master Chen is an old broker. Sometimes he engages in lucrative dealings to ward off calamities. I heard him mention that a significant figure is searching for someone, offering a handsome reward. That's why he has been canvassing for individuals. He continued, Little blind man, this is fortuitous. If that esteemed personage takes a liking to you, it could lead to wealth and glory. I am merely assisting you. Master Zhong finished his breathless explanation, sweat trickling into his eyes, causing him to blink repeatedly. Gu Nanbei furrowed his brow and inquired, Does Master Chen believe I am the person sought by that prominent figure? He said you bear a striking resemblance. But he has since gone to the East City to find more candidates. You may inquire with him later. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. Only the sound of Master Zhong's labored breathing and the crackling of wood in the fire could be heard. Unable to endure the oppressive ambience, the once fierce demeanor he possessed had long been dulled by the sister's presence. He trembled as he said, Little blind man, may I go now? Yes. The moment the words left Gu Nanbei's lips, Master Zhong barely had time to feel relief before Gu Nanbei withdrew his sword. With a swift motion, blood sprayed forth as Gu Nanbei expertly retracted his blade, which vanished into the bamboo staff like a stream of autumn water. Master Zhong, bewildered, clutched at his gushing neck. Lost and helpless. Huh. He gasped desperately, his mouth bubbling with countless pink froth. I apologize. The path I have granted you is one leading to hell, Gu Nanbei elucidated. Master Zhong collapsed limply to the ground, reduced to convulsions. Gu Nanbei did not cast another glance at him, clutching his coarse bamboo staff as he stepped further into the room. Initially intending to seek vengeance in a few days, fate had brought it to his doorstep. Yet, Gu Nanbei's retribution was not solely aimed at Master Zhong, but at the entire Green Serpent Gang. Without the protection of the Green Serpent Gang, could Master Zhong act with such impunity? Thus, the Green Serpent Gang must also be toppled. There was no other way. It was simply how he operated. The stuttering boy, terrified, dared not utter a word. The formidable image of Master Zhong he once held crumbled entirely, revealing him to be just an ordinary man, capable of fear and susceptible to death. Gu Nanbei entered the room, his hollow gaze drifting towards the scholar cowering in the corner. Scholar, would you like to learn the erhu as well? I can teach you. The scholar, paralyzed by fear, dared not utter a sound. The blind man, despite his inability to see, was gripped by the unsettling illusion of being watched by a ferocious beast, as if those eyes were indeed fixed upon him. Gu Nanbei's shadow flickered and twisted in the firelight, slowly stretching toward the scholar, resembling a malevolent spirit clawing its way from the depths of hell to drag the scholar down with it. Gasping for breath, the scholar fell to his knees and lamented. I was in the wrong. I told Lord Zhong that your erhu was problematic, capable of inciting performances and dances. I deserved to die. I had no money today and feared being beaten by Lord Zhong, which is why I spoke thus. I did not mean it. Tears streamed down his face, echoing in the desolate temple, punctuated only by his sobs. In desperation, he struck his forehead against the ground repeatedly, until blood began to flow. Gu Nanbei sighed. So? You were not here to learn the erhu, merely afraid of a beating. The scholar trembled slightly, gritting his teeth as he crawled to the fire and seized a stone, bringing it down viciously upon his left hand. Crack! A pained scream escaped his lips, his body trembling, tears flowing freely, yet he clenched his teeth, articulating each word with effort. Blind man, I have brought trouble upon you. I offer this hand in atonement. Are you satisfied? Gu Nanbei was taken aback by the scholar's ruthlessness. Despite his emaciated frame and lack of funds for treatment, he was likely to succumb to his injuries. He retrieved a few pieces of silver from his pocket and tossed them to the scholar. You may leave. This money is for your healing. Unbeknownst to him, the scholar had sought out the gang leader and secured a token of authority. Otherwise, he would not have been so lenient. The scholar grasped the silver, bowed his head, and slowly rose, making his way toward the door. This money is for the scholar's treatment. None shall covet it, Gu Nanbei declared, casting a glance at the throng of beggars, emboldened by the fearsome reputation of having slain Lord Zhong. His words were met with immediate compliance as the young beggars nodded vigorously. As the scholar, clutching his injured hand, reached the threshold, he whispered, "Thank you." Gu Nanbei offered no response, and the dilapidated dwelling once again fell into silence. Only when the sound of the scholar's footsteps faded did Gu Nanbei utter, "Now that Lord Zhong has been slain, we shall part ways at dawn to seek our own fortunes." "Blind brother," the dog-faced one interjected, "your martial prowess is formidable. Could you not become our leader? We would follow you. Perhaps we could even forge a gang like the Green Snake Society." Gu Nanbei replied, "I apologize, my brothers. As you know, I am blind and currently only wish to find a skilled physician to restore my sight. Moreover, in this land of Qingzhou, with its multitude of factions, have you ever heard of a blind leader?" The dog-faced one fell silent, and the others bowed their heads in taciturnity. Once fixated solely on Lord Zhong's demise during their oppression, they now found themselves at a loss, unsure of how to proceed in the aftermath. Gu Nanbei addressed them, "Brothers, though the future remains uncertain, winter shall eventually pass." Noticing their despondent expressions, he could not help but offer a bowl of chicken soup. The crowd, unresponsive to his gesture, sighed inwardly, realizing that they were not fools after all. "Let us dig a grave for Lord Zhong. Each will receive 20 copper coins." Upon hearing this, the group instantly perked up, rising with renewed vigor. They had feared the living Lord Zhong, but what fear did they have of the deceased? They could hardly contain their desire to trample upon his grave. The scholar stumbled out of the dilapidated temple, uncertain of his direction as night descended and the medical clinic had long since closed. He had gone an entire day without food, and his strength was waning. Unbeknownst to him, he wandered to the riverside in the southern part of the city. The moonlight graced the snow, casting a silvery glow that illuminated the cold surroundings. With great difficulty, he ascended the stone arch bridge, gazing down at the river water, which was beginning to thaw, and memories of home flooded his mind. He felt no remorse for the events of the day. After all, living for oneself is not a crime. The true fault lay with this wretched world. Chapter 28. Yuan Hua's counterattack. The young scholar felt dazed, his head heavy and his legs unsteady, leading him to lose his balance and tumble from the bridge. He did not cry out, contemplating that perhaps dying this way would be preferable. Plunging into the frigid water jolted his senses awake. A powerful thought surged within him. He could not perish. He must endure and thrive, even better than others. Why should others live in luxury while he languished like a mere dog? He, Lu Xinji, would not accept such fate, struggling in the icy river. He was fortunate that the water was not deep, and he managed to haul himself out before his body succumbed to the cold, shivering uncontrollably. It was over. He was surely doomed, destined to become a frozen mass by morning. Despair enveloped him. "Ah, you lad possess resilience. I have been watching you for a while," came a voice from nearby. The young scholar, too cold to articulate his thoughts clearly, stammered, "Why you? Save me, and I will repay you. What can you offer me, little beggar?" The shadow that spoke seemed to drift down from the bridge like a specter, landing silently beside the scholar. Startled, he turned slowly, only to find a pale face gazing at him ominously. It belonged to an old man clad in gray. "Do not be afraid. If you wish for my assistance, it is quite simple. I see your mind is tenacious, surpassing that of your peers. You managed to climb back up with a severed hand. Quite commendable." Suppressing his fear, the young scholar inquired, "What must I do to receive your aid, esteemed elder?" "I am Zhuangjian, known among friends as One Hand Covers the Sky. If you become my disciple, I shall save you and teach you the martial arts to navigate the martial world." Without hesitation, the scholar knelt, his knees buckling as he proclaimed, "Master, I bow before you." He then prostrated himself 3 times in the snow. "Good. Obedient disciple. Rise now. What is your name?" The old man smiled, extending a hand to help the scholar up, revealing himself to be an one-armed elder. "My surname is Yuan, with a single character for my given name, Hua." "Master, what of your hand?" The young scholar refrained from revealing his true name, opting instead for one that had left a lasting impression on him. Zhuangjian smiled. his pallid complexion somewhat unsettling. Yuanhua, did I not mention one hand covers the sky? Naturally, I have only one hand. The scholar was taken aback, realizing the literal meaning of that phrase. Zuahan Jian continued, that hand of yours was already severed. After flailing about in the water, it is likely beyond repair. I shall assist you in removing it, and then take you to change into proper clothing. The young scholar's face turned ashen, and he hurriedly protested, Master, my hand can still be healed. In a flash, Zuahan Jian seized the scholar's severed hand and twisted it. A chilling wail echoed by the riverbank in the dead of night. In the dilapidated temple, Gu Nanbei no longer troubled these young brothers. As they gathered around the bonfire for the evening celebration, it was he who refrained from drawing near the flames. Having ascended to the bone refining stage, his bones had become remarkably resilient. When he exerted his strength, a warm current flowed through his vibrating bones, rendering him significantly stronger than he had been merely 2 days prior, enabling him to withstand the biting cold. His earlier inquiries about Master Chen stemmed from a desire to ascertain the situation. From scattered fragments of information, he surmised that a notable figure had dispatched a portrait in search of someone, a youth, perhaps connected to his previous existence. However, he could not afford to dwell on his origins at present. The priority was to earn resonance points to elevate his spiritual acuity while simultaneously enhancing his martial prowess in pursuit of a miraculous healer for his eyes. Beside him stood a small stutterer, trembling like a forsaken hamster, a pitiable sight. Gu Nanbei inquired, why not warm yourself by the fire? Why follow me? The small stutterer clutched a brocade box tightly, shaking his head. I want to stay by your side. I am afraid. Gu Nanbei chuckled, rest assured. I shall not abandon you. Go on. Yet the small stutterer persisted, shaking his head earnestly. No, I only wish to accompany you. The following day, as dawn broke with the first light, Gu Nanbei awakened and gently nudged the small stutterer, signaling that it was time to depart. Today, they intended to seek shelter. For Gu Nanbei's experience over the past 2 days had been rather dismal. This necessity was also the reason he sought funds from young Master He. Securing a place to sleep was imperative. At the Shiui Tower, Zhang Che awaited an audience with the commander. He had attempted to visit the day before, only to find the esteemed Commander Duan was unavailable. After a restless night, he arrived at first light. However, Commander Duan was engaged in discussions with several hundred households and could not spare a moment to meet him. Finally, after the hour of Chun had nearly passed, Zhang Che was summoned inside. Duan Muhua, sipping tea, glanced at Zhang Che's bruised visage and inquired, I hear you had matters to discuss yesterday? Why did you not report to the vice commander on duty? Zhang Che replied, Sir, this matter is too convoluted to explain to others. I encountered that blind man playing the erhu once again. Duan Muhua's expression remained composed as he asked, What have you discovered? Did he assault you? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Zhang Che hurriedly responded, Not at all. Yesterday, at the blacksmith Lu's in the northern part of the city, another bizarre performance unfolded. This time, it involved young Master He and the blacksmith, not only acting but singing as well. It was utterly absurd. Duan Muhua set down his teacup, his gaze shifting with interest. Were they also portraying a king who fancied monks? Zhang Che shook his head. No, this appeared to be a tale of a snake demon repaying a debt of gratitude. I fled before the conclusion. It was simply too strange. Duan Muhua straightened his posture, furrowing his brows. Yesterday, he had been only half convinced that the martial arts school and the serpent gang were performing for some reason, while the possibility seemed slim. It was not entirely out of the question. However, the involvement of young Master He and the blacksmith was certainly not voluntary. This development posed a grave concern. For the Shiui Tower served as the emperor's eyes and ears, tasked not only with gathering intelligence, but also with exerting the court's influence over the martial world. The occurrence of such peculiar events within his jurisdiction was alarming, especially with the impending arrival of the Red Tower Sword Pavilion in Qingzhou City and the stirring of demonic forces. He was just arranging measures to prevent disturbances in Qingzhou City. After a moment of contemplation, Duan Muhua inquired, What is the He family's response? That prominent young master is unlikely to make a fuss. He will surely find a way to conceal the matter. Duan Muhua stated, I will assign a team of elite guards to capture this little blind man first and interrogate him. Zhang Che replied, But what if he employs that same method again? Have you forgotten we possess the ice spider web? Can a mere blind man evade that? Zhang Che clasped his fists in acquiescence. Gu Nanbei and his companion arrived at the bun shop, overhearing someone speaking inside. Seemingly, Jun saw conversing with a man. Could it be that individual from yesterday? Gu Nanbei hastened his steps and soon realized it was Uncle Chow accompanied by a tall man enjoying his meal in the shop. The tall man, with shifty eyes, frequently glanced at Jin Saw, prompting Chow Bin to discreetly step on the man's foot, causing him to grimace in pain. This man was none other than Zhang Pizzi. You have arrived. Jin Saw greeted them with a smile, serving the two beggars some buns. Chow Bin asked, how did you two fare yesterday? Did you catch any fish? The stuttering boy replied, yes, we caught 2 big fish. But we ate them all. You truly are fortunate. Even fish can be caught from Hulu Pond. Chow Bin couldn't help but exclaim, that must be the heavens providing a meal. Next time, we might not be so lucky, Gu Nanbei chuckled. Chow Bin nodded, and the two quickly finished their meal before returning to their quarters. What were you just discussing, Jin Saw? Jin Saw blushed and retorted, little blind man. You needn't concern yourself. It was that ruffian, speaking without discretion. The stuttering boy whispered, Jin Saw is blushing. It must not have been anything good. Chapter 29. 2 parties arrived. Jin Saw narrowed her eyes in anger, exclaiming, what are you babbling about, little stutterer? He quickly stuffed a bun into his mouth, mumbling, nothing. Nothing at all. Gu Nanbei and the stuttering boy searched for a couple of hours in the southern part of the city and eventually found a small courtyard. This location was not far from Jin Saw's home, just on the next street. In the yard stood a large locust tree, its snow yet to melt, resembling an elderly man with white hair hunched over. The yard also contained a well, with 4 main rooms, 2 side rooms, and a kitchen, sufficient for a comfortable life. The owner of the small courtyard offered it for 100 taels, but Gu Nanbei discerned the old man's urgency to sell, negotiating him down to 80 taels. The old man joyfully accepted the payment, handed over the deed, and cheerfully departed with his belongings, stating he was going to live with his son in the neighboring Penglai County for his retirement. The stuttering boy excitedly bounced around the yard, examining everything with a beaming smile that stretched to his ears. Blind one, this is our home now, right? Yes, we shall live here from now on, Gu Nanbei replied, folding the deed into a small square and handing it to the stuttering boy. This yard will be yours in the future, when you grow up. You can marry and start a family here. The stuttering boy exclaimed in astonishment, You won't live here? Where will you go? Gu Nanbei replied with a smile, I won't leave just yet. Once I become stronger, I must seek a divine doctor to cure my eyes. By then, you will have grown as well and will be seeking a wife. Little stutterer, with tear-filled eyes, said, I want to be with you. Gu Nanbei grasped little stutterer's hand and pressed a small piece of paper into his palm, advising, keep this safe for now. When you grow a bit older, you won't always want to follow me. Little stutterer clutched the paper, hesitating to speak, tears rolling down his cheeks. In the courtyard, there was plenty of firewood, and the old man had also left us a pot of water. Soon, I will boil water, and you can go buy a few pieces of clothing. After we bathe and change into new garments, we shall no longer be beggars. Little stutterer nodded in agreement. All right, I will go now. Be careful. Don't let anyone beat you. Rest assured, I am quite clever. Zhang Che had a bruise on his face from yesterday's encounter, and his nose was considerably swollen, giving him a comical appearance. He led a group of well-dressed guards through the streets all morning, but failed to find anyone. To seek and yet find nothing. How peculiar. Zhang Che muttered. The captain of the team was a middle-aged man with a neatly trimmed mustache named Zhang Shiqiao. Following Zhang Che in circles, Zhang Shiqiao, seeing their lack of success, remarked, Old Zhang, this little blind boy must have a place to stay, perhaps some companions. If we cannot find him, we should inquire with other beggars. With no other choice, Zhang Che headed to the dilapidated temple in the southern part of the city. After walking a bit longer, he finally spotted a beggar stealthily trailing an old man with a limp. Zhang Che, with keen insight, realized that the beggar was likely preparing to steal or rob the old man's money. Without making a sound, he signaled to his group, and they swiftly encircled the target. The cunning beggar, having identified an easy target, had been following the old man for a while, waiting for a more secluded spot to strike. He had seen the old man's pouch filled with coins. If he could seize it, he could save enough to comfortably endure the winter. Moreover, the old man was weak and limping, presenting no risk to him. Suddenly, the beggar heard hurried footsteps and turned to see a group of strong men chasing him. Startled, he bolted, but after just a couple of steps, a net ensnared him. The immense force pulled him to the ground, sliding him around the corner. A large hand lifted the beggar, and a swollen face leaned in with a cold grin. Thought you could rob someone, little beggar? recognizing the man as a constable. The beggar quickly shook his head. No, I was just wandering the streets when you captured me. Zhang Shiqiao grasped the beggar's shoulder, saying, let me handle this. This type of beggar won't be intimidated by mere words. We need to be more forceful. Zhang Che smiled. Little beggar, we are looking for a blind boy. The one who plays the erhu. Do you know him? The beggar's eyes brightened at the sight of the copper coins Zhang Che produced, which numbered in the dozens. These coins will be yours, Zhang Che promised. The beggar swallowed hard, hesitating for a moment. Early this morning, the blind boy and the stutterer left. But I don't know where they went. So they truly are a group. Where do you stay at night? Zhang Che inquired. In the Earth God Temple. The beggar replied, eyeing the shiny copper coins. In the small courtyard of the southern city, Zhang Che noted. Gunanbei was boiling water, eagerly anticipating a hot shower and a change into clean attire. As a modern individual, how could he endure the discomfort of being filthy and infested with lice? Suddenly, a figure darted in, clutching a bundle. Blind man, I'm back. Without lifting his head, Gunanbei responded, you're quick, quite impressive. Of course. I had my target in mind from the start and wasted no time heading straight to Shen's tailor shop. The stuttering boy excitedly unveiled the bundle, revealing 2 long tunics, cotton inner linings, and 2 long strips of cloth. This longer one is for you. The shorter one is for me, along with a headscarf. Hee, when the time comes, you'll be the young master, and I'll be. Gunanbei chuckled. Haha, to be a young master, one must be like Hua Manlu. But his character doesn't suit me. He is not my type. Who is Hua Manlu? The stuttering boy inquired. Another blind man. Once I finish my bath and don my new clothes, you can no longer call me blind. What should I call you then? Gunanbei. As they indulged in casual banter, Gunanbei found a large flat bucket that resembled those used for washing pigs after slaughter. Without further thought, he decided to draw water from the well beneath the locust tree for a quick rinse before indulging in a wooden tub bath. Gunanbei, you wash first. I'll continue boiling the water. I also bought some soap pots. You know how to live well, my stuttering brother, Gunanbei praised. As he eagerly poured the water and leapt in. A hot bath in the depths of winter was sheer bliss. Master Chen puffed on his pipe, his dark face creasing into a frown. A thin youth, disheveled yet somewhat handsome, trailed behind him, bearing a slight resemblance to Gunanbei. Master Chen had anticipated that such a youth would be easy to find, expecting him to be quite talkative, but after 2 days of searching, he had only managed to find one who bore a faint resemblance. You'd better stick close to me, kid. If you're the one we're looking for, you'll be a young master, living in luxury and indulging in the finest delicacies, he chuckled. The boy's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his pace quickened. Master Chen, unwilling to wait any longer, feared that someone else might find the true person first, rendering his efforts futile. He decided to take both of them to verify their identities. Upon arriving at the outer courtyard of Lord Zhong's residence, he called out several times but received no response. Wait here for me, he instructed the boy. As he ventured inside to investigate, he faintly heard a woman's voice from the back courtyard. Could it be that Lord Zhong was engaging in illicit activities during the day? Master Chen leaped into the courtyard, quickly reaching the back, where indeed, the sounds of wanton revelry echoed within. He returned to the front courtyard, taking deliberate puffs from his pipe, reasoning that he should not disturb anyone's enjoyment and could afford to wait. Before long, a tall, robust man sauntered from the back courtyard, locking eyes with Master Chen, both momentarily taken aback. Master Chen had not anticipated that the figure emerging would not be Lord Zhong. Judging by his physique and gait, this man possessed formidable martial skills, likely a high-ranking member of the Green Snake Gang. The man, equally surprised to find someone waiting outside, strode out confidently without a hint of embarrassment. As Chen's countenance darkened, he secured his smoking pipe at his waist and proceeded towards the backyard. A young woman, who was in the midst of tidying her garments, stepped out of the house. Upon seeing Chen, her expression momentarily faltered, but she quickly regained her composure and demanded, "Who are you to intrude upon someone else's home?" Chen inquired, "Where's Zhonggang?" The woman raised an elegantly arched eyebrow and sneered, "He hasn't returned since yesterday. Who knows which harlot's bed he is in?" Chen's gaze turned icy, and with a swift motion, he closed the distance between them like a tempest. The woman had no time to cry out before his hand seized her throat. With a chilling stare, he warned, "I care not for your family affairs, but they must not interfere with my business. I shall ask once more, where's Zhonggang?" Gradually loosening his grip, the woman collapsed to the ground, her complexion turning a deep shade of purple as she gasped for breath. I truly do not know. He left yesterday morning and hasn't returned since. Qin cast a disdainful glance at the woman on the ground before turning to leave. Exiting the small courtyard, he signaled for the youth to follow. Arriving at the land temple, he noted the snow before the altar had yet to melt, yet numerous erratic footprints marred its surface. The temple itself was devoid of any presence. As Qin stepped further inside, he suddenly halted, his keen senses detecting an unusual scent. A season tracker. He swiftly dug into the snow with his foot, revealing dark blood beneath. Continuing his excavation, he unearthed a trail of blood leading to a freshly disturbed mound of earth. Drawing a short dagger from his waist, he began to unearth the newly turned soil, revealing a corpse, its pallid visage unmistakably that of Zhong. Qin's eyelids flickered. Although Zhong was merely a minor leader, he belonged to the Green Snake Gang, and to provoke them was no trivial matter. Examining the wounds closely, Qin concluded they were inflicted by a sword. The assailant was evidently a master swordsman, having severed flesh and arteries with unimpeded precision, swiftly ending Zhong's life. Where had the little blind man gone? Qin pondered for a moment before deciding to return that evening, as the little blind man would surely come back to rest. Meanwhile, Gu Nanbei transformed the hot water in the wooden tub into murky blackness, underestimating both his own filthiness and the cleansing capabilities of ancient methods, particularly regarding his hair. Reluctantly, Gu Nanbei rose, donned his undergarments and long robe, and carried the hefty 200-pound water barrel out of the room. The dark water flowing away like the 15 years of his life. The little stutterer gazed at the transformed blind man in a daze, overwhelmed by an unapproachable aura that made him shy away, his heart racing. Regrettably, the handsome face lacked a pair of radiant starry eyes. Gu Nanbei set the wooden barrel in place for the little stutterer, who then invited him outside. As he settled into the barrel, the elderly stutterer bore scars of sorrow, glancing down at his reflection in the water and suddenly feeling bashful and anxious. The sound of splashing water echoed from within. As Gu Nanbei tied his hair into a simple ponytail and announced, "Little stutterer, I am going to fetch buns from Sister Jin. Wait for me at home." With that, he picked up a coarse bamboo pole and stepped out, trudging forward through the icy snow. A young man clad in a blue robe, strikingly handsome with a fair complexion, exuded an air of unparalleled elegance. Moments later, Gu Nanbei arrived at Sister Zhen's bun shop. The atmosphere outside felt somewhat unsettling. Discerning the surroundings through sound, Gu Nanbei detected the presence of at least 6 individuals, divided into 2 factions. A gust of cold wind swept by, and he caught a familiar scent. It was that debauched young master. As Gu Nanbei approached, his instincts sharpened, revealing that the debauched young master's group was blocking the entrance. While Sister Zhen was sheltering Little Mao inside, the ones obstructing the door were none other than Qiao Bin and his accomplices. Qiao Bin held an unsheathed knife, a standard military weapon known as the Yanling Dao. The leading young man sneered, "Cripple, do you dare draw your blade against me? Truly bold. You are the first in all of South City to challenge me with a weapon. Inform him of my identity. Perhaps these rustic villagers remain oblivious to who I am." The corner of the youth's mouth curled disdainfully. The 2 brutes listened intently. The young master was Shang Wanyu, the deputy leader of the Green Serpent Gang. "Dare you to act recklessly? You truly court death." Qiao Bin replied coldly, "To risk one's life is one thing. To dethrone an emperor is another. What more can be said of scoundrels like you? Feel free to test your fortune." Shang Wanyu remained silent, aware that his 2 henchmen could bully the ordinary. But against a formidable opponent, they were mere scum. As the saying goes, a wise man does not suffer immediate loss. It is prudent to retreat for now. "Very well. The cripple has guts. We shall withdraw." Shang Wanyu took a few steps back, only to see a handsome young man approaching with a large bamboo pole. With a cold snort, he thought to himself that this flirt had quite a few admirers, wasting his sincere affections. He resolved to send someone to capture her for a few days of amusement tomorrow. As the group distanced themselves, Qiao Bin let out a sigh of relief. He was not yet prepared for a confrontation. If Shang Wanyu were to be eliminated prematurely, it would put Sister Zhen in grave danger. "Thank you, brothers. I owe you my gratitude," Sister Zhen said, her eyes misty but holding back tears, clenching her silver teeth in determination. "We are merely neighbors. There is no need for thanks." "This rogue will not rest," Qiao Bin remarked, his expression grave. "Sister Zhen, perhaps you should take Little Mao and find somewhere to hide for a while." "Where can I hide?" she lamented. "My family has long since perished. Dazhuang's parents have also been destroyed by the northern invaders." "Alas, very well. Let us return for now, Chaobin said to Zhang Pizzi as they exited. Failing to recognize Gu Nanbei, Sister Jin gently wiped the corners of her eyes with her hand, and as she beheld a young man in blue at the door, she hurriedly inquired, "Young master, would you like to purchase some buns?" Gu Nanbei smiled and responded, "Sister Jin, do you not recognize me? How could a change of clothes and a bath render me unrecognizable?" Puzzled, he thought to himself. The voice of the still maturing Qingji was quite distinctive. After a moment of appraisal, Sister Jin exclaimed in surprise, "Little blind boy?" "Indeed," Gu Nanbei replied. "I have come for buns." Sister Jin's mouth fell open in astonishment as she said, "You've changed so much. I sincerely apologize. Please come inside." As he ate, Gu Nanbei remarked, "Sister Jin, Uncle Chao is correct. It would be wise to find another place to hide. Otherwise, be cautious of this man, for a cornered dog may act erratically." Sister Jin bit her lip, and after a moment of resignation, said, "I wish I could, but I have nowhere to go. Surely, I cannot afford to stay at an inn. I have recently acquired a courtyard, spacious with numerous rooms, and if Sister Jin does not mind, she may reside there." "You purchased a courtyard? Where did you obtain the funds?" "I stumbled upon it. With wealth, one ought to secure a place to dwell and perhaps acquire a new wardrobe." "Little blind boy, you have transformed remarkably over the past few days. I scarcely recognize you." Gu Nanbei chuckled, saying, "Does Sister Jin wish for me to remain a foul-smelling beggar forever? My residing there is not solely for my own benefit, but also for Xiao Mao's. However, I cannot stay there without contributing. Sister Jin would be responsible for the cooking, and my appetite is quite substantial as I am still growing. Then I shall come to see you." Sister Jin decided. Earlier, when Shang Wanyu introduced himself, she was indeed frightened, having initially assumed he was a wealthy young master, only to discover he was the infamous vice leader of the Green Snake Gang. Gu Nanbei nodded, producing 10 taels of silver to hand to Sister Jin, stating, "This is for the provisions. Let us purchase supplies today, and thereafter, I shall venture out less frequently." Sister Jin accepted the silver, reverting to her efficient demeanor. "I will manage. And what of that little stutterer? He is also in the small courtyard." Gu Nanbei stealthily touched his depleted coin pouch. Realizing that the 10 taels had come from his masteress funds, he pondered that he must seek out affluent households in the future to redistribute wealth, as the vice leader of the Green Snake Gang was undoubtedly among the wealthy. Chapter 31. The Stuttering Brother on the Street. A beggar with a donkey-like face stared in astonishment. Witnessing the seemingly refined young master Gu carrying a large bundle while engaging in jovial conversation with the beautiful owner of the steamed bun shop. "Is this the blind man?" "Indeed it is," the beggar surmised internally. He had intended to buy a bun, as Gu Nanbei had generously rewarded each person with 20 coins the previous night, which he considered dispersal money. The beggar, famished throughout the morning, sought to procure a bun to enhance his meager meal. He trailed behind at a distance. Observing the little blind boy enter the small courtyard alongside Sister Jin, making a mental note of the address, contemplating that should he find himself in dire straits, he might seek refuge with the blind boy. Gu Nanbei entered the courtyard effortlessly, bearing over 100 pounds of goods. The stuttering boy, dressed as a scholar, happened to emerge, exclaiming in surprise, "Sister Jin, you have arrived." His eyes reflected a hint of resistance. "Oh, little stutterer, you look quite handsome in your new attire. I am here to stay for a few days and assist with cooking. Am I welcomed?" "You are most welcome indeed," replied the stuttering boy. "Come, lend a hand to Sister Jin in tidying up the room," Gu Nanbei called out. The group busied themselves throughout the afternoon, organizing the room and stocking up on rice, flour, oil, and other essentials, thus commencing their new life. As nightfall quietly enveloped the surroundings, Sister Jin prepared a simple meal of noodles and then retreated to her room to lull Xiao Mao to sleep. Gu Nanbei lay on the wooden bed, his thoughts wandering, contemplating whether to engage in some lively entertainment at the brothel, where music and dance abound. As an artist, contributing fresh vitality to their performances seemed quite reasonable. Lost in such thoughts, he eventually drifted into slumber, having scarcely rested in the past 2 days. Even a robust body has its limits. Outside, the cold light washed over the scene, a crescent moon hanging in the sky. The shadow of an old locust tree danced upon the window, shrouded in tranquility and mystery. The door creaked softly as it was gently pushed open, releasing a faint sound. A slender figure glanced at the outline on the bed, their dark, bright eyes gleaming with resolute determination. Little Stutter took cautious steps towards the bedside, his heart racing tumultuously. Biting his lip, He lifted the covers and slipped beneath them. Gunanbei, in a state of dreamy confusion, found himself transported back to the modern world, where vibrant colors danced before his eyes. The cicadas in the trees fluttered away in fright, their delicate wing patterns vividly apparent. Only after losing something do we truly appreciate its worth. Suddenly, a jolt of awareness struck Gunanbei, for he felt a smooth body clinging tightly to him. A chill ran down his spine as he instinctively grasped the arm of his unexpected companion, ready to throw them away, but he hesitated. Recognizing a familiar scent, the fragrance of soap from a recent bath. "Little Stutter, what are you doing?" Gunanbei exclaimed in alarm. I want to be close to you," Little Stutter stammered. Gunanbei gasped, an involuntary shiver coursing through him. "I'm sorry, my good brother, but I am attracted to women." Little Stutter grasped Gunanbei's hand, insisting, I am a woman." Gunanbei's mind spun in chaos as his captured hand brushed against a delicate dumpling, instinctively squeezing it. Comparing it to his own raisin-like form, he realized it was indeed different. Little Stutter, nervous and anxious, saw Gunanbei's indifference and tugged his hand downwards. Startled, Gunanbei recoiled as if struck by lightning. "You truly are a woman. Here I was treating you like a brother, and you turn out to be a woman who desires me." In an instant, Little Stutter's eyes glistened with tears as he bit down on Gunanbei's shoulder. Refusing to relent, the pain made Gunanbei gasp, his clarity returning. "Little Stutter, please, release me. Let's talk this over calmly." Little Stutter's rapid breath tickled Gunanbei's shoulder, a mix of discomfort and tingling sensations. But the bite was painful, and blood was likely drawn. Gunanbei enveloped Little Stutter in his arms, whispering, "Let go, and I'll let you stay." It was unfathomable that his esteemed reputation could be compromised by the most cherished of companions. Refusing was not an option now. If he were to push Little Stutter away, he'd certainly find her lifeless body by the well the following morning. Memories of their days together replayed in his mind, and it finally dawned on him. She was indeed a girl. Little Stutter reluctantly released his bite, looking up at Gunanbei with tear-filled eyes, fully aware that he could not discern her true appearance. "Why did you do this?" Gunanbei inquired. I feared you would leave me. If I became your woman, would we not have to part?" "Yes, but we are still too young." "Nonsense. My mother married my father at this age." Gunanbei was left speechless. "Gunanbei, you have held me and touched me. Henceforth, I am your woman, correct?" Gunanbei's hand was once again captured, and he hurriedly affirmed, "Yes, you will be my woman. But I feel like there is still something we haven't done. Do you know what it is?" "I do not. As we grow older, we shall surely understand." Gunanbei was not being coy. He could still perceive the contours of Little Stutter's face, recognizing her as a lovely girl. However, considering her age, she was too slender, lacking any softness, and he could not bring himself to take further action. The Little Stutterer nestled closely against Gunanbei, resting her head on his shoulder, and dreamily inquired, "Will I have a child in a few months?" As she spoke, a glimmer of mischievous pride flickered in her bright, dark eyes. Gunanbei, oblivious to her sentiment, cleared his throat and changed the subject. "Do you have a name?" "I can't keep calling you Little Stutterer. I am surnamed Shang. My parents used to call me Little Sister," she replied hesitantly. Gunanbei pondered for a moment and declared, "Shang Xiaomei is too commonplace. I shall give you a name." The Little Stutterer looked up, her face lighting up with joy. "Oh good. You may name me my husband. Whatever you choose will be my name." Gunanbei, taken aback, asked, "Who taught you that?" She giggled. "I heard it in an opera. I was told that the noble families address each other this way." Gunanbei quickly retorted, "We are but children of the rivers and lakes, living freely and carelessly. There is no need to emulate the aristocracy." "All right then, Brother Bei, do name me quickly," she urged. Gunanbei suddenly felt that he had hastily agreed. "You shall be called Minghua, radiant and beautiful." "Minghua, what a lovely name. Brother Bei, you are so talented," she exclaimed. Just then, Gunanbei swiftly covered the Little Stutterer's mouth and whispered, "Get dressed and hide. Someone is coming. More than one." She immediately fell silent. And in the stillness of the night, the sound of rustling could indeed be heard. Gunanbei grabbed the erhu and slung it over his shoulder, clutching his bamboo staff as he cautiously approached the door. An idea flashed through his mind. Perhaps he should learn from Mr. Mo and conceal a fine sword within the chin case. It was Zhang Che and his group of elite guards who had arrived, having stormed the land temple in search of the blind man. Under coercion, a beggar had divulged information. Zhang Shiqiao gestured. and 4 guards leapt to elevated positions, upon the locust trees, the courtyard walls, and the eaves of the house. His subordinates were prepared. As soon as the blind man appeared, they would ensnare him in their net, regardless of what demons or monsters he might be. Zhang Shiqiao exchanged glances with Zhang Che, signaling him to call out and lure the little blind girl out. Zhang Che felt a twinge of nervousness, cleared his throat, and called, "Little blind girl, are you there?" Chapter 32. The midnight visitor. The plan was flawless, but Gu Nanbei, perceptive and astute, had sensed the ambush long before and would not be easily deceived. He recognized the voice of the man who had called out. He had encountered him at the martial arts school and the blacksmith shop. "Brother, do you come to listen to erhu melodies in the middle of the night?" he retorted. Upon hearing a response from within, Zhang Che knew the situation was dire. He turned to leave, but it was too late. Joyful melodies erupted from the house, instantly piercing the hearts of those gathered in the courtyard. The 4 figures atop the heights tossed aside their nets and leapt down, forming a neat row beside Zhang Che. Among them were 4 familiar faces, Uncle Hu and 2 young men, each distinct in appearance, yet wearing expressions of blissful contentment. The music flowed through each heart, and the 6 individuals lowered their hands, raising their palms as they began to sway gently to the rhythm, like penguins, moving in perfect unison while stepping lightly to the beat. Hiding in the corner, the little stutterer inadvertently stepped into the fray, moving to the center of the room and beginning the familiar penguin sway. Neighboring Mrs. Zhen, roused by the voices outside, awoke further upon hearing the sound of the erhu. Her curiosity piqued. Quietly rising, she endeavored to uncover the source of the commotion. The melody, with its melodious and cheerful variations, prompted the row of penguins to initiate new movements. 6 individuals, with 12 hands, collectively swayed to the left, twisting their waists, then shifted direction to the right. With the elegance of orchid fingers, they caressed their right cheeks, then switched sides to do the same with their left. My little sister sent my beloved to the east gate. Mrs. Zhen silently crept to the window, crouching to peer outside. What she witnessed left her utterly astounded. A line of 6 men in the courtyard, flailing their arms and twisting their waists, synchronously mimicking the music's rhythm. The scene struck her as absurd and bizarre. Under the moonlight, the 6 cast faint shadows upon the ground, reminiscent of phantoms dancing. Overcome by a sudden chill, Mrs. Zhen's legs weakened, and she knelt down. As she gazed through the gap, she slowly found the performance rather captivating, even allowing herself to sway gently along. This must be what they call watching a performance while kneeling. At that moment, a figure leaped over the courtyard wall. Upon seeing the spectacle before him, he gasped in astonishment, losing his balance and falling face first into the snow. Not far away, a young lad peeked out, marveling at the sight of Master Chen tumbling into the snow. With a swift motion, Master Chen sprang back up, brushing off the dirt and snow from his face. Feeling a surge of embarrassment, he leaped back into the snow. Steadying himself, he scrutinized the 6 individuals twisting in the courtyard, clad in green with yellow trimmings, adorned with embroidered eagles on their backs. These were the renowned showy guards. A troop of showy guards dancing in the dead of night? Their movements surpassed even those of the most alluring courtesans. The music of the erhu resonated from within the house, and the dancers appeared to sway in harmony with the melody. Observing for a while, Master Chen analyzed the scene. The 6 individuals wore expressions of joy, appearing far from coerced. It was all exceedingly peculiar, and he felt a chill creeping down his spine, with shadows of the supernatural lurking around him. Just then, the heavens conspired against him, as rain began to pour and the wind howled. The 6 raised their palms before them, moving like waves, simulating rain, then swaying back and forth as if buffeted by the wind. A sense of unease washed over Master Chen, despite the strangeness. There was a certain allure to their performance. The rhythm and visual appeal were commendable. Was it he who had lost his sanity? Or were they the ones who had succumbed to madness? As the erhu ceased, a notification flashed before Gu Nanbei. Your music has resonated with other beings, gaining 7 resonance points. The lively atmosphere that enveloped the surroundings dissipated. The 6 showy guards, wide-eyed, exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting shock and confusion. They had indeed just performed a mesmerizing dance. Gu Nanbei remarked with a smile, "Gentlemen, did you enjoy this tune? You must have, for your performance was truly exceptional." Zhang Che, beads of sweat forming on his brow, experienced the true essence of this bizarre phenomenon. It not only compelled one to act, sing, but also to dance. What sorcery is this? Zhang Che stammered in awe. At that moment, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. Mr. Chen leaped into the courtyard and sprang forward into the room where the voice was speaking. He had already discerned that the youthful voice belonged to the blind man. Although the atmosphere felt peculiar, the allure of silver was paramount. The sound of rushing wind startled the stunned guards. In a flash, Zhang Shiqiao drew his sword and charged ahead. A sharp note from a two-stringed instrument rang out, followed by a livelier tune. As Mr. Chen soared through the air, his face twisted in a grimace. The music played, and he plummeted face first to the ground. Undeterred by the mud, he sprang up and began to bounce joyfully. Zhang Shiqiao discarded his sword and followed suit, leaping behind Mr. Chen, while the other guards, unwilling to fall behind, kept pace. Thus, Mr. Chen led 6 individuals in a jubilant dance around the small courtyard. Sister Jin peered through a crack and saw a group of fierce-looking figures charging toward the blind man's room, causing her to shudder and retreat. However, as the music played, the atmosphere shifted. Cautiously moving closer to investigate, she recoiled in shock. The group was merrily dancing a horse-riding dance in circles. Completely flustered, Sister Jin wondered what was happening. Even malevolent spirits would not behave in such a ludicrous manner. Could they be madmen? A childish voice suddenly chimed in beside her. Mother, what are they doing outside? Startled, Sister Jin realized it was her son, Xiaomao. She quickly embraced him, whispering, "It's nothing, they are dancing." Why doesn't that old man wipe the mud off his face? And why are they dancing? Xiaomao inquired. Sister Jin pondered and replied, "They are happy and too busy dancing to care." Xiaomao nodded. "Then I'll dance like that when I'm happy too." Sister Jin hastily covered her son's mouth, her gaze never leaving the lively group. This was truly a rarity. In her 20 years of life, she had never witnessed anything like it. The cheerful tune finally concluded, and the ground was marked with a circle of footprints from the 7 dancers. The surroundings felt eerily silent. No one spoke or moved. Mr. Chen, an experienced man accustomed to strange occurrences and his own misdeeds, had never encountered anything so bizarre. He had seen formidable masters before, but none like this. A chill ran down his spine, and only one explanation came to mind: the power of the supernatural. Did you find this song satisfactory? The youthful, yet chilling voice floated from within the room, sounding like the voice of a hellish specter to their ears. The door creaked open, and a young man stepped out, bathed in moonlight, his face as smooth as jade, adorned with a faint smile. Zhang Zhe felt his legs weaken. He regretted reporting this matter, wishing he could slap himself for his folly. Now, they were ensnared by ghosts. The expressions of the other guards varied. One young man turned pale with fear, his legs trembling. "The moonlight is beautiful tonight, and true companions are hard to find. Why not remain here?" Gunanbei said, gripping his bamboo staff, advancing slowly and deliberately. Mr. Chen's eyes darted about, and with a sudden push, he bolted toward the exit, prompting the others to hastily flee the courtyard as well. Gunanbei ceased playing the erhu, having only garnered 2 resonance points from the earlier performance, likely contributed solely by Old Man Chen. Continuing would yield no further gains. Evidently, resonance points were indeed tied to martial prowess. Watching the fleeing crowd, he made no pursuit. The range of his mind's eye was limited, and he sensed 2 among them whose martial skills rivaled his own. One unmistakably Old Man Chen, whose distinct tobacco scent he'd noticed back at the derelict temple. Aunt Zhen's heart pounded in her throat. These men, armed and clearly dangerous, had now scattered, allowing her to exhale in relief. Yet she couldn't ignore the strangeness she'd witnessed, all linked to the blind boy and his erhu. The abnormality lies with him. Chapter 33. Fragment of Internal Arts. The 6 or 7 men fled in disarray, even Zhang Shiqiao, the most skilled among them, bolting like a startled hare, as if demons nipped at his heels. Only after putting 2 streets between himself and that accursed courtyard did he slow, chest heaving. Glancing back, he found only 2 of his comrades still trailing him. After catching their breath, the trio huddled. "Captain, my blade is still in that yard." "What now?" Zhang Shiqiao stiffened. In his panic, he too had abandoned his weapon. Returning now was unthinkable. The frost spider net from the armory is also lost. How do we explain this to the tower? At dawn, Zhang gritted out. "That courtyard at night, it's unnatural. The old locust tree, the nurturing well, what? Locust trees are common. Wraiths walk the night." Zhang hissed, fabricating the tale on the spot. The night's horrors demanded an explanation. Just then, a shout pierced the dark. "Chun Shi-san. Halt! Quick! That's a copper-ranked fugitive. The divine constabulary's bounty is hefty. Exchanging glances, Zhang and his men sprinted toward the commotion. A perfect excuse. Aunt Jin cracked the door a sliver, studying the boy in the courtyard with unfamiliar wariness. She longed to demand answers. What just happened? But held her tongue. She was merely a neighbor. Some matters weren't hers to pry into. All is well, the boy called lightly. They just fancied a midnight dance. Off they went. Aunt Jun didn't he respond. As if anyone would believe that. Scattered blades still gleamed on the ground. Little Stutter, her earlier boldness spent. No longer dared slip into Gu Nanbei's bed. A maiden's modesty had reclaimed her. Lying back, Gu checked his interface. 19 resonance points. Enough to upgrade Mind's eye, unshakable stance, or his swordplay. After brief deliberation, he chose Mind's eye. With 16 rapid taps, the screen flickered. Skill. Mind's eye, perfected 032. In his consciousness, dark threads trembled, then expanded, branching outward. The change was immediate. Barriers no longer hindered his perception. He could now sense little Stutter's restless tossing, Aunt Jun's gentle pats as she soothed Xiao Mao to sleep. However, this obstacle spans merely about 3 zhang, and it is not a matter of clairvoyance, but rather a sensitivity to the smooth flow of air currents. In terms of details, the original sketch has been enriched with numerous intricate embellishments. Gu Nanbei felt a stir within and took out Li Fengzhao's manuscript. The cover artfully delineated the title with delicate lines, igniting an exhilarating spark in Gu Nanbei's heart. There is a way. He hastily opened the cover, and with his inner vision, perceived countless fine black lines resembling a tangled mass, yet discernible as characters. Gu Nanbei concentrated his spirit, intently observing the shape of the script, but after a moment, he was beset by a splitting headache. Unwilling to concede defeat, he was so close to the threshold. A thought crossed his mind. The essence of inner vision lies in the flow of air, which necessitates the presence of wind. He took up his outer garment to fan the book, and finally, Gu Nanbei was able to clearly read the text upon it. I have been practicing the Jade Emperor scripture since I was 12, and it has been 53 years. I have diligently honed my skills without respite. However, I have yet to break through to the higher realms of inner strength. I suspect that the Jade Emperor scripture may possess flaws that prevent the Huangting energy from ascending into the Naiwan Palace. In recent years, I have perused martial classics and gleaned some insights, which I have recorded in this volume. These opening lines took Gu Nanbei a quarter of an hour to decipher. He suppressed the tumultuous emotions within him and continued to fan the manuscript while reading. What a normal person could complete at a glance. He had to exert a 1,000-fold effort to comprehend. How could he not feel emotions? The entire night passed, leaving Gu Nanbei utterly exhausted. Yet he finally finished his master's manuscript. A prompt appeared on the luminescent screen. You have successfully recorded a martial arts technique. Jade Emperor Scripture, fragmented. Jade Emperor Scripture, originally a superior inner strength technique. But the recording lacks many crucial elements, rendering it a mere fragment. Cultivating this technique can only produce internal power, but cannot open the Dantian to access the higher realms. Inner Strength, Jade Emperor Scripture, incomplete. Entry level 14. Just 3 resonance points remained. Without hesitation, he added them, for he yearned to emulate those formidable masters. At the entry level of the fragmented inner strength, he carefully sensed a subtle difference only in his legs, as if a fine energy coursed through them. Is this the essence of inner power? At that moment, a gentle knocking at the door interrupted his thoughts. In his mind's eye, he envisioned the visitor, a little stutterer, with her hair styled into a bun, presenting herself in a feminine manner. Upgraded inner vision allowed Gu Nanbei to see the little girl's delicate face, pale and somewhat bashful, as she carried a basin of warm water. A thought flashed through Gu Nanbei's mind. He could no longer refer to her as the little stutterer. She shall be called Shang Minghua. Gu Nanbei rose and opened the door, inquiring, "What are you doing?" "I can wash myself," Shang Minghua replied. "My mother served my father this way. Does Brother Beibei find me bothersome?" Gu Nanbei, feeling helpless, acquiesced. It seemed the day was still young. Sister Jun had yet to emerge. Gu Nanbei tidied himself, took up his bamboo staff, and ventured into the courtyard to practice swordplay and stretch his limbs. After a while, with a creak, the door swung open, and Sister Jun stepped out to prepare breakfast. Upon her arrival, she beheld the blind man dancing with his sword, every move graceful and enchanting. Upon turning around, I was taken aback to see the little stutterer dressed like a modest woman. I inquired, "Little stutterer, what is this?" Sister Jun, I have a name, Shang Minghua. From now on, please call me by my name. The little stutterer smiled shyly, a hint of pride evident in her expression. So, Minghua, you are indeed a girl? Sister Jin felt her mind struggling to comprehend. Yes, I used to disguise myself as a boy. That makes sense. A girl ought not to have such a hairstyle after breakfast. I can help you with your hair. Shang Minghua blushed and replied, No, thank you, Sister Jin. And with that, she lowered her head and walked away. Sister Jin's mouth fell open, her face a mask of disbelief. What on earth had transpired last night? During breakfast, the atmosphere was rather peculiar. Several individuals were preoccupied with their food, and silence enveloped the table. Sister Jin sighed, Little blind one. Do you know who those people were last night? I do not recognize them. Gunanbei shook his head. From their attire, they appeared to be officials from the yamen. What could they want? Shang Minghua interjected. I have seen their clothing. They are from Shiui Tower. Sister Jin's face paled. Shiui Tower? I believe I have heard of it. It sounds quite terrifying. Do not worry. I will handle it, Shang Minghua assured. How can you, a mere little blind one, manage this? Sister Jin's face was etched with anxiety, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Gunanbei instinctively placed a hand on Sister Jin's, saying, Do not fret. I will resolve this within a couple of days, and it shall not implicate you. Sister Jin quickly withdrew her hand, shaking her head. It is not that I fear being implicated. I am merely concerned for your safety. Tell me, was the money for purchasing the courtyard stolen? I still have some silver here. You should take it and return it to them. Gunanbei felt a twinge of doubt. Could it be that young master he had sent someone after him? However, he replied, That is not true. I am no longer the little blind one. I am quite strong now. Give me 2 days, and I will find a solution. Sister Jin was both amused and exasperated, realizing that despite the youthful sound of his voice, his demeanor resembled that of an adult. The little stutterer's gaze flitted between the two, sensing a palpable tension. They had all shared a night together, yet an air of unease lingered. Gunanbei finished his meal and stepped into the courtyard, picking up a knife from the snow. The characters Shiui glaring back at him. Though he had once been a small beggar, he had heard of Shiui Tower, a powerful establishment in the Dazhou dynasty. Why had they come seeking me? I had intended to deal with the Qing Shi gang first, and now Shiui Tower had emerged as a complication. After pondering for a while, Gunanbei devised a plan. He would take decisive action and grow stronger before his adversaries could ascertain his true capabilities. He bound several knives and a bundle of silk netting together with a rag and slung them over his shoulder before stepping out. Inquiring along the way, Gunanbei made his way to the eastern part of the city, slowly approaching Shiui Tower while leaning on a large bamboo pole. Halt! As he neared the entrance, roughly 4 to 5 paces away, he was commanded to stop. Although situated in the eastern city, the notoriety of Shiui Tower was well known. Who would dare loiter about here without reason? Gunanbei did not advance any further. Dropping the items he was carrying to the ground and clasping his fists, he said, I kindly request that these items be delivered to the brothers from last night. At this moment, in the gloomy confines of the prison, Zhang Che and Zhang Shiqiao were sipping tea, seeking solace in its warmth. Before them, the torture rack bore witness to the brutal state of Chun Yi, also known as Chun Shi-san, whose body was a canvas of wounds, drenched in blood. This nefarious scoundrel, who has perpetrated countless evils. Never would I have imagined we would bring him down. Fate indeed. Zhang Che chuckled. Zhang Shiqiao, equally amused, remarked that losing a corn was no loss when one could gain a peach. At that moment, a minor clerk entered, announcing, Gentlemen, Lord Duan wishes to see you. Both Zhang Che and Zhang Shiqiao's expressions shifted dramatically. Zhang Che stated, I must return to the prefectural office. I have not shown my face there all day, and suspicion will arise. I shall take my leave. However, Zhang Shiqiao seized Zhang Che's arm with a feigned smile, insisting, Brother Zhang, why the haste? Let us see the Lord first. If it becomes necessary, we can retreat to the building. It is not a dire situation. Yet Zhang Che wished to extricate himself, but found himself overpowered by Zhang Shiqiao's stronger grip, being half-dragged towards the commander's quarters. Inwardly, Zhang Shiqiao smirked, thinking, This predicament was of your making. I merely aided you. Now you wish to escape? Not a chance. When Duan Muhua observed the 2 disheveled subordinates entering, he needed no inquiry to sense the absence of good news. Last night, we dispatched 5 members of the Shiui Guard and a spy. Did we capture the little blind man? Duan Muhua inquired blandly. Zhang Che stammered, No. The little blind man is quite elusive. However, we did apprehend Chun Shi-san, a copper-level villain. Duan Muhua frowned. What makes the little blind man so elusive? He plays the erhu, and we cannot help but dance. Zhang Che replied, his voice strained. Dance? What sort of dance? Zhang Xiaoqi, you elucidate. Duan Muhua questioned, his suspicion deepening. Is it not a performance with singing? How has it transformed into dancing? Returning to you, my lord. We discovered the little blind man's residence last night and set a trap to ensnare him. However, upon his playing, we were all compelled to dance uncontrollably, Zhang Shiqiao admitted. A mix of embarrassment and horror etched on his face, recalling the terrifying loss of control. What kind of dance? The martial dances performed by the soldiers? Zhang Shiqiao shook his head, raising his hands to mimic movements, saying, there are various types of dances, like this one. He then shifted his posture, pretending to bounce as if riding a horse. Duan Muhua's lips twitched, his gaze heavy. You truly could not restrain yourselves? In unison, Zhang Che and Zhang Shiqiao affirmed, indeed. Have you determined the origins of the little blind man? He is a petty leader under Zhong Gang of the Green Snake Gang. We inquired with other small beggars, who claimed he was quite ordinary before, exhibiting no peculiarities. It is only in these past few days that he has become quite strange, Zhang Che elaborated. Moreover, the Qin Shisan we captured has connections to the little blind man. According to Qin Shisan, a significant figure on the blood list is seeking a lost illegitimate child. And after roaming Qingzhou, he deemed the little blind man to be the most fitting. Duan Muhua tapped his fingers on the wooden table, pondering, which significant figure? Zhang Che shook his head. Qin Shisan claimed he did not know. It is all shrouded in mystery. We are not well acquainted with the blood list. Thus we have no means to investigate. Duan Muhua contemplated how to manage such an absurd and bizarre situation. A member of the Shoei Guard approached and reported, my lord, someone has delivered the ceremonial sabers of the Shoei Guard, along with a strand of the cold ice spider silk. They claim it was left by our brothers last night. Zhang Shiqiao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, indeed, it is ours. Duan Muhua sprang to his feet and inquired, who was the messenger? A youth, seemingly blind. Where is he now? He has departed. How long ago? Just left. Humph. What audacity. Even if he were a ghost, he would merely be one to entertain us with performances and songs. What is there to fear? I shall confront him personally. Before Duan Muhua finished speaking, he had already exited the duty room and, with a few strides, reached the balcony on the third floor. With a leap, he landed gracefully on the bustling street below. There, he observed a man in a crimson robe trimmed with gold galloping forward with incredible speed, like the wind itself. At that moment, Gunanbei, who was making his way along the busiest street, sensed someone charging towards him, the speed indicating formidable martial prowess. Recognizing the potential threat, Gunanbei wasted no time and drew his bow, the sound of the erhu filling the air. Duan Muhua indeed spotted a blind youth wielding a bamboo pole ahead. As his foot struck the stone pavement, he sprang into the air, his hands forming talons like a soaring eagle ready to catch its prey. However, while suspended in the air, he suddenly heard the melodious erhu music, which filled his heart with joy, igniting an urge to gallop like a horse in a race. Caught in this sudden change of spirit, Duan Muhua hastily descended, holding the reins in his left hand and mimicking the motion of riding a horse with his right. Gunanbei continued his advance, the sound of the erhu leading the way, while Duan Muhua followed, playfully mimicking the motions of a rider. This bustling street was lined with brothels, taverns, and tea houses, a veritable hub of activity. The winter snow had ceased, and many affluent individuals clad in cotton coats or mink fur were meandering about. Among them was a youthful boy playing the erhu, his nimble fingers coaxing lively tunes from the instrument, while a thick bamboo pole swayed at his waist with each movement. Behind the boy, a tall figure in a crimson robe bounced joyfully. What sort of performance is this? It is quite novel. There is something captivating about it, as onlookers began to chatter. Is that red-robed figure mimicking horse riding? It truly resembles it. Hiss, are you blind? That red robe bears the vermilion bird insignia on the chest. That is the official attire of the Shoei Guard's commander. What? You cannot be serious. The commander is dancing in the street? Look at how joyfully he dances. I have seen the commander before. This must be Lord Duan without a doubt. Those nearby, upon hearing this, wore expressions of disbelief. What is the meaning of this? Why is the commander dancing in the street? Despite their curiosity, the crowd kept their distance, refraining from approaching due to the formidable reputation of the Shoei Guard. At that moment, a procession approached from across the street, featuring a small sedan chair, accompanied by 4 guards and a long attendant. The head of the guards, with a stern brow, stepped forward and commanded, "Do not block the way." Gu Nanbei, uninterested in their authority, continued to charge forward with his erhu. Having come this far, one could not shy away from making a grand spectacle. The head guard exchanged glances, signaling a stoic guard to confront Gu Nanbei, who was drawing ever nearer to the bizarre dancing duo. As the chief guard spoke, his expression suddenly shifted, and a broad smile spread across his face. He executed a front flip, following in the footsteps of Duan Muhua, beginning to prance as if on horseback. The leader was left dumbfounded, watching his subordinate break into a dance, utterly bewildered. Zhao Long, usually a serious individual, had inexplicably transformed into a figure of absurdity. Their lord was still in the sedan chair. Before he could gather his thoughts, an upbeat melody enveloped them. Soon, other guards joined in, followed by the sedan bearers. With a thud, the sedan was dropped to the ground, and the elderly man inside, disregarding his dizziness from the fall, scrambled to join the dancing troupe. The performance team swiftly expanded to 10 members. Following Gu Nanbei in formation, their movements synchronized, a truly breathtaking sight. The crowd grew larger, buzzing with excitement. This was undoubtedly a pre-rehearsed display. Their precision was akin to a single entity. Could it be that Lord Duan was engaging in merriment with the people? Surely. A grand celebration was afoot in the Great Zhou. Oh, wasn't that elder he? He was dancing too. Truly, age had not diminished his spirit. It was confirmed. This was a joyful communion between the gentlemen and the populace. Should we not join in the revelry as well? Let us go. Let us go. Soon, the dancing troupe swelled in numbers, the resonance nearly overwhelming the surroundings. From a distance, one could see 20 or 30 individuals dancing in unison, their footfalls merging into a singular rhythm, a magnificent spectacle. Gu Nanbei led this vibrant assembly forward, and the patrons of the street-side taverns and shops emerged to witness the revelry, with many joining the dance. Even the courtesans of the brothels ceased their work, rushing outside to partake in the merriment. Oh dear, wasn't Elder he supposed to send word for Rian? How did he end up dancing instead? The Madam of Chunhua Tower could not contain her astonishment. This was utterly unexpected. Chapter 35. The ingenuity of the people of Qingzhou. Gu Nanbei found himself surrounded by a throng, dancers flanking him on all sides. On the second floor of the Rui Tavern, in a small private room by the window, 3 elderly men sat drinking and dining, attended by a young lad whose pale countenance suggested he was somewhat anxious. "What commotion is occurring outside? It seems quite lively," inquired Zhuo Jing, curiosity evident in his tone. The one-eyed elder took a sip of his drink and tapped the bottom of his cup, signaling for a refill. "Damn it, old Zhuo. Just stretch your neck and you'll see. Tell us what you discover." Zhuo Jing shook his head. "No, I merely wish to inquire. I didn't intend to unravel the mystery of the ruckus outside." The other elderly man, with one leg dangling and the other curled on the chair, snorted disdainfully. "Humph. If you choose not to speak, then be it. I have no time for idle matters." With that, he plucked a large piece of fatty meat from the plate and popped it into his mouth. The commotion outside grew louder, with synchronized footsteps and a cacophony of exclamations. Even with their seasoned hearing, the 3 old men could discern the cheerful strains of a 2-stringed instrument. Without uttering a word, they continued to eat and drink. The young scholar, Lu Xinji, lowered his gaze, his own curiosity piqued by the extraordinary commotion outside. Finally, the curled elder spoke. "Yuan Hua, go and see what's happening. Be sure to report back with clarity." Zhuo Jing leisurely declared, "You are not permitted to go. Yuan Hua is my disciple. On what grounds do you expect me to assist you in observing him?" Chu Butong, filled with rage, slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "I too wish to take Yuan Hua as my apprentice. I shall return and break one of his legs." Humph, with a leg broken, Jiang will not be without renown. "Chu, the lame," he added, "this is my disciple who commands the skies with one hand. He is not for you to claim. Seek your own disciple." At that moment, the one-eyed elder chuckled. "What are these 2 old men bickering about? In my opinion, the Tianqin sect does not stipulate that a disciple may have but one master. I suggest that upon our return, we also blind one of Yuan Hua's eyes, and the 3 of us shall instruct him together." Lu Xinji, drenched in cold sweat, thought to himself, as if breaking a hand was not enough, now they speak of breaking legs and blinding eyes. What if there are other old demons within the Tianqin sect? Will I still retain my human form? Zhuo Jing, Feeling helpless, truly feared these two elders would ruin Yuanhua. He resolved to see what the matter was. Go and take a look and inform us, he urged. Lu Xinji, moving as if constipated, inched closer to the window and opened it. These old fellows clearly had no trouble stretching their limbs and raising their heads, yet they dawdled interminably. Suddenly, Lu Xinji's eyes widened. The street was bustling with people. Right at the center was a group dancing, comprising men, women, young and old, all beaming with joy. The music shifted from a brisk tempo to a languorous melody. Everyone extended their arms, stepping left while shaking their right shoulder, then stepping right and shaking their left shoulder. Lu Xinji witnessed the crowd undulating like waves, their movements synchronized with an undeniable rhythm. He could not help but join in, swaying his shoulders. What is happening? Zhua Hanjing inquired, noticing Lu Xinji standing still, yet his shoulders continued to shimmy. So orderly, so joyful. Lu Xinji replied. Finally, the limping Chu Butong could no longer contain himself. He hopped to the window to observe, and moments later, he too marveled. Indeed, it is remarkably orderly. The two old men seated at the table, unable to resist, craned their necks to peer outside, and once they began, they could not tear themselves away. These old men had traversed far and wide, yet had never witnessed such a spectacle. The people of Qingzhou are warm and vibrant. Truly splendid, exclaimed the elder Duanmu. Why don't we find a disciple in Qingzhou ourselves? The Qingzhou folk possess spirit. As the final notes resonated, Gu Nanbei eagerly watched the luminous screen flicker, revealing a prompt. Your music has resonated with other lives, earning you 14 resonance points. Gu Nanbei was taken aback. The numbers seemed off. Was there truly this many contributors? After a moment's reflection, he speculated that perhaps the later arrivals had not contributed resonance points. If that were the case, it would mean that those who joined mid-melody could not contribute to the resonance. As Gu Nanbei pondered, an eerie silence enveloped the street. The once joyous dancers had ceased their movements, casting peculiar glances at one another. Duanmu Hua's expression darkened. As he inexplicably hopped from one end of the street to the other, utterly losing control, the music compelled him to dance, just as they had described. He Tongpan's face flushed crimson, panting heavily. His legs began to tremble uncontrollably. He had prepared himself for a grand battle, yet this tumult had left him utterly exhausted. Oh, his fragile heart. The dance troupe halted near the Spring Breeze Pavilion, and the matron, Madame Hua, upon seeing their stop, hurriedly made her way over, exclaiming, Master He, the dance you perform is truly captivating. He Tongpan swiftly concealed his face with his sleeve, feeling a mix of fear and confusion. What was happening, and why? Suddenly, Madame Hua's eyes sparkled as she shouted, Lord Duan is here too. You truly are the esteemed officials of Qingzhou, welcoming the new year alongside the common folk. The onlookers, previously oblivious, now realized that the gentlemen were celebrating the new year. After all, it was indeed the 12th month, so there was no mistake. Duanmu Hua managed a stiff smile, shifting his steps towards Gu Nanbei. However, the moment he moved, a joyful tune resonated. Fold 1,000 paper cranes, tie a red sash. May kind-hearted people enjoy good fortune every day. Madame Hua, initially feigning a smile, broke into an authentic grin as the music played, exuding sincerity. Thus, the grand Qingzhou rendition of the square dance was born. With left steps and wrist flips, right steps and wrist flips, the folk dance began to sway and twist. The sisters watching from the Spring Breeze Pavilion suddenly noticed the sound of the erhu resuming, prompting Madame Hua to begin dancing. Oh my, mother dances so alluringly. Sisters, I can't hold back any longer. I too shall join. With that, one sister lifted her skirts and flitted towards the dance like a frenzied butterfly. The sisters behind her, unwilling to be outdone, eagerly followed suit. The vibrant troupe immediately infused fresh colors into the celebration, and the commotion grew. The idle spectators, seeing the ladies from the pavilion joining in, rushed over in droves. Those outside the dance may not have known the steps, yet they joined in the chaotic revelry, resulting in a true festival for all. Atop the Rui Pavilion, a delicate figure adorned in emerald stood quietly, her slender waist accentuated by a light-colored sash, enhancing her graceful silhouette. Her face was veiled, revealing only a pair of captivating eyes, which furrowed in curiosity as she observed the extraordinary scene below. The autumnal depths of her eyes reflected the jubilant dance of the diverse crowd. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened, and with a gentle step, She floated into the Rue E pavilion like a wisp of jade smoke. Inside a small private room, 3 elderly men jostled at the window to catch a glimpse of the spectacle, while Lu Xianji, the first to arrive, found himself pushed aside, rendered idle. In an instant, a bright flash caught Lu Xianji's attention, and upon closer inspection, he realized a woman had joined them in the room. Lu Xianji stared, momentarily entranced. Though her features remained unclear, the allure of her enchanting eyes was enough to conjure images of the beauty concealed beneath the veil. Moreover, her curvaceous form was striking. The woman's gaze swept over them lightly, her voice as melodious as a lark. "Aren't you gentlemen satisfied gazing from the window? Why not join in the dance?" The 3 elderly men turned in unison, astonished. How could someone approach them so silently? Yet upon recognizing her, their expressions turned solemn as they hurriedly bowed. "We pay our respects to the holy envoy." Lu Xianji's countenance changed dramatically. This woman held a higher status than these old sorcerers. Who could she possibly be? Chapter 36. The holy envoy of the demon sect. On both sides of the street, the elderly, children, young maidens, and wives all gathered to witness the festivities. In a scene devoid of excessive revelry, the front row of the ensemble has been transformed into a gathering of charming ladies, whose graceful movements could enchant even the most jaded observer. Complemented by a robust presence in the rear, it appears to cater to every conceivable preference, leaving no desire unfulfilled. Yet, Gu Nanbei is not orchestrating a street dance troupe. Rather, his aim is to swiftly establish a resonance. In Hongyanfang, the largest Rue shop in Qingzhou, the second-floor private room offers an exclusive experience. The attendants present the latest and most popular products for discerning guests to select a true VIP treatment. Inside the room, 2 women engage in conversation. The curious maid peeks outside, remarking to Lady Qi, "It seems lively out there. I wonder what is occurring." Lady Qi, delicately sipping her tea, responds with a serene demeanor, "Xiaohuan, we belong to a distinguished family. We must conduct ourselves with decorum. Can we truly compare ourselves to those outside?" Xiaohuan, suppressing her insatiable curiosity, steals glances at Lady Qi, once the celebrated courtesan of the brothel. At this moment, voices from the adjacent room catch their attention. What is happening? Is dancing a kind of affliction? Can it be contagious? A woman in yellow, feeling a chill, nervously whispers, "Listen closely. Can you not hear the sound of the erhu? Goodness, is it truly that extraordinary? Has the entire street been captivated? Where is the little blind boy?" A lady in red, eyes wide with anticipation, scans the crowd in search of the boy in the raincoat. Amidst the throng stands a young man in blue, playing the erhu, his presence impossible to overlook. The woman in yellow's eyes widen as she recognizes the figure, her previous conception of him as a disheveled beggar swiftly transformed. "Ah, I see him now. What a handsome young man he has become. Why are you so pleased?" Lady Qi, overhearing their exchange, replies coolly, "Xiaohuan, as women, we must uphold a certain modesty. Such boisterousness clearly marks one as a country bumpkin. Do take heed." Xiaohuan nods in agreement, acknowledging her mistress's wisdom. Suddenly, the door is kicked open with a resounding bang. Xiaohuan gasps, "Do you not recognize that this is Lady Qi of the Wang household? How dare you behave so impudently?" The window of the private room swings open, and the 2 women are forcefully positioned at the edge, their heads held down by 2 hands from behind. Reluctantly, they are compelled to watch the bustling street. As a melody concludes, Gu Nanbei seizes the moment, swiftly withdrawing not to retreat, but to replace the ensemble members. Having just received a notification of 23 resonance points, he senses this is the limit, for the current range of resonance is quite restricted. Opening the luminous interface, he fervently taps the plus sign, and in an instant, the display flashes, "Congratulations. Your heart eye has reached the highest level. Heart eye, transcendent mastery." As Gu Nanbei continues toward Riolu, a sudden jolt reverberates through his mind, propelling his consciousness into a new realm. The vision within his mind begins to take form. With great anticipation, Gu Nanbei hopes that a fully upgraded heart eye, akin to the divine perception described in Tales of Cultivation, will allow him to behold the world with newfound clarity. However, the vivid imagery rapidly dissipated, the scenes in the mind resembling an antiquated black and white television, plagued by poor signal and a flurry of static, not to mention the absence of color. Even clarity was a luxury. The scope of perception expanded to 6 or 7 paces, beyond which it transformed into mere stick figures. the only advantage being an all-encompassing view devoid of blind spots. With little time to savor the moment, there was still the matter of leading the troop through the streets. In a fleeting moment of thought, Gu Nanbei had already stepped into the Rue E building, where a throng of onlookers gathered, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. Without changing the tune, it was as though he was extending early New Year wishes to the folks of Jianghu. Instantly, the crowd of spectators became unwitting participants in someone else's performance. As a group of dancers swiftly gathered around Gu Nanbei. On the second floor, 3 elderly masters of the Tianqin sect were reporting on recent events. With the sole-seated envoy listening quietly, suddenly, the expressions of the 3 elders shifted, their faces lighting up with joy as they began to sway their hips in unison. A woman, her eyes widening, raised her delicate hand to the table, retreating like a gentle breeze. This peculiar display mirrored a dance she had witnessed on the streets moments before. How outrageous! Have you 3 lost your minds? She admonished, taken aback by the suddenness of their antics. As they continued dancing without a care in the world, even the limping one among them displaying an unexpected flair. The woman's gaze turned frosty. Could it be that the Tianqin sect's ambitions had not waned and dared to challenge the Moonwheel Palace? Perhaps so, she mused. Having heard rumors of the sect leader's recent breakthrough to the 8th level of the Xin Gate, the woman was none other than Zhang Ranran, a direct disciple of Xie Daoyin, the master of the Moonwheel Palace. With a flick of her sleeve, a string of silver rings, the size of coins, flew forth, twisting and turning with her fingers, transforming into an enigmatic weapon, the Linglong ring. In a corner, Lu Xinji gaped in disbelief as the 3 old men danced joyfully, completely lost in their revelry. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. 2 violins, the blind man, it was him. Just as Zhang Ranran was about to make her move, the 3 elders abruptly turned, crashing through the wooden wall of the 2nd floor and leaping down. Zhang Ranran deftly leapt to the gaping hole, only to see the 3 old rascals following the crowd back down the long street. Zhang Ranran's brow furrowed deeper. These 3 were all masters of the Xin Gate, considered formidable in the martial world, and yet they had been so easily led into this dance. Who was behind this? What sort of mysterious skill was at play? Even her master could not compel so many to dance in perfect unison. Zhang Ranran pondered, her gaze swiftly fixed upon the youth playing the 2 violins amidst the crowd. Lu Xinji stole a glance at Zhang Ranran and said, "Fairy, he is the little blind man. He used to be a beggar." Zhang Ranran turned her head. "Do you know him?" Gu Nanbei continued to lead the troop through the streets, realizing that those who had resonated with the earlier experience now avoided him like the plague. They had no desire to relive that peculiar encounter. He Tongpan had already been hastily escorted to the medical clinic by guards, having been overwhelmed by the performance. Duan Muhua dared not approach again. Although he was a master of pulse training, the bizarre situation unnerved him, and he even wondered if the spirit that had possessed him had departed. The local government office heard that something significant had occurred on Rui Street and promptly dispatched a team of officers. The officers, panting heavily, arrived at the street corner to witness a remarkable scene. Countless people flocked from all directions to witness the spectacle, while a few others hurriedly fled in panic. The officers initially intended to act as the vanguard of the crowd, but they soon succumbed to the atmosphere and began to perform alongside the revelers. The officials were equally engaged. Just moments ago, He Tongping had been so exhausted he had to step away, only for another wave of officers to continue the dance. The citizens of Qingzhou were truly fortunate. Indeed, how delightful it would be if the new year could be this lively. As time passed, Gu Nanbei began to lead a group of people toward another street, seeking a way to extricate himself from the situation. He had made a considerable profit this time. The interface indicated that he had accumulated 57 resonance points, having used 32 points earlier. Observing the throngs leaving Rui Street, the crowd held various thoughts. Zhang Ranran stood on the second floor, neither rushing to rescue the three old men nor intending to confront the little blind man. She pondered the potential loss of face should she become involved, and besides, she had other matters to attend to in Qingzhou. Duan Muhua lurked in a corner, his expression fluctuating between light and dark. "Duan, sir, are you all right?" A voice inquired from behind him. Turning around, he saw a group of guards from the Ziyue. Grinning at him, it was none other than Zhang Shiqiao's entourage. Duan Muhua's face darkened, yet he maintained his composure, determined to hold his ground. Very well. Bursting with energy. Chapter 37. Rising 2 levels. The three elderly men from Tianqin Dao, who had been dancing for half the day, found themselves momentarily bewildered. Unsure of how to articulate their shared experiences, a single exclamation of frustration trapped within them. After a long pause, Zhuanghanjing remarked, "Do you think it would be impolite for us to dance in front of the holy envoy?" Not merely impolite, it was downright reckless. Duan Muqing covered his forehead, his expression pained. Chu Butong complained, his right leg feeling sore. Even if one leg was incapacitated, standing on one leg had become exhausting. He grumbled, "We didn't mean to. Damn it. Why is Qingzhou so bizarre, possessing martial arts that compel one to dance?" Duan Muqing replied, "I saw the holy envoy, startled. Take out her exquisite ring. If we return now, will she reprimand us? I've heard she has already mastered the 10th turn of the lunar wheel magic. We may truly not be her match." Zhuanghanjing declared, "Then I shall return. My disciple is still there, and I took this disciple seriously." The conversation diverged. Gu Nanbei slipped into a narrow alley, his instincts sensing no suspicious individuals within a radius of 6 zhang. In truth, no formidable figures dared to follow him. The risk of being dragged into a dance would be social suicide. In the martial world, reputation often outweighed life itself. Glimpsing the interface, he noted 75 resonance points. A smile gracing his lips. Now he could genuinely enhance his strength. Gu Nanbei deliberately took winding paths, eventually discovering an abandoned courtyard, the owner unknown. And he climbed over the wall. Lacking a sense of security, he sought a secluded location to focus on his improvement. In a world painted in shades of black and white, speckled with falling snowflakes, who could feel secure? It was a state that would drive anyone to the brink of despair. Gu Nanbei's carefree temperament was the only thing keeping him from losing his composure. He opened the luminous screen, martial realm, body forging, bone tempering, skills, mind's eye, transcendent mastery, skill, erhu performance, proficient 08, skill, swana performance, novice 12, skill, health preservation tai chi, beginner 04, external technique, unshakable stance, great mastery 016, sword art, sunlit jade emperor sword, proficient 016, internal art, jade emperor scripture, fragment, beginner 08, resonance points, 75. His gaze swept across the array of skills. As he contemplated their enhancement, truth be told, each held its own merit and purpose. To fully upgrade unshakable stance required 48 points, while mastering the sunlit jade emperor sword demanded 112. The fragmented internal art manual had already granted him traces of inner energy. He could feel his footsteps lightening, so investing here seemed worthwhile. Improving musical skills expanded his resonance range, potentially allowing multitasking during performances. Elevating the swana might yield unexpected effects too. If I switch from erhu to swana today, wouldn't that surprise certain watchful eyes? After prolonged deliberation, clarity dawned. Why agonize? More resonance could always be harvested. His resonance, after all, refined ordinary souls and tempered bodies, harmless by nature. With gritted teeth, sparks and lightning erupted in his consciousness as he maxed out unshakable stance. Congratulations, external technique, unshakable stance, upgraded. Congratulations, external technique, unshakable stance, reached transcendent mastery. The luminous screen flickered. The once white characters for unshakable stance now gleamed azure. External technique, unshakable stance, transcendent mastery. Another transformation followed. Martial realm, body forging, meridian tempering. Instantly, 3 decades of grueling stance training flooded Gu Nanbei's mind. His body convulsed. Joints crackled like thunder, electric currents racking his frame with tremors. His spine undulated like a frenzied dragon, seismic tremors climbing to his cervical vertebrae. Before he could even savor the sensation, his organs churned audibly, tides of energy surging through them. When the storm subsided, clarity and vitality surged through his 5 energies. Yet it wasn't over. His legs now pulsed with alternating scorching heat and icy cold. The burning currents descended along 3 pathways, while frigid streams ascended via 3 others. Meridians. He realized. A glance at the screen confirmed it. He bypassed organ tempering entirely, leaping straight to meridian tempering. An additional line appeared. Who resonates? Heaven S path level control talent. Influence radius scales with host S cultivation and musical mastery. Current range, 2 zhang 6 qi. His attention returned to the fragmented internal art manual. Genuine curiosity stirred. Inner energy. The fantasy of slicing air with palm strikes or unleashing sword qi was irresistible. More points it is. Years of cultivation flooded into his mind, yet the incomplete techniques rendered his efforts futile. The inner energy he cultivated could only linger within his meridians, its restoration painfully slow. At that moment, faint voices drifted from outside, discernible to Gu Nanbei. Through his heightened perception, he sensed a group of 5 individuals approximately 6 paces away. "Mr. Song, should we report today's events to the leader?" A faint voice inquired. "It will soon be known throughout the city. If you do not speak, others will," came the measured response. "I understand. However, this matter is exceedingly strange. Even now, I feel a shiver down my spine. This is beyond our control. Even Duan Muhua has been in a frenzy. Do you think he will simply let this go?" "Indeed. Judging by the style of Shui Tower, I doubt it, especially given the humiliation of the commander. Qingzhou is on the brink of chaos. Exercise caution in your dealings. Be particularly wary with the recent shipments to the Sea Wolf Gang. Rest assured, Mr. Song, we are old comrades, reliable as ever. But I've heard that Chen Shursen has been captured. He won't expose us, will he?" The leader has already dispatched someone to silence him. Gu Nanbei listened quietly, making no move. Qingzhou, being a large provincial city, was rife with various factions, and mere whispers could not pinpoint a specific gang. However, he had just noticed an enhancement in his perceptive abilities, likely a result of his martial arts advancement. Suddenly, a wave of intense hunger washed over him, making him feel as though he could gnaw on wood. He had completely forgotten that his recent bodily changes must have consumed a significant amount of vital energy. With a swift leap from the courtyard, he astonished himself by flying several paces into the air. Elation surged within him. Mastering the foundational stance was no mere boast. With inner energy coursing through his legs, he could leap substantial distances without needing to practice lightness techniques. For an ordinary person to reach a state of transcendence in any martial art requires not only years of dedicated practice, but also a considerable degree of enlightenment, something not easily achieved by mere point accumulation. As Gu Nanbei had done, after a hearty meal, he found himself with 19 resonance points remaining, which he intended to use for upgrading his sword techniques. Once he elevated his swordsmanship to a transcendent level, he would undoubtedly stand as a paragon among his peers within the realm of physical cultivation. With haste, Gu Nanbei swiftly made his way home. His heightened senses immediately detected Jin Saw in the yard, cleaning a broom. It appeared she had tidied the room once more. Xiao Mao was taking a nap, while the little stutterer was nowhere to be found. As he pushed the door open, he exclaimed, "Jin Saw, I'm famished. Could you prepare me something to eat? The more, the better." Surprised by Gu Nanbei's sudden entrance, Jin Saw chuckled. "You're not acting like a blind person at all. However, I've grown accustomed to your peculiarities. All right, wait a moment. I shall prepare something immediately." After a brief interlude, Jin Saw returned with steaming buns, which were essentially bread rolls. Driven by hunger, Gu Nanbei hastily grabbed 2 and stuffed them into his mouth. Chapter 38. The act of killing Jin Saw was amused, laughing as she asked, "Little blind one, what have you been up to be this ravenous?" With no time to respond, Gu Nanbei devoured 10 in quick succession before he could finally catch his breath. Jin Saw gazed at him, wide-eyed in astonishment. "Are you all right?" She donned a scarf that completely enveloped her hair, dressed in an old winter coat, resembling a charming neighborly older sister. Gu Nanbei shook his head and continued to eat. "You little blind one, have you devoured all the stock I brought from the shop? You truly have an impressive appetite. Eating boosts strength, doesn't it? By the way, I have a name. Remember to call me by it from now on." "Oh, what is it?" "I don't even know." "Gu Nanbei. The Gu from Care and Nanbei meaning south and north." Sister Jun smiled gently. "All right then, Gu Nanbei. How did your errands go this morning?" I accomplished something significant. I extended early New Year greetings to the folks from Qingzhou." Sister Jun observed Gu Nanbei's youthful countenance, which was earnest yet effectively mature, and couldn't help but chuckle, her worries easing considerably. With a creak, the young scholar dressed in a scholar's attire, Shang Minghua, pushed the door open and entered, spotting the blind boy and Sister Jun engaged in cheerful conversation, causing her to pout. She walked over to Gu Nanbei, sat beside him, and inquired, "Brother Bei, I heard that Rue Street is bustling with excitement. They are dancing." Sister Jun, intrigued, asked, "What dance?" "Today is not a festive occasion. Hee, the one from last night." Both women turned their gazes towards Gu Nanbei, who remained as composed as a seasoned sage, his expression calm. Unbeknownst to them, his consciousness quietly activated the light screen, enhancing his swordsmanship. Strengthening oneself often occurs in the most unassuming moments. Congratulations. Swordsmanship, Rizhao Yuhuang's sword, has leveled up. Swordsmanship, Rizhao Yuhuang's sword. Great achievement 032. Gunanbei immediately felt warmth radiating from his arms. Memories of years of sword practice flooding his mind. Unable to resist, he rose and stepped into the yard to dance and practice his swordplay. The courtyard echoed with the swish of the sword, as the subtle realm of the martial world shimmered with an unusual hue. At the Qingshigang's hall, Shang Guozhu closed his eyes to sense the flow of internal energy, feeling that he was merely a step away from entering the threshold of mastery. With a few more years of practice, he too could become a top-tier expert. Leader, something significant has occurred outside. Suddenly, someone reported from outside the hall. Shang Guozhu slowly exhaled, dispersing his energy, before inquiring, "What has happened?" The informant hurriedly recounted the events at Ru E Street. Duong Mukua, a prominent figure in Qingzhou, was dancing in the streets, and there were officials and clerks galore, all said to be reveling with the people. Shang Guozhu's brow furrowed deeply. He did not believe a word, fully aware of the moral character of those in the officialdom. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he commanded, "Summon Zhonggang to see me, and bring that little blind one of his along." Returning to the leader, this morning's news is that Zhonggang has been murdered. His body buried outside the city's Southern Earth Temple. Shang Guozhu's expression turned icy. Who did it? According to the captured beggar, it was that little blind one under his command who committed the act. Shang Guozhu sprang to his feet. He recalled that a beggar had approached him a few days prior, reporting similar matters, specifically mentioning the little blind one. The little blind one killed Zhonggang? I remember those beggars being nothing but skin and bones. How could they have slain Zhonggang? This I am not quite sure. Have Zhou Tangzhu investigate. Bring the little blind man over. I demand him alive, shouted Cheng Wanzhua, his voice resonating loudly enough to leave a buzzing in the ears of the henchmen at the door. Next to the Qingshigang's entrance, on a neighboring street, lay the Iron Fan Hall. As the icy snow began to thaw, melted snow water dripped from the eaves, turning the path into a muddy mess. A messenger, his feet caked in mud, approached a lethargic ruffian outside the small courtyard and waved him over. "Why is your hall so desolate? Where is everyone?" The ruffian replied with resignation. "The hall master has been acting strangely these past few days, always locking himself away in a small room, busily engaged in who knows what. What of the bamboo leaf green? I've heard he is your second strongest fighter." "He*s lying in bed," the messenger remarked, kicking off the mud from his foot with a chuckle. "I have delivered the boss's orders. I must take my leave." The ruffian hesitated outside, then knocked on the door. "Knock, knock." Zhou Bufan frowned, quickly covering the copper mirror, clearing his throat with irritation. "What is it, boss?" "The hall master has commanded us to retrieve the little blind man who killed Zhonggang. He wants him alive." Zhou Bufan's expression remained impassive. "Inform the brothers to assemble promptly." "Understood," the ruffian replied, though he hesitated, his words hanging in the air. Inside, Zhou Bufan adjusted the copper mirror, took out a small pair of scissors, and after a moment's hesitation, snipped off his mustache. He realized how bothersome it had become. Images began to flicker in his mind as he touched his horse-like face, still feeling dissatisfied. The king of the Daughter Kingdom ought to be a beauty. In the afternoon, at the southern city's steamed bun shop, Shang Wanyu stood at the entrance with 4 knife-wielding men, his countenance dark. Today, Mrs. Zhun has not opened for business. These 4 weren't ordinary ruffians. They were elite fighters under his father, totaling only 40 in number. "Break the door down. I intend to savor this maiden's delights today." One bearded knife wielder stepped forward, kicking the wooden door, only to create a hole and embarrassingly get his foot stuck inside, unable to pull it out. The bearded man gestured to his comrades for assistance, and another knife wielder, understanding the signal, took a few steps back and, with a running start, kicked the stuck man's backside. Thud! Crash! The stuck man was propelled through the door and tumbled inside. Shang Wanyu's face twitched. Why was it that every time he brought someone along, they were so utterly unreliable? Suddenly, the door of the neighboring room swung open violently. Xiao Bin burst forth, his eyes wild, brandishing a gleaming steel knife. He had gone to the blacksmith with Zhang Pizzi the day before to order components for a repeating crossbow, emboldening him to confront the formidable Shang Wanzhua. Unbeknownst to him, Mrs. Zhun was not home, so upon hearing the commotion, he unsheathed his weapon in fury. Shang Wanyu's expression shifted as he felt the chilling aura of the limping man. He hastily commanded, "Kill him." A swordsman slowly unsheathed his long blade, a thick-backed cleaver, and took a few steps forward. His keen gaze met that of Qiao Bin, and his heart raced. His opponent was no ordinary foe. Qiao Bin stood at an awkward angle, his posture slightly askew, yet there was an unmistakable change in his demeanor, exuding a chilling aura of lethal intent born from countless battles. Noticing his opponent's hesitation to attack, Qiao Bin could not afford to wait any longer, for two swordsmen had already intruded into the dumpling shop. Kill! Qiao Bin bellowed, akin to a swift leopard pouncing upon its prey. As the swordsman perceived a flash of steel descending upon him, he raised his blade in defense, clashing with a resounding clang. Overwhelmed by the sheer force, the swordsman staggered backwards. Yet, this retreat presented an opportunity for Qiao Bin. Instead of pursuing head-on, he maneuvered at an oblique angle, thrusting his blade into the swordsman's side. Aware that this strike would not claim his opponent's life just yet, he swiftly withdrew his blade for another decisive cut. With tremendous force, augmented by his own weight, he cleaved downwards through the swordsman's back. The swordsman fell lifelessly to the ground before he could utter a sound. In the span of merely 2 strikes, the encounter was swift and decisive. The second swordsman, finally realizing what had transpired, lunged forward, his thick-backed cleaver slicing through the air towards Qiao Bin's head. Chapter 39, the sword drawn. The blade flashed forth with astonishing speed. Qiao Bin sidestepped just in time. Turning his head, he saw Zhang Pizi rush into the dumpling shop, and he felt a surge of confidence. The swordsman was now engaged in combat with him. The clang of metal echoed as they exchanged blows, each delivering a flurry of strikes, their hands growing weary and their grips painfully sore. Indeed, they were matched opponents. Shang Wanyu watched in trepidation, astonished by the prowess of this limping man who had just slain one opponent and was now locked in a fierce struggle with the other. Feeling a sense of dread, he decided that discretion was the better part of valor. At that moment, Qiao Bin's expression hardened as he charged forward with his blade raised, while his opponent also swung downwards, one aimed at the chest and the other at the neck, each vying to see whose strike would be swifter and deadlier. In a critical moment, the swordsman chose to evade by sidestepping, unwilling to risk his life against this limping warrior. It was not worth the gamble. However, in the battlefield, hesitation often leads to demise. His evasive maneuver compromised the accuracy and speed of his strike, only managing to graze Qiao Bin's shoulder. Meanwhile, Qiao Bin's blade pierced through the swordsman's chest. The swordsman grasped Qiao Bin's hand in a desperate attempt to halt his advance. Qiao Bin, seizing the hilt of his blade, twisted it fiercely. The swordsman's eyes widened in shock as he felt his grip slacken. Qiao Bin withdrew his long knife, a spurt of blood splattering across his face. Yet he paid it no mind. He turned to glance at the dumpling shop, where Zhang Pizi emerged, a look of dissatisfaction etched on his bloodied face. Damn it! My skills have grown rusty. Qiao Bin chuckled lightly, and then shifted his gaze to Shang Wanyu, who had retreated several paces. Without hesitation, he propelled himself forward, like a limping wolf, moving in an odd manner, yet rapidly closing the distance to his quarry. Gu Nanbei, having spent the day indoors, was engrossed in absorbing new knowledge and solidifying his mental state. He delved into the foundational principles of meridians and acupoints, akin to decades of arduous training at the rock-solid stake. These revelations were akin to enlightenment, necessitating synthesis and comprehension to elevate his understanding. Little did he know, the Qingxi gang was actively searching for him. The next day, after Gu Nanbei finished his sword practice, he attentively sensed the faint inner strength flowing through his meridians. Upon completing her chores, Sister Zhen noticed Gu Nanbei meditating with closed eyes and said, "Gu Nanbei, I shall go to the bun shop to fetch some items. Little Mao is still asleep. Could you kindly watch over him?" Unbeknownst to Gu Nanbei, he had grown taller and sturdier, though his oversized outer garment concealed his transformation. "I'll accompany you. It's possible that the young helper is looking for you," he suggested. Sister Zhen, feeling a twinge of fear, nodded in agreement. "Then I shall trouble Minghua to look after things at home." Shang Minghua rolled her eyes and replied, "Fine, I'll entertain little Mao." With that, Gu Nanbei and Sister Zhen set off towards the bun shop. The desolate alleyway was sparsely populated, and they soon arrived at their destination. Upon seeing the large gaping hole in the door, Sister Zhen gasped, "Oh no, we've been robbed." Gu Nanbei swiftly grasped her arm, having already detected the scent of blood amidst the disarray within. Sensing that the interior was unoccupied, he opted to lead the way for safety. Sister Zhen quickly noticed bloodstains on the ground and broken items scattered about, though it seemed nothing had been stolen. Little blind one. What on earth happened? Could it be that young master destroyed my shop? Gu Nanbei extended his awareness and discerned that Uncle Chow was home next door, where he and another individual were busy assembling something. Do not panic. Uncle Chow is at home. Let us inquire, he reassured her. Sister Zhen nodded, subconsciously relying on Gu Nanbei as her pillar of support. They approached the neighboring house, and Sister Zhen knocked on the door. Uncle Chow opened it, his eyes lighting up. Ah, Sister Zhen, you're back. Brother Chow, I've just returned to find my home vandalized. Do you know what transpired? She asked. Uncle Chow nodded. Yesterday. That young master brought a few people looking for you. However, there is no need for concern. Lao Zhang and I chased them away. Sister Zhen covered her mouth in fright. Thank you, brothers. I've troubled you. Do not mention it, Sister Zhen. Where are you staying now? Are you safe? Uncle Chow inquired, hastily changing the subject. Sister Zhen glanced at Gu Nanbei and replied, Little blind one has secured a small courtyard for himself. And Little Mao and I are staying there temporarily. Ah, that is good to hear. But do not be afraid, Sister Zhen. In a few days, all will be well. I assure you. Uncle Chow patted Gu Nanbei on the shoulder, somewhat surprised by his robust build, realizing that beneath his seemingly frail exterior lay a skilled practitioner. Good job. Little blind one. Sister Zhen is a widow with no one to rely on, so I shall entrust her well-being to you from now on. Gu Nanbei smiled and asked, Uncle Chow, are you injured? Are you all right? It's nothing serious. That scoundrel brought a few thugs, and we had a scuffle, Uncle Chow replied. Sister Zhen interjected. Brother Chow, let me take a look at your injuries. If they are severe, you must visit a healer to prevent any infections. It's nothing. I've faced far worse. It's merely a trifle. You should return home and avoid coming here for the next few days, lest that scoundrel seeks you out again. Very well then. Take care, Brother Chow. Gu Nanbei said nothing more, following behind Sister Zhen while clutching a bundle of items. The air around the bun shop was thick with the scent of blood, indicating a fierce struggle had transpired. As they neared the street corner, a shout echoed from behind. Sister Zhen, take care. Sister Zhen paused, replying, You too, take care. Gazing at the vanishing figure, Chow Bin remained silent for a long time. Hey, old Chow, you coward. Trying to be a romantic? You've let that little blind one take advantage of you. Chow Bin remarked, This blind man is no simpleton. Even I misjudged him. As Gu Nanbei and the others walked further away, Sister Zhen commented, Chow the Lame spoke rather oddly today, don't you think? Gu Nanbei replied, It is indeed strange. He seems like he might be leaving for a long journey. Sister Zhen nodded, agreeing with his assessment. The two figures silently traversed the muddy path, flanked by low houses and earthen walls, contrasting sharply with the grand eaves and angles of the main street, which felt like a different realm altogether. Occasionally, a cold breeze swept by, stirring Sister Zhen's hair as well as Gu Nanbei's disheveled locks, enveloping them in a tranquil silence. Upon reaching the end of the street, Gu Nanbei suddenly grasped Sister Zhen's arm and, sensing her confusion, pulled her behind him. Someone is here looking for me. Do not approach. Sister Zhen clutched Gu Nanbei's sleeve, asking, Is it someone seeking money? I can go back and fetch it for you. Gu Nanbei held her hand. It was warm and soft, yet his palm bore the marks of hard work. Do not worry. All is well at home, and Xiao Mao is yet to awaken. Before Sister Zhen could respond, Gu Nanbei had already taken several steps away. In the alley, where the once pristine snow had melted to reveal the dark mud beneath, a tall figure stood, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of composure as his cold gaze fixed upon the approaching Gu Nanbei. Your gait is steady and agile, not at all resembling a blind man, much less a beggar. Is it Master Duan of the Shui Guard in person? Even I, in my humble dwelling, am aware of your esteemed reputation. Better to offend the King of Hell than to provoke Lord Duan. Gu Nanbei had only learned yesterday, through fragments of conversation, who the first dancer was and had been on guard against retribution from the Shui Guard, not expecting it to manifest today. Duan Muhua remained silent, outwardly as steady as an old dog, yet his eyes scrutinized Gu Nanbei's every movement. What do you seek, Lord Duan? Are you hoping to dance another round to warm up? Gu Nanbei chuckled lightly, his youthful, husky voice starkly contrasting with his words, creating a striking dissonance. Young man, although I am unaware of your mysterious means of compelling others to dance, it is evident that your abilities must have their limitations. Thus, dealing with you should pose no challenge. Duan Muhua furrowed his brows, struggling to adapt to the other's whimsical manner of speaking. Merely uttering the title Lord Duan could spell trouble if overheard by the wrong ears. I am merely an innocuous little blind man. Why would you send someone to deal with me? To disrupt the order of Jianghu, the Shui guard has the authority to apprehend you, Duan Muhua replied coolly. Why not capture the many villains in Jianghu who bully the weak, commit murder, and set fires? Jianghu has always been a peaceful and harmonious place. The Shui guard has never received such reports, Duan Muhua responded. Yesterday, you caused great suffering to the common people, and the evidence is irrefutable. When a gentleman speaks in such a manner, will the countless souls of the wronged from the mass graves not come to seek retribution at midnight? Gu Nanbei's expression remained calm as he reached for the erhu strapped to his back. Duan Muhua's pupils constricted, and he barked, "Do not make any sudden movements. For divine crossbows are aimed directly at you. Within 10 paces, these crossbows never miss their mark and can pierce through an inch of cowhide. If you doubt this, feel free to test it." As he spoke, 4 dark crossbows indeed emerged from behind the walls and trees, all targeting Gu Nanbei. Gu Nanbei withdrew his hand. His senses had already detected the ambush, and this maneuver was merely to force a few individuals into the open. "It seems the gentleman does not wish to kill me outright," Duan Muhua stated. "Your crimes will be judged by the law. My duty is to apprehend you and bring you to justice." Gu Nanbei chuckled. "I apologize, but since I stepped foot into this realm, I have been unable to discern its true colors. Since it has barred my entrance, I shall establish my own rules, free from all constraints, living with carefree abandon and laughing heartily." The youth, unaware of the world's vastness, how could one exist without being bound? "So, you choose death for the sake of your own rules." Duan Muhua's gaze sharpened like a blade. Should the other dare to move with the erhu, they would face his formidable wrath. Gu Nanbei shook his head. "No, I choose to live unrestrained." Before his words had fully faded, Gu Nanbei's feet propelled him forward. Grasping the sword that had been ejected, with a clang, the sword shot forth like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at Duan Muhua. Simultaneously, for streaks of black light surged from different directions towards Gu Nanbei. "Kill!" Duan Muhua's furious shout arrived belatedly. Suddenly, the bolt of lightning altered its course, deftly parrying and deflecting. To the onlookers, it appeared as if a silver light had circled around Gu Nanbei. Clang, clang, clang. The unfailing divine crossbows were all thwarted. The 4 guards wielding the crossbows wore expressions of horror. Everything had transpired in the blink of an eye. The most fearsome weapon of the Xiao building had been completely neutralized. Duan Muhua's complexion shifted in shock. He had never anticipated that the blind man was also a master swordsman. Observing his skilled swordplay, it was evident that he had honed his craft for decades. How could this be possible? In a fleeting moment of thought, Duan Muhua drew his blade. Gu Nanbei was swifter. After deflecting the crossbow bolts, he suddenly pivoted, his wrist flickering, and the sword's initial stance, morning dew reflecting light, enveloped the guard to his right. The guard was enveloped in a flurry of sword light, unable to discern reality from illusion, instinctively retreating in panic. Clang, clang, clang. In truth, Gu Nanbei's sword was aimed at the divine crossbow, and with a single stroke, the first crossbow was destroyed. The sword's momentum shifted, and with a change in footwork, Gu Nanbei surged towards the same side guard, the sword light twisting like a green beam, shattering the second crossbow. The onlookers were left bewildered, gasping in astonishment. "He intends to destroy all the crossbows. Run! I will handle him!" Duan Muhua shouted, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. The transformation had occurred in mere blinks of an eye, and this blind man's swordsmanship was terrifying. How could Gu Nanbei distance himself from the crossbows? He had no desire for 2 deadly weapons to be aimed at him at all times. With a surge of energy in his legs, he forcefully stomped the ground, sending mud and water splattering as he leaped 3 zhang away. With a swift sweep of his long sword, he struck one man's arm, rendering him powerless, and the crossbow fell to the ground. Gu Nanbei flicked his wrist, and in a dazzling display, his sword deftly punctured the last man's crossbow. Bang! With a swift kick, he shattered the fallen divine crossbow. Everything transpired in an instant. Duan Muhua drew his knife, but could not match the speed of his opponent. Suddenly, the scene fell silent, save for the sound of heavy breathing, not from Gu Nanbei, but from the 4 Shui guards wielding the crossbows. Gu Nanbei held his sword at an angle, a smile gracing his lips. What an impressive sword technique. What a splendid Rizi Zhao Yuhuang sword. Duan had underestimated him. At the street corner, Madame Zhen tightly covered her mouth with her hand, unable to believe that the frail little blind man whom she often gave alms to, was a martial arts master. She gazed intently at the little blind man's face, eager to comprehend the unfolding mystery. Gu Nanbei turned to Duan Muhua, noticing the man's brow furrowed low, his expression grave. Duan Darren, shall we continue? It seems you cannot best me. I, Duan, am lacking in skill and wish to experience the legendary swordsmanship of Yuhuang Villa. He then turned to the other four and instructed, stand back. If I fall, just collect my body. Do not interfere. Duan Muhua raised his knife, his eyes beginning to calm. Gu Nanbei smiled and replied, very well, I too wish to validate my learning. Please. Duan Muhua stepped forward, his knife slicing down with a fierce light, simple yet swift. Gu Nanbei surged forth as well, unleashing a flurry of swift sword strikes that shimmered brilliantly. The clash of blade against blade rang out with a resounding clang as his long sword precisely targeted the same spot on the knife's edge with 4 consecutive strikes. By breaking at a point, Duan Muhua's forceful blow had become ineffective. Yet, true to his years of training, he quickly retracted his blade, unleashing a series of ancient knife techniques. Gu Nanbei's sword, however, was agile, light, and elusive, like smoke swirling in the wind, making it difficult to grasp. As Duan Muhua continued to fight, his astonishment grew. This blind man was no mere blind man. Not only was his swordplay precise, but he also seemed capable of predicting his opponent's moves. The moment Duan unleashed an attack, Gu Nanbei's sword would accurately strike at his weaknesses, causing Duan immense frustration. In Duan Muhua's mind, a single thought echoed, absurd. This is utterly ridiculous. Gu Nanbei had just discovered in their recent skirmish the remarkable utility of perception, allowing him to pierce through the complexities of his opponent's techniques and effortlessly uncover their vulnerabilities. In the midst of their fierce exchange, Gu Nanbei had fully integrated the swordsmanship insights from his memories. At that moment, the holographic screen unexpectedly displayed a notification. You have successfully recorded a new sword technique, Zhangjin Dao, during your battle. Zhangjin Dao, a simple yet reliable sword technique, an average skill. The interface revealed in green text, sword technique, Zhangjin Dao, novice level 13. Gu Nanbei was taken aback, realizing the true terror of his extraordinary comprehension. With a swift thought, he guided his long sword to intercept the opponent's descending blade. In the fleeting instant when the blade was halted, he flicked his sword upward. Clang! The long knife was sent flying, and the cold edge of Gu Nanbei's sword was poised at Duan Muhua's throat. Truly, the Rizhao Yuhuang's sword was formidable. Duan accepted his fate, closing his eyes and presenting his neck. Chapter 41. Gue Eru blood dripped from Duan Muhua's fingers. The silence around them was suffocating. Yet he found himself still waiting for death, which did not arrive. Gradually, he opened his eyes to gaze at the calm young man before him, whose demeanor was as tranquil as a still sea. You do not intend to kill me? He queried. Not at the moment, Gu Nanbei replied cautiously. After all, Duan was a royal guard, and any misstep could reach the imperial ear. He lacked the strength for a direct confrontation for now. Duan Muhua spoke solemnly. Your mastery of the sword is comparable to that of seasoned practitioners who have trained for decades. Such talent is truly admirable. Gu Nanbei merely nodded in acknowledgement. Offering a slight bow, Duan Muhua retrieved his knife, returning the gesture with a fist salute. I take my leave. As he turned to depart, Gu Nanbei called after him. Duan, sir, do not disturb me again unless necessary. Without looking back, Duan waved dismissively. As long as I do not violate the laws of the Great Zhou, what purpose would my visit serve? The 4 attendant guards swiftly gathered the scattered remnants, ensuring not a single shard of the intricate crossbow wood was left behind. Both parties understood that this was merely a temporary truce. Gu Nanbei could not remain passive, and Duan Muhua could not swallow this humiliation. Madame Jeanne approached quietly from behind, her expression intricate. As an ordinary woman, she had never witnessed such a spectacle, her heart racing with trepidation. Gu Nanbei reassured her, it's all settled now. Let us return. Little Gu Nanbei, are you still the same blind boy you once were? Jeanne asked, unable to restrain her curiosity. Indeed, without a doubt. Gu Nanbei replied with a smile. Madame Jeanne's brows relaxed, a smile breaking through. Regardless of the circumstances, the little blind boy had proven himself formidable. She felt a sense of security, knowing she had someone to rely on against common ruffians. As Duan Muhua led the attendants back, the atmosphere was thick with tension. The 4 guards, burdened with their spoils, exchanged glances, the humiliation of their leader being dragged through the streets still fresh in their minds. They had never suffered such disgrace. Choosing to traverse the secluded alleys, the only sounds were their footsteps. Finally, Duan Muhua broke the silence. This matter shall remain confidential for now. I have my own plans. Yes, understood, my lord. Upon returning to the showy building, his subordinates regarded him with peculiar glances. The events of yesterday had spread throughout the city. In ancient times, the common folk were most deprived of entertainment, and such explosive happenings spread like wildfire. Duan Muhua entered his duty room with nonchalance, leaving the door ajar. To become a formidable individual, one must first cultivate inner strength. He quietly retrieved a clean cotton cloth and a healing ointment from a wooden box, skillfully tending to the wound on his right hand. With closed eyes, Duan Muhua reflected on the recent battle, contemplating not only the blind boy's exceptional swordsmanship, but also his remarkable insight. It seemed there was something more. Suddenly, Duan Muhua's eyes flew open. The blind boy possessed internal energy. Indeed, it was internal energy, for otherwise, he would not have felt such discomfort during their clash. Yet, at such a tender age, how could he be a master of the Xianguan realm? It seemed impossible. Could he be a disciple of Dong Huashan, who practiced internal arts without honing his physique? This lad was undoubtedly enigmatic. How could one break through to the Xianguan realm? Duan Muhua's mind churned as he drew a sheet of paper and began to write. After signing and sealing it, he hesitated. Reporting this to Cao Shaojian might yield no benefits. Rather, a fierce glint flashed in Duan Muhua's eyes. Wasn't that old fellow Shang Wanzhua preparing to challenge the Xianguan realm? Bring me the relevant documents on the Qingxi gang, Duan Muhua commanded in a deep voice. Gu Nanbei was far more exhilarated internally than he appeared. In just a few days, he had already triumphed over the top experts in Qingzhou City. Naturally, he felt elated. Had he not closed his large window, even the spirit of his late uncle would have leaped with joy like a child. If he could defeat the refining pulse masters, then the Qingxi gang posed no threat. It was time to set the table for revenge and eliminate harm without delay. As he pushed open the courtyard door, Xiao Jiabai was gazing at the entrance with bright eyes. Just as she locked gazes with Aunt Jun, a subtle skirmish between the two women ensued. Aunt Jun softly inquired, "Minghua, why do you look so despondent?" Xiao Jiabai replied, "I don't know. I used to live in constant fear of paying dues for food. Now that I no longer have to worry, I find myself at a loss for what to do." Gu Nanbei interjected, "I almost forgot. At your age, it is the perfect time to learn. I shall find you a private school to study." Xiao Jiabai gasped in shock. Private schools are for boys. How could I possibly go? Moreover, the teachers wouldn't accept girls. Gu Nanbei suggested, "You could disguise yourself as a boy." Aunt Jun shook her head. "Minghua is no longer a child. It would be inconvenient for her to pretend to be a boy. If you truly want her to study, perhaps find a female teacher." "Do you know of such a female teacher?" "I happen to know one, though the tuition may be a bit steep." "No problem. In a few days, Aunt Jun can arrange it, and I will cover the costs." Xiao Jiabai, feeling quite displeased at being treated like a child, exclaimed, "Brother Bei, why do you want to send me away?" "To gain knowledge. Knowledge is the sole weapon that can change one's destiny. Thus, you must learn to read. In the future, should any martial arts manuals arise, you could assist me in reading them." Xiao Jiabai, having caught only the last part of his declaration, nodded and replied, "All right. I will be Brother Bei's eyes from now on." Aunt Jun, however, was moved by the earlier statement, lost in thought. A series of knocks resounded at the gate. Gu Nanbei rose, his keen eyes discerning a disheveled figure on the ground, desperately rapping on the door. He hurried to the entrance and swung it open, revealing a blood-soaked beggar sprawled at his feet. Gu Nanbei helped the beggar up, brushing aside the hair from his face, revealing a visage as pale as that of a rabid dog. "What has happened?" Gu Nanbei inquired, his voice steady yet laced with concern. The beggar, with trembling eyelids, whispered, "Brother Blind, you must flee. They are searching for you." "Who seeks me?" Gu Nanbei pressed, his tone deepening. "The Qingxi gang. They are scouring the streets for you. Donkey Face was killed. In his last moments, he implored me to deliver this message to you," expressing his remorse. Tears streamed down the beggar's cheeks as he spoke. "I was pursued for several streets before I managed to escape. You must hide." Suddenly, the beggar erupted into a fit of violent coughing, spewing forth dark blood. Gu Nanbei gently examined the beggar's chest, noting the broken ribs. "Wait here. I shall take you to a physician." He swiftly returned to the courtyard, donning his gear. "What is it, Brother Bei?" inquired the stuttering child, while Sister Jeanne emerged to assess the situation. The beggar is injured. I am taking him to see the doctor. Lock the door securely. Do not open it for anyone but me. Be careful, Sister Jeanne cautioned. Nodding, Gu Nanbei exited the courtyard, lifting the beggar into his arms and making his way to the street. A nearby clinic, Mioran Hall, was still open, and he rushed inside. The elderly physician, startled at the sight of the injured beggar, quickly grew serious. This beggar is gravely wounded. Lay him on the wooden bed at once. A young apprentice drew the curtain, separating the interior from the exterior. Gu Nanbei waited patiently outside. After a considerable time, the old doctor emerged, a look of resignation etched on his face. The bones have pierced the lung. It is too late. Silently, Gu Nanbei placed a handful of copper coins on the wooden table. The topic of communal joy among the people had gained fervor, yet those who had personally experienced the phenomenon began to share their eerie tales. Indeed, some astute individuals, having gathered information, unveiled the fresh legend of the ghostly erhu player. The officials dancing in the streets were not partaking in merriment with the populace. Instead, a blind man adept in sorcery played the erhu, summoning spirits to possess the living. Otherwise, what reason would those officials have to abandon their indulgences in wine, meat, and entertainment? This explanation rationalized the bizarre behavior of the officials. Throughout history, there had been no accounts of officials genuinely reveling with the common folk. The bodies of the frostbitten dead piled high in the mass grave. Where was their shared joy? Thus, the legend of the ghostly erhu rapidly gained traction, and before dawn, the streets were deserted, shops shuttered in advance of the day's business. Even Chunfeng Tower stood in eerie silence, for during the dance, those maidens would be at their most alluring, undoubtedly under the most severe possession. If one were to seek a partner for joy, would it be with a person or a ghost? Some lustful spirits contemplated indulging in such experiences, yet fear of potential repercussions kept them in a state of watchful hesitation, awaiting the pioneers. In the brightly lit hall of the Spring Breeze Pavilion, the young maidens clustered together, none daring to be alone. Mother Hua, you were the first to dance. If it weren't for you, the sisters wouldn't have followed suit. What now? Mother Hua's complexion paled. Alas, how could I have known they were under the control of ghosts? Otherwise, I would not have participated. Perhaps we should invite a Taoist priest to perform a ritual. Suddenly, the sound of a two-stringed instrument being played outside pierced the air. The maidens shivered in fear, their faces drained of color, huddling together like a flock of quails. Mother Hua's makeup began to crack as she trembled, saying, Liuzi, go see who is outside. Liuzi, a young servant boy, cautiously approached the door to take a peek. After a few glances, he breathed a sigh of relief and reported, Mother, it's nothing, just an old man. The maidens exhaled, relieved that it was not a ghost. At that moment, a youth clad in a raincoat passed by and glanced at the old man playing the huqin by the wall. In his mind's eye, the old man's gaunt body resembled a piece of withered wood, his bald head surrounded by disheveled hair akin to wild grass sprouting from a dead tree. Old man, it's dark. Why aren't you heading home? It's quite crowded here at night. Strangely enough, there is no one around today, the old man replied, glancing at the empty bowl. Gu Nanbei chuckled. They all fear ghosts. You should return home. Ghosts. In this world, humans can be far more terrifying than ghosts. Gu Nanbei smirked. Tonight, he intended to become a specter of death. Chapter 42. The Night Demon. The old man's words held merit. Gu Nanbei pulled out several copper coins and tossed them into the broken bowl. The coins clinked inside before settling into silence. The old man grinned, revealing a gap where a tooth had been lost, scooping up the coins and weighing them in his hand before slipping them into his pocket. Looking down upon the affairs of mortals, a myriad of households illuminated by water, he chuckled softly, gazing at the vanishing silhouette of the youth. As Gu Nanbei passed through this area, the night had not yet fully descended. He lingered to pass the time, for the night was his domain. This evening, he planned to visit the Green Snake Gang, traversing from the outer hall to the inner sanctum. The Green Snake Gang had 3 outer halls, all situated in the southern part of the city: the Iron Fan Hall, the Iron Fist Hall, and the Eagle Claw Hall. He intended to visit each one tonight. As darkness enveloped the ancient city like a heavy shroud, the once bright main street now appeared dim and dreary. In one courtyard, the walls were peeling, revealing earthen yellow mud and stones, and a small wooden sign hung on the dilapidated door, Iron Fist Hall. The courtyard, reeking of rusticity, echoed with shouts and curses. Old fool, do you understand your mistake? An elderly man shielded a small figure beneath him, pleading, We don't want any money. Please let us go. The one hurling insults was a goon from the Iron Fist Hall, wearing a green sash, who sneered at the old man's cries. Your firewood is too damp. It produces nothing but thick black smoke, suffocating our hall master's esteemed guests. What do you propose we do? The old man hurriedly replied, I apologize, I apologize. I bow to the hall master. It is my fault. He banged his head repeatedly on the ground, desperate for them to release him and the child. Grandfather. The girl cried out, desperate to stop her grandfather, but he was pushed away. She was slender, seemingly no more than 10 years old, with a dark, gaunt face and eyes filled with fear. The grandfather and granddaughter had come to sell firewood, but while passing through, they were forcibly dragged inside, only to find themselves trapped in the yard without any payment. The poor old man was carrying firewood in the frigid weather, intending to earn a little money to buy coarse grains to sustain his young granddaughter, who had not eaten for 2 days. What use is it for an old man on the brink of the grave to bow down? Send your little granddaughter in to apologize to the guests, sneered a rogue, stroking his chin and casting a glance at the girl. The old man hurriedly raised his head, blood streaming down his forehead. He tightly embraced his granddaughter, pleading, Little Hua is still just a child. She cannot apologize, she will not go. Do you think you have a say in this? Believe it or not, I will beat you to death. The rogue raised his fist, a malicious grin on his face. Stop, don't hit my grandfather. The girl suddenly exclaimed, her spirit dimming. A sensible child, perhaps in a while, you can have a good meal with the hall master, the rogue mused. The girl's name was Xiaohua, but she resembled a small bean sprout. She struggled free from her grandfather's embrace and stepped forward. The old man's eyes widened in anger as he glared at the rogue. I will fight you. The rogue scoffed and lifted his foot to kick. However, he was surprised when he found himself being pulled backward by a firm grip on his neck. The old man's punch missed its target, causing him to stumble forward. The girl hurriedly turned her head. A hoarse voice rang out, Old man, I have some matters to settle with this fellow. Please wait a moment. In the flickering firelight, the girl saw the shadow of a youth clad in a raincoat, his features obscured. Gu Nanbei forcefully turned the rogue around to face him. The henchman with the green belt felt a surge of fear. He was effortlessly lifted by one hand, realizing he was no match for this opponent. What are you going to do? This is the territory of the Green Snake Gang, he tentatively inquired, sensing the youth's familiarity. What are you staring at? Gu Nanbei asked ominously. The henchman, taken aback, thought, didn't you just pull me over? He had stolen a glance at the youth's eyes, which were constantly lowered, seemingly avoiding contact. I'm not staring at anything. Gu Nanbei's expression darkened, and he swiftly delivered a resounding slap. The henchman was taken by surprise. Spinning around and hearing a ringing in his ears, Gu Nanbei pulled him back and asked, What are you staring at? And nothing. The henchman stammered, covering his face, feeling dazed. Smack. What are you staring at? Gu Nanbei swiftly retaliated, sending wind with his backhand. Smack. Blood filled the henchman's mouth as both sides of his face swelled like buns, his mind buzzing. What are you staring at? Smack. The old man and the girl watched as the rogue swung his head rhythmically under Gu Nanbei's slaps, blood and teeth flying. The elderly man tightly embraced the girl, fearful that the turbulent individual might unleash his wrath upon his granddaughter as well. The girl, nestled in her grandfather's arms, covered her eyes and peered through her fingers. The menacing villain, who had previously exuded ferocity, was now rendered a pitiful sight, and the girl felt a sense of vindication as she widened her fingers slightly. A mere 10 slaps had left the belt-wielding thug unconscious. Gu Nanbei, feeling somewhat disheartened, wiped the blood from his hands on the thug's clothing before casually discarding him to the side. Noticing the grandfather and granddaughter huddled together, Gu Nanbei reassured them, Fear not. Follow me. I shall lead you to the spectacle. With a smile, he proceeded towards the backyard. Damn it, Chenpai, be gentler. You've disturbed the hall master and Lord Wang. It's been ages, and you still haven't subdued him? A voice emanated from the rear courtyard, and a figure soon emerged, colliding with Gu Nanbei. With a swift motion, Gu Nanbei grasped the figure, pulling them closer, his elbow pinning the person's neck as he dragged them inside. The unfortunate soul, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, was akin to a fledgling chick being pulled along. Attempting to struggle, the figure soon realized that Gu Nanbei's grip was as unyielding as iron, rendering any efforts futile. A profound sense of suffocation enveloped them, and despite frantic flailing, escape was impossible. Observing the young man escorting a flailing figure akin to a distressed hen into the courtyard, the girl nudged her grandfather, exclaiming, Grandpa? I wish to see. Doesn't he seem like a bad person? The old man's lips twitched, revealing his hesitation. In the courtyard, 2 guards stationed at the entrance stood in a daze, bewildered by the sudden appearance of the young man clad in a raincoat, clutching a struggling individual beneath his arm. That evening, the courtyard was illuminated by a single torch, making it difficult for the 2 men to discern the scene clearly. Gu Nanbei's expression darkened as he seized the struggling guard. A swift slap rendered the guard motionless, collapsing into unconsciousness. With a kick, he sent the limp figure flying. Casting a predatory glance at the 2 guards at the entrance. Not to be outdone, the guards, incensed, shouted, "Who is this wild brat daring to wreak havoc at the Iron Fist Hall? Seeking death." With that, they charged at Gu Nanbei, their fists like sandbags aimed at him. With remarkable speed, Gu Nanbei retaliated, deftly countering their strikes. In an instant, the guards found themselves spinning in place, their heads ringing and faces numbed from the impact. "Get lost," Gu Nanbei barked in discontent, swatting them aside with a flourish. The grandfather and granddaughter, who had been stealthily following, witnessed the 2 burly men being flung several feet away, collapsing to the ground in a heap. The commotion drew attention from within the building, prompting an inquiry. "What is happening?" Gu Nanbei replied, "A significant matter." The interior fell silent, and the first to emerge were 2 elderly men, each nearing their 50s. Their sharp eyes gleaming with vitality, clearly masters of martial prowess. Following them were 2 robust figures, one tall and the other shorter. The taller one donned a short, open-collared jacket, accentuated by a wide green leather belt that emphasized his muscular build. The shorter man wore a yellow robe, his copper-buckled belt also dyed green, and his face bore the marks of time, suggesting a higher status, likely a distinguished guest. "Young man, emboldened by the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard, dares to wreak havoc here. Iron-armed elders, seize him." The man in the short coat spoke coldly. Gu Nanbei raised his hand to halt them, saying, "Wait. I'm not ready yet. Just give me a moment." As he spoke, he planted his bamboo staff into the ground and began to remove his raincoat. "Seize him." The man in the short coat's muscles twitched with rage, known by the moniker Iron Three Fists. The 2 elder men, referred to as the iron-armed elders, were famed for their formidable long-arm fist technique. Upon hearing the leader's urging, they dashed forward from either side, one targeting the throat while the other aimed for the shoulder. Gu Nanbei shrugged his shoulder, casting off the raincoat, as the sound of the erhu began to fill the air. The innocent and lively melody struck the hearts of those present, altering the atmosphere entirely. The grasping hands of the 2 elders immediately turned to one another, clasping tightly as they began to bounce joyfully. The Iron Fist leader and the man in yellow joined hands, following closely behind the elders, while the 2 henchmen who had fallen also scrambled to their feet, linking hands and circling around Gu Nanbei. "Searching for friends, searching for a good friend," echoed the trio, their faces radiating innocent joy as they swayed their joined hands. The firewood seller gaped in disbelief. The 2 elderly men at the forefront, their faces lined with wrinkles, laughed like children, as did the other pairs behind them. Xiaohua widened her eyes, wondering if this was what her older brother wanted them to see. The 3 pairs of friends erupted into giggles, even exchanging partners mid-dance. In this lively, innocent, and slightly surreal ambience, a brief melody came to an end. A notification appeared, indicating the acquisition of 10 resonance points. The 6 elderly men, still holding hands, stood in stunned silence, as if transported back to their childhood, to a time of pure innocence. Gu Nanbei turned to Xiaohua and inquired, "What do you think? Do they dance well?" "Not well at all. At their age, dancing like children is quite shameless," came the crisp voice of a child, jolting the others awake. They quickly released their hands, with the Iron Fist leader and the esteemed guest retreating like startled rabbits. "You are the ghost erhu?" Iron Three Fists exclaimed in a mix of anger and horror, realizing he had just held hands and twirled with the leader of the Wang gang, an utter humiliation. Gu Nanbei's expression darkened as he replied, "You may question whether there is a way to deal with me, but I assure you, there are countless ways to deal with you." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Iron Three Fists and the gang leader sprang into action, having felt the terrifying power of the ghost erhu firsthand. They knew they must subdue him quickly to avoid being controlled again. Gu Nanbei took a swift step, moving a full zhang away, arriving perfectly at his bamboo staff. He reached out, seemingly pulling forth a shimmering wave of light. The 2 men, seeing that Gu Nanbei had not summoned the erhu but instead drawn his sword, felt a surge of elation and shouted, "Let us take him down together." In their eyes, a mere teenager, regardless of years spent honing his swordsmanship, could hardly possess profound skill. Alas, they were gravely mistaken, and their error was monumental. Gu Nanbei, undaunted by the encirclement of 6, charged directly at the two most formidable adversaries. With a flick of his wrist, his sword swept forth, aiming for Tai Sanquan's throat. Startled, Tai Sanquan narrowly deflected the lethal blade with his iron guard. Yet, this strike was merely a feint. With a resounding clang, the blade rebounded with even greater swiftness, allowing Gu Nanbei to pivot and direct his weapon like a shooting star towards the neck of the gang leader, Wang. In the midst of Wang's horror, Gu Nanbei withdrew his sword and swiftly lunged again. Wang's expression, though filled with dread, bore a hint of reluctant admiration, for Tai Sanquan was also clutching his throat, his eyes betraying a mix of regret and fear. The leader. In a heartbeat, Gu Nanbei glided past the astonished onlookers like a phantom, blood splattered. The entire sequence transpired in an instant. The girl, Xiaohua, only glimpsed a chill blue light weaving through the chaos. When she attempted to focus her gaze, the cold radiance had already vanished with a sharp clang. What followed were the thuds of lifeless bodies collapsing to the ground. All 6 men fell by a single stroke to the throat. Startled, Xiaohua's breath quickened, her hands and feet turning icy as she stumbled backward, colliding with her grandfather, causing the pair to tumble like rolling gourds. Gu Nanbei silently rummaged through the bodies, discovering some silver and copper coins. He approached the trembling duo, extending his hand, offering the coins to the girl. "Take this and return home swiftly." Xiaohua looked into the boy's eyes, void of any glimmer, devoid of emotion. Yet she felt a sense of reassurance. She accepted the silver, and both she and her grandfather bowed deeply in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, noble hero." However, when they lifted their heads, the boy had already vanished. At the Longxi Hall, a sharp sound startled the sentinel at the door. Upon closer inspection, he found a flying dagger embedded in the door, securing a note. The sentinel, recognizing the gravity of the situation, promptly retrieved the note and hastened to report it to the commanding officer. The lieutenant, upon reading the note, was flustered, being illiterate. He dashed into the inner chamber to seek assistance. Inside a small room, illuminated by a flickering oil lamp, a scholar, Mr. Song, was engrossed in a book. "Mr. Song, a flying dagger has delivered a message." Startled, Song Wenzheng looked up, his expression shifting as he took the note, scanning it swiftly. His eyes narrowed. "Quickly inform the gang leader. Young Master Yu is in trouble." The lieutenant, panic-stricken, hurriedly stumbled towards the main hall. Song Wenzheng set down his book and leisurely followed, making his way to the gang leader's chamber. Shangguan Zhua, determined to break through the threshold of the Xianguan realm, had decisively vacated his residence, leaving behind 6 beautiful concubines to guard the empty abode. Despite the abundance of women, his progeny was scant, with only a single son, Shangguan Yu. The lieutenant, breathless, tumbled through the doorway, not even the guards at the entrance managing to stop him. "Master, something has happened." Shangguan Zhua slowly opened his eyes, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent descending upon him. In a deep, languid voice, he inquired, "What did you say?" The young leader, instantly struck by fear, broke into a cold sweat and hastily knelt to report, "Just now, someone sent a message with a flying dagger, saying the young leader has suddenly gone mute. He doesn't even know what the message says, as Mr. Song has yet to inform him." "What does it say?" Shangguan Zhua pressed further, his oppressive demeanor palpable. "Master, the letter is with me." At that opportune moment, Song Wenzheng entered the hall, handing over the note. Shangguan Zhua rose and glanced at it. Reading a few terse lines, "Shangguan Yu is in my possession. At midnight tonight, in the southern city Huaihua Alley, 5,000 taels of gold. After the time has passed, there will be no further waiting." Audacious. Absolutely audacious. Shangguan Zhua gritted his teeth, furious that the Qingxi gang, known for extorting others, had now become the target of such audacity. Summoned the quick blade squad. "I must see from whence this thief comes." "Master, hold on. Perhaps we should first send someone to locate young Master Yu, lest we fall victim to a diversionary tactic." Shangguan Yu was often unpredictable, spending days in brothels without returning, which was not uncommon. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Zhua recognized the validity of the concern, realizing his own impulsiveness. Chapter 44. The Unruly Eagle Claw Hall. It appears that the Qingxi gang is fated for an unsettled night. Gu Nanbei traversed the streets, searching diligently, and finally stumbled upon the second hall, the Eagle Claw Hall. In his mind, the crooked characters on the wooden sign foretold an establishment rife with impropriety. Just as Gu Nanbei prepared to kick the door, it creaked open slightly, revealing a pair of shifty eyes peering out. After glancing behind Gu Nanbei, the figure opened the door wider. "Shoo, come in quickly." The person inside, seeing Gu Nanbei's hesitation, reached out and yanked him inside. Confused, Gu Nanbei uttered, "I don't speak. I know, follow me." The speaker, a thin man who constantly looked around like a rat, beckoned Gu Nanbei over to a wooden cabin. "Hurry, this way." Gu Nanbei, sensing the interior was vacant save for some humanoid figures, seemingly made of paper, followed the thin man inside. "What kind do you want?" he inquired. "What do you mean? Wooden women? What wooden women?" "That depends on what you desire. We have cowhide, pigskin, and even sheepskin." Gu Nanbei frowned, perplexed by the man's words. The thin man, noticing Gu Nanbei's expression, quickly reassured him, "Rest assured, all these skins are thoroughly cleaned and dried, absolutely odorless, soft, clean, and hygienic." Gu Nanbei asked, "What are wooden women for?" The thin man interjected, "Ah, little brother understands. We've just launched a new product, with key parts made of sheep intestines, perfect for, well, you know." The thin man flashed a lewd smile, rubbing his hands together, casting a knowing glance at Gu Nanbei. In the darkness of the night, he failed to notice that Gu Nanbei was blind. Seemingly grasping the implication, Gu Nanbei instinctively asked, "In this bitter cold, wouldn't one freeze?" The slender man chuckled, "My brother is perceptive. We had the same thought. So, before we proceed, simply boil some water and pour it in from behind." Gu Nanbei appeared momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "Is that even possible?" Observing Gu's expression of wonder, the slender man grinned. "What do you think? A flat rate of 5 taels of silver. Pay up and take it home to enjoy. If you have specific preferences, our artist can customize it for you on the spot for an additional tael." Gu, with a resolute demeanor, delivered a sharp slap, declaring, "You scoundrel! I am a man of justice, and you dare sell me such wares." The slender man, reeling from the blow, sat down abruptly, covering his face and pleading, "The price is negotiable. Why resort to violence?" Gu, with a stern visage, lifted the slender man, admonishing, "I approach with an air of menace. And you dare to sell this to me? You've made me quite uncomfortable, do you realize?" The slender man thought to himself, what a seasoned veteran feigning innocence, yet replied, "My apologies, brother, I did not see that. May I inquire about your purpose here? Where are your associates?" "They are busy working in the backyard." "What work are they doing?" Gu inquired. "Crafting wooden dolls," came the reply. "In the esteemed Qing snake gang. Instead of engaging in nefarious acts, you are toiling with manual labor?" The slender man protested, "Brother, do not underestimate this trade. We are thriving, and we even offer rental services. If you do not wish to buy, you may rent." With a swift motion, Gu delivered another slap. As they conversed, they ventured further inside, where a gaunt figure awaited them in the backyard, quietly observing. "Are you here to find someone or seek vengeance?" The shadowy figure spoke in a low tone. Among the 3 factions, the Eagle Claw Hall was the most peculiar, with its leader possessing the greatest martial prowess. "How does one go about finding or avenging?" The slender man replied, "I have no one to find, but feel free to seek vengeance." As he spoke, the sound of numerous footsteps echoed around them. Gu's mind raced, realizing that this faction was indeed formidable, as he discerned over 20 burly men armed with blades encircling the backyard. Frowning, he wondered how there could be an ambush. He had disclosed his whereabouts to no one that evening. He remained unfazed, stating, "I seek vengeance against the entire Qing snake gang." The shadowy figure laughed, "Just you alone?" "Indeed, just me," Gu replied with a smile. "Attack!" the figure commanded sharply. At that moment, the slender man unexpectedly produced a pouch of powder from his pocket, intending to throw it at Gu's face. Such a move could not escape Gu's keen perception, and with a swift side kick, he sent the slender man flying. At the same instant, a familiar tune began to play. The shadowy figure, poised to advance, hesitated, stepping aside to grasp a subordinate's hand, bouncing with glee. A cacophony ensued as the subordinate's weapons clattered to the ground, all staring in astonishment. What are the leader and Elder Six doing? Aren't they supposed to be killing? They quickly understood the situation as Gu led his friends to a more populated area. One pair, then another, began joyfully seeking their companions. In no time, everyone held hands, forming a large circle, bouncing and spinning in delight. The emaciated figure, cornered, struggled to rise, only to behold his comrades, hand in hand, their faces adorned with childlike innocence and emitting gleeful giggles. A chill ran down his spine as he discerned the grotesque mimicry of laughter from these burly men, even their leader joining in this unsettling charade. The atmosphere was so bizarre and terrifying that he felt a sudden urge to relieve himself in fear. As the melody concluded, the time for camaraderie came to an end. The members of the Eagle Claw Hall, encircled and holding hands, stood petrified. Gu Nanbei glanced at the luminous screen, noting the resonance point standing at 21. The silence that enveloped the surroundings was haunting, broken only by the sound of torches flickering in the wind. A muffled thudding echoed, seemingly emanating from the depths below. The still crowd immediately scattered, save for one individual who remained motionless, a pale-faced man with a sinister gaze, silently observing Gu Nanbei. Their eyes locked, devoid of verbal communication, yet an invisible tension of animosity brewed between them. Are you the specter known as the ghost erhu? The one who incited the entire street to dance? Were those captured from below your doing? He sneered. I suggest you refrain from meddling, for you lack the capacity to intervene. Otherwise, your dance-inducing tricks will lead you to an unmarked grave. I sense you are attempting to provoke me. Yet, I find myself enticed by such taunts, compelling me to intervene. The pale-faced man's lips twitched in response. Indeed, the ghost erhu possessed an unsettling aura. Even his speech was imbued with an eerie quality. I am a disciple of the Huangshan twin oddities. Gu Nanbei maintained a stoic expression as he slowly drew his sword, the blade glinting ominously. The presence of Gu Nanbei's formidable aura unnerved the pale-faced man, prompting him to retreat a step. His demeanor calm and focused, an indication of a skilled swordsman. This cargo is destined for the Duke of Jianghu. Even the authorities dare not intrude. What gives you the audacity to meddle? You are exceedingly verbose, a quality I find distasteful. With that, Gu Nanbei leapt forward, executing a thrust that caused the sword tip to vibrate and emit a resplendent azure light. The pale-faced adversary found it impossible to decipher the intricacies of Gu Nanbei's swordplay, compelling him to withdraw. Yet, Gu Nanbei was swifter, landing gracefully and sweeping his sword in a fluid motion, a technique known as the Jade Peak Golden Summit. The pale-faced man clutched his bleeding wound, reaching out as if to grasp something, but his efforts were in vain as he gradually collapsed to the ground. Gu Nanbei surveyed the surrounding henchmen, who appeared utterly bewildered by the night's events, overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of the situation. Do you also choose to remain silent? His words jolted the henchmen back to reality, and they scattered like headless flies in panic. Those who flee shall perish. Gu Nanbei surged into the fray, his sword striking like a bolt of lightning, leaving no chance for the ordinary henchmen to evade. Moments later, only a handful of trembling henchmen remained huddled together in the courtyard, resembling a brood of chicks under the watchful eye of a weasel. Who are the captives below? They are girls, merely 12 or 13 years old, destined for the docks in the eastern part of the city. Gu Nanbei realized, with a dawning comprehension, that he had fortuitously arrived at a critical moment, confirming his suspicions regarding the nefarious dealings of the Qingxi gang. Chapter 45. Who schemes against me in the darkened alleyways? Only the sounds of hurried footsteps and labored breaths could be heard as the fleeing shadow, caked in mud, finally reached the entrance of the Qingxi gang's headquarters. Who goes there? Questioned the gatekeepers. Where is the gang leader? A calamity has befallen the Eagle Claw Hall. That shipment has been seized. As the guard at the entrance received the thrown token and glanced at it, he was immediately taken aback, exclaiming that so much was occurring tonight. The leader has already departed with the group. They have been gone for a quarter of an hour. The shadow, cloaked in mud, froze in disbelief. What a grave situation. The leader has ventured out just as disaster strikes. What shall we do? Our Eagle Claw Hall could be obliterated. Perhaps Mr. Song remains. Let's seek him out. The helpless junior of the Eagle Claw Hall hurriedly entered the hall, making his way towards the inner courtyard. The inner courtyard lay shrouded in silence, devoid of any light. The messenger junior felt a pang of confusion. Had Mr. Song already retired for the night? Just as he hesitated, a figure suddenly sprang forth from behind, striking him without uttering a word. The junior coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground, convulsing briefly before falling still. The shadow dashed into the leader's quarters, inquiring, "Have you found him?" "No. Only some medicinal concoctions and elixirs remain. The secret tome is likely on his person. Has Shang Wen Yu truly encountered misfortune?" "Most probably. I dispatched someone to the brothels and gambling houses he frequents, but he is nowhere to be found. Even his companions have vanished. Humph. That old scoundrel Shangwan has committed numerous misdeeds. This is his retribution. Keep a vigilant eye on his movements. I shall take my leave. Gu Nanbei escorted the group of girls confined underground to the county office, leading the constables out before departing. As a blind man, this was his utmost limit. He still had another hall to visit. One must complete their tasks thoroughly, without bias, especially when it pertains to old acquaintances. After such a prolonged endeavor, it was likely already midnight, yet for the night charm, it was the most opportune moment. Gu Nanbei navigated through the alleyways, ultimately locating the Iron Fan Hall. The courtyard was enveloped in darkness, but light flickered within the main room, casting the outline of a figure bent over a desk. Gu Nanbei was astonished. Was there still a diligent scholar within the Iron Fan Hall? Stealthily, he approached, and his keen perception revealed the individual inside. Indeed, they were hunched over the table, but not in the pursuit of study or writing. Gu Nanbei advanced closer and rapped on the door. Knock, knock. The occupant within jolted in fright, hastily gathering an array of jars and bottles, accidentally spilling a box of rouge, which they hurriedly swept off the table with their sleeve. Finally, they called out in a high-pitched voice, "Who is it? Wasn't it said that once Zhong passed, the beggars would disperse and no one could be found?" Gu Nanbei felt a shiver of dread. Had the resonance been distorted? Sensing with his inner eye, he discerned that the outline belonged to the Iron Fan scholar, the very individual who had performed alongside Su Shilong at the martial arts hall. Yet now this person appeared disheveled, adorned in makeup. As the words fell, the sword gleamed coldly. Gu Nanbei rushed towards the door, channeling energy into his long sword, shattering the wooden door into splinters. In the astonished gaze of Zhou Bufan, a cold star surged forth. Zhou Bufan rolled sideways, leaping onto the adjacent bed. His movement was swift, yet the sword was swifter still, piercing the back of his head. Zhou Bufan fell silently onto the bed, devoid of motion, tragically unaware of the hand that dealt his demise. Since he could not contribute a resonance point, it was best to resolve the matter outright. This would be a relief for both parties. Drawing forth his long sword, Gu Nanbei wiped the blood from Zhou Bufan's white garments and strode away with purpose. This evening, the snow on the rooftop has yet to melt, and the crescent moon casts a cold, ethereal glow from the sky. A solitary figure treads slowly through the moonlight towards the Dragon and Serpent Hall. The moonlight envelopes him, resembling an enchanting specter amidst the snow. The Dragon and Serpent Hall is eerily silent, the atmosphere thick and stifling. As night deepens, the gatekeeper retreats into his quarters. A knock echoes, reminiscent of a restless spirit seeking entry. Startled, the gatekeeper trembles. What has transpired tonight? So many disturbances. Who's there? A crack in the door opens. Yet, a frigid sword swiftly slips through the gap, pressing against the gatekeeper's throat. "Where is your leader?" comes a chilling inquiry from outside. "The leader, he is out." "Not here." The gatekeeper hastily responds, fear evident in his voice. "Where has he gone?" "To find the young master, but I do not know where." "When will he return?" I am not certain." Gu Nanbei, having inquired of several individuals at the Dragon and Serpent Hall, concludes that the leader is indeed absent. Contemplating the situation, he realizes it would be unwise to attempt a complete annihilation in one go. Having heard of the numerous experts within the hall, he resolves to enhance his own strength by exploring the surroundings tomorrow before returning to conquer the Dragon and Serpent Hall that night. Soon, Gu Nanbei returns to his own courtyard, where all is quiet and seemingly normal, and he enters his dwelling. "I am back. Everything is fine. Rest now." He speaks softly yet with assurance. In the adjacent room, a pair of bright eyes retract their gaze, and upon seeing Gu Nanbei return, yawn and climb into bed to sleep. Gu Nanbei, keenly aware that both the stuttering child and Madame Jeanne are still awake, feels compelled to speak. Lying in bed, he glances at the luminous screen, noting a resonance point of 31. His swordsmanship vitality is still lacking, so he decides to rest. With peace of mind, Gu Nanbei drifts into slumber. However, the Qingxi gang is in turmoil. At the hour of the tiger, a group of men, exuding an air of menace, emerges from a narrow alley in the southern part of the city, escorting two bloodied men, one of whom can barely stand, supported by a man wielding a knife. "Return these two to the Dragon and Serpent Hall and secure them properly. The rest of you, come with me to find Shangguan Yu. We shall search every inch until he is unearthed." Shangguan Zhua commands coldly, blood dripping from his right arm. Had it not been for his quick wits, he might have been shot to pieces by a crossbow. This scheme targets him specifically, and there must be a mastermind behind it that needs to be uncovered to prevent future calamities. He clings to a glimmer of hope that his son remains alive. For the adversary focuses on him, and a living Shangguan Yu holds greater value. As night passes, just before dawn, Shangguan Zhua, weary, returns to the Dragon and Serpent Hall, only to be met with a barrage of bad news. The leader is in trouble. As soon as he settles into a chair, he is met with a report. What is it? The Eagle Claw Hall has been annihilated. Shangguan Zhua's pupils constrict in shock, demanding, "What did you say?" The master of the White Eagle Hall and over 20 of his subordinates have been slaughtered. And then, Shangguan Zhua feels his blood boil, exclaiming in fury, "What more is there?" All 16 of the finest girls from the Eagle Claw Hall have been sent to the provincial government. The Eagle Claw Hall is now sealed off by the authorities. Shangguan Zhua is overwhelmed, feeling a suffocating pressure in his chest. A subordinate timidly spoke, "Boss, there's something else." Shangguan Zhua slammed the table fiercely, causing the teacups to tremble. "Speak your mind," he demanded. "The Iron Fist Hall has been wiped out. Tai Sanquan and Deputy Leader Wang are both dead." Shangguan Zhua's lips twitched in fury, his anger surging like a tempest. What a scheme! What grand ambition! To lure him away and then clip his wings. With a resounding crash, the coffee table shattered under his palm. "Who could be plotting against me? Where is Mr. Song?" he inquired. "Boss, Mr. Song went to the county office early this morning," came the reply. Shangguan Zhua felt a slight relief. Mr. Song was indeed loyal. At that moment, another subordinate tumbled in, exclaiming, "Boss, the leader of the Iron Fan Hall is dead." Shangguan Zhua's face turned ashen. He sprang to his feet and commanded, "To the dungeon. I will personally interrogate these two scoundrels to uncover who seeks my demise." Chapter 46. Yuan Hua's concerns. As dawn broke, chaos erupted in the southern city. The notorious and malevolent Green Snake Gang's 3 branches were annihilated overnight. According to the surviving members, the perpetrator was the fearsome erhu. Despite the harrowing tales of brutality recounted by the gang's minions, the common folk secretly cheered. These wretches deserved their fate, and it would be best if the entire Green Snake Gang were eradicated. Of course, there were still those who trembled in fear. For with dozens dead in a single night, one could not rule out the possibility of their own demise at the hands of a bloodthirsty killer. The homicidal maniac Gu Nanbei rose with a sense of entitlement, washed up, and sat down for breakfast with 2 women and a child. Shang Minghua's dark, glistening eyes darted toward Gu Nanbei, embodying a mix of hesitation and curiosity. Sister Zhen occasionally cast a glance at him as well. The atmosphere was thick with an unusual tension, and then Xiao Mao suddenly asked, "Mother, why are you always looking at brother? His face is quite clean." Sister Zhen's face flushed with embarrassment as she stammered, "Well, Gu Nanbei, have your eyes improved? You look less like a blind man." Gu Nanbei replied, "No, I've merely grown accustomed to my blindness, relying on hearing, touch, and smell to gauge my surroundings." "Oh, I see. Should I seek out that lady doctor today?" "No need to rush. In a couple of days, the young deputy leader might still be looking for you. Let's wait a few days. It'll be safer then." Shang Minghua said, "I want to go out. Brother Bei, will you accompany me?" "What do you intend to do?" "Buy some shoes. You're still wearing straw sandals. You can go buy them yourself. I can get them for you, but I'm not afraid of the cold anymore. I need to practice in the morning." Ever since he embarked on his martial arts journey, his frostbite had healed, but Xiao Jibai's hands and feet remained in a pitiful state. He had already devised a plan. He would continue his endeavors outside and eliminate the Green Snake Gang that very night, not wanting to drag along Xiao Jibai. With his reputation growing, it was likely that more formidable figures would soon seek him out. Living recklessly was not mere bravado. It required strength as its foundation. Shang Minghua pouted, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. She sensed that since moving in, the little blind boy had become distant. Yet, despite everything, why did it feel this way? "Then wait until you finish your training before proceeding." After saying this, he glanced at Sister Zhen beside him. Although Sister Zhen maintained her composure, she felt a twinge of curiosity. It was one thing for the little blind boy to undergo such a transformation, but why had the little stutterer also become so peculiar? "Sister Zhen, could you procure a black cloth bag for me?" Gu Nanbei suddenly inquired. "A cloth bag? How large?" "One that can fit a human head," Gu Nanbei replied. The 2 women simultaneously changed their expressions, gazing at him with a hint of terror. Gu Nanbei hastily clarified, "I'm merely using it as a metaphor for size." Who suggested anything about fitting a human head? Oh, then I shall make one for you. In the backyard of the Rui restaurant, there was a secluded garden. 3 elderly men, including Zhuhan Jing, were stealthily hiding outside, peering in. The messenger is inside, I inquired with the shopkeeper. Should we enter? One asked. I shall not go. What if we are attacked? Will you fight back or refrain? You, with your one-legged stature, do you really think you can retaliate? How about this, old Zhua? You go in alone to explain. Once you're done, we'll follow. Zhuhan Jing chuckled coldly. Suddenly, a one-armed youth scampered over, holding a plate of food, grinning broadly with delight. He reached the garden door without knocking and simply pushed it open to enter. Ah, your disciple has defected, left-handed Zhua. Look how happy he is. Duanmu remarked with ill intent while stroking his little beard. Yuan Hua seems to have taken a liking to the messenger, but our messenger likely does not reciprocate, he continued. Why don't you, old Zhua, play matchmaker? Before he could finish, a flash of silver light shot out from within the garden, moving at an incredible speed. Chu Butong was taken aback. Even with his keen eyesight, he could not discern its trajectory and hastily reached out to catch it. With a buzz, the silver light struck. Blood splattered from Chu Budong's right hand, revealing a gaping wound in his palm. Yet, the object did not lose momentum, hurtling toward his head. Ah, have mercy, messenger. Spare me. Chu Butong, terrified, fell to his knees as the silver light whirled above him, revealing its true form, a silver ring. Humph. Speak disrespectfully again, and I shall take your life. A crisp voice rang out from the garden, and the silver ring swiftly returned inside. Chu Butong clutched his injured hand, grimacing in pain. Yes, I acknowledge my mistake. Zhuhan Jing and Duanmu sure exchanged glances, both drenched in cold sweat. They hadn't expected this young girl to possess such formidable prowess at her tender age. You 3, go guard the riverbank. When that woman arrives, present her with a token of our meeting. Yuan Hua will remain by my side. Once this matter is resolved, you may return to Tian Qingdao. Understood. We shall obey. The 3 elderly men hurriedly bowed. Yuan Hua, holding the wooden tray, appeared astonished and delighted. Could it be that my Chiuyao is you? Zhang Ranran took out a handkerchief, gently wiping the silver ring she had just handled, a smile creeping onto her face as if recalling something amusing. Yuan Hua gazed at her, entranced. Although he had never seen Zhang Ranran's face, her graceful silhouette was deeply etched in his heart. What youth does not harbor romantic feelings? Yuan Hua, tell me about your little blind friend. Yuan Hua regained his composure and hastily replied, Fairy, the blind man was originally a dull and timid individual. I am unsure what transpired, but he suddenly underwent a dramatic transformation. He recounted the tale of how the blind boy had killed a mad dog and hosted a soiree, as well as the incident involving Master Zhang. Zhang Ranran listened intently, her eyes sparkling with interest, and she giggled. What an intriguing blind man. Yuan Hua, I entrust you with a task. Are you capable of fulfilling it? Yuan Hua puffed out his chest and resolutely declared, Please, Fairy, command me. Go and find the blind boy. I wish to see him. With a disoriented expression, Yuan Hua exited the small courtyard, his fair face reflecting a myriad of emotions before he quickly composed himself and departed with purpose. Gu Nanbei strolled down the bustling street, carrying a brocade box and a bamboo staff. The reason for the brocade box containing the erhu was that people tended to flee at the sight of it. And if everyone ran away, how could he resonate with them? Naturally, he had also made an effort with his appearance, adorned with a silk cap. He now resembled a handsome young man, and upon close inspection, one would hardly notice any issue with his eyes. Talking Heaven and Earth was the name of the tea house, the largest in Qingzhou. During the frigid winter, with nothing much to do, one could spend a few coins to order a pot of tea and sit there for half a day, engaging in idle banter or listening to an old man recount stories, making for a comfortable existence. Gu Nanbei entered the tea house and seated himself in a corner. Shortly thereafter, a server approached and inquired, Sir, would you care for something to drink? Gu Nanbei remained silent, producing 5 or 6 copper coins to hand to the server. The server accepted the coins and brought him a pot of ordinary tea before scurrying off to attend to other matters. With a keen sense of perception, Gu Nanbei noticed that the seats closer to the center were filled, and most patrons were focused on an elderly man leisurely sipping tea in the middle. A writing desk, a storytelling stick, and a pot of clear tea indicated that this was a storyteller. Gu Nanbei felt a flicker of curiosity. He had not taken the time to thoroughly understand this realm, and now he was eager to hear what tales would be spun. The old man savored a sip. relishing the moment. Before lifting the storytelling stick and clearing his throat, ladies and gentlemen, I humbly request your ears for a moment. By all means, came the enthusiastic replies. Have you heard this saying? 1 deity, 2 leaders, 3 emperors, 4 sages, 6 paths, 3 sects, the dual revered of the demonic realm. Chapter 47. Affairs of the Jianghu. Upon hearing the old man's words, someone responded, I have heard of it. These are the pinnacle experts of the world. Legend has it that the deity is the martial god, unparalleled in all forms of combat. Sword, fist, or palm, he reigns supreme. The speaker was a man of the Jianghu, a knife resting beside him as he sipped his tea, his expression betraying an indescribable reverence. How could such a person exist in this world? To elevate a martial art to its zenith is extraordinary. I suspect this is merely a case of embellishment. The hall is filled with 3,000 guests. A sword's frost chills 14 provinces. The battle drums resonate. The blade's aura is frigid. The waves of combat shake the earth. Autumn upon the mountains. The East Tower's fist sways the heavens. Who would envy the noble lords of that time? Have you not heard of the 9 chapters of martial classics? The Jianghu man expressed with an air of arrogance, as if he were speaking of himself. Is this all referring to the same individual? A profound silence enveloped the room. The revelation was utterly staggering, rendering it inconceivable that such a person could exist. Gu Nanbei too wore an expression of admiration. Could there truly be such an extraordinary figure? The old storyteller squinted his eyes and chuckled. Today, I shall recount the tale of the 4 saints. As for the divine, that pertains to celestial beings. Listen closely. Dear audience, for the 4 here denotes the 4th in rank, rather than a mere quartet. The esteemed individual revered in the martial world as a saint is none other than the master of the East Sea Sword sect, the Sword Saint Ningyunji. I wonder if any of you have heard of him? I know of the Sword Saint. He was the one who split a Tianzhong pirate ship in half with a single stroke last year. Exclaimed someone. Tianzhong. That cannot be the Sword Saint. Surely, he would not engage in battles against pirates. That was the renowned hero Su Chengfeng of the East Sea sect. The ship was actually a 3-zhong vessel, Gu Nanbei interjected. Amidst the surrounding clamor, to slice through a 3-zhong ship with 1 strike is indeed impressive. Dear friends, permit me to elaborate. I intend to share the secret history of the Sword Saint. Although he attained his legendary status with a single sword strike, regrettably, he remains a solitary figure to this day. Do you know why? A youth wielding a sword proclaimed, as practitioners of the sword, our hearts are solely devoted to the blade. How could someone of the Sword Saint's lofty caliber harbor any other sentiments? Instantly, someone retorted, nonsense. By your reasoning, does that mean the Sword Saint is no longer human? Humph. Ignorance. The youth scoffed, disdain evident in his expression. You dare mock me, a mere boy? Come and apologize. I speak only the truth. Why should I apologize? Bang. The storyteller struck the table, raising his voice. Silence. Allow me to explain. For the Sword Saint once had a tumultuous romance with a certain lady. They made solemn vows under the moonlit sky, yet tragically, they were ultimately separated by their respective sections, a lamentable fate indeed. Who was she? Speak. The crowd's curiosity ignited. You shall never guess. I assure you. Once I reveal her identity, you will find it hard to believe. The old man teased, taking his time. Realizing the suspense, a patron tossed some coins onto the table, causing a cacophony of clinks. The storyteller grinned and gestured. Very well, my dear guests. The lady in question is the current head of the Red Loft Sword Pavilion. Yin Chong. What? Are you serious? The Red Loft Sword Pavilion has such ties with the East Sea sect? Whether true or false is of little consequence. Consider it a curious tale. However, I have received news that in a few days, a disciple from the Red Loft Sword Pavilion will visit our Qingzhou. Do not miss it. Ah, is it the Celestial Maiden coming? Which Celestial Maiden? The one who descends from the clouds, striking down stars with a single sword. Have you not heard? What brings the Celestial Maiden to our Qingzhou? We have no formidable experts here. Could it be a journey to Yuhuang Mountain? Hee. I have heard that the Celestial Maiden is traveling from the Sword Pavilion to recruit 10 exceptional disciples, traversing from Luoshui to the Yangtze River, having already selected 8. I wish to apply to be her disciple. I yearn for her guidance every day. Dream on. The Red Loft Sword Pavilion only accepts female disciples. You would need to make quite the sacrifice first. The scene erupted into a lively discussion, akin to a boiling pot. In truth, those well-informed had already known of this. Yet the news had not been widely circulated. The current sovereign is a female emperor who is said to have once trained in martial arts at the Sword Pavilion, maintaining a profound connection with it. According to informants, the majority of her personal guards are disciples from the Red Loft Sword Pavilion. At this moment, a voice boomed. "Old man, the Fairy of Clouds has arrived. I must inquire whether her pavilion master is entangled with the Eastern Sea Sword Saint." The atmosphere suddenly fell silent as the old man raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "What courage! A true man." Gu Nanbei listened quietly, nonetheless gleaning some information about the martial world. Just then, a sound echoed as a gold ingot clattered onto the old man's wooden table, weighing about 10 taels. All eyes turned towards the silver, as 10 taels was no trifling sum. "Old man, your information is quite astute. Tell us about erhu. I've heard he is quite entertaining, capable of making one dance," drawled a languid voice. The crowd's attention converged upon the newcomer, a young master clad in a silk scarf and grand cloak, clearly a scion of a wealthy family. The old man glanced at the silver on the table, choosing not to touch it, for the third young master of Qingzhou's wealth was not easily acquired, especially with his armed guards in tow. "What? Do you not wish to honor this young master, or do you find the sum inadequate?" Young Master Wang remarked. "This old fellow is not familiar with erhu's origins. I have never encountered him, thus cannot comment." "Humph. Unable to earn even with wealth. What a waste," exclaimed the young master. "Is there anyone present who knows of erhu? I am quite eager to see. Those who provide information shall be rewarded with silver." One of the armed guards surveyed the room with disdain and declared, "What is this erhu, shrouded in myth? Our young master is a direct disciple of the eternal life ancestor. Let erhu come forth if he dares." No one responded, for this young master was a scion of the Qingzhou naval commander, alongside He Jinran and He Shi, collectively known as the three young masters of Qingzhou. The eternal life ancestor was renowned along the coastal regions. Such a powerful scion, his money was easily spent yet difficult to acquire. Young Master Wang scanned the room, noticing no one dared to meet his gaze, leading to his ennui. With a flick of his cloak, he turned to leave. The tea house owner hastily handed the silver ingot to the guard behind him, even adding a small ingot of 1 tael. The guard smirked, recognizing the owner's understanding. The tea house buzzed back to life, yet Gu Nanbei quietly rose, knowing this wealthy young master sought an encounter with him, and he must oblige. Gu Nanbei discovered the clever utility of his keen senses by memorizing the young master's distinctive traits, such as scent. He could track him with pinpoint accuracy over considerable distances, exceeding dozens of paces, nearly 100 meters, akin to a red dot marking on a map. After following for a while, the young master seemed to grow bored and entered a 5-courtyard residence through a side door. Gu Nanbei pondered. This arrogant youth must be molded by a more refined musical experience, given his tumultuous surroundings. He retrieved a black cloth bag from his pocket and placed it over his head, leaving only a small opening for breath, as his eyes were unnecessary. Once secured, he shook his head, finding it fitting, though the 2 protruding corners of the bag appeared rather peculiar. Bang, bang, bang. The side door was pounded with tremendous force, dust cascading from the doorframe. A servant, scowling, approached to open the door. Who dares to disturb the residence of Commander Wang with such audacity? Which foolish creature is attempting to break down the door? As the insults flew, the door was swung open, and the household servant was momentarily taken aback. What manner of creature is this? An owl? Gu Nanbei swiftly wedged his foot against the door and squeezed inside. Chapter 48. Little Chick. Gu Nanbei grasped the servant's neck, pulling him closer, and whispered, "Which room does the young master who just entered occupy?" The servant, taken aback, pondered whether a powerful intruder had entered the Wang residence to seize the young master. But then, he grinned, realizing that the figure before him, judging by his voice, was still a mere youth. "You mean the young master who just went in? He is the eldest son of the house. I am unaware of which young master you are referring to. Come to play with our eldest?" Initially intent on forcing his way in, Gu Nanbei found inspiration in the servant's words. "I am a valiant hero from Qingzhou, here to bring misfortune upon young Master Wang." The servant suddenly understood. This was merely a game of heroics. He then eagerly suggested, "Young master, shall I announce your arrival first?" If you go to announce, what game remains to be played?" Gu Nanbei scoffed, his demeanor haughty. The servant, sensing the gravity of the situation, became more cautious. Such arrogance often signified a formidable background. Indeed, the young master resides in the elegant fun pavilion of the eastern courtyard. If the hero is unfamiliar with the path, I can only escort you to the inner courtyard entrance. You are quite perceptive. In due course, your young master shall reward you." The servant beamed, his little mustache twitching with delight. An individual donning a black cloth bag strode with confidence, while the servant bowed and followed closely behind. They soon arrived at the archway of the inner courtyard, where a grand garden unfolded. Gu Nanbei's keen sense detected the fragrant aroma of plum blossoms, and he could faintly discern the elegant eaves and the deep corridors. Standing by the archway was a servant clad in green, who, upon witnessing Gu Nanbei's appearance, was momentarily stunned. "Halt! Who are you?" Just as Wang Sanzai, who was trailing behind, attempted to explain, Gu Nanbei stepped forward and delivered a swift slap. The green-clad servant, intending to evade, was caught off guard by the speed of the attack. A resounding crack echoed as he stumbled slightly. "Get lost." Gu Nanbei uttered a single word and strode boldly inside. The green-clad servant, bewildered by the unexpected blow, covered his face and inquired, "Wang Sanzai, who is this?" Wang Sanzai thought to himself, relieved that he had avoided a similar fate. "We're merely playing a game with the young master. I have no idea which young master he is. It's best not to provoke him." Gu Nanbei swaggered through the garden and into the corridor, glancing around inquisitively. Immediately, a maid noticed his peculiar attire and initially felt apprehensive. However, upon observing his idle curiosity, she began whispering to her companions, stifling giggles. "Who is this? Quite strange indeed. Look, he has 2 little ears on his head. How adorable. Haha, here he comes. How curious. How did he notice us?" Nearby, another maid nudged the one speaking and jested, "Then you should go help him by cutting 2 holes for his eyes." Gu Nanbei strode past the maids with an air of indifference, resolutely making his way towards the eastern courtyard. He mused to himself about how delighted the young ladies would be, and their joy would soon amplify. As he approached the elegant building of the eastern courtyard, he moved at a leisurely pace, disregarding the 2 armed guards advancing towards him. "Halt! What is your business?" one of the guards inquired, his tone laced with suspicion. In a flash, Gu Nanbei extended his hands, deftly gripping the arms of both men and yanking them aside. How could mere mortals, untrained in martial arts, withstand such overwhelming force? Seizing the opportunity as the guards staggered, he grasped their necks, their heads colliding with a resounding thud, rendering them unconscious on the ground. His movements were swift and unencumbered, exuding a sense of finesse. A young maid on the 2nd floor witnessed this spectacle and let out a piercing scream. Gu Nanbei raised a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture, causing the maid to faint in fright. He thought to himself, such delicacy. And yet she faints so easily, clearly lacking in experience. Wang Fei, hearing the commotion, approached the window on the 2nd floor, only to be confronted by the ominous figure clad in a black sack. Undeterred, he clapped the window sill and leaped down from the ledge, landing gracefully a few steps away from Gu Nanbei. "With that visage, you must be here to amuse me, right? Speak. Which thief dares to disturb my peace?" He jested, assuming it to be one of his fellow young masters playing pranks on him. After all, with so many guards in his household, it was absurd to think they were inept. Gu Nanbei replied, "I have heard that young Master Wang has offered a bounty of 10 taels of silver for my presence. The allure of wealth is irresistible, so here I am. Aren't you going to welcome me?" Wang Fei's expression shifted dramatically as he took 2 steps back, his suspicion growing. "You are the ghost erhu? Impossible. By your voice, you sound like a mere youth." With a sly smile, Gu Nanbei produced an erhu from a brocade box. "Behold, this is the ghost erhu. Let the festivities commence." Wang Fei's heart raced in terror. He had merely played at being a connoisseur of the arts, and now the true master had arrived. Without hesitation, he turned to flee, but it was too late. A frenzied yet rhythmically captivating melody emanated from the erhu. Suddenly, Wang Fei felt as though he were a carefree little chick, unable to resist the urge to flap his arms and dance as if he were flapping wings. The guards who had just burst forth from the building stood in shock, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets at the sight of their young master engaging in such absurd antics. However, their haste had carried them into the radius of the enchanting sound. Thus, centered around Wang Fei, the guards formed a line, flapping their arms and alternating their legs in a ridiculous dance, chanting, little chick, cluck cluck." Gu Nanbei, still playing the erhu, began to stroll outwards, determined to spread this chaos throughout the entire estate. Emerging from the elegant building was a procession that shattered all expectations. At the front, a figure cloaked in black, followed by a gaggle of little chicks. The little chicks hopped and danced, necks craning, right hands bending forward while their left hands arched behind, bobbing their heads in unison as if pecking for grain. The maids and matrons in the flower garden turned at the sound of the erhu, their expressions frozen in astonishment. The enigmatic figure had reappeared, now leading a troop of lively little chicks. Was that joyous dancer behind the sack truly the young master? Was this a dance of the mother hen? What an intriguing new game. They truly know how to have fun. The melody shifts as a throng of individuals mimics the actions of chicks pecking at grains and flapping their wings, gradually approaching a cluster of curious maidservants. The little chicken ensemble quickly swells to over a dozen, advancing towards the main residence of the master and mistress. The captivating music emanating from the nearby courtyard has already reached their ears. Lu Zi, the recently acquired seventh concubine of Wang Laoi, upon hearing the cheerful tune, curiously inquired, "Xiao Huan, what is happening outside? Go take a look." Xiao Huan promptly complied, hastening out of the courtyard, only to freeze in astonishment as she beheld 20 or so individuals synchronously performing the pecking motions, advancing towards her. With a gasp, she exclaimed, "Goodness! So many little chicks." Lu Zi emerged from the house, questioning, "Where did all these chickens come from? How can there be chickens here? A wealthy household must maintain its decorum. Truly, truly. There are." Lu Zi cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Huan, lifting her skirt and stepping outside, instantly taken aback by the sheer number of little chicks. She intended to voice her thoughts, but suddenly, the enchanting melody struck her very soul, compelling her to join the throng, mirroring their movements. Xiao Huan, still shaken, waited anxiously for the mistress's return, but upon seeing that she had joined the procession, flapping her wings, she gasped in horror and hurried to catch up. Gu Nanbei made his way to the third courtyard, the music concluding with a resonant score of 18 points. The melody resumed, and the little chicken ensemble continued its advance. The front courtyard was already abuzz with commotion as numerous footsteps approached. A squad of well-equipped guards stormed into the garden, each wielding a steel blade. But upon witnessing the spectacle, they were rendered speechless, uncertain of how to proceed. The dancers were all from the inner courtyard, with 5 of the master's seventh concubine among them, along with the young masters and misses, who would dare to intervene. This was precisely why Gu Nanbei had instigated the chaos in the inner courtyard, controlling the young masters and misses, even if the adversary possessed bows and arrows. What could they accomplish? At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a fitted, narrow-sleeved martial attire, dragging a 7-foot-long broadsword, emerged, stirring up a cloud of dust and exuding an imposing presence. His voice, booming like a bell, announced, "This is insurrection. I shall have you all severed." As he closed in on the little chicken ensemble, he was taken aback to find his wife, concubines, children, and his most cherished son all engaged in the frenzied dance, flailing their arms and flapping their wings. What on earth is happening? Wang glanced at the guards behind him, all of whom shook their heads in disbelief, filled with a strange and absurd amusement. Wang Yan's fierce gaze swept the scene. Quickly discerning a clue, a figure with a black cloth bag over his head was playing the erhu, sending a jolt through his mind as a name surfaced. Ghost erhu. Wang Yan inhaled deeply and declared, "Sir, might you cease this sorcery? Whatever you require, I shall comply." Gu Nanbei paid him no heed, engrossed in his musical performance, too preoccupied to respond. Nevertheless, the little chicken ensemble continued to dance ever closer to Wang and felt the world spin before his eyes. His womenfolk, usually so gentle and virtuous, were now baring their teeth and hopping about with unbridled glee. Even his unmarried daughter abandoned all decorum, alternately pecking like a chick and flapping her wings, utterly disgraceful to the family name. Wang whirled around, his murderous glare freezing the onlookers in terror. As he hesitated whether to silence them permanently, his expression suddenly slackened. With a grotesque grin, he joined the absurd chicken dance. The armed guards hesitated momentarily before succumbing to the same bizarre compulsion. Gu Nanbei retained some semblance of dignity, releasing the women during a brief pause while leading Wang and his guardsmen to the outer courtyard. When normality returned, the ladies watched their master and guards depart in single-file chicken formation, leaving weapons scattered across the ground. Woo! 7th Madame Lu Zi covered her face in tears. "How can I ever show my face again?" The matriarch's voice cut through the panic. "What's there to fear?" Everyone participated. Even the master danced. "Pretend nothing happened and return to your quarters." Her decree settled the matter. Why would Ghost Erhu target our household unprovoked? Someone whispered. Wang Fei shrank into his collar and slipped away quietly. This had escalated beyond expectation. If his father discovered his involvement, the consequences would be dire. Scene transition. Green Snake Gang's Dragon Serpent Hall dungeon. Zhang Pizzi, bloodied but defiant, grinned through crimson-stained teeth. Cripple, you've ruined me. I expected death, not these underhanded tortures. Nearby, the mutilated form of Chao Bin hung motionless from wooden restraints, blood dripping steadily. Raising swollen eyelids, Zhang sneered, Commander Shangwan. I took 11 northern barbarian blades without flinching on the battlefield. These amateurish methods barely itch. Shangwan's face darkened like storm clouds, stubborn to the end. Since you won't name your employer, reveal my son's whereabouts for a clean death. This is your final chance. Blood trickled into Zhang's eyes as he blinked grotesquely. Very well. Out of mercy, second courtyard in Huai Tree Lane. Dig underground to find him. Ha ha ha. Shangwan's venomous glare sent shivers through observers. Search that location, he hissed through clenched teeth. Bring me proof, alive or dead. Gang members scrambled to obey, their leader teetering on violent eruption. Scene transition, Wang Manor. Wang surveyed the wreckage and his bewildered staff. Nearly vomiting blood and rage. Seal all gossip. Death to loose tongues. He barked before storming inward. His bodyguard whispered, Shall we track this Ghost Erhu? Any movement from Embroidered Tower? Nothing major. Commander Duan hasn't visited for 2 days. Compared to him, an elder I got off lightly. Contain this humiliation, but I won't forget. Since the Scarlet Sword Pavilion delegation arrives soon, we'll petition them to purge Qingzhou of this demonic nuisance. Brilliant strategy, my lord. Gu Nanbei slipped out through the side door, removed his hood, and strolled back onto the bustling street as if nothing had transpired. The ice and snow had melted away, leaving only remnants in the corners of rooftops. Although the air was still quite chilly, the number of pedestrians gradually increased. Upon activating the light curtain, he noted a resonant score of 58 points. It was time to upgrade his swordsmanship. He decided to prepare a meal before doing so, as he wished to avoid experiencing the pangs of extreme hunger once more. On Yulon Street, a balding old man staggered along, his sparse white hair fluttering with his movements. While he carried an old erhu on his back and a small wine flask in hand, which he tilted to his mouth only to find it empty. Alas, the wine never ends, and neither do the tasks at hand, yet the journey must continue. The remnants of snow against the vast sky and low-hanging clouds appeared picturesque, though I remained merely a passerby. The old man swayed his body but walked steadily, spotting the Yuan Tong Zhai. He pushed the door open and entered. Young lady, my erhu is broken. Could you assist me in repairing it? The old man grinned at the two women engaged in a game of chess. One clad in red and the other in yellow, reminiscent of a red bud and a yellow oriole. The woman in red, Hong Yuan, set down her white piece, turned her head, and replied, Old man, we only sell new instruments here. A new erhu. That must be quite expensive. I have no money. Only this. The old man appeared distressed as he produced a copper token the size of an egg from his pocket. Would you mind assessing its worth? Hong Yuan glanced at the token, suddenly rising with a changed expression. What brings you here, old man? The old man replied helplessly, I have been entrusted with a task. I had no choice. Hong Yuan turned to the woman in yellow beside her. Xiu, this is the esteemed Ming Lu Chan. Xiu stood and bowed respectfully, saying, It is an honor to meet you, esteemed elder. There is no need for such formalities, young lady from the East. I am a good friend of the Ming sword sect. By the way, is the Ghost Erhu from Qingzhou real or not? Hong Yuan exchanged a glance with Chan Xiu and nodded affirmatively. It is indeed real. We have witnessed it ourselves. The old man's brow furrowed deeply. Is it truly so ominous? Do such spirits exist in this world? Never mind. Let us focus on the matter at hand. I have come to investigate the return of Musashi to the sea and to seek someone. Hong Yuan sighed. Musashi returned to the sea, having met his demise at the hands of the Ghost Erhu. The old man's expression changed in shock. What? Please recount this matter in detail. Hong Yuan began narrating the events surrounding Hulu Lake, confirming Musashi's death the following day. Gu Nanbei returned to the small courtyard, where Sister Zhen was crafting shoe insoles, while the little stutterer diligently studied nearby. You're back? The soles of these shoes are a bit thin. I'll help you with some insoles. They will make you look much more refined, Sister Zhen said with a smile. I'm learning. I'll master it quickly, the little stutterer replied awkwardly. Thank you. But right now, I wish to eat something. Quite a lot, in fact. Sister Zhen, could you assist me? Sister Zhen looked astonished. Are you feeling all right? Gu Nanbei pondered for a moment. Seeing each other daily meant he needed to concoct a plausible explanation for the peculiarities surrounding him to avoid alarming Sister Zhen. Actually, I possess celestial abilities. He reiterated the tale he had told previously. Sister Zhen quickly believed him, as she had been contemplating such matters herself. Upon learning it was celestial abilities, many things suddenly made sense. With a weight lifted from her heart, Sister Zhen beamed with joy as she headed to the kitchen. The little stutterer, feeling discontent, remarked, "Did you not say this matter should remain confidential? Sister Zhen is not a stranger. What? Do you intend to marry Sister Zhen? Am I to be considered great or small?" Gu Nanbei swiftly covered the little stutterer's mouth. "Do not speak carelessly. What will we do if Sister Zhen overhears?" The little stutterer huffed in dissatisfaction. Chapter 50. A hero does not inquire about origins in the kitchen. The bustling sounds of Sister Zhen filled the air, and shortly after, she brought over 5 steaming bowls of noodles. Gu Nanbei activated the holographic screen, navigating to the swordsmanship section to allocate points to the Yuhuang sword. Congratulations. Your swordsmanship, Rizhao Yuhuang sword, has leveled up. Swordsmanship, Rizhao Yuhuang sword, perfect 064. In an instant, decades of sword training memories surged into his mind. The passage of seasons flashing before him as scenes of diligent practice unfolded. Gradually, the methods of channeling internal energy within the swordplay emerged, firmly etched in his consciousness. However, he currently possessed only a meager amount of internal strength within his meridians, limiting his power. Yet, in the realm of body refinement, this was extraordinarily remarkable. Who else would dedicate time and effort to cultivate a fragmented internal skill during such a stage? A strong wave of hunger washed over him, prompting Gu Nanbei to set aside his thoughts and devour the food voraciously. Sister Zhen, observing the little blind boy eat, smiled to herself, contemplating whether to have little Mao apprentice under him. However, little Mao was still quite young and might not be willing. This was an excellent opportunity. As a mother, she must advocate for little Mao. Stealthily, she watched Gu Nanbei, plotting her next move. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Nanbei resumed his sword practice in the courtyard after finishing his meal, diligently experimenting with his newfound knowledge. Time slipped away as he unknowingly practiced swordplay for an entire afternoon, persistently attempting to harness internal energy to evoke sword chi, albeit with scarce success. Suddenly, commotion erupted outside, and his keen senses detected a group of armed individuals, among whom they bore a wooden frame upon which a person was bound. "Minghua, go take a look," he instructed. The little stutterer perked up immediately, responding with enthusiasm as he dashed outside. Moments later, the little stutterer returned, his expression drastically altered, exclaiming, "Brother Bei, something has happened." "What has occurred?" "The person captured by the Qingxi gang is a friend of Uncle Chow." "Where is Uncle Chow? Why are they capturing people?" "Uncle Chow was not seen. It is said he is searching for someone." Gu Nanbei's mind raced, pondering whether they were searching for him, yet questioning why they would capture Uncle Chow's friend instead. Something felt amiss. Uncle Chow was likely captured as well. With this realization, Gu Nanbei seized his bamboo staff and prepared to leave, instructing, "Do not venture outside. I will investigate." The little stutterer looked on with concern. "Be careful, Brother Bei." Gu Nanbei patted the little stutterer's shoulder and stepped out. The scent of blood permeated the ground as he advanced. The person being carried was bleeding profusely. Following the faint sounds, Gu Nanbei employed his footwork, akin to a gust of wind, swiftly catching up with the group. Upon closer observation, he discerned that there were 15 individuals, all clad in combat attire and armed, the elite of the Qingxi gang. Having arrived at the street of the bun shop, one could hear the hoarse voice of a man suspended in the middle. "You little rascals, it seems I've made another mistake. We should go left, over there, haha." Gu Nanbei recalled that he was called Zhang Pizzi, leading this group in search of something. At the wooden frame's edge stood a burly knife wielder, who silently drew a dagger and plunged it forcefully into Zhang Pizzi's thigh. Zhang Pizzi's face contorted in pain, yet he gritted his teeth and remained silent. The knife wielder slowly twisted the dagger and coldly remarked, "Is this amusing? Still not telling the truth? Your blood will soon run dry." Zhang Pizzi trembled from the agony, laughing through gritted teeth. "My blood is hot and still steaming. You've got guts. If it weren't for your offense against the boss, I'd even consider sharing a drink with you." "Bah, on what grounds do you think you can drink with me?" With a swift motion, The knife wielder withdrew his dagger and smirked. Old Seven, go fetch a dog. I'll let it feast on his flesh. A brave man. Shall we watch a wild dog devour human flesh together? One of the knife wielders complied and turned to leave, but suddenly halted. A gleaming long sword had appeared behind him, pressed firmly against his throat. What are you looking for? A soft, raspy voice emerged, causing everyone to freeze and turn their gaze. A handsome youth stood before them, sword poised at Old Seven's throat, his expression a curious blend of mirth and menace. Zhang Pizzi lifted his eyelids, his pupils constricting. The knife wielders drew their blades in unison, their cold, glimmering steel resembling a wall of knives closing in. Unfazed, Gu Nanbei pressed the sword closer, and in an instant, blood gushed from Old Seven's wound. What are you searching for? He continued to inquire softly. Kid, release Old Seven, or I'll have you minced. With a flick of his wrist, Gu Nanbei's sword sang as it bent and sprang, and Old Seven unexpectedly flew backward, a gaping wound in his throat spraying blood. Cut him down. Came a furious roar as a dozen men lunged forward. Instead of retreating, Gu Nanbei advanced into the midst of the knife wielders. With an instinctive flourish, he spun the sword in a circular motion, unleashing a vortex of sword energy. The sharp sword aura sliced through the air, akin to a hot iron through butter, sending the nearest four men's limbs flying, blood splattering. Gu Nanbei himself was momentarily startled by this display of power. The sword energy had been purely a stroke of fortune. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. The young boy was unexpectedly formidable. They had merely seen a flash of light, and four of their brethren had fallen. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving no room for contemplation as the knife wielders charged again. The clashing of blades rang out continuously as Gu Nanbei wielded his long sword with astonishing speed, parrying incoming strikes while simultaneously piercing the throats of two assailants. As the dawn light broke over the summit of the Jade Peak, the transformation was both swift and extraordinary. In what felt like an eternity, the moment from Gu Nanbei's emergence to his lethal strike was but a fleeting instant. His swordplay had evolved. It now possessed an ethereal and mysterious essence. While fending off the onslaught, he struck down two more foes, his movements relentless, his sword darting, probing, and coiling like a serpent weaving through the midst of the assailants. Zhang Pizzi collapsed onto the ground, struggling to open his eyes and observe the scene unfolding before him, a faint smile gradually gracing his lips. In the blink of an eye, the ground was littered with the bodies of the fallen, leaving only the young swordsman standing resolutely. Gu Nanbei sheathed his sword and approached Zhang Pizzi's side. Hey, you little rascal, you've concealed your prowess remarkably well. Quite impressive. Zhang Pizzi grinned, surveying the carnage around him with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. How are you holding up? Can you manage? He coughed up blood, yet continued to smile. Not a chance. That cripple has brought me to my end. Why did the Green Snake Gang capture you? Zhang Pizzi continued. The cripple and I eliminated their deputy leader. Last night, we intended to orchestrate the downfall of that old man Shangwan. But alas, we failed, and he captured me. What of Uncle Chow? The Green Snake Gang. But he is likely beyond saving. Suddenly, Zhang Pizzi's complexion turned ashen, blood spewing from his mouth. Gu Nanbei, feeling utterly helpless, urged him, hold on. I'll take you to a physician. Zhang Pizzi grasped Gu Nanbei's hand firmly, shaking his head. No need. The cripple fought for a woman. That was his choice. I fought for my brothers. This is my choice. No regrets. Gu Nanbei felt the strength in his hand wane and realized Zhang Pizzi had passed. He had endured a night of torment, and the loss of blood had taken its toll. Remaining alive until now was a testament to his robust physique. Uncle Chow was a man of deep affection, deserving of admiration. Zhang Pizzi was equally so. Heroes do not question their origins, and both were genuine and valiant men. When Gu Nanbei removed Zhang Pizzi from the wooden frame, he discovered that blood had adhered him to it. Supporting Zhang Pizzi against the wall, he gently closed his eyes. Gu Nanbei then rose and made his way toward the entrance of the Green Snake Gang. Chapter 51, Where Honor Lies. The biting wind howled, causing the torches within the hall to flicker ominously. Shangwanzhua felt a gradual sinking in his heart. From last night until now, his adversaries had yet to reveal themselves, and they were undeniably formidable, whether through cunning or strength. Of course, the few surviving members claimed that it was the work of erhu, further deepening the aura of mystery and dread surrounding their foe. The gang's skilled fighters had ventured out, 15 in total, and under ordinary circumstances, They should have returned by now to report, yet not a word had been heard. A foreboding sense of urgency gripped Shang Wanzhua, sensing that something ominous would transpire that night. Has Mr. Song returned? This marked the 8th time he had posed this question, for a composed leader. Such repetition was exceedingly rare, indicating his inner turmoil. Not yet, Chief, came the reply from outside the door. Logically, if there were trouble at the Eagle Claw Hall, the authorities would surely come to inquire. However, there was no word. Even Mr. Song, who had gone to negotiate, had not returned. A vast net was being cast over the Green Snake Gang, slowly tightening. Suddenly, Shang Wanzhua rose, commanding, "Gather the men outside and set up a formation. Bring that cripple here. Once the hour of you passes, we will execute him as a sacrifice." Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a jolt of alarm, a palpable tension reminiscent of an impending storm. The atmosphere in the Dragon and Snake Hall grew increasingly heavy. Shadows flitted about, and more torches were added to dispel the encroaching darkness. A large flag of white adorned with black patterns ascended the high platform, stained with dark streaks. And a menacing black serpent flicked its tongue. "Leader, the brothers are ready. We can only await our enemies to fall into our trap," reported a knife-wielding man outside, who was none other than Lu Baoshan, the captain of the Quick Blade Squad and a trusted confidant of the leader. Shang Wanzhua rose, shaking his green robe, and stepped outside. From the dark corners, the glint of cold steel was occasionally reflected, revealing a total of 40 knives concealed in the shadows, poised to strike as soon as the enemy approached, ready to dismember them. Upon reaching the platform, Shang Wanzhua's gaze swept around. Only a few individuals surrounded the high platform. Yet, he felt a sense of calm within, for the net was already cast. "Bring him up." 2 henchmen complied, dragging a bloodied and mutilated cripple onto the platform. With a thud, they hurled Chow the cripple to the ground. His body twitched twice on the wooden surface, then lay still, resembling a lifeless corpse. "You scoundrel, dare to confront the Qing Snake Gang? I shall personally sever your head and hang it on the flagpole, so you can witness who meets their end first." The crowd surrounding the platform raised their voices in unison, exuding a formidable presence. Chow the cripple lacked the strength even to move a finger, as Shangwan's brutal force had shattered his insides, rendering him beyond salvation. In the haze of his fading consciousness, a singular thought lingered. Death held no fear, only regret for having harmed Zhang the rogue. "Do you have anything to say?" Shang Wanzhua coldly inquired, taking the 9-ringed broadsword handed to him by a subordinate. "Bah!" Chow Bin spat blood in response. Shang Wanzhua let out a sinister laugh and raised the broadsword. Just then, a commotion erupted from the darkness. Countless paper packages were suddenly hurled into the shadows, exploding into a cloud of dust. The previously concealed knife wielders were thrown into chaos. "Cough, cough, cough, it's lime powder. Damn it, my eyes." The ominous atmosphere shifted into that of a bustling marketplace, as a throng of people jostled and stumbled over one another. Ultimately, the members of the Qing Snake Gang were merely a disorganized rabble, untrained in military formations. Shang Wanzhua, infuriated, bellowed, "What are you panicking for? Stop this at once." At that moment, arrows whizzed through the air. "Quick, take cover." The situation escalated further into turmoil. A group of individuals, brushing off the dust, attempted to shield their eyes. But there was little chance of escape. Thud, 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 several fell to the ground, struck by arrows, as the gang members continued to flail about in confusion. Another volley of crossbow bolts was unleashed. Only a few crossbows surround them. Lu Baoshan instantly discerned the enemy's weakness and shouted. Emerging from the darkness were 3 archers clad in black. Upon seeing the oncoming rush, they abandoned their crossbows and drew their blades, taking advantage of the chaos to swiftly cut down their opponents. "What audacity! 3 of you dare to challenge the Qing Snake Gang." Lu Baoshan charged forward, blocking their path, and swung his blade. Clang, clang, clang. Lu Baoshan engaged valiantly against the 3, refusing to yield. However, the trio of black-clad assailants exhibited remarkable coordination in both offense and defense, leaving Lu Baoshan at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, some of the knife wielders, their eyes unscathed, regained their composure and converged, encircling the battlefield in a deadly embrace, their blades glistening ominously like a forest of knives. Initially, the enemy's formation had been shattered, yet regrettably, the number of cloaked figures was too scant. Had they been more numerous, the Qingshi gang would have found themselves relentlessly pursued. The stout black-clad man spoke solemnly. "It appears our fortunes are grim. Xiao Zhao, you should not have come." Zhao Zilai, having been repelled by Lu Baoshan's blade, felt his hand throb painfully. Sun Laosher swiftly filled the gap, engaging the adversary with a flurry of strikes. Gasping for breath, Zhao Zilai exclaimed, "Brothers, I only seek to die together on the same day, in the same month, and in the same year. Have you all forgotten? Indeed, let us die together." Lu and bellowed, and with that, the three men shifted their formation, an overwhelming aura of aggression emanating from them, forcing Lu Baoshan to take a step back. On the platform, Shang Wanzhui observed with keen clarity, his expression shifting. This was indeed a military formation. Could it be that the Qingzhou Guard was here to confront me? Why? Just as these thoughts swirled in his mind, a youthful, rasping voice emerged nearby. "Are you the leader of the Qingxi gang?" Shang Wanzhui's countenance changed abruptly as he turned to see a black cloth bag standing beside the limping figure. His gaze was sharp, as if it could slice through the fabric, and he brandished his large blade, the sound ringing out like a rattlesnake poised to strike. "Who are you?" This figure, of course, was Gu Nanbei, who had stealthily ascended to the high platform, aided by his extraordinary mastery of the rock pillar technique. Additionally, Shang Wanzhui's attention had been thoroughly captivated by the tumult below. However, Gu Nanbei paid him no mind, instead leaning down to inquire about Chao Bin. "Uncle Chao, how are you faring?" Chao Bin struggled to lift his eyelids, opening them just a slit, startled by the presence before him. Who are you?" "Uncle Chao. No need to speak. I will take you to the medical hall." "Little blind boy." "Huh, no need. I can't go on. Shangwan the old scoundrel has shattered my heart's pulse." Only then did Chao Bin hear the sounds of battle below, indicating his extreme weakness, his lips moving in a low mumble. "Foolish child." Gu Nanbei rose. "Uncle, allow me to show you a splendid performance." Shang Wanzhui sneered repeatedly, realizing they were all in league together. "No matter who you are, you shall meet your end." With that, he lunged forward, his blade cleaving downwards in a simple yet formidable strike, one that could cleave a man in two if it landed. In the nick of time, Gu Nanbei drew his sword, thrusting it forward. The clash of blade against blade rang out, yet the force behind Shang Wanzhui's strike was immense, sending Gu Nanbei's sword flying. In that fleeting moment, the sword spun back, its gleam shadowing the blade, and in the blink of an eye, 8 strikes landed upon the blade, countering the brute force with finesse. Gu Nanbei shook his numb hand. Indeed, a master at the pinnacle of the meridian refinement stage was extraordinary. Unbeknownst to him, Shang Wanzhui, clutching his large blade, staggered back 3 steps, his breath caught in his throat. A tumultuous wave surged within him. The opponent, from the sound, was clearly still a youth, yet had forced him back with a single move. This was utterly inconceivable. Had all those years of grueling practice been for naught? In Gu Nanbei's keen perception, the men below were being besieged by the blade wielders. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands, let alone dozens. Their lives were in peril. Very well. Let me unleash a devastating strike. Gu Nanbei's mind raced as he seized the moment, while Shang Wanzhui remained in a state of shock. He swiftly produced an erhu from behind and began to play a haunting melody. Shang Wanzhui looked up, initially suspecting that the figure in the black cloth bag was about to unleash some formidable weapon, only to be taken aback by the sight of an erhu. A tremor coursed through his mind. The eerie sound of the instrument was captivating. By the time he contemplated fleeing, it was far too late. The delicate, enchanting melody pierced through Shang Wanzhui's heart, causing his prized blade to clatter to the ground, replaced by an indescribable impulse that he could no longer control. As Gu Nanbei played, he moved closer to the stage, swiftly encompassing several knife wielders within his reach. The enchanting tune stirred the hearts of those present, their gazes immediately transforming into something unsettlingly entranced, their eyes glimmering with a beguiling allure. Chapter 52. The Manual of Inner Strength. She was like a fleeting slant of the sun, yearning for someone to appreciate her beauty. Shang Wanzhui slowly raised his hands, swaying his body like a supple serpent in time with the music, his gaze becoming dazed and lost in ecstasy. Upon hearing the melody from the stage, both factions in the fray seemed to pause momentarily, turning their heads in unison towards the source of the sound. There stood their leader, enthralled, twisting his body, clad in a green robe that rendered him akin to a standing green serpent, exuding an irresistible charm. Not only their leader, but 3 other knife wielders were also caught in the rhythm, their beguiling gazes making anyone who dared to look tremble. Meanwhile, the peculiar figure in the black cloth bag continued to coax the erhu, the music flowing like a soft whisper from a woman's lips. The melody cascaded through the air. The green-robed leader clasped his hands to his chest, his eyes glimmering as he continued to sway to the entrancing tune. His movements more sinuous than that of a snake, showcasing an impressive flexibility. The three companions, Chao Bin and his fellows, found their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Having just arrived in the city, they were unaware of the legendary tales surrounding the erhu, and now they were bewildered by this bizarre turn of events. One moment, they were engaged in a life-and-death struggle. The next, the venerable Shangwan was dancing on stage with a sultriness that left them unable to look directly at him. "What on earth is happening?" Luan exclaimed, astonished. Sun Laosha replied, "Can you not see? They are dancing." "But why?" Luan was baffled. Zhao Zilai pondered aloud. Could this be the snake dance of the Green Serpent Gang? The snakes do not writhe as they do. Luan responded, horrified, his scalp prickling. The group was left in a daze, equally perplexed as the knife-wielders surrounding them gaped in astonishment. Although Chao Bin felt dazed, he too was intrigued by the unfolding scene. As he struggled to open his eyes wide, even the thought of death could not prevent him from being utterly flabbergasted. Silence enveloped the scene. Save for the alluring strains of the erhu floating through the air, leaving the audience spellbound. Blades clattered to the ground in disarray. Lu Baoshan's expression shifted as realization dawned upon him. The figure in the black cloth bag was indeed the fabled ghostly erhu player. The surviving members of the gang had mentioned dancing the previous night, yet their leader, distraught over his son's disappearance, had been fixated on finding the culprit. As he observed the black-clad figure engrossed in playing the erhu, a thought crept into his mind. If he could simply eliminate this individual with a swift strike. Resolute, he lunged forward, leaping onto the stage, blade raised for a decisive blow. However, his imagination proved to be overly optimistic. Before he could lift his weapon, he too succumbed to the spell, joining the throng of entranced dancers. As Gu Nanbei led the celestial troupe to captivate the audience below, a sudden shriek pierced the air. Ghost, ghost, ghost. Erhu. Like a stone cast into water, this outcry stirred a ripple of panic. The crowd soon realized that they were confronted by the legendary entity known to summon spirits to dance. Even the most ruthless among them would flee in terror from such an apparition. Within moments, the area below the stage was deserted, save for three burly men who exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. As the melody concluded, the light curtain indicated the acquisition of 7 resonance points. Gu Nanbei turned to the astonished Chao Bin and inquired, "Uncle Chao, what do you think of this performance?" Suddenly regaining his composure, Chao Bin sat up with fervor, exclaiming, "So it was you, the ghost. How delightfully grotesque." His final words erupted from him in a near howl of rage. Shocked awake by the outburst, Shang Wanzhua could hardly believe the events that had transpired. With eyes wide and bloodshot, he directed an accusatory gaze at Gu Nanbei and queried, "What enmity exists between us?" "A considerable grudge indeed. Because of the Qingxi gang, and because of you, I have been forced to endure indignities and fail to achieve greatness. Do you not see how significant this grievance is?" Shang Wanzhua's breath caught in his throat, and he bellowed in fury, "Whether you are man or ghost, you shall perish." In the midst of his furious shout, several members of the Qingxi gang sprang into action, seizing knives from the ground and charging forth. Shang Wanzhua's eyes blazed with rage as he lunged for his own weapon. However, Gu Nanbei would not permit him to fulfill his desire. He stepped forward, executing a swift and powerful thrust of his sword toward Shang Wanzhua's path. The glint of the blade caught Shang Wanzhua's eye, and in a moment of sheer terror, he clapped his hands in a desperate attempt to parry. The sword, as if caressed by soft clouds, evaded his forceful grasp, gracefully shifting direction, and its tip struck his wrist. In a sudden jolt, Shang Wanzhua's right hand faltered, but the sword clung to him like a parasite, darting forward to pierce the vital point of his chest. Fear gripped Shang Wanzhua's heart as he realized the unparalleled mastery of his opponent's swordplay. Stripped of any means of defense, he could only lament his impending demise. Just then, a swift shadow shot forth from the darkness, aimed directly at Gu Nanbei's head. Reacting with remarkable speed, Gu Nanbei deftly flicked his sword, deflecting the incoming projectile, though Shang Wanzhua's peril was momentarily averted. Lu Baoshan exhaled a sigh of relief. Having feared that their leader was doomed, he looked upon the shadowy figure with trepidation, sensing the extraordinary powers possessed by this enigmatic individual. A masked assailant emerged from the shadows, leaping gracefully onto the platform, striking silently yet forcefully at Gu Nanbei with a powerful punch. Undaunted, Gu Nanbei stepped forward, meeting the blow with his sword, which rang out with a resonant clink, reminiscent of iron striking iron. Gu Nanbei stepped back, while his adversary was sent tumbling through the air before regaining their footing. The masked figure barked leave, recognizing the voice. Shangguan Zhuo felt a surge of elation and swiftly turned to flee, prompting the remaining assailants to retreat hastily. However, as Shangguan Zhuo turned to make his escape, a bloody blade erupted from his chest. The masked figure acted with ruthless decisiveness, swiftly withdrawing the sword and circling around to confront Shangguan Zhuo. With 3 swift thrusts, the blade pierced him again and again, causing Shangguan Zhuo to sputter blood with each exhale. The masked stranger's hawk-like gaze pierced through Shangguan Zhuo's body, fixating intently on the young boy in the black cloth bag. Gu Nanbei did not anticipate such a turn of events. His steps faltered momentarily as his keen senses detected the masked figure rummaging through Shangguan Zhuo's chest. The figure was searching for something. This was unacceptable. The valuable item must belong to him. Gu Nanbei swiftly executed his footwork, darting forward like a bolt of lightning. The masked individual swiftly withdrew, lifting Shangguan Zhuo's lifeless body as a shield, retreating from the high platform. Suddenly, a sword chi sliced through the air, piercing Shangguan Zhuo's corpse and continuing to strike the masked figure's left hand. The figure cried out in pain, dropping the item with a clatter, demonstrating remarkable resolve. He abandoned the object and performed a series of acrobatic flips into the darkness. Gu Nanbei lunged forward, retrieving the fallen item, which turned out to be a book titled Jade Emperor's Scripture. His heart trembled. With no time to pursue the masked figure, he tucked the manual into his bosom. The sudden turn of events had been swift, and the previously fleeing assassins only had time to glance back, realizing their ally had perished while the masked figure had retreated. Lu Baoshan and the others, having lost their resolve, hastily made their escape. 3 figures clad in black were by Chao Bin's side, who lay with wide-open eyes, motionless. Gu Nanbei gazed at Chao Bin, silently inquiring, "What has happened to Uncle Chao?" Luan replied, "He is gone. We owe you our gratitude for your intervention, otherwise we would all have perished here." Gu Nanbei responded, "Uncle Chao has always treated me well. There is no need for thanks. It is unfortunate that I arrived too late. The lame man once stated that if his death could ensure the safety of that mother and child, it would be worth it. While I do not agree, I respect his decision. You all are valiant men who would risk your lives for your brothers. I hold you in high regard." The 3 men exchanged bittersweet smiles as they gazed upon the corpse of the lame man, their expressions somber. "Young hero, we have an unreasonable request, and we hope you will acquiesce." "Speak freely," Gu Nanbei replied. "We ask that you hand over the body of Shangguan Zhuo. We wish to use his head to honor the lame man." In his mind's eye, Gu Nanbei recognized that Shangguan Zhuo's breath had ceased. He nodded, "Very well. However, Zhang Pizi has also departed. His body lies in Huaihua Alley. My apologies." The group fell silent. Gu Nanbei turned and made his way toward the inner hall. The act of killing for wealth was a customary endeavor. Chapter 53. The mysterious realm entering the inner sanctum of the Dragon and Snake Hall, where Shangguan Zhuo resided. Gu Nanbei anticipated uncovering some valuable treasures, for he was not affluent and could not afford to overlook such opportunities. After rummaging through cabinets and drawers, he found only 2 ingots of 10 taels each, suspecting that the bulk of the wealth was concealed elsewhere. Shangguan Zhuo was a cunning individual. Nothing of value was to be found throughout the main hall. Just as Gu Nanbei contemplated searching further, he suddenly heard a cacophony of footsteps approaching from a distance. Outside, several individuals hurriedly hoisted the lame Chao, while Lu and clutched a severed head, fleeing into the shadows. As they departed, Zhao Zilai shouted, "Hero, quickly leave, officials are coming." And there are many of them. After a moment's consideration, Gu Nanbei too slipped into the night, for he was a murderer, and being discovered would not bode well. Moreover, with the manual tucked away, his impatience grew. Shadows in the darkness observed as Erhu ventured far off, daring to emerge and confront the source of the footsteps. "What is the situation? The man has been killed, but the book remains unclaimed. You are injured. The enigmatic Erhu has left me awestruck, as I have fallen victim to his sword energy. Are you suggesting he has attained the Xianguan realm? It seems implausible. Yet, I cannot be mistaken. We just engaged in combat, and his swordsmanship is exceedingly formidable. With an ethereal grace, his footwork was executed flawlessly, akin to a specter gliding through the shadows of the night. traversing the streets and alleys until he returned to his humble abode. He secured the door, donned his attire, and retired to his bed. Seated in a meditative posture, he regulated his breath and solemnly retrieved the tome titled Jade Emperor Scriptures. What fortuitous luck it is! For no other scripture could rival this flawless volume. Having previously practiced from an incomplete text, he now possessed the complete technique, which intriguingly shared the same lineage as his swordsmanship, a remarkable stroke of fortune. His mind's eye had reached an extraordinary state. With focused attention, he could absorb the knowledge contained within. At this moment, he had no time to ponder why Shangguanzhua possessed the Jade Emperor Mountain Scriptures. Dismissing any distractions, he turned to the first page, which outlined the fundamentals of the technique, explaining that it comprises 9 levels, each corresponding to the 9 realms of Xianguan. The initial 3 stages, opening, nurturing, and absorbing qi, entail the process of cultivating the lower dantian. He opened the first chapter, which elucidated that the dantian is located at the navel, amidst the qi si and the vital points. As time passed, Gu Nanbei remained utterly engrossed in his reading, oblivious to the fatigue of sleep, as if he had entered a new realm, fervently absorbing newfound wisdom. At last, a shimmering screen flickered to life. You have successfully recorded the technique through your study of the Jade Emperor Scriptures. Jade Emperor Scriptures, 6th level, a superior technique from Jade Emperor Mountain. However, this scripture does not provide a detailed method for cultivating the upper realms of Xianguan, precluding progression to the higher realms through this technique. Notice, the incomplete text has been automatically integrated into the Jade Emperor Scriptures, with resonance points returned. Due to modifications by Li Fengzhao, this technique has been enhanced. Inner Power, Jade Emperor Scriptures, 7th level, not yet entered Realm 18. The luminous text in the Inner Power section transformed to a regal purple, instantly elevating its prestige. The screen continued to pulse with activity, overwhelming him, while the original inner strength within his limbs and bones vanished in an instant. Resonance points, 76 points, it indicated, having originally possessed 65 points and returned 11 points. Gu Nanbei's heart surged with excitement, and his consciousness clicked the plus sign, 1 point, 2 points, 7 points. Just as he was about to add more, the screen prompted, "Your meridian cultivation has yet to reach completion. Will you still attempt to breach the first level of Xianguan and open the dantian?" Gu Nanbei hesitated. The prompt suggested that a forced breakthrough could yield different, even adverse outcomes. At this critical moment, you expect me to halt? Apologies, but I cannot. With determination, Gu Nanbei gritted his teeth, focusing on the swordsmanship section, and began to fervently click the plus sign. The resonance points flowed like water, and his body began to radiate warmth, particularly in the upper half. Finally, congratulations. Swordsmanship, Cloud's Soaring Jade Emperor Sword, has reached its maximum level. Swordsmanship, Cloud's Soaring Jade Emperor Sword, Ethereal Mastery. The brilliance surged once more, a stream of purple cascading forth, transforming the swordsmanship section into a regal hue. His mind momentarily dulled, as the meridians within his body writhed and expanded. To his astonishment, his mind's eye perceived the fluctuations in qi and blood caused by the internal energy flow. In this instant, clarity enveloped his heart, and he knew it was time to allocate points to open the dantian. With a gentle touch on the plus sign, a subtle click resonated in my consciousness, as if something had been unlocked, establishing a connection with my meridians and acupoints. A wondrous flow of energy began to circulate within my meridians, traversing through the Ren meridian into the newly opened void, coalescing into a swirling vortex. Inner Skill, Jade Emperor Scripture, 7th level, 1st level 016. The light curtain flickered in succession. Martial Arts Realm, Xianguan, 1st level, and the range of resonance with my innate talent increased to 4 zhang. Observing the remaining 4 resonance points, I promptly allocated them all to my inner skill. Although my realm did not shift, the number of spirals in my dantian noticeably multiplied, signifying a deepening of my inner skill. Gu Nanbei could not help but smirk. Sitting cross-legged and following the energy route of the Jade Emperor's scripture to cultivate and regulate his breathing. With focused concentration, he discovered the efficacy of his mind's eye, allowing him to attain inner vision, thus making his cultivation smoother and more harmonious. After a considerable time, a wave of turbid energy was expelled from his mouth. Gu Nanbei felt an instant lightness in his body, as though he had transcended to an entirely different realm than mere physical training. However, Based on his experience in allocating points, the initial requirement for this inner skill was 8 points, and the necessary resonance points for subsequent levels seemed exaggerated. By the 5th or 6th levels, it would demand several hundred points. Unbeknownst to him, dawn broke, and the outside world appeared to be bustling with activity, punctuated by the sounds of discussion. Have you heard? The Qingxi gang has been eradicated. Early this morning, I heard whispers about something being no more. It turned out to be the Qingxi gang. What? Has the government finally mustered the resolve to eliminate this scourge of Qingzhou? It is said that it was the handiwork of the Xiaoyi Tower. I speculate that the Qingxi gang must have offended some prominent figure. Yet I also heard it was the doing of erhu. Nonsense. I secretly went to see before dawn. It was undoubtedly the work of the Xiaoyi guards. No one else possesses such audacity. Knock, knock. A voice called from outside. Brother Bei, are you not awake yet? There has been an incident outside. Gunanbei, brimming with vitality, executed a graceful 3.5 turn as he rose from his bed, his steps light as he opened the door. What has happened? The Qingxi gang has been annihilated. The gang leader had his head severed. Gunanbei feigned ignorance. Who did this? We do not know yet. Everyone is speculating. Madame Jin peeked from the kitchen, saying, the leader of the Qingxi gang is dead. The young leader should be safe now. I shall return shortly to see. Gunanbei replied, we shall go together. After breakfast, the group departed the courtyard, making their way to the bun shop. Along the way, they heard many still discussing the matter, some even mentioning the name erhu. Upon reaching the street corner, they encountered a throng of onlookers. Little Mao craned his neck from Madame Jun's arms and exclaimed, Mother, there are so many people at Uncle Chao's house. Madame Jun's expression shifted dramatically, and she hurried several steps into the crowd, witnessing numerous constables entering and exiting Chao Keizi's home. Her eyes widened as she sought to uncover the truth of the situation. Moments later, 2 constables emerged carrying a body draped in a white cloth, eliciting gasps of shock. Oh dear, this is the second corpse. Who would have thought that honest Chao Keizi was a murderer? One cannot judge a book by its cover. Do not be deceived by my sharp features. My heart is kind. Upon hearing the discussions, Madame Jin grew increasingly anxious and interjected, asking, what is going on? What has happened to the Chao family? Chao Chiezi has committed murder. Where has Chao been? Has he been captured? At that moment, a pale-faced, one-armed youth silently stood at the edge of the crowd, his gaze fixed intently on Gunanbei and the little stutterer. Chapter 54. The sword points. The little stutterer felt disgruntled by the surrounding chatter, insisting, Uncle Chao is a good man. He must have killed a villain. What do you know, you little brat? Someone retorted. At this juncture, another corpse was brought forth. The temperature was low, and the body had only recently succumbed to death, leaving no foul odor. Gunanbei understood the situation well. The sacrifices made by Chao Chiezi deserved recognition, especially since he was now deceased. This individual was none other than young Master Yu. Madame Jun's complexion changed instantly. How do you know? She asked. By the scent. I recognized a familiar fragrance, Gunanbei replied. Madame Jun seemed to recall something, murmuring, Are you suggesting he killed that young gang leader? Gunanbei nodded, conjecturing, I suspect that when we saw Uncle Chao at the bun shop 2 days ago, the injuries he sustained were from killing young Master Yu. Madame Jun remembered those profound eyes and finally grasped the reason. He must have fled by now, right? He should have had enough time to escape. The constables carried out 5 corpses from Chao Chiezi's home, startling the onlookers. To kill 5 individuals in one go is not the act of an ordinary murderer. The little stutterer, after listening for a while, understood and whispered, Uncle Chao killed that detested young gang leader from Madame Jun. Madame Jun did not respond. Her emotions were overwhelmingly complex. Several red-clad constables emerged from the courtyard and headed towards the bun shop to investigate. After a brief moment, they pried open the bun shop's entrance, which had merely been hastily boarded up with wooden planks, making it easy to access. Madame Jun held little Mao tightly, anxiously inquiring, Are we going to be all right? Gunanbei reassured her softly, It will be fine. Do not panic. Let us return first. But the bun shop is my home. If they barge in and take my things, what will I do? Madame Jun, if you impede them, be cautious of being taken to the magistrate's office. With no other choice, Madame Jun held little Mao closely and left, her heart heavy as she followed Gunanbei back to the courtyard. Master Chen stirred awake, feeling as if his entire body was ablaze, utterly drained of strength, lacking even the energy to lift a hand. You are awake, came a voice. Master Chen struggled to open his eyes, finally managing to crack them open slightly. the glaring light causing him to feel dizzy. A figure appeared before him, resembling an elderly man with white hair. Suddenly, he felt a finger press against his biwei acupoint, a surge of warmth flowing into him, and he immediately felt much better, able to lift his eyelids. He did not recognize the elderly man, realizing he was not in the prison of Shui Tower. Had the old man saved him? Who are you? The hardships of the martial world had taught him that no good deed comes without a price. The old man chuckled, introducing himself. I am Xia Minglu. You accepted the task numbered 16 in this month's blood list. What progress have you made since? Xia Minglu, after silently reciting the name Chun Yi twice, suddenly changed countenance, his pupils contracting in astonishment as he gazed at the elder. Chun Shisan, this task has escalated to a celestial level, and I shall now oversee it. Should you possess any progress, do not hesitate to share. Rewards shall be forthcoming. Chun Shisan's heart trembled at the mention of the celestial designation. It was evident that this prominent figure wielded formidable power, and the task had indeed transcended his capabilities. I have discovered a youth who bears a striking resemblance. Very well. Hand him over to me, and you shall be free to depart from Qingzhou, untroubled by anyone. Chun Shisan replied. This youth is quite peculiar, or perhaps rather sinister. My capture by Shui Tower was intricately linked to him. Xia Minglu stroked his white beard, intrigued. This certainly piques my interest. Pray, elaborate. Chun Shisan candidly recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing the account, Xia Minglu was left speechless, realizing that the youth in question was indeed the infamous erhu as mentioned by Hong Yuan. This development was fortuitous, merging two matters into one. Where's that small courtyard you mentioned? Such an intriguing blind individual. Whether or not he is the target of the mission, I am eager to meet him. Senior, could you arrange for a small boat for me? I wish to leave this place post-haste. Certainly. The stuttering boy walked alongside Gu Nanbei, whispering, I just saw the scholar. He has become a one-armed scholar. Oh, how is he faring now? Not too bad. It seems he noticed me and stared for quite a while. How shameless. The group hastened home, and as the stuttering boy was about to rush ahead to open the door, Gu Nanbei stopped him, taking the key and saying, Wait outside for me with Sister Zhen. The stuttering boy immediately understood that something was amiss and obediently stepped back. Gu Nanbei approached the door, unlocking it with a calm and unhurried demeanor. As he entered, he quietly closed the door behind him. His keen perception had already detected the presence of a woman standing in the courtyard. Now, his vision sharpened, revealing a woman of exquisite form, her aura flowing with an unceasing energy, an adept at the Xianguan realm. The woman turned slowly, her clear, enchanting gaze settling upon Gu Nanbei. Gu Nanbei smiled. Such a beautiful woman. Why do you intrude uninvited? This young lady could not suppress her curiosity. My eagerness has led to this breach of etiquette. The mysterious erhu. Might you elucidate the principles behind him? One must play with sincerity to evoke resonance from the audience. I wonder about your origins and intentions, surely. Mere curiosity cannot be your sole motive. I am Zhang Ranran, heir to the Moonwheel Palace. I have come to seek you, she replied, her skirts swirling as she glided closer like a wisp of ethereal smoke. Gu Nanbei caught a delightful fragrance as her delicate hand reached out, light as a feather, yet wielding the technique of capturing and sealing. Stepping forward, Gu Nanbei's right hand formed a sword-like gesture, pointing at the approaching palm. Zhang Ranran, taken aback by his advance rather than retreat, her eyes sparkling with surprise, swiftly transitioned from claw to palm. A soft thud echoed, with a sharp clash of energy. Gu Nanbei advanced further, twisting his wrist to swiftly strike the woman's Shinmen acupoint. His swordplay had reached an extraordinary level, surpassing even Li Fengzhao's mastery. He was truly a prodigy beyond his mentor. Thus, he wielded his fingers as if they were the sword itself. Zhang Ranran was genuinely astonished. The youth's assault was swift and precise, catching her off guard. Her delicate fingers moved like waves, brushing against the tip of his sword. Gu Nanbei was compelled to retreat, as the woman's enigmatic finger techniques emanated a peculiar force that numbed his fingers, rendering him nearly powerless. Such remarkable swordsmanship at such a tender age. The young lady's finger techniques were also extraordinarily refined. I am thoroughly impressed. Humph. Suddenly, Zhang Ranran spun around, a cascade of silver light bursting forth from her sleeve. The tinkling sound resonated like a clear note in a tranquil valley, transforming with the movements of her fingers into a torrent of falling stars that enveloped Gu Nanbei. Zhang Ranran's strike was executed in the blink of an eye. Others could only perceive fleeting shadows. Gu Nanbei's keen perception barely grasped her movements, yet her speed was overwhelming, leaving him no time to draw his sword. He could only channel his energy into his fingers, employing the peak cloud light technique. The resounding clang of metal echoed as the sword energy deflected the incoming stars, though his fingers were painfully struck by the force of the silver rings. This mass of starlight fluctuated erratically, and Zhang Ranran's cultivation level must have already reached the realm of Xianguan, making it exceedingly difficult for Gu Nanbei to withstand such an onslaught with his current capabilities. In Chapter 55, it became evident that a sphere of silver light danced around Gu Nanbei, trapping him within a confined space. Despite his exquisite swordplay, he could neither advance nor retreat. Zhang Ranran's initial playful demeanor transformed into a serious expression. Judging by the youth's appearance and voice, he could not be older than 18. At such a young age, he had already mastered the Xianguan level, and his swordsmanship was truly unparalleled. Such talent is indeed extraordinary. The lineage capable of nurturing such a youth should not be underestimated. The Yuhuang villa undoubtedly possesses profound heritage. Gu Nanbei, too, was taken aback. Though his sword techniques were exquisite, the woman's movements contained an uncanny inner strength that could dissipate his energy, proving utterly overwhelming for someone of his nascent foundation in Xianguan. As he pondered a way to counter her, a prompt appeared before him. In your confrontation, you have glimpsed the opponent's techniques and successfully recorded a martial art, flying ring, enveloping moon. Purple light shimmered, revealing the text. Secret art, flying ring, enveloping moon, entry level 16. The prompt changed in an instant, and Gu Nanbei immediately gained some insight into the martial art he had just acquired. His sword fingers transformed once more, the technique shifting like gentle clouds, momentarily stalling the flying rings. Ding! The swirling silver light was struck at its center, swiftly retracting back into Zhang Ranran's grasp. Zhang Ranran's eyes widened in astonishment, her gaze filled with shock, though her veil obscured her face. It was clear she was not an adversary, but had another intention. Zhang Ranran exclaimed, "Incredible! Are you truly blind?" "You seem anything but," Gu Nanbei replied. "Though my eyes may be blind, my heart is not. I have come to seek your collaboration on a matter. What can a blind man like me possibly do for you?" 3 days later, the Scarlet Pavilion will arrive in Qingzhou. I want you to make them dance in public. As she spoke, a glint of triumph and satisfaction flickered in Zhang Ranran's beautiful eyes. Gu Nanbei exclaimed in surprise, "Did the Scarlet Pavilion offend you? I've heard they are all stunning beauties, and their martial arts are formidable." "Humph, I despise those self-righteous women. They preach benevolence and morality. Yet every action they take is for their own gain. If you agree, my Moonwheel Palace will reward you handsomely. But the price of this deal is steep. The Scarlet Pavilion is no ordinary force in the martial world," Gu Nanbei said solemnly. "Do you think the noble families you've wronged won't beg those women to rid Qingzhou of the ghost erhu?" Zhang Ranran sneered. Gu Nanbei was silenced, left without a retort. "What can the Moonwheel Palace offer me? Women, treasures, martial arts. Take your pick." Gu Nanbei stretched out his hand, slowly clenching it into a fist. "Only children make choices. I want it all." Zhang Ranran covered her mouth with a delicate laugh. "The Jade Emperor Manor is also a renowned Orthodox sect. How did they produce a disciple like you? You were born a demon. I like that." Gu Nanbei curled his lips slightly, neither confirming nor denying. "Since you like it, then I want you as part of my reward." Giggle. "You still seem to be growing. Are you even capable?" Gu Nanbei nodded with confidence, then changed the subject. "My woman, I don't even know your name yet." Zhang Ranran. "And you, little blind man?" She was indifferent, her gaze filled with curiosity. She was growing more and more intrigued. Gu Nanbei, it seems we've reached an understanding. I'll come find you again when the time comes." "Leaving so soon, Miss Ranran?" Zhang Ranran's eyes lingered on Gu Nanbei, though his head was bowed and his gaze averted. She could distinctly feel his eyes roaming over her figure. It was unsettling. "When I return, I'll show my sincerity. Don't disappoint me." Her voice still hung in the air, but she had already vanished like a fleeting shadow, leaving only a trace of lingering fragrance. Gu Nanbei's expression returned to calm as he pondered. What kind of power is the Moonwheel Palace? Zhang Ranran is young, yet her skills are so profound. It must be a force on par with the Scarlet Pavilion. If you think to use me as a pawn, beware of being devoured in return. The thought flashed through his mind as he opened the courtyard gate. Seeing Gu Nanbei unharmed, Little Stutter and Sister Jeanne let out sighs of relief before stepping inside. Little Stutter frowned, circling Gu Nanbei once before asking in confusion, Brother Nanbei, why do you smell like a woman? You must be mistaken, Gu Nanbei replied absent-mindedly. Sister Jeanne seemed dazed, barely registering Little Stutter's words. Are you hungry? I'll make food. Xiao Mao, stay and play in the courtyard. As she set Xiao Mao down and headed toward the kitchen, Gu Nanbei said, Sister Jeanne, have you forgotten? I'm a disciple of the immortals. Don't worry, everything will be fine soon. Sister Jeanne's eyes brightened. All right, the little blind man knows celestial arts. What is there to fear? All right, I understand. Little Gu Nanbei, we're counting on you. The little stutterer, with her starkly contrasting eyes, roamed around the courtyard, while I, with my keen sense of smell, could detect the aroma of food even from across the street. My nose, honed through experience, could not be mistaken. Brother Bei must be up to something. Currently, Gu Nanbei regarded the little stutterer merely as a younger sister. Even if there were any feelings, they would have to wait until she matured. Thus, he paid little attention to her subtle movements. Gu Nanbei refrained from venturing outside, dedicating himself to mastering his internal skills in the courtyard. Although he possessed an extraordinary advantage that spared him from arduous training, cultivating his mindset and insights required diligent practice. The following day, Gu Nanbei finally enjoyed a restful sleep, reflecting on how little respite he had taken since arriving in this world. Rejuvenated, he washed up, had breakfast, and practiced swordplay, feeling quite at ease. With the Qingshi gang annihilated and his vengeance fulfilled, matters concerning Zhang Ranran seemed trivial in comparison. In the enchanting landscape of Jiangnan's West Lake, mist enshrouded the pavilions, rendering them ethereal. A small boat glided through the hazy waters, approaching a pavilion marked by a plaque that read, Hall of Seeking Defeat. To the untrained eye, the calligraphy appeared wild and unrestrained. However, for a master, it revealed profound principles of swordsmanship. Each stroke embodied intricate theories of blade techniques. The horizontal stroke represented the slashing blade, powerful yet flawed. The vertical stroke embodied the cleaving blade, swift as thunder yet burdened. The pressing stroke illustrated the restraining blade, fierce but controlled, while the dotting stroke depicted the thrusting blade, elusive and precise. A swordsman, having delved deeply into the art of the blade, would inevitably discern its shortcomings, yet very few could overcome them. The master of the Hall of Seeking Defeat once spoke of 8 flaws in swordplay, yet only 4 methods of resolution were inscribed on the plaque, suggesting the remaining 4 might reside within the hall itself. At that moment, a youth clad in a fitted garment emerged from within the hall, cupping his fists in greeting as he addressed the approaching boat. Madam, please halt. My master has a message for you. The woman aboard the vessel looked up and replied, Speak. The master has entrusted the blood list, elevating the task to a heavenly level. Furthermore, he has instructed that no one else is to intervene. The woman's expression shifted, her brows furrowing in contemplation, but the small boat did not continue forward. Instead, it turned back. After completing his sword practice and feeling a slight warmth in his body, Gu Nanbei resolved to venture out to gather information about renowned physicians and to seek out old Lu at the blacksmith shop, intending to craft a slender sword to conceal within the erhu's tube for a touch of elegance. His current attire hardly suited his image. When would the valiant flower man carry an array of cumbersome packages, while others wielded only a paper fan with such grace? As Gu Nanbei opened the courtyard gate and strolled leisurely out of the alley, melancholic music wafted from ahead. He recognized the tune as the famous erhu composition, Invitation to the Prince. Extending his senses, he traced the melody to a rooftop several paces away, where someone played the erhu. Chapter 56. Brother has a backup plan. As Gu Nanbei remained on high alert, a voice suddenly resonated beside him. Young man, we meet again. What a remarkable fate we share. Gu Nanbei felt a chill run down his spine, his heart heavy with the absence of any visible figure. Yet the sound was distinctly audible beside him. A master, a formidable opponent approaching him. This was an exquisite technique of converging sound into a line. Gu Nanbei furrowed his brow and inquired, May I ask who you are, esteemed elder? A figure of an old man materialized in his mind's eye, appearing suddenly just half a zhang away. His features were unremarkable, akin to an ordinary person, yet this very normality deepened Gu Nanbei's unease. I am Xiaoming Lu, here specifically to seek you, the elder remarked, stroking his beard as he scrutinized Gu Nanbei. Gu Nanbei clasped his hands in respect, replying, Ah, esteemed elder. It is but a mere handful of copper coins. There was no need for you to come all this way. He was well aware that matters were not as simple as they seemed and began to probe further. Kindness must be acknowledged, the elder said. There are other matters I wish to discuss with you. Please, esteemed elder, do proceed. Youth, would you be willing to accompany me to Jianghu? Without cause. Why should I go to Jianghu? Do you not find this abrupt? There is a person in Jianghu searching for his long-lost son, and I believe you bear a striking resemblance to him. Should you accompany me, and if it turns out to be true, you would reclaim your heritage, thus establishing your roots. To have attracted the attention of a master such as yourself, this individual must be extraordinary. Haha, astute. However, sometimes being clever is not advantageous. Logically, I should be elated at the prospect of becoming the son of a prominent figure and enjoying wealth and glory. Yet, I cannot help but ponder why, after so many years, this search is only now being initiated. More perplexing still is how he came to know of his son's whereabouts in Jianghu. Unless he has long been aware of the son's location but failed to bring him back, perhaps losing control for some reason thereafter. Thus, his current urgency to reclaim a son he once neglected raises my suspicions. I fear this may not bode well. Why then should I go? Gu Nanbei analyzed the situation slowly, articulating his thoughts with clarity and reason. Xia Minglu applauded. Well said, young man. Indeed, you are quite clever. However, it is not certain that he is in Jianghu, merely a possibility. The elder's gaze deepened, an invisible pressure emanating from him. To deal with clever individuals, there exists a straightforward method, employing force. Gu Nanbei immediately sensed the intensifying movement of the elder's aura, expanding outward, transforming the air within a 3-foot radius into a maelstrom of shifting lines. This was likely a manifestation of internal energy causing the surrounding air to swirl chaotically, thus forming a vortex. Xia Minglu proceeded with caution. He had heard tales of Musashi's fate, and the rumors surrounding erhu had proliferated in recent days. While they may have been far-fetched, one could not afford to be careless. Gu Nanbei's mind sharpened with focus. The elder's aura was even more formidable than that of Li Fengzhao in his prime. Musashi had only been defeated after sustaining grave injuries, and this elder appeared to be no easy adversary. Elder, do you intend to force my hand? Gu Nanbei inquired coldly, his tone losing its previous politeness. Haha. I seek you for 2 matters, one of which is to investigate the cause of Musashi's demise at the behest of the Blood List. Therefore, you had best hope that you are indeed the one he is searching for. Otherwise, the elder may take you to the Blood List to answer for your fate. Gu Nanbei never anticipated such a turn of events. He scoffed. That Eastern barbarian is a killer. Those who take lives are inevitably met with death. As he spoke, Gu Nanbei reached for the erhu. The old man's expression changed dramatically. Without any visible motion, he shot forward, pointing a finger in midair. A resonant hum filled the void, and a mysterious force surged forth. Gu Nanbei pivoted and spun, feeling a rush of energy pass by his ear, causing a tremor in the atmosphere that nearly left him dizzy, the chilling energy stinging his skin. Fortunately, he managed to produce a tune on the erhu. Xia Minglu's outstretched claws were merely inches from Gu Nanbei, but in the throes of resonance, no one could resist. He quickly withdrew his hand, raised his arm, and began to flail about. He was like a hapless little chick, flapping joyfully. As Gu Nanbei continued to play, he pondered his next move. The old man's profound skills left him utterly outmatched, far surpassing Zhang Ranran. How should he respond? Perhaps he could first lead the old man away and devise a plan afterward. With this thought in mind, he began to walk towards another street, and Xia Minglu obediently followed, dancing a whimsical little chicken dance as they went. After traversing a street devoid of any other souls, the music concluded, and the light screen indicated, your melody has resonated with other life forms, earning you 3 resonance points. Just as the final note faded, Xia Minglu suddenly struck the air with a palm, unleashing a fierce gust. The explosive shockwave drowned out the sound of the erhu. The old man resumed his dance, but that palm strike had already been executed. The unmatched force shattered the bluestone pavement beneath them, sending debris soaring like an upheaval of earth. The erhu splintered under the impact, and Gu Nanbei hastily retreated, but he could not escape the frigid force that struck his chest, causing his insides to churn and a surge of blood to rise in his throat. At that moment, the white-haired elder broke free from his control, swooping down like a soaring swan. Just as Gu Nanbei intended to defend himself, his vital points had already been struck. From the moment Gu Nanbei resumed playing until he was incapacitated, all transpired in the blink of an eye. The old man's terror was palpable. Xia Minglu exhaled in relief. Fortunately, no one had witnessed the ludicrous chicken dance, for if it had reached the ears of the martial world, his esteemed reputation would have been irreparably tarnished. This cursed erhu was indeed extraordinarily sinister. Even with his cultivation, he could offer no resistance. What a clever lad! Already at the threshold of the Xian realm at such a young age. If I hadn't been cautious, I might have been deceived. He mused. You must be a disciple of Yuhuang Mountain. No wonder you sought to deal with Musashi. How on earth did you make him dance? Xia Minglu was genuinely intrigued. As a top-tier master, he had never witnessed such absurdity. I do not know, Gu Nanbei replied tersely, feeling vexed. He silently cursed, lamenting the loss of his precious erhu worth 1,000 taels, cursing the old man's bald head. Examining internally, he realized that the flow of his inner energy had indeed been obstructed by the external force. Without your erhu, you are merely an ordinary lad. Come along to Yangzhou, Xia Minglu declared, stroking his beard. Gu Nanbei remained silent. Observing Gu Nanbei's expression, Xia Minglu remarked coolly, if you are unwilling to walk, the old man can simply carry you. 100-odd pounds requires little effort. Gu Nanbei sighed in resignation. All right then, let us see who this esteemed personage is. I shall also indulge in the role of a flamboyant young master. Xia Minglu spoke with a hint of profundity. One must recognize the times. As long as you obey, I shall not make things difficult for you. Follow me. We shall proceed to the East City dock and take a boat directly down to Yangzhou. A flicker of curiosity ignited within Gu Nanbei. Why the urgency in seeking this individual? Could it be that the eminent figure is nearing death, without an heir to inherit his vast fortune? Shaking his head, Gu Nanbei dismissed the notion. If there were no other offspring, he would have long since sought out his estranged son to cultivate. Retrieving him would bring no good tidings. Observing the old man leading the way, Gu Nanbei revealed a slight smile, thinking, do you believe that without my second string, I am at a loss? I still possess a hidden card. However, mere resonance alone would not suffice to subdue this old man. Should he become wary and break free from control, it could lead to dire consequences. For the time being, he would adapt and await a more opportune plan. With a thought, he activated the light screen, enhancing his Swana performance. Congratulations. Skill, Swana performance, upgraded. Skill, Swana performance, beginner 04. The resonance points were insufficient for further advancement. The range was 36 feet, adequate for his purposes. Gu Nanbei touched the Swana nestled beneath his armpit, knowing it was his final trump card, a secret unknown to anyone. Chapter 57. The Sea Wolf Gang. After 2 incense sticks worth of time, Xia Minglu and Gu Nanbei arrived at the East City dock. Despite it being winter, the dock remained bustling, a vital waterway hub connecting the north and south, where the southern canal flows, leading eastward to the East China Sea. A finely crafted pleasure boat was moored at the dock, approximately 50 feet in length, neither too large nor too small. The perfect size for affluent families to enjoy leisurely outings with their wives, concubines, and maids. Xia Minglu had a clear objective, heading directly for the boat, with Gu Nanbei trailing behind. They traversed through narrow alleys, which thwarted Gu Nanbei's plans for amassing resonance points. Old man, I never expected you to have a taste for this ambience. The pleasure boat, a place where countless literary figures have met their demise, Gu Nanbei remarked. Heh, I am aware of those literary figures who have met their end, but why must they sink into the sand? Xia Minglu retorted with a grin. Gu Nanbei maintained a stoic expression. So, does that imply you too have faced defeat? Nonsense. I am in fine health. It is merely my age that has diminished my interests, the old man replied. Ah, old age is indeed upon you. That weapon of yours must be so rusty that it requires sanding, Gu Nanbei teased. Xia Minglu smirked. You are still young. Where do you acquire such lewd remarks? They claim you are blind, yet your movements and actions betray no signs of impairment. Quite peculiar. As they conversed, they reached the side of the pleasure boat. Gu Nanbei sensed the presence of individuals within, though the distance rendered it unclear. Shall I toss you aboard, or will you ascend on your own? The old man suggested with ill intent. Without hesitation, Gu Nanbei leapt onto the boat, striding inside without a backward glance. He was unceremonious, indifferent to who occupied the vessel. In a few strides, he reached a small pavilion within the boat and kicked the door open with a resounding bang. Inside, 2 women were momentarily taken aback. And Gu Nanbei was equally surprised. It was truly a twist of fate. The three individuals, 6 eyes, exchanged silent glances. The 2 women communicated through their gazes. Why is he here? Did you summon him? No, absolutely not. He came on his own. Gu Nanbei approached the 2 women and unceremoniously sat down beside them. The 3 exchanged glances, but the 2 women soon noticed that the youth's eyes were indeed peculiar. Inhaling the faint fragrance, Gu Nanbei inquired, "Shopkeeper and Miss Shiyu, are you affiliated with that old man?" "Not exactly. I was merely traveling on the same boat," replied Chan Shiyu. She discreetly poked Han Yuan at the waist, implying, "Aren't you trying to recruit this little blind man into the Changxing sect? Speak up." "Senior Xia has deep ties with the Changxing sect. They are all my superiors," Gu Nanbei thought, feeling a stir within. The name Changxing sect sounded vaguely familiar to him. Hong Yuan's gaze swept over Gu Nanbei, and she asked in surprise, "Where is your erhu?" "I destroyed it. Without the ghostly erhu, it simply ceases to be ghostly." Xia Minglu chuckled as he joined them. The 2 women glanced at the forlorn Gu Nanbei, realizing that even the ghostly erhu was not invincible. A master still had the ability to capture him. Did the senior mention sending someone to Yangzhou? Could it be him? Chan Shiyu asked in astonishment. As fate would have it, it is indeed him, Xia Minglu confirmed, taking a seat. Han Yuan lifted the small teapot and poured a cup of tea for him. Gu Nanbei, feeling disgruntled, remarked, "Why does the shopkeeper treat some with such favor while neglecting others?" Han Yuan, undeterred by Gu Nanbei's rudeness, replied with a smile, "I did not anticipate your arrival, so I had no teacup prepared for you. Has your Yuan Tong Zhai closed its doors? That old man damaged the erhu worth 1,000 taels of silver. Since he is your superior, you must compensate." Just then, the boat began to move. And Gu Nanbei's keen senses spread throughout the vessel, realizing that the 2 boatmen at the stern had set sail. "Humph, that erhu was paid for by Shiyu. Are you attempting to extort me now?" "Not a chance." Xia Minglu raised his teacup and took a sip, disregarding Gu Nanbei's words as his thoughts drifted into reminiscence. Chan Shiyu retrieved a new teacup from the wooden cabinet beneath the table, meticulously rinsed it twice, filled it with vibrant green tea, and pushed it toward Gu Nanbei, saying, "Esteemed guest, please enjoy this tea." Gu Nanbei lifted the teacup and drank it in one go, savoring its slight bitterness followed by a refreshing sweetness. The women of the Eastern Sun truly possess a gentle nature. Sister Shiyu reminds me of a dear acquaintance, my teacher from the island. Chan Shiyu, astonished, asked, "Did your remarkable aeroplaying ability stem from your teacher in Fusang?" Gu Nanbei replied sorrowfully, "No, it was from another enlightening mentor. The past is like the wind. There is no need to revisit it. I sincerely apologize for bringing up such sorrowful memories," Chan Shiyu said with a tranquil expression, bowing her head in apology. Han Yuan blinked, glancing back and forth at Chan Shiyu. After the boat had traveled for a while, it suddenly came to a gentle halt. The boatman outside shouted, "Master, the waterway ahead is blocked." Han Yuan rose to investigate. Gu Nanbei remained vigilant, observing his surroundings and waiting for the right moment. As soon as the boat stopped, he noticed 2 large ships approaching in parallel. Soon, shouts and curses echoed from outside. "What kind of pleasure boat is this, obstructing the path of the Sea Wolf gang? Move aside at once. What a band of ruffians, blinded by their ignorance. This is the vessel of the Eternal Life sect. Do you wish to be severed and fed to the fish for your foul words?" The voice is unmistakably that of Hong Yuan, alluring yet lacking in frostiness. At the bow of the ship stands a hideous man with a leopard-like head and piercing eyes, who, upon seeing the fiery beauty, exclaims with gleaming eyes, "My lady, come aboard and serve our leader, and we shall double your rewards." A group of rough men gathers at the bow, barefooted and clad in short jackets. Their faces tanned from a life at sea. They know nothing of the Eternal Life sect. "Boss, the leader is on the adjacent ship. It seems you are the one seeking enjoyment." Hong Yuan's face flushes with anger as she draws a hidden dagger, pointing it at the crowd. Her phoenix eyes gleaming with menace. "Countless lives have been lost in the martial world due to loose tongues, and you shall not be exceptions. Boss, this woman is fiery, like a red chili pepper. You may find her too spicy. Preposterous. I thrive on spice. Brothers, draw closer. I shall seize her." The grotesque man, known as Jianghu, laughs raucously, his features grotesquely contorted. At that moment, Chan Shiyu emerges from the pavilion, inciting further clamorousness among the bandits. "Sister Hong Yuan, what shall we do?" These men seem undeterred by death. Hong Yuan's teeth grind in frustration. I shall cut out their tongues. They infuriate me. One chili pepper and one apricot. I desire to embrace them both. Brother, were you not intending to offer them to the leader? Jianghu Yi dismissively gestures. With two women radiating murderous intent, how could I possibly present them to the leader? Do you wish to bring about my demise? Fuming, Hong Yuan commands the boatman. Do not move. Let them approach. I will personally dispatch them. Gu Nanbei remains composed, his gaze fixed on the old man Xia, who appears indifferent, not even lifting his eyelids as if this matter does not concern him. On the opposite sandboat, in a lavish loft, Chen Qilong basks in indulgence. A scar running across his face resembling a menacing centipede, nearly bisecting his visage. Outside, voices call out, Leader, the swordfish is moored. We do not know what they are up to. Chen Qilong opens his eyes, impatience written across his face. Let us draw closer and investigate. They are always causing trouble. With that, he closes his eyes again, instructing, proceed. After a while, another voice calls out, Leader, the swordfish is engaged in combat. It seems they are not a match. Chen Qilong erupts in fury. That fool Jianghu, I shall flay his skin. With a crash, he thrusts open the door and strides out. The reporting lackey inadvertently glances inside, spotting a graceful woman seated on the bed, her head bowed, her face flushed. The underling swallows hard and averts his gaze, only to see the leader standing boldly at the ship's edge, observing the swordfish 2 yards away. On the swordfish, 2 figures, one red and one yellow, dart among the bandits. Hong Yuan wields her short sword with agility and precision, showing no mercy. Her adversaries, ensnared by her, possess little capacity for resistance. She is indeed a master of the bone refinement realm, capable of overpowering ordinary individuals solely through her strength and speed, not to mention her exceptional swordsmanship. With her sword drawn, Chan Shiyu executes a series of exquisite and lethal sword techniques, illuminating the air with a cold gleam and splattering blood in her wake. Jianghu Yi, who had previously taunted her, now sweats profusely. As a mere bone refinement practitioner, he never anticipated encountering 2 female assassins while seeking a double victory. It was only upon engaging that he realized their levels far surpassed his own. Cowering behind his subordinates, he felt utterly despondent, praying for his leader's swift arrival to rescue him. With a swift thrust, Hong Yuan dispatched one of the ruffians and fixed her gaze on Jianghu Yi, who was hiding behind 4 of his lackeys. She sneered, You wretched thief, where is your earlier bravado? Come forward if you dare. Jianghu Yi stubbornly retorted, Don't get too cocky, you old hag. Our leader is on the ship next door. He'll deal with you when he arrives. Chapter 58, Breaking the Deadlock Humph. A pack of scoundrels, all of you deserve to perish. Once I dispatch you, I shall head to the neighboring ship to slay your leader. Hong Yuan disregarded his threats, advancing step by step. What a bold proclamation from such a beauty. A sudden voice interrupted, belonging to a tall, slender man clad in a cloak, who leaped onto the ship's edge with a thud, soaring high into the air. Chan Shiyu's expression changed as she realized that his leap had caused the Sixzhang vessel to sway, indicating formidable strength. With a swift thought, she sprang forward, raising her sword to meet him. Wind slash. With a commanding shout, a white streak of light shot toward the advancing Chen Qilong. Hearing the commotion, Jianghu Yi's spirits soared as he shouted, Leader, save me. These 2 women have already killed many of our brothers. With a resounding clash, Chen Qilong effortlessly deflected the incoming blade and landed lightly on the deck. However, Chan Shiyu found herself performing an aerial backflip, landing but still retreating 3 steps. Her energy momentarily disrupted by the force of his single strike. Noticing the precarious situation, Hong Yuan hurried to Chan Shiyu's side and inquired, Are you all right? Chan Shiyu shook her head. I'm fine. This man is a master of the Xianguan realm. Be cautious. With a flourish of his cloak, Chen Qilong laughed heartily. 2 beauties, each with their own allure. How delightful. We can share a bed tonight. Shameless. In your dreams, came the simultaneous cries of the 2 women, as both Hong Yuan and Chan Shiyu charged toward Chen Qilong. Raising an eyebrow, Chen Qilong displayed a playful expression. On the painted boat, Xia Minglu suddenly opened his eyes. Sensing the presence of a Xianguan master, he realized the 2 girls were no match. Such incredible speed. Gu Nanbei marveled. In the blink of an eye, one had vanished from the ship, leaving only the swaying door as evidence of their recent departure. Gu Nanbei stood and swiftly made his way to the bow of the ship. On the swordfish, Hong Yuan and Chan Shiyu found themselves in a frantic struggle. facing an opponent with an exceptionally formidable palm technique, executing wrist-twisting and palm-flipping moves with astonishing speed. In an instant, Hong Yuan was struck on the inner acupoint of her arm, her heart racing inexplicably, her breath caught, and her grip on the short sword faltered. At that moment, a figure floated onto the ship's edge, landing with such grace that it seemed like a fleeting shadow, instantly catching Hong Yuan while simultaneously delivering a powerful palm strike. The impact resonated in the air like a thunderclap. Chen Qilong's expression was one of astonishment. The speed of this individual was unparalleled in his life. Before he could react, the chilling energy had already enveloped him, causing the air around him to grow heavy and his breath to falter. With no time to ponder, he forcefully gathered his energy to clash against the impending strike. Step by step, he retreated, each footfall cracking the ship's deck beneath him. As he steadied himself, he felt the icy internal force surge through his right hand's meridians, rendering it numb. Who is this formidable personage, and why do they oppose my sea wolf gang? I had no quarrel with you, yet you seek your own demise, he declared. Xia Minglu squinted, a dangerous glint flashing in his narrowed eyes. A mere glance was enough to send Jiang Yi sprawling to the ground in fright. Chen Qilong realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. The old man's profound martial prowess was beyond his reach, and he was racking his brain for a solution. Suddenly, a resounding crash drew everyone's attention, revealing a young boy in a blue shirt leaping onto the deck, a swana held between his teeth. The crowd was bewildered. Who was this boy? And what was his intention? Xia Minglu's expression shifted dramatically as a thought struck him, but it was too late for a response. With a high-pitched note piercing through the air, a wave of jubilant exuberance washed over the crowd. Chan Shiyu's mind flashed with realization. Could the swana truly evoke such a reaction? As the thought crossed her mind, her body began to sway involuntarily. Hong Yuan and Xia Minglu quickly aligned beside her, raising their brows and beaming with joy. Chen Qilong, who had just stifled a mouthful of blood, found his composure shattered, crimson fluid spilling from his lips, yet his face radiated delight. Jiang Yi, kneeling and kowtowing, along with his companions, stood in perfect unison. The entire assembly began to move in harmony, their hands flying and waists twisting in a synchronized dance, simple yet captivating. On board the Sea Wolf ship, the crew had initially anticipated a spectacle of their leader conquering the twin sisters, but unexpectedly, an old man had intervened, sending their chief flying with a single strike. Such a swift turn of events was shocking, yet somewhat digestible. Those who often tread near the riverbanks cannot expect to remain unscathed. Ultimately, they would encounter fiercer foes and face their doom. The crew began to contemplate the division of spoils should their leader perish, but the emergence of the swana-playing boy, leading everyone into a dance, left them utterly perplexed. Was this a fight or a celebration? The opposing crew had gathered to watch their leader dance. Look at our chief. He seems to have never been this joyous before. Just look at that grin. We can see his back teeth. Are you mad? Of course, he escalated to escape death. If you were in his shoes, you'd dance even more joyfully. That makes sense. It appears they have reconciled. Gu Nanbei's thoughts raced. This was untenable. The ship had been decimated by 2 women, leaving fewer than 10 survivors capable of movement, lacking a sufficient resonance. With urgency coursing through him, Gu Nanbei continued to play the swana, taking strides to the right side, executing his stance and soaring into the air, landing on the neighboring vessel. In an instant, the sound of splashes filled the air as a group of individuals, under control, plunged into the water. Strangely, those who had fallen into the depths were still frantically flailing, attempting to perform various dance movements. Meanwhile, most of the people aboard the Sea Wolf had joined in the dance frenzy. Chaos erupted, with a cacophony of flapping wings and barking dogs, yet under the overwhelming resonance. Order was swiftly restored, forming neat rows. Terrifyingly, those submerged in the water could not sink to the riverbed, as if an invisible barrier bound them within a certain range. Through heightened perception, Gu Nanbei noticed that several injured henchmen had begun to display signs of drowning. A sudden realization struck him. This was an invincible method of murder. Under the influence of resonance, everyone had lost their self-control. Plunging them into the river would lead to their demise. As the melody concluded, he achieved a resonance score of 12 points. Without pausing to catch his breath, Gu Nanbei continued to play. A thunderous roar erupted from the river, sending waves soaring high and drenching those aboard the vessel. Gu Nanbei remained vigilant, pouring his focus into the music. The river's gentle waves harmonized with the sounds of the Suona, creating an impression that a musical master was performing an impromptu concert upon the water. Within his perception, the elder Xia, despite having unleashed a palm strike, remained under control, thrashing in the water. However, his profound cultivation suggested he had ascended to a high realm of self-circulation, making it improbable for him to drown anytime soon. After several compositions, the resonance points accumulated to 33, compelling him to concentrate without distraction on the light screen to increase his points, resulting in a temporary stalemate. Among those still alive in the water were a few martial arts practitioners: Hong Yuan, Chan Shiyu, Jiang Erhu, Chen Shilong, and Xia Minglu. Gu Nanbei continued to blow the Suona repeatedly. Thankfully, his physical training had fortified his body, granting him exceptional lung capacity, allowing him to endure even with his internal power sealed. Some aboard the ship, feeling weak, lay on the deck convulsing, having exhausted themselves from the relentless dancing. Even the elderly women had to pause to catch their breath. Suddenly, a voice echoed from downstream, cold as ice, ethereal yet unmistakably clear to all. What was occurring ahead? Who was playing the Suona? Clear the waterways at once. The sound waves reverberated, causing ripples to form across the river's surface, expanding in ever-widening circles, shaking the wooden vessel with a resonant hum. This demonstrated the profound internal power of the sound's origin. Chapter 59. First encounter at the Sword Pavilion. Gu Nanbei extended his perception to its limits, and even with the wind at his back, he could only discern the outline of a ship 20 yards away. This was the limitation of his perception compared to that of true sight. Given the current situation, it seemed futile to try to drown the elder Xia with continuous playing for an entire day. Gu Nanbei made a decisive choice, abruptly halting the music and sprinting downstream, diving into the river at the vessel's stern. His purpose was straightforward: to see if he could find a way to use the ship behind him to escape from Xia Minglu. If that failed, it could lead to conflict with those aboard the other vessel, but with many debts, he had little to fear. He would simply act. The Ren, Danzhong, Xianji, Zhu and the two Lingtai points were all sealed. It remained to be seen if he could break through the barriers with an elevation in his realm. Resonance point 35. Upon focusing my consciousness, I directly added 12 points to my internal skill. The chi cyclone in my dantian gradually expanded and thickened, and suddenly, my dantian vibrated, drawing the internal energy from the meridians like a siphon. In the next moment, the internal force surged into my body's major meridians like a torrent, instantly unblocking 5 acupoints. Internal skill: Jade Emperor Scripture, 7th level, 2nd layer 032. A gentle flow of internal energy coursed through my body. The Jade Emperor Scripture, belonging to the Taoist school, possesses pure and natural energy, and there was no discomfort during its operation. My consciousness lingered on the luminous screen, while my body remained in motion, approaching the large boat downstream. As the sound of the Suona ceased, the old man Xia awakened, swiftly lifting 2 unconscious women from the water and onto the boat, delivering strikes to their backs with his palms. Wu Hongyuan and Chan Shiyu expelled a torrent of river water and gradually regained consciousness. A chill wind blew, making both women shiver uncontrollably. Xia Minglu, with his keen eyesight, scanned the surroundings but found no trace of the young man. His gaze turned toward the murky river, obscuring visibility. Upon noticing the insignia on the boat behind, he furrowed his brow and muttered, "Why have they arrived so swiftly? Weren't they supposed to come tomorrow? You two return to the pleasure boat. I will search for that young man. The one behind is from the Red Tower Sword Pavilion. Tread carefully." Wu Hongyuan and Chan Shiyu nodded, their expressions solemn. The Red Tower Sword Pavilion always regarded itself as righteous, and they were certainly not of the same ilk. Once they departed, Chen Shilong emerged from the water, his face pale as a ghost, clambering onto the boat, muttering curses under his breath. "What are you all dawdling for? Hurry and set sail." Gu Nanbei held his breath and focused, his body drifting toward the bottom of the large ship. "Young man, you cannot escape. It would be wise to come out. Otherwise, should I catch you, I shall render your martial arts useless." A booming voice resonated across the river, sending countless ripples through the water, audible even from Gu Nanbei's hiding place deep below. The imposing tone was comparable to that of the woman aboard the ship. Xia Minglu leaped into the air, skimming the water's surface with grace, akin to a swallow skimming the waves, and in a few bounds, he was already several dozen feet away, nearing the large ship behind. A thunderous crash echoed, resembling a strike of lightning, as splashes erupted. The old man struck the water's surface with a palm, only 3 paces away from Gu Nanbei. Who dares to act brazenly before the ship? Withdraw at once. The cold, piercing voice spread like a tempest, and suddenly, a woman, ethereal as mist, appeared at the bow of the boat. Apologies, the old man is searching for someone. He will leave once he finds them, Xiao Minglu replied, standing atop a bamboo pole and cupping his hands in respect. The dignity of the Red Tower cannot be underestimated. The white-clad woman's voice was as sharp as shattered ice, drawing her sword and unleashing a blade of icy energy that cleaved towards Xiao Minglu. His expression shifted, channeling his energy into his palms as both hands thrust out. The clash of palm energy and sword aura erupted, sending a towering curtain of water into the air. Yet the sword's momentum remained unabated, slicing through the water's surface and generating a wave of white spray that swept outward. Xiao Minglu was forced back 3 paces, his heart tumultuous. It was indeed said that the sword energy of the Red Tower Sword Pavilion was formidable, and facing the white-clad woman would surely yield no favorable outcome. Moreover, there were not just one but multiple experts aboard the ship. Upon this realization, Xiao Minglu, though reluctant, acted decisively, lightly stepping onto the bamboo pole and retreating gracefully. Gu Nanbei quietly emerged from the depths of the boat, taking a breath of fresh air. Just as he was about to wipe the water from his face, his movement froze upon noticing a curvaceous woman observing him from the vessel. With a sense of resignation, Gu Nanbei offered what he believed to be a warm smile. "Who are you? Why are you being pursued?" The woman's voice remained chillingly aloof. "I am a blind man, seeking a living in Jianghu alongside my friends. Unfortunately, we encountered the Sea Wolf gang, who seized our boat. That old man just now is the leader of the gang." Gu Nanbei fabricated a tale, intending to buy time. "Watermaster, let him aboard." A delicate voice resonated from the boat. "Very well, come up." Gu Nanbei swiftly expressed his gratitude, grasping the rope thrown down by the woman and agilely climbing aboard. As he submerged in the water, he vaguely heard something about a red mansion, stirring his heart. He clasped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you for saving me. May I know your name, sister?" His youthful voice was innocent, addressing her as sister without appearing out of place, which only served to lower her defenses. Who would suspect that within this boyish exterior resided a free-spirited veteran? "Schwibiking, from the Red Mansion Sword Pavilion," the woman replied succinctly, her tone cold and distant, pushing others away. Gu Nanbei paid it no mind, for he believed that often, those with an icy exterior conceal a passionate heart. Schwibiking led Gu Nanbei to a small cabin on the first floor of the ship, saying, "We are headed to Jianghu. If you wish to go elsewhere, you must transfer there." "Understood. You are blind, yet you walk so gracefully?" Schwibiking inquired, studying Gu Nanbei's eyes. "Since I have been unable to see since childhood, I have honed my skills in discerning positions by sound and recognizing people by scent." Schwibiking lowered her gaze, finding the boy's claim remarkable yet plausible. In a small courtyard to the south of the city, Sister Jeanne glanced at the sky, noting that it was well past noon and wondering why the little blind boy had not yet returned. She had prepared a meal, eagerly awaiting the return of the glutton. "Minghua, why hasn't your brother returned yet?" Sister Jeanne asked. "I don't know. He didn't say where he was going," Shang Minghua replied, shaking her head. "Should I go look for him?" she suggested, and without waiting for an answer, she dashed out like a gust of wind. Sister Jeanne opened her mouth to speak, but sighed in resignation, retreating indoors to glance at the still sleeping Xiao Mao, her heart once again torn. "Xiao Mao, I am striving to teach you the ways of immortality, but how can this continue?" "Feng Zhen," she lamented. "What else can be done?" she muttered, pacing the room, her handkerchief nearly wrung dry from her anxious grip. "Knock, knock." A polite knock echoed from outside the courtyard. "It can't be Gu Nanbei. Why would he knock?" The visitor seemed courteous, devoid of malice. Who could it be? Sister Jeanne stepped out, her expression one of confusion. Chapter 60. 3 Flowers. Gu Nanbei sat in the cramped cabin, eyes closed in meditation, a white mist swirling around him, emanating from the dampness of his clothes. This vessel was a 3-story ship, adorned with intricate carvings and opulent decor, indicative of a group of affluent young ladies. From the upper deck, the sound of delicate musical notes floated down, ethereal and resonant, evoking a sense of distant elegance. His erhu and suono were far more refined, and thus he felt hesitant to engage in a contest. In truth, it was not courage that held him back. A mere water-clear spirit had already driven off the old man Xia. and surely there were more skilled practitioners aboard the ship. Gunanbei, with his mind attuned to the spiritual realm, took the opportunity to organize the memories of his recent breakthrough to the second level of the Xianguan. According to the records of the Jade Emperor Sutra, the second level involves the gathering of energy, emphasizing diligent practice over time until one's internal strength is profound and the dantian is filled. The third level, however, represents a critical juncture in cultivation, where the vital energy in the dantian continuously accumulates. At this point, a flash of spiritual insight may yield a flower of refined energy, known as the human flower. This is one of the three flowers. If one fails to manifest the human flower, their cultivation cannot advance, and as age takes its toll, the vital energy will dissipate. Thus, the human flower serves as the key to unlocking the middle realm of the Xianguan, a threshold that countless martial artists have struggled to surpass throughout history. As for the middle realm, the Jade Emperor Sutra describes it as the method of cultivating the five energies, wherein the five organs return to their primordial affiliations with the five elements, culminating in a body free from leakage and yielding the earth flower, which is the second of the three flowers. Madame Jeanne opened the door a crack, revealing two figures outside, one a bearded man and the other a youth, neither of whom she recognized. "Who are you?" she inquired. "May I ask if this is the residence of Madame Jeanne?" The bearded man greeted with a respectful fist salute. Feeling somewhat reassured, Madame Jeanne replied, "It is I." "And you are?" "I am Luan, and this is Zhao Zilai. We are brothers of Chao Bin." The bearded man introduced himself. Madame Jeanne's expression shifted, and she asked, "Where has Brother Chao gone?" With the demise of the Qing Shi gang, he should be safe. Luan's demeanor darkened, and he remained silent. Sensing an ominous premonition, Madame Jeanne pressed, "What has happened to Brother Chao?" "He has passed away." Madame Jeanne stood in shock. Had he not fled after killing the young gang leader? How could he be dead? Tears welled in her eyes as she asked, "How did he die?" "It's a long story," Luan said. "We came to find you because Chao Kazi is being buried today, and afterward, my brothers and I must take our leave. He was alone and destitute, and we hope that you will burn some paper money for him during the festivals." Tears cascaded down Madame Jeanne's cheeks as she choked out, "Perhaps you should come in. I feel somewhat unwell outside." After a moment's contemplation, Luan agreed, and he and Zhao Zilai entered the courtyard. Learning that the two had not eaten, Madame Jeanne served them the food she had prepared, sitting beside them to listen to their tale. As she listened, her heart became increasingly heavy. She had not anticipated that Chao Kazi would dare to risk his life for her. Upon finishing recounting that night's events, Luan left Madame Jeanne in inconsolable tears. There were those willing to die for her in this world, filling her heart with both gratitude and sorrow for the deaths of Chao Bin and Zhang Pai. As for the youth with the black cloth bag and erhu, it was undoubtedly Xiao Xiaozu. Madame Jeanne had not foreseen that two men, one large and one small, had been silently sacrificing for her. Now that she understood everything, she felt a tumult of emotions, wishing to speak, but realizing it was too late. "Mother, why are you crying?" Little Mao emerged from the room, rushing to embrace her. Wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, Madame Jeanne apologized. "Forgive me, gentlemen. I shall return shortly." As she spoke, she pulled little Mao into the house, lamenting in front of outsiders, which was exceedingly impolite. "Mother will take you to see Uncle Chao soon." "Great. Uncle Chao will surely make me some toys." At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. "Hurry, hurry. Gue Erhu's accomplices have entered the courtyard. Quickly surround them." Zhao Zilai's expression changed dramatically. "This seems to be directed at us." Luan rose, saying, "You protect Lady Jeanne. I will investigate." With that, he slowly approached the courtyard door. Little Stutter had barely stepped out when he stumbled upon Gunanbei's bamboo staff, his heart racing with anxiety. But after searching extensively, he found no trace of Gunanbei. Feeling increasingly uneasy, he returned, only to discover soldiers blocking the path, and shouts of reprimand echoed from his own yard. Realizing something was amiss, he quickly turned to flee. Upon reaching a corner, he hastily loosened his hair, rolled in the mud a few times, smeared his face with dark soil, and did not forget to dirty his hands as well. Once he was transformed into a disheveled little beggar, he took a deep breath and made his way back home. Just as he approached within 10 paces of the courtyard, he was stopped. "Little beggar, you cannot approach. The authorities are conducting business. Depart at once." Little Stutter nodded and retreated, though his gaze remained fixed on the courtyard gate. Crouching in a corner, he watched helplessly as Lady Jeanne and two men were taken away, before hurriedly entering the courtyard. There, he found Little Mouse sitting on the ground, dazed and silent. He rushed over and embraced the child, conducting a quick inspection. Thankfully, there appeared to be no serious harm. Perhaps the child had merely been frightened. Little Stutter carried Little Mao inside, contemplated briefly, then placed him on the bed along with 2 steamed buns and a bowl of water, locking the door behind him as he exited. He could not afford to concern himself with the courtyard gate. He needed to ascertain where Sister Jeanne had been taken and whether Brother Bei had also encountered trouble. Gu Nanbei dried his clothes with internal energy, pushed open the cabin door, and stepped outside. A breeze swept across the deck as he walked, revealing glimpses of the ship's front half through his keen perception. The 3-tiered loft was filled with women, while at the bottom of the cabin, oarsmen rowed against the current. Such a vessel could only be propelled by oars or pulled by trackers. Standing at the bow, he observed the scenery above, and the women in the loft regarded this peculiar youth with curious gazes. "Third Master," one remarked, "I sense a shift in his aura. He is undoubtedly a practitioner of the Xianguan level." Such a young master of Xianguan could not have emerged from an ordinary background. Shui Biqing glanced at the figure at the bow and spoke to the woman before her. The woman, with delicate fingers resting on the strings of a guqin, replied with an air of indifference, "Our chance encounter will bring him back to Qingzhou. It will take no more than half an hour. This is both the beginning and the end of our fate." Shui Biqing's heart stirred. The third sister of the current master was still young. Yet after cultivating the red dust heart refinement technique, her temperament had changed significantly, as if she had transcended the mundane world, severing all earthly desires. At that moment, a petite girl in a pale yellow dress entered, saying, "I have received news that the Moonwill Palace has dispatched personnel in Qingzhou to deal with us. We must exercise caution. What Master Feng has said holds true. However, for the Moonwill Palace to act against us, they must at least send a Haoyu envoy. They do not have many Haoyu envoys at their disposal." Chapter 61. The Master of the Celestial Path. The floating vessel had not drifted far from Qingzhou, and soon the shoreline became populated with signs of life. Merchants hastily made their way to the city, eager to sell their goods before the new year to earn some money for festive supplies. A small fishing boat leisurely floated down from upstream, where an old man clad in a straw raincoat sat at the stern, savoring his wine. The bamboo had obscured most of his face, revealing only the tips of his goat-like beard as he lifted his cup. Having finished a pot of wine, the old man stood up and bellowed, "Duanmu Jing of the Celestial Path has arrived to welcome the Sword Pavilion's divine maiden." His voice, amplified by internal energy, echoed across the river. As he spoke, Duanmu Jing seized a bamboo pole and hurled it fiercely towards the floating vessel. With a swift leap, he employed the skill, 8 steps of harm, chasing after the pole, stepping onto it, and propelling himself towards the vessel. "How audacious of the demonic sect! Prepare to face my blade." A sharp voice rang out, and a petite figure clad in a delicate yellow attire soared from the pavilion, wielding a sword that unleashed a stream of piercing sword energy. In midair, Duanmu Jing found himself without leverage, yet he was no ordinary opponent. He struck out with a palm, creating a thunderous crash that allowed him to stabilize himself on the edge of the boat, spinning like a top. Such ferocity from a young lady. "Has your master not taught you to respect your elders?" he remarked with a grin, though his single eye betrayed a hint of seriousness. "Our master has instructed us that those of the demonic sect must be eradicated," she retorted, readying her sword. With a light step on the wooden railing, she resembled a nimble aureole dancing in the air, her sword slicing through the atmosphere, releasing 3 successive waves of sword energy that exuded a chilling frost. Manifesting wisps of white mist in the air, Duanmu Jing's heart sank. The girl's sword energy was so formidable that he felt compelled to unleash his true power. With a thought, he drew a 2-foot curved blade from his waist, channeling his peak internal strength into it, causing the blade to radiate a crimson glow that danced in the air. The clash of blade and sword energy rang out in sharp notes, causing Duanmu Jing's body to tremble violently as the frigid sword energy swiftly coated his eyebrows and beard in frost, instilling terror in his heart. "Haha, one-eyed. Your crimson fireblade is no match for this young lady. Allow me to take over," exclaimed an old man, balancing precariously on one leg as he leapt onto a splintered plank from the shore. With a single leg propelling him, he soared through the air, splashing water as he landed on the vessel. Before he could steady himself, a fierce wave of sword energy surged toward him. The energy blossomed into multiple forms, resembling a blossoming sword lotus, causing the air to tremble with its resonance. Chu Difei had not anticipated such a turn of events. Startled, he rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the onslaught, though a strand of sword energy grazed over his head. Rising with lingering trepidation, his hair disheveled and looking quite disheveled, he turned to face the source of the attack. Before him stood a striking woman in blue, seated by the window of the pavilion. Casting a casual glance in his direction, Gu Nanbei had long been hiding nearby, observing the spectacle. He recognized the two old men from their previous dance. Noting the absence of the one-armed elder, the one-legged man wore a grim expression, voicing his discontent. One-eyed, "It appears we have been ensnared. We cannot contend with the women of the sword pavilion. What shall we do?" The one-armed man urged us to hold our ground, claiming he would arrive shortly. I doubted his arrival would prove useful. Shall we flee instead? The woman in yellow scoffed. To think you can escape now is sheer folly. You might as well resign yourself to your fate. Chu Butong retorted angrily. Do not underestimate me, girl. My reputation as a formidable fighter is well earned. Do not push me. The corners of the yellow-clad woman's mouth curled into a teasing smile, revealing a dimple as she laughed. Are you here to put on a show? Then go ahead and perform. Chu Butong furrowed his brow and suddenly gathered his energy, shouting as he stomped on the wooden deck, splintering it beneath him, launching himself into the air. Just as his formidable kick threatened to create a gaping hole in the ship, a surge of sword energy erupted from the attic window, transforming into a spinning sword lotus that aimed directly at Chu Butong's right leg. His eyes widened in shock and fury as he summoned his energy, executing a mid-air somersault, but his words were cut short as he plummeted into the river with a splash. Suddenly, amidst the azure waters, a shadow emerged, casting an unsettling atmosphere. Humph! Unable to defeat a mere girl, what a waste! A resounding voice echoed across the river, akin to the thundering of drums, causing the water's surface to erupt in a cascade of splashes. A figure clad in black strode across the waves, each step creating gentle ripples, swiftly approaching the ship. The tension heightened as this newcomer drew near, clad in a long robe adorned with golden threads, wearing a butterfly-winged jade crown. He possessed a piercing gaze and an aura of striking elegance. He floated gracefully, lightly stepping onto the ship, causing even the Tinjiang vessel to tremble slightly beneath him. A testament to his rare and profound power, figures began to emerge from the attic, including the previously unseen third pavilion master. The woman in blue, who had just unleashed the sword energy, frowned, recognizing the extraordinary nature of this individual. Dongmu Jing, with his single eye filled with astonishment, quickly knelt, bowing before the Dao master, exclaiming, "Your prowess is unparalleled." The black-clad figure's gaze remained inscrutable as he emitted a nonchalant grunt. Gu Nanbei continued to observe the unfolding drama, recognizing this black-clad figure as the most formidable being he had ever encountered, curious about his cultivation level. If he possessed such strength, he wouldn't need to hide here. The Dao master of Tianqin had arrived, and Yunxi received him with a cool demeanor. Hearing that the sword pavilion had come to Qingzhou brought him little joy. Upon learning that the third pavilion master was seeking exceptional talents to join their ranks, he had come to observe, should there be any with superior qualifications. He implored the pavilion master to consider parting with them, as he too desired a successor to inherit his teachings. Do you not find this request inappropriate? Yunxi's expression remained calm, his heart as tranquil as still water. Then do not blame me if I resort to force. Such audacity. I shall meet you head-on. The woman in blue lightly raised her hand, summoning a 3-foot-long sword, which she hurled down from the loft like a streak of blue light. Suanwu raised his palm, attempting to counter the descending sword, yet it moved as swiftly as a swan gliding over snow, evading his grasp and striking from behind in an instant. To the onlookers, the blue streak danced around Suanwu, elusive and swift as the wind. Yet, Xianwui remained remarkably composed, deftly raising his palm, sweeping his sleeve, or aligning his fingers, effortlessly deflecting the swift sword of the woman clad in blue, rendering her efforts ineffective. With a forceful strike of his palm, an extraordinary power materialized, exhibiting both black and white energies, truly marvelous. Just then, a beam of pure white sword light surged forth, colliding with his palm's force, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The dual energies spiraled, absorbing the momentum of the incoming sword strike, only to reverse and strike back. Although this process seemed intricate, it transpired in an instant. The woman in blue swiftly spun to dissipate the force, retreating to the railing of the second floor, her delicate hand still tingling from the impact. Her vital energy in disarray. Surely, I was correct in guessing you are Elder Tsangxue of the Sword Pavilion? Alas, to confront me with your flying swan shadow sword is beyond your capabilities. Your Daoxing Mo Zhuan has reached an impressive level. Whom do you serve? The Moon Will Palace or the Heavenly Insect Sect? Knowing yet feigning ignorance, my Tian Kandao has always been under the leadership of the Moon Will Palace. Xian Wui remarked with a smile that bore an uncanny charm. Elder Tsangxue discreetly conveyed to others, this individual possesses unfathomable strength, far surpassing that of a typical practitioner at the Xianguan stage. I fear I cannot contend with him. I shall observe the situation. Chapter 62. A master's acknowledgement. Gu Nanbei watched intently, captivated particularly by the effortless mastery displayed by the man in black. Through his heightened perception, he grasped the intricacies more clearly than most. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself merely 3 paces from the combat circle, a perilous proximity for any skilled fighter. Xian Wui repelled Tsangxue with a powerful palm, turning to face Gu Nanbei. Instinctively, a chill ran down Gu Nanbei's spine as he realized his oversight. He quickly clasped his fists and said, "My apologies. I am but a blind man, unintentionally intruding. I shall withdraw." Xian Wui cast a glance at Gu Nanbei, his expression as tranquil as a still pond. Gu Nanbei felt as though someone was scrutinizing him, a gaze so penetrating it sent shivers down his spine. "You are blind." The voice abruptly materialized just a step away, leaving Gu Nanbei no time to discern the stranger's movements. Steeling himself, Gu Nanbei feigned to clutch his chest while discreetly grasping the swana hidden within. Having been unable to see clearly since childhood, his condition had worsened, rendering him nearly sightless. Xian Wui reached out, grasping Gu Nanbei's pulse point, his left hand swiftly targeting vital acupoints on Gu Nanbei's body. After a few breaths, Xian Wui gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "At such a young age, you have achieved the remarkable state of having all your meridians unblocked, and your dantian is flawlessly cultivated. Whose disciple are you?" Gu Nanbei's heart raced, realizing he was utterly defenseless against this formidable figure. "I." Xian Wui released Gu Nanbei, laughing heartily. "No wonder the Sword Pavilion is willing to break their own rules to accept you as a disciple. You truly possess extraordinary talent. Your innate blindness aligns perfectly with the philosophy of my Tian Kandao, which seeks to remedy deficiencies. From this day forth, you shall be my direct disciple." Gu Nanbei was momentarily stunned. The rapid turn of events left him momentarily speechless. Once more, Xian Wui interrupted Gu Nanbei's thoughts, raising his hand to silence him. His piercing gaze fixed upon the assembly of women above. He declared, "I shall take him alone. Do any of you have objections?" Shui Biqing cast a glance at the young man, feeling a pang of sympathy for his impending descent into the demonic path. Just as she was about to speak, an ethereal voice echoed in her ears. "Master Uncle, please refrain from intervening. We are unable to contend with this demon. Let him take him away." Shui Biqing lowered her gaze with a soft sigh. Xian Wui, in high spirits, sensed that this venture was indeed worthwhile. He turned to Gu Nanbei, displaying an uncommon smile. Gu Nanbei felt a chill run down his spine. If he were to refuse, the outcome could be dire. However, he thought to himself that joining the demon sect was inconsequential, as he had already gained notoriety as Ghost Erhu. "What is your name?" "I am Gu Nanbei." With a flick of his sleeve, Xian Wui unleashed a surge of true energy, an invisible weight pressing down on Gu Nanbei. "Gu Nanbei, kneel before your master." Gu Nanbei resisted the pressure for but 2 breaths before his knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, cursing inwardly. "So this is how it is? Just wait." Yet, he clasped his hands and said, "Disciple pays respect to master." He even lowered his head symbolically, as if bowing. Rather than anger, Xian Wui smiled knowingly, recognizing the rebellious spirit reminiscent of his own youth. "Rise," he commanded, raising his hand. Gu Nanbei hastily stood up, inwardly lamenting that the sword sect maidens had remained silent throughout, indicating a shallow connection with them. The onlookers, led by Duan Muqing, retracted their astonished mouths and appropriately congratulated. "Congratulations to the Dao Master on acquiring such a fine disciple." Xian Wui stroked his beard, nodding with a smile. "Master, I am overjoyed to have such a distinguished teacher. Therefore, I wish to perform a piece on the swana to express my feelings." Xian Wui, somewhat taken aback, was intrigued by the new disciple's display and nodded in agreement. Gu Nanbei promptly produced a suona and earnestly declared, "Master, please listen to my tune." They say that enmity must be repaid on the spot. Having forced him to kneel, he would first make him dance. Not only was Xian Wui curious about his new disciple's performance, but the maidens in the loft were equally intrigued. The joyous sounds of the suona filled the air, and Xian Wui was suddenly reminded of the blissful days of his childhood. A pure smile broke across his face as he began to sway gently to the rhythm. Two tigers love to dance. Little rabbits obediently pull radishes. Xian Wui extended his hand into a claw-like gesture, scratching along with the music. In the blink of an eye, his claw transformed into a playful gesture, mimicking a cute rabbit hopping about. The scene left everyone, apart from the performing duo, utterly petrified, their mouths agape in astonishment. The maidens in the loft were on the verge of having their eyes pop out. Was it truly possible to be this elated just for having taken on a disciple? The dance moves were adorably charming, yet the dancer was none other than the formidable Tao master of the heavenly remnant. The maidens crowded by the window, bewildered, their minds filled with questions. Even the aloof Yun Si, resembling an ethereal being, stood agape in astonishment. Elder Tsang Shui, what is happening? Shui Biqing inquired softly. I do not know. Those of the demon sect are notoriously unpredictable. Yet, this is simply absurd. The music and dance harmonized flawlessly. Could it be that they had known each other long before this? Indeed, it is quite a sight. A female disciple interjects. Just as the one-legged Chu Butong climbs over the ship's railing, he exclaims, "Oh no." His grip falters, and he plummets into the water. Duanmu Jing feels a chill run down her spine. After all, the Taoist leader is a heartless figure devoid of emotion. What is happening here? What do those expressions and gestures signify? Duanmu Jing retreats step by step until she finds herself at the edge of the ship. And upon seeing the Taoist leader's feigned innocent and carefree visage, she shudders and topples headfirst into the river. Ouch! Chu Butong cries out in despair. The lively tune of the suona is nearing its conclusion. Xian Wui raises his hand above his head, forming a heart gesture, slightly bowing. Gu Nanbei receives a prompt in his mind, gaining 3 resonance points. He holds the suona mouthpiece in his mouth, bows to the women above, signifying the end of the performance and asking for their forgiveness for the amusement. One young lady seems to comprehend and promptly begins to applaud. Clap, clap, clap. With someone leading the way, the other female disciples quickly join in the applause. Xian Wui slowly retracts his heart gesture, feeling only confusion and trepidation. How could one of his caliber be so easily influenced, losing themselves in dance? He hears the fervent applause from above, maintaining an expressionless facade. A truly powerful individual must possess a strong inner self. He glances at his newly acquired disciple, his eyes betraying a hint of wariness. What just transpired? Gu Nanbei, alert in his heart, remarks, "Master, I was playing the suona. Could it be that you were so overjoyed that you could not help but dance?" Xian Wui's lips twitch. It was clearly your suona performance that prompted it. What connection do I have to this? Observing his master's stoic demeanor, Gu Nanbei continues, "Master, I still have unfinished business in Qingzhou, and I fear I cannot accompany you. Why not impart your unparalleled martial arts to me? I possess great intuition. I would learn it swiftly." Before Xian Wui can respond, Zhang Shui from above speaks up. "We have witnessed your dance, esteemed one. Who would have thought you possessed such a talent for dancing? I hope you will dance more in the future and create less mischief." Xian Wui seizes Gu Nanbei, leaping 3 zhang into the air, akin to an eagle soaring high. In midair, he unexpectedly turns and strikes with an open palm. This seemingly ordinary strike, devoid of wind or waves, causes Zhang Shui's expression to change. She leaps away, her sword twisting in her hand, dazzling sword energy meeting the palm's force. Boom! The sound of energy erupting is akin to the shattering of jade and the breaking of gold, causing the entire ship to tremble and shift 3 feet. Zhang Shui floats back to the pavilion, her vital energy surging, internal flow disrupted, her face paling instantly. She muses to herself, what a formidable palm technique. Xian Wui lands gracefully at the shore, releasing Gu Nanbei and calmly inquiring, "What do you wish to learn?" Gu Nanbei asserts confidently, "The most powerful martial arts." Xian Wui thinks to himself that this young man, whether or not he accepts him as a disciple, will undoubtedly become part of the demonic sect in the future. As for the earlier dancing incident, he will not speak lightly until he understands it fully. within the entire demonic sect. The pinnacle of martial arts stems from the Genesis legacy, including my own Taoist techniques of demonic transformation and the moon wheel of the Moon Wheel Palace. Do you wish to learn my technique of demonic transformation? Chapter 63. The transformation of Taoist magic. Gu Nanbei pondered whether to add points after mastering the martial arts, believing that having multiple skills would never be a burden. With a serious expression, he inquired, if I successfully cultivate the Taoist magic, will I be as formidable as my master? This skill is profoundly intricate. Only those with exceptional character, understanding, and talent can hope to master it. With none of these qualities being dispensable, do you possess the confidence to learn it? Gu Nanbei nodded, brimming with assurance. As long as my master is willing to teach, I will grasp it immediately. Xian Wui's gaze darkened as he admonished, the youth possesses a proud spirit, yet one must not be arrogant. It took me a decade of seclusion after acquiring this divine skill to achieve any proficiency. This lad truly speaks with unearned bravado. Please, master, bestow your teachings upon me. Gu Nanbei bowed sincerely, understanding that when learning from others, one must adopt a respectful attitude. After a moment of contemplation, Xian Wui responded, very well. I shall impart to you the first volume of the Taoist magic. Once you have mastered it, I will teach you the subsequent volumes. Xian Wui also harbored his own intentions. This youth possessed a certain peculiarity, and he decided to let him roam free for observation. By sharing a portion of the ultimate skill, he anticipated that the boy would eventually seek him out for the remainder, at which point he could exercise control. Master, my foundation in internal energy is based on the Jade Emperor scripture. I wonder if it conflicts with the Taoist magic? Not at all. I have discerned that the Jade Emperor scripture is merely a common internal art. Once you embark on the path of divine skill, you may abandon it. Gu Nanbei nodded, patiently awaiting his master's instruction. Xian Wui gazed towards the river, noting that the boat had departed, leaving the surroundings desolate and eerily quiet. He then commenced his teachings. Having just begun, you were meant to return to the Heavenly Remnant sect to complete the initiation rites. However, with our sect's members scattered across the vast expanse, gathering them would be quite troublesome. We shall make up for it during the grand ceremony of the Holy Sect in 2 years. What is the grand ceremony of the Holy Sect? Gu Nanbei inquired. The Holy Sect refers to what those self-proclaimed righteous paths call the demonic sect. Currently, the Holy Sect is fragmented into 6 paths and 3 sections. The grand ceremony will convene all branches of the Holy Sect, during which a leader will be chosen. Gu Nanbei comprehended the explanation. Xian Wui ceased discussing other matters and spoke earnestly. The Taoist magic involves cultivating both righteous and sinister internal energies, one pure and natural, the other treacherous and violent. When you can harmonize these 2 energies within your dantian and meridians, you will have entered the threshold of mastery. Subsequently, these energies may be utilized separately, fused, or transformed into one another, yielding boundless applications. As for techniques such as borrowing strength or using one's own power against another, those are merely preliminary exercises. Gu Nanbei exclaimed, now I understand. Truly remarkable. Following this, Xian Wui recited a cryptic verse of the technique, compelling Gu Nanbei to memorize it. After several repetitions, Gu Nanbei was able to recite it, yet he remained oblivious to its meaning, and the luminous screen offered no guidance. Anticipating this, Gu Nanbei suggested, Master, perhaps you could channel your internal energy into my meridians to simulate the practice. Only then will I grasp the essence of the verse. This method is permissible, yet it involves considerable pain. Can you endure it? I am able. Master, please proceed. Xian Wui nodded in approval, using his hands to press on Gu Nanbei's Shenkei and Mingmen points. Indeed, opposing energies surged into his body. At the very onset, Gu Nanbei was overwhelmed by excruciating pain, causing his entire body to tremble. At last, the light curtain displayed. Through your diligent study, you have successfully acquired a skill in inner cultivation, Dao Xing Mo Zhuan. Inner skill, Dao Xing Mo Zhuan. A compilation derived from the profound insights of the great masters of the demonic sect, is intricate and elusive, exceedingly challenging to cultivate. Currently, only the first volume has been recorded. A stream of golden light flowed, and a new entry appeared in the inner skill section in golden letters. Inner skill, Dao Xing Mo Zhuan, Volume 1. Entry, Level 110. Xian Wui slowly retracted his energy, observing the closed-eyed Gu Nanbei as he awaited the outcome. Gu Nanbei exhaled deeply and said, Thank you, Master. I comprehend. Xian Wui nodded, stating, your disposition is commendable. I foresee that you may attain entry-level mastery of this skill within 3 years. Gu Nanbei refrained from immediately allocating points. After all, this esteemed master was a titan of the demonic sect, and drawing too much attention could lead to unforeseen complications. The disciple would diligently cultivate, striving to reach entry-level mastery in 2 years. Xian Wui's eyelids twitched. 2 years? I took 5 years to reach entry-level mastery. My mention of 3 years was merely to encourage you. To boldly claim 2 years is utterly implausible. At that moment, a small boat approached the river, carrying the 3 elders of Tiancan. Upon seeing Xian Wui's gaze, the elders hurriedly saluted. As the old men disembarked, they bowed once more, seemingly filled with trepidation towards Xian Wui. This is my newly accepted disciple, Gu Nanbei. From now on, the 3 of you shall serve him closely and heed his commands. Xian Wui stated nonchalantly. Gu Nanbei was somewhat taken aback, but maintained a composed demeanor, smiling and cupping his hands in greeting to the 3 elders. Apart from Duanmu Jing, the expressions of the other 2 shifted dramatically. The master had never taken on a disciple before, and to become the heir upon arrival, while requiring 3 attendants, spoke volumes of his significance. The 3 elders quickly returned the courtesy, acknowledging the master's personal tutelage. We shall follow and serve, awaiting your orders. You are most courteous, Gu Nanbei responded politely. Xian Wui appeared satisfied, stroking his long beard, and said, Nanbei, do you not have matters to attend to? Go on. Master, how shall I find you in the future? As disciples of the demonic sect, we are widespread across the land. Finding someone is quite effortless. I shall come to seek you out. Gu Nanbei felt a shiver in his heart, but replied, in that case, the disciple shall take his leave first. Without hesitation, Gu Nanbei turned and made his way towards Qingzhou. The 3 elders exchanged glances, and Zuohanjing inquired, Master, I have also recently taken on a disciple. Shall I bring him to meet you? Xian Wui displayed no interest. There is no need. Zuohanjing further asked, is there anything else you wish to command? Follow him closely and report on his condition regularly, leaving no detail unexamined. Understood. However, Zhang Ranran from the Moonwheel Palace has arrived, and we may soon be summoned by her. Xian Wui's gaze turned icy and profound as he cast a mere glance at the elder. The elder felt a chill permeate his body and immediately declared, we shall prioritize Gu Shao above all else. Just moments ago, I engaged in combat with Zhang Shui, and she should have sustained injuries from my strike. This is the response of Tian Qingdao to the Moonwheel Palace. In a few days, I shall depart for the northern wilderness. If all goes well, I shall return in a year and a half. Should I not return, we shall meet again at the sacred sect ceremony in 2 years. Is the master heading to the northern wilderness to reclaim our sacred artifact? However, there is no need for further words. My mind is resolute. Xian Wui raised his hand to halt the conversation. The Tao Lord possesses unparalleled skills, and success is surely imminent. The 3 elders felt a surge of spirit. They had not anticipated the Tao Lord's formidable prowess upon his return. Should they reclaim the sacred artifact, it would be fitting for the Tian Qingdao to aspire to the leadership of the Holy Gate. Xian Wui produced a jade pendant and handed it to the 3 elders, instructing, go forth, and when the time is ripe, deliver this to Nanbei. The 3 elders gazed at the pendant, recognizing it as the insignia of the Tian Qingdao Lord. We shall obey the Tao Lord's command. They affirmed before bidding farewell and hastening after Gu Nanbei. Observing their receding figures, Xian Wui's expression remained tranquil as he lightly leaped into the air, resembling a streak of black light pursuing the stars, with his destination unmistakably Qingzhou City. Gu Nanbei continued his journey, feeling that the day's events had been both bizarre and fortuitous, overall leaning towards the advantageous. After a brief moment, he heard shouts from behind. Gu Shao, we are coming. Wait for us. Reluctantly, Gu Nanbei paused, and the 3 elders caught up with him. Chu Butong immediately interjected, Gu Shao, where shall we head next? Gu Nanbei replied, back to Qingzhou. You should also return there. There is no need to accompany me continuously. The 3 elders shook their heads in unison, insisting, no, we cannot defy the Tao Lord's orders. Duanmu Jing had observed Gu Nanbei for some time, and finally concluded that Gu Nanbei had an issue with his eyes, which made him feel a closer kinship. Duanmu Jing said, Zuokanjiang, you go report to the Holy Envoy, the cripple, and I will accompany Gu Shao. Zuohanjing exchanged a silent glance with Duanmu Jing, ultimately conceding and nodding in agreement. Chapter 64. Bloodstains. The quartet of the Tian Can and DK displayed remarkable agility, swiftly making their way back to Qingzhou City. Zhuhanjing parted ways, heading towards Ruilu, while the other three proceeded to the small courtyard in the southern part of the city. Upon reaching the street corner, Gu Nanbei's expression shifted dramatically. He utilized his agility to leap ahead, arriving at the courtyard entrance, where the door lay shattered on the ground, surrounded by a chaotic array of footprints. Gu Nanbei focused his senses, discerning that only Xiao Mao remained inside, busily stuffing cold steamed buns into his mouth. Neither Zhen Yangzi nor the stuttering boy was present. Bursting through the door, Gu Nanbei startled Xiao Mao, causing the bun to tumble from his hands. "Do not be afraid. It is I," Gu Nanbei reassured him, lifting Xiao Mao and gently patting his back. Xiao Mao paused, preparing to burst into tears, and clung to Gu Nanbei with a pout. "Brother, I am scared." "Fear not. I shall protect you. Now tell me, where has mother gone?" Xiao Mao sniffled. "They took mother away, and they hit me, wah?" Gu Nanbei's heart tightened, prompting him to inquire further, "What about your sister? Was she taken too?" "I don't know. Jietai locked me in the room, and I couldn't see her." At that moment, Duanmu Jing called from outside. "Young master, there are bloodstains." Gu Nanbei's heart sank further, pondering who had attacked. Was it perhaps directed at him? He emerged with Xiao Mao in his arms and saw Duanmu Jing examining the bloodstains, while Chu Butong knelt on the ground scrutinizing the footprints. At least a dozen individuals had passed through this place. The majority of the footprints were from thick-soled boots, which only the affluent could afford, and those who could purchase such footwear would not wear them casually. This left only one possibility. They were either personal guards or trusted servants. Gu Nanbei clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you. As the saying goes, an old person is like a treasure. Such experience is rare among the common folk." Chu Butong shook his head, casting a proud glance at the one-eyed man. "I cannot accept such gratitude, young master. Your affairs are my affairs." Upon seeing the limping figure vying for attention, Duanmu Jing quickly bent down to inspect the bloodstains. After a moment, she concluded it was a minor injury, likely a puncture wound. The minimal blood flow suggested it was most probably an arrow wound rather than a sword's. At that moment, Gu Nanbei had no time for lamentation. He pondered, the personal guards or servants are armed with bows and arrows, significantly narrowing down the possibilities. Having become acquainted during the journey, Gu Nanbei was well aware of each person's identity and spoke without formality. "Elder gentleman, I kindly ask you to protect the child here. I shall go save a life." The two elderly men glanced at the small child in Gu Nanbei's arms, uncertain of her background. But this was not the time for inquiries. Duanmu Jing interjected. "Young master, I shall accompany you to rescue her. Chu Butong is unable to move swiftly and will remain here." Chu Butong's eyes widened in surprise, momentarily stifled, but his injuries prevented him from protesting, so he acquiesced. Gu Nanbei composed himself, and his heightened senses immediately kicked in. His mind rapidly reconstructed the scene from earlier. Two groups had passed through. The first consisted of two individuals, one of whom entered the house. Subsequently, another group arrived and took everyone away. The little stutterer had indeed been there last. She had not been captured, as evidenced by the muddy handprints on Xiao Mao. With that thought, Gu Nanbei dashed out the door, determined to find the little stutterer. He focused all his sensory perception on her scent, grateful that she had been in Tian Kuei these past few days. With his current keen sense of smell, he could trace her trail. Duanmu Jing followed closely behind, observing how Gu Nanbei moved like a gust of wind through the streets, and even he, a practitioner of profound internal energy at the third level of Xianguan, found it somewhat challenging to keep up. Suddenly, Gu Nanbei halted. In his mind's eye, he saw a ragged little beggar, hair unkempt, clutching a bamboo stick, aimlessly wandering about, occasionally wiping tears with the back of his hand. His heart warmed, and he stepped forward to place a hand on her shoulder. The little stutterer stiffened, instinctively trying to pull away. Gu Nanbei whispered, "It's me." She turned abruptly, without a word, and embraced Gu Nanbei tightly, nearly lifting him off the ground. Gu Nanbei returned her embrace gently and asked, "Do not cry. What has happened?" The little stutterer sobbed. I don't know what happened. I saw you hadn't returned, so I went out to find you. As a result." She briefly recounted the events and added, "I followed those people, but later we separated." Jinsha was taken to the Wang mansion in the east of the city, while another group headed out of the city. Gu Nanbei's expression turned icy. The little stutterer looked up at him. "Brother Bei, The bamboo stick I found is broken. Are you all right? I'm fine. See, I'm perfectly all right. It seemed the stick had been shattered by the old man's strike, thus a grudge was formed. At that moment, Duanmu Jing arrived, breathless, and was surprised to see Gu Nanbei holding a little beggar. Meihua, this is Elder Duanmu. You should return with him for now. I will go rescue Jinsa. Gu Nanbei turned to Duanmu Jing and said, Senior, this is my beloved, Shang Minghua. Please take care of her. Duanmu Jing straightened his expression and cupped his hands in greeting. Ah, it is Lady Gu. I am honored. The stammering girl felt both surprised and bashful, at a loss for words. In the western courtyard of the Wang residence, an elderly yet robust woman ambled forward. The two stout guards at the entrance hurriedly bowed and greeted, Madame Gay, you have arrived. Indeed. How is it inside? Restless, bound with ropes. The corners of Madame Gue's mouth twisted into a sneer as she remarked, Restless? Not a concern. I have ample methods to discipline her. Open the door. With a creak. As Madame Gue entered, she beheld a woman tied to a chair, her mouth gagged. Observing the woman's well-formed figure, she noted it was of high quality. Upon seeing the elderly woman, the bound woman, Zhen Yangzi, struggled desperately, muffled cries escaping her lips. Madame Gue approached, grasped Zhen Yangzi's chin, and scrutinized her carefully. Realizing the old woman was not a friend, Zhen Yangzi tried to wrench free from her grip, glaring fiercely. Unfazed, Madame Gue began to probe Zhen Yangzi's body. Clicking her tongue in disapproval, ah, a broken melon has given birth. Yet, the master has a taste for this. Madame Gue produced a silver needle, nearly a foot long. And with a smile, she declared, I will allow you to speak, but do not scream. If you do, I shall pierce you with this. Not if you comprehend. Zhen Yangzi, eyeing the glinting needle, nodded in agreement. Madame Gue removed the rag from Zhen Yangzi's mouth and positioned the needle against her fleshy part. Satisfied when Zhen Yangzi refrained from screaming, she remarked, at least you understand. Soon, you shall bathe. Hot water and clothes are prepared, all behind the screen. Behave, and you shall suffer less. Madame Gue glanced outside and added, do not entertain thoughts of escape. Guards are stationed outside, and this is the inner chamber. All our people are here. Should you attempt to flee, the consequences will be dire. I recall a woman who tried to escape last time. Her legs were broken and she was cast to a group of beggars, ultimately meeting a gruesome fate. Do you understand what I am saying? Zhen Yangzi trembled at the words and nodded again. Madame Gue chuckled, realizing she would need to take matters into her own hands. Stepping behind the chair, she swiftly untied the ropes, crossing her arms with a sardonic smile. Go on, the bathtub is just behind the screen. Without a word, Zhen Yangzi stepped behind the screen, her heart racing with fear and anxiety. She gazed at the steaming water in the large tub, hesitated momentarily, and then began to undress. Followed by the sound of her splashing into the water. Madame Gue relaxed, leaning back in the chair, closing her eyes to rest. Most women complied when frightened, and it seemed this one would too. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air from within. What now? Madame Gue's expression darkened. The silence that followed was ominous. Even the sound of water ceased. Frowning, Madame Gue ventured inside, only to find Zhen Yangzi face down in the water, her hair splayed out like dark seaweed. With a cold smirk, Madame Gue taunted, Are you pretending to be dead? As she spoke, she stepped forward and seized Zhen Yangzi's hair, lifting her head. Gue Mama was startled to see a grotesque face. Suddenly, Zhen Yangzi thrust her hand out of the water, ensnaring Gue Mama's neck with a belt and pulling down fiercely. Taken by surprise, Gue Mama stumbled and fell into the water bucket. Zhen Yangzi flipped over, gripping the belt tightly, her teeth clenched as she pulled back. Water splashed everywhere as Gue Mama struggled desperately. However, Zhen Yangzi, youthful and strong, relentlessly tightened her grip on the belt. Soaked to the skin, she could not distinguish between sweat and water, her damp hair clinging to her face like a vengeful specter. Her chest heaved rapidly. Her silver teeth gritted as she refused to relent until Gue Mama ceased to move in the water. Outside, the two robust women paid no mind. Assuming Gue Mama was merely disciplining that woman, unaware that Gue Mama had been countered. As if awakening from a dream, Zhen Yangzi released the belt. Emerging from the bucket and stepping back to gaze at Gue Mama in the water, until she stumbled against a wooden table and fell to the ground. Her hands trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face as fear enveloped her. Thoughts raced through her mind. She had taken a life. She could not succumb to fear. Little Mao was still at home, unaware of what had transpired. Would Gu Nanbei, the disciple of an immortal, come to her rescue? Amidst the chaotic whirl of thoughts, one notion crystallized. She must find a way to escape. Zhen Yangzi gradually rose, her legs weak and her arms aching. Looking around, she felt utterly at a loss. Devoid of any plan, she was merely an ordinary woman. With a determined bite of her lip, she picked up Gue Mama's silver needle and slowly approached the door, intending to lure the two individuals outside inside. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, followed by a sharp whoosh cutting through the air. Thud, thud, two bodies fell to the ground. Zhen Yangzi held her breath, uncertain of what was happening outside. Her heart raced, tension causing her palms to sweat. Drenched, her clothes clung to her form, revealing her figure completely, as her breath made her bosom rise and fall. With a loud bang, the door was burst open and a figure rushed in. Startled, Zhen Yangzi raised the silver needle, only to freeze in place. Before her stood Gu Nanbei. She discarded the needle, disregarding everything else, and flung herself into his arms, holding on tightly. You're here. I knew you would come. I just killed someone, and I'm so scared. Gu Nanbei felt a damp, warm body trembling in his embrace, evidently terrified and gasping heavily. He gently wrapped his arms around her, reassuringly saying, It's all right. You killed a bad person. Bad people deserve to die. Zhen Yangzi nodded, resting her head on Gu Nanbei's shoulder, feeling a comforting warmth. Although still in the throes of youth, Gu Nanbei's burgeoning vigor could not withstand the sudden rush of emotions, and he instinctively reacted. Zhen Yangzi sensed the change and quickly pulled away from his embrace. Her face flushed crimson as she hurriedly said, You turn around. I need to change clothes. Gu Nanbei replied, I want tea look. Zhen Yangzi bit her lip and declared, I don't care, turn around. Gu Nanbei, with no choice, complied and turned away. The sound of her changing clothes reached his ears, and only then did Zhen Yangzi realize how cold she had become. She had been too anxious to notice the chill earlier. She gathered her damp hair and approached Gu Nanbei, asking, How do we get out? Just walk out, he replied. Zhen Yangzi felt a surge of frustration, yet her mind was preoccupied with concern for Xiao Mao's condition. Seemingly aware of her thoughts, Gu Nanbei reassured her, Xiao Mao is fine. Ming Hua is taking care of him. A warmth melted her heart. This little blind man not only silently did many things for her, but also exhibited such tenderness and thoughtfulness. She whispered, Thank you. There is no need for thanks. Gu Nanbei responded, If it weren't for your kind-heartedness, I would have perished long ago. A sudden wave of melancholy washed over Zhen Yangzi, and she bit her lip, falling silent. Stay close to me. We're heading back, Gu Nanbei instructed, his step steady as he led the way. As Zhen Yangzi followed, she stumbled and nearly fell. Gu Nanbei swiftly reached out to steady her, asking, What's wrong? I exerted too much energy while dealing with that old woman earlier, and now I feel weak. I can't walk, she admitted. Gu Nanbei, unfazed by her plight, crouched down and said, Climb on, I will carry you. Zhen Yangzi glanced at the sky, realizing the hour was late. If they were discovered, it would only complicate matters further. Thus, she bit her lip and climbed onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck. Gu Nanbei took a deep breath as the softness pressed against his back reminded him, Sister, do not move around too much. I am not a novice and cannot bear it. As Zhen Yangzi rested on his back, feeling the warmth radiate from him, her heart raced. After walking for a while, Gu Nanbei suddenly halted, and she was caught off guard, leaning forward and pressing against him. The pause was due to several oblivious guards blocking their path. Gu Nanbei did not set Zhen Yangzi down. Instead, he declared, Step aside now, and you may live. Otherwise, you shall perish. Do not waste words with him. Seize this pair of dog lovers. If the master learns that someone escaped the inner courtyard, we will face dire consequences, one of the guards shouted. Gu Nanbei, with his left arm still holding Zhen Yangzi, drew his sword with his right hand. In the blink of an eye, his blade swept through the air, leaving only one guard standing. Zhen Yangzi watched in horror. She had never witnessed the little blind man kill before. This was her first time. The remaining guards stood frozen in shock, stammering and unsure of what to say. Where's Lord Wang? Gu Nanbei inquired, his sword resting against the guard's shoulder. Lord Wang has gone to the East City dock. I heard he was there to welcome someone, the guard stuttered. Very well. I will spare your life if you go and inform him to arrange his affairs. Then tell him to cleanse his neck. For I shall come to collect his life shortly, Gu Nanbei commanded. The guard could do nothing but nod in compliance, murmuring, Yes, yes, I understand. At the East City dock, a three-story ship lay anchored on the river, with no one yet disembarking. However, figures were already waiting on the dock and in the distance. A procession approached, led by a man riding a fine steed, with others walking beside him. "Commander, the beautiful woman has been delivered to the manor. She can be enjoyed tonight," one of the men reported. The previously apprehended officer, in a sycophantic manner, introduced himself as Wu Shuixing, the captain of the guard. Wang nodded gently, cautioning against any rash actions. Although these women from the Sword Pavilion were of the martial world, their influence was vast. Should they incur their wrath, I would be unable to assist you. "Indeed, my brothers are well aware," came the reply. As they spoke, a group had already arrived at the dock. Wang lifted his gaze and observed several distinguished figures from Qingzhou, all clad in casual attire, their mutual understanding evident as they exchanged nods of acknowledgement. Scanning the crowd, Wang Yan's attention was drawn to an unusual individual, who stood with a sword cradled in his arms, his gaze cast downward. He resembled a frigid blade, straight and sharp. Moments later, a soft sedan chair approached, halting before the assembly, from which emerged a man dressed in blue, sporting a three-pronged beard. This individual was none other than Zhang Huayuan, the governor of Qingzhou. He also held the title of an inner disciple of the East Sea Sword sect, garbed today in the sect's disciple attire. Upon spotting the standout swordsman, Zhang Huayuan stepped forward and inquired, "Are you a disciple of the East Sea Sword sect?" The youth raised his eyes, surprise flickering in his starry gaze, and clasped his hands in greeting. "Might I be addressing Brother Zhang? You honor me too much. I am merely an ordinary disciple of the East Sea sect, lacking talent in swordsmanship and having long been dismissed," Zhang replied modestly. The young man's lips twitched slightly as he introduced himself. "I am Su Qingfeng. My master has spoken of your accomplishments. He mentioned that among the disciples who have emerged from the mountains, you are the most successful." Upon hearing Su Qingfeng's name, many present exhibited expressions of astonishment. He was renowned along the southeastern coast, a young prodigy of remarkable skill. It was unexpected for him to be here awaiting the Sword Pavilion's ferry. Chapter 66. Eradicating harm for the people soon. The boat docked alongside the walkway, and a group of masked women, their faces partially concealed by veils, descended from the vessel. Clad in elegant white garments adorned with blue patterns, their attire was both graceful and striking. Following them were Yun Si, Shui Biqing, and Song Shui, positioned on either side. The women seemed to have stepped out of a landscape painting, their originally monochrome presence transformed into vibrant beauty, captivating all who beheld them. Yun Si's ethereal eyes swept over the crowd at the dock, and with a gentle nod, she spoke, "The honor of my arrival in Qingzhou is overwhelming." Zhang Huayuan was the first to voice his admiration. "Your graciousness is truly humbling. There is no need for such formalities," Yun Si replied. At that moment, Su Qingfeng stepped forward, his eyes ablaze with determination. "Fairy Yun, it is a pleasure to see you again. Brother Qingfeng, you too are in Qingzhou. What a fortunate encounter." Yun Si replied with a light laugh. A rare warmth flickered across Su Qingfeng's usually icy visage as he continued, "I have come here to discuss sword techniques with you. May I have the honor?" "Of course," Yun Si agreed readily, though her tone remained tranquil as water. From the clouds, the ferry descends. A sword that falls like a shooting star across the river. Truly extraordinary. Forgive my tardiness. Just then, a clear voice resonated from the river, warm yet powerful, sending ripples across the water. A young gentleman clad in white stepped gracefully from the black canopy boat, barely touching the surface of the river as he made his way to shore. Applause erupted from the banks, praising his remarkable lightness of foot. However, there were murmurs of discontent among some, questioning the reputation of the Eternal Life sect, known for its deceitful antics and unsavory conduct. The gentleman in white, with a radiant smile, gazed at Yun Si at the center of the crowd and bowed respectfully, introducing himself as Zhong Hanqing, the personally instructed disciple of the venerable Changsheng Laozu. Yun Si reciprocated the gesture, saying, "Brother Zhong, you honor me with your presence." Zhong Hanqing continued, "I have come solely to admire the grace of the celestial maiden, fulfilling a long-held aspiration." "Your words bring me shame, Brother Zhong," Yun Si replied, her eyes, like a tranquil pond, revealing no ripples of emotion. Su Qingfeng glanced at Zhong Hanqing, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes, yet Zhong appeared oblivious, maintaining his cheerful demeanor as he waved a paper fan lightly. Wang An, who could only observe the spectacle from the sidelines, noted Zhong Hanqing's presence, his expression shifting as he quietly instructed, "Follow young Master Zhong and see where he alights. I wish to pay my respects." Meanwhile, a pale-faced scholar brought by a certain Chun Yuanhui ground his teeth in frustration, thinking, if only the little blind one were here. He would surely make you dance on the spot, exposing your pretentiousness. But where is the little blind one? Those three old men are also nowhere to be found. It is utterly absurd. Given the formidable presence of our rivals, it is ill-advised for me to act alone. With this thought, the scholar lowered his head. The women from the sword pavilion paused at the dock for a moment before Yun Si boarded the carriage, heading towards the elegant villa provided by a wealthy merchant specifically for the reception of the Red Mansion sword pavilion. Not long after the convoy entered the city, cries and shouts echoed from ahead. Yun Si furrowed her brow and softly said, "Let us see what has transpired." A female disciple went to investigate and returned shortly, speechless, reporting, "A group of 5 or 6 elderly individuals is blocking the road, petitioning. The convoy is halted." Yun Si sighed. "This is a matter for Lord Zhang. Let us wait." However, I believe I heard them appealing to the Red Mansion sword pavilion. Upon hearing this, not only Yun Si but the others too found it absurd. "Bring them over." Yun Si's melodious voice resonated once more. A few frail old men, weeping and supporting each other, approached, drawing the attention of everyone with their evident plight. As they reached the front of the carriage, they knelt down, wailing, "We beseech the Celestial Maiden to take a stand for the people of Qingzhou and rid us of the scourge known as erhu." Yun Si gently lifted the carriage curtain, stepped into the mud, and personally assisted one elder to his feet, while her fellow disciples offered their help. "Good sirs," Yun Si inquired softly, "might you enlighten me as to who erhu is?" At that moment, a young scholar squeezed through the crowd, identifying himself as the grandson of the elder, and began recounting the numerous grievances against erhu that had stirred the ire of both gods and men. He spoke of how Tongpian had been bedridden ever since, and how, in a certain household, the cries of chickens echoed nightly. Those present, apart from those already in the know, were taken aback, finding the tales more captivating than any fictional narrative. After listening intently, Yun Si furrowed her brow in contemplation. Her keen intellect connected the dots to the inexplicable dancing of Xian Wui on the ship, and she had already formed a judgment in her heart. Su Qingfeng suddenly proposed, "Celestial Maiden, allow me to apprehend this individual. I find him exceedingly intriguing." Zhong Hanqing immediately chimed in, "Celestial Maiden, I too wish to assist in capturing this person." Yun Si's eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement as she cautioned, "This individual's peculiar abilities warrant vigilance. Both of you must exercise caution. I shall await your good news at the elegant villa." A gentle and ethereal voice wafted into the ears of the two individuals, causing their bones to feel weak. They exchanged glances and promptly took their leave, eager to see who would be the first to capture erhu. Yun Si softly urged, "Elder gentleman, you may return. This matter has been taken under the wing of the Red Mansion sword sect, and we shall provide an explanation to Qingzhou." Yun Si observed the retreating figures of the two and lowered her gaze as she entered the carriage. erhu's prowess was such that even the formidable Xian Wui, at the 8th level of the Xian realm, could not withstand it. Thus, it was likely that the Red Mansion sword sect would fare no better. What dignity would remain for the sect? It would be wiser to allow the two to probe the depths of the situation. The convoy continued its journey. On the 2nd floor of a delightful tavern by the street, Xia Minglu watched the procession, pondering where they could possibly be if they were not within the convoy. Could they still be on the ship? Following closely behind the convoy, Wang An rode slowly, when a guard from the Wang family came rushing over, reporting in hushed tones. Upon hearing the guard's words, Wang An's complexion shifted between hues of blue and red. "Quickly, pursue young Master Zhong Hanqing and inform him that erhu is coming to the Wang family." In a small courtyard in the southern part of the city, Zhua Hanjing led the scholar toward this direction. Zhua Hanjing had initially intended to report the situation, with the holy envoy absent. He brought Yuan Hua from the back courtyard of the Rui building to pay homage to the Taoist heir. "Yuan Hua, when we meet Gu Shao, be astute. As the sole disciple of the Taoist of the Celestial Remnant, he shall become the new Taoist. Do you understand?" Yuan Hua quickly replied, "Rest assured, master. I comprehend." Yet a sense of foreboding lingered within him. He had been here before. Was it mere coincidence? As Zhua Hanjing rapped on the courtyard door, Yuan Hua felt a chill creep over him, a sense of dread. The door swung open, revealing Chu Kezi and Duanmu Jing. Zhua Hanjing led Yuan Hua inside and inquired, "Where's Gu Xiao?" "Inside," Duanmu Jing replied, casting a glance at Yuan Hua with a crooked smile. At that moment, the little stutterer emerged from the door and immediately spotted the scholar with a severed arm, exclaiming, "Scholar, what brings you here?" "Little stutterer, Yuan Hua's heart raced. Could this be Gu Xiao, the Taoist's direct disciple? Duanmu Jing admonished, "How dare you? This is Madame Gu. How can you be so impolite?" Yuan Hua stood dumbfounded, his mind a chaotic tangle. He needed to regain his composure. First, the little stutterer was a girl. Hence, she could indeed be Madame Gu. Then, was this place associated with the little blind one? Could it be that Gu Xiao was the little blind one? The little stutterer, perceptive to the atmosphere, quickly reassured. "It's fine. The scholar used to be part of our group of beggars. We all know each other." Zhua Hanjing's eyes brightened. So, his disciple was a companion of Gu Xiao. What a strong bond. "You are a girl? What is your relationship with the little blind one?" Yuan Hua inhaled deeply, feeling disarray within. Indeed, Brother Bei has become quite formidable now. The little stutterer puffed out her small chest with pride. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hua felt an overwhelming urge to flee. His heart was uneasy. Chapter 67. Rescuing lives inside the room. The dark-hued wooden table lay pristine, while the bedding on the bed displayed a vibrant warm hue, showcasing a blooming peony, exquisitely embroidered. Madame Zhen cradled Xiao Mao, her eyes brimming with tears. "Little Bei, if it were possible, could you save Chaobin's two brothers? After all of this is because of me. I shall repay you," said Jin Yangzi, raising her gaze to Gu Nanbei, whose eyes seemed shrouded in a thin veil of gray, rendering her unable to see her own reflection. They were both valiant souls bound by affection and loyalty, and she vowed to do her utmost. With her head bowed, she noticed the child in her arms was already drifting into slumber, and she whispered, "Thank you." Gu Nanbei shook his head and stepped out of the room, allowing this mother and child a moment of tranquility. "Young Master Gu." The three elders greeted him in unison. Zhua Hanjing caught sight of his disciple still standing there like a foolish bird, unresponsive, and kicked him in the rear, exclaiming in irritation, "Yuan Hua, why do you not pay your respects to young Master Gu?" Feeling weak in the knees at the sight of the blind man, Yuan Hua recalled how this formidable person had slain a wolf dog on the first day and taken down Lord Zhong the next, in just a few days. The Qingxi gang would be no more, truly a demon. After being kicked, Yuan Hua stumbled back to his senses, hurriedly bowing with cupped fists. "I pay my respects to young Master Gu." Gu Nanbei, with his keen perception, sensed the scholar's rapid heartbeat and noted that he was missing a hand. With a bemused smile, he inquired, "Your name is Yuan Hua?" Yuan Hua nodded, "Yes, young Master Gu." The scholar felt an even greater dread, as although the blind man could not see, there was an unsettling sensation of being scrutinized to the depths of his soul. "Zuolao, is Yuan Hua your disciple?" "Indeed. I took him under my wing upon recognizing his resilient spirit. Little did I know he would become good friends with young Master Gu. Then I kindly request you to guide him with great care." "Certainly, young master, you need not worry," Zhua Hanjing replied with a smile. However, Yuan Hua felt an increasing sense of unease, convinced that the blind man's words held deeper implications, as if hinting that his master would subject him to a stern lesson. After the formalities were complete, Yuan Hua wished to slip away, acutely aware of an unseen gaze upon him. Yet when he searched the surroundings, he found nothing. This only heightened his fear. Everyone knew of Gui Erhu. Could it be that a malevolent spirit lurked in the courtyard, keeping watch over him? Zhua Hanjing intended to wait for the envoy to report the matter in full, to prevent any misunderstandings. With the elder and the youth departing, Gu Nanbei withdrew his keen perception, having observed that the scholar had been acting strangely since his arrival. However, after prolonged observation, he only discerned the scholar's fear of him. With no other peculiarities noted, Jin Yangzi emerged from the room, having lulled Xiao Mao to sleep, her expression weary. Upon seeing Gu Nanbei, warmth filled her heart, and she remembered that she had yet to eat, hastening into the kitchen. Both elders were astute, capable of discerning the thoughts of others through mere actions and expressions. They exchanged knowing glances and broke into crooked smiles. Shang Minghua also entered the kitchen to lend a hand. Only 3 disabled individuals remained in the courtyard. Gu Nanbei had learned from Zhen Yangzi that the first to enter the courtyard were Chao Bin's brothers, Luan and Zhao Zilai. These men were honorable and loyal, and even without Jin Yangzi's urging, he was inclined to rescue them. However, with Xia Minglu likely still in Qingzhou. Creating a disturbance that might attract Xia Minglu would pose a dilemma. It was reasonable to surmise that the two were confined at the water camp outside the city. Gu Nanbei resolved to investigate the water camp that night. If he could rescue the two, it would be splendid, but if they were not there, he would have to apologize. For ordinary people, a military camp was akin to a den of dragons and tigers, yet he felt no fear. Instead, he welcomed the multitude, as it would augment his resonance points. Gu Nanbei remarked, "After dinner, I kindly asked the two esteemed elders to wait here, as I have business to attend to." As dusk approached, one of the elders inquired, "Is young Master Gu seeking vengeance? Should I accompany you?" Duan Mujing replied, "No need. I must go personally. You shall remain here and safeguard the courtyard." "Can the two elders employ the art of disguise?" Gu Nanbei queried. "That is indeed a specialized skill we do not possess, though we are capable of basic alterations in appearance." A spark ignited within Gu Nanbei. Henceforth, he resolved to adopt a more versatile approach, cultivating various identities to evade detection. The encounter with Xia Minglu had been perilous. Had the adversary not intended to escort him to Yangzhou and attacked upon their initial meeting, the consequences could have been dire. "You have acquired a skill through conversation, disguise, and concealment." Gu Nanbei marveled at his extraordinary insight. He activated the luminescent interface and allocated a point to disguise and concealment. Skill, disguise and concealment, Novice 04. A wealth of information flooded his mind, and he swiftly grasped the knowledge. Soon, dinner was served, steamed buns accompanied by meat soup. After the meal, Gu Nanbei reassured the two women and began his transformation. The onlookers were left in awe as they witnessed his deft maneuvers. Ultimately, he wrapped a tattered cloth around his sword, presenting himself as an unremarkable, yellow-faced wanderer of the Jianghu. The two elders stood agape. Should anyone claim this was the same individual they had just taught, they would vehemently deny it. He was unmistakably a seasoned rogue of the realm. As the yellow-faced wanderer departed, the elders felt an increased respect for him. The future of this young man was indeed unpredictable. Gu Nanbei strolled through the streets, the waning sunlight stretching his shadow long, his face aglow as if kissed by golden rays. Having learned the Taoist transformation, he had yet to find an opportunity to enhance his skills. He refrained from upgrading his techniques in front of the elders, fearing they might uncover his secrets and report to his master, bringing forth unnecessary trouble. After walking for a while without sensing any anomalies, he opened the luminescent interface. Resonance points, 25. He directed points toward his internal energy skills and allocated 9 points to Taoist transformation. Internal skill, Taoist transformation, first level 020. Instantly, his Dantian underwent a remarkable change, as the internal energy vortex of the Jade Emperor scripture branched into two oppositional spirals. These two spirals, rooted in the scripture, continuously absorbed and transformed into distinct forms of internal power. Simultaneously, years of training memories flooded his mind, providing insights on how to wield this divine skill. Although his martial arts realm remained unchanged, his combat prowess had surely increased, for this was a golden, unparalleled technique. With 17 resonance points remaining, he allocated 4 points to his performance on the Suona, elevating his proficiency to mastery, ensuring his playing would be more fluent and skilled. Before long, Gu Nanbei arrived at the eastern city gate. Having never visited the water village, he sought an old ferryman for directions, ideally one who could ferry him there. A myriad of large vessels was docked along the riverbank as Gu Nanbei walked upstream. At this moment, an elderly man in a raincoat, rowing a small fishing boat, approached the shore, lamenting as he presented 2 palm-sized crucian carp, shaking his head in sorrow. "Old man, how does one reach the water stockade in Qingzhou?" Gu Nanbei lowered his voice, producing a deep and husky tone, a newly acquired skill. The elderly man, noticing the sword on Gu's back, dared not linger his gaze and replied, "Travel upstream along the river for 10 miles. You'll find a fork, and within it lies a water bay." Gu Nanbei nodded in gratitude but suddenly remarked, "Old man, today's yield is rather disappointing." The elder sighed. In the dead of winter, securing anything at all is commendable. Luckily, this spring river sustains life, as it does not freeze. Would you care to earn some silver? Gu Nanbei produced a piece of broken silver, weighing at least 4 taels. "I would, but you must realize that earning such money is no easy task. If you escort me to the water stockade, this silver shall be yours." "Does that not sound like a fair exchange? What business do you have with the water army?" The old man asked with a hint of suspicion. I have a brother there. I must urgently deliver news of his father's passing. The old man understood and replied, Very well, then. Hand over the silver first. Gu Nanbei tossed the coin to the elder, who caught it and weighed it with delight, then untied the boat. The cold wind swept across the river, reflecting a chilling light. The old fisherman's vessel glided along, while the sword-bearing travelers stood at the bow, vanishing into the dim twilight. Chapter 68. The water stockade. As the boat reached the confluence of the spring river, dusk had settled. The night sky was adorned with twinkling lights not far off. Likely the water stockade. The old man cautioned, My boat can only advance half a mile further. Beyond that, the water army's officers may spot us and seize us. Gu Nanbei nodded, showing no sign of distress towards the elder's predicament. Once the boat found a suitable place to dock, he leaped ashore, agile as a leopard, and swiftly disappeared into the darkness. The night was thick as ink, yet Gu Nanbei thrived within it, quickly advancing towards the river bay, where several boats lay moored, both large and small, the names of which he could not recall. Observing keenly for a moment, he noted that the vessels were empty and made his way directly towards the camp gates. Torches atop the gate flickered wildly in the wind, while the watchtower stood deserted, save for two shivering sentinels clad in tattered garments. However, inside the camp, a cacophony reigned, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. One particularly scrawny soldier cursed vehemently. That scoundrel Huangshi, I've been assigned to guard duty 5 times this month. Tomorrow, I shall confront the camp officer. As he spoke, the thin soldier stomped his foot angrily, glancing towards a barracks where a raucous gambling game was underway. The discipline of the water army had decayed to such an extent that it was no wonder the pirates ran rampant. Sending this motley crew to battle them would surely invite disaster. A seasoned soldier leaned against a post, pulling his limbs in for warmth. You're too naive. Who can you blame? Storming the officer's quarters would serve no purpose. It would be better to seek out Huangshi. Before he could finish his thought, he suddenly fell silent, eyes rolling back as he collapsed to the ground. The scrawny soldier was taken aback. What just happened? Could he have frozen to death? The icy edge of a blade crept from behind, pressing against his neck. Startled, he felt a chill run down his spine, rendering him motionless. Do not scream, or you shall perish. A somber voice penetrated the air, causing Ma Gan to break into a cold sweat as he nodded anxiously. Very well. Have 2 individuals been brought over from outside today? Where are they confined? My good sir, I was not on duty during the day. Ma Gan stammered. If they were brought in, they are typically kept in the water prison on the right. Lead me to them, he commanded. Ma Gan stole a glance at the veteran on the ground, too intimidated to refuse, and tremblingly made his way towards the water prison. In the camp, there was hardly anyone on patrol, and even the guards were few and far between. The two walked confidently through the encampment, yet no one paid them any heed. My good sir, the water prison lies ahead, Ma Gan whispered as he urged forward. With no other option, he continued on. At the prison door stood a group of 5 guards huddled together, seemingly engrossed in some game. One of them looked up upon their arrival and inquired, What brings you here? I'm here to check on the 2 individuals just delivered today, Ma Gan replied. Weren't we supposed to wait until tomorrow to retrieve them? Who are you? As the guard's gaze shifted towards Gu Nanbei, Ma Gan's heart leaped into his throat. Gu Nanbei replied in a deep voice, I am. But before he could finish, the guard tossed a set of keys to Ma Gan and said, You're with the Sea Wave Brotherhood, right? Go fetch them yourself, but remember to lock the door. Ma Gan stood momentarily stunned, then took the keys and followed Gu Nanbei inside. The ease of their entry was a testament not only to the lax military discipline, but also to Ma Gan's familiar face, as he had been guarding this place for years, well known by the others. Once inside, they descended a set of stairs, the damp air hitting them with a wave of unpleasant odor. Gu Nanbei's keen perception noted that the water in the prison barely reached their ankles, preventing the inmates from lying down to sleep and ensuring they would not freeze to death, only torture. Before long, they spotted Lu En and Zhao Zilai, both sporting superficial wounds, with Zhao Zilai's arm particularly injured, rendering him nearly immobile. Guard the entrance, Gu Nanbei instructed. Ma Gan complied, while Gu Nanbei made his way to the cell on the west side. Flickering flames illuminated his face, obscured in shadows, making it difficult for Lu En to discern his features. How were you discovered? And has it implicated Lady Zhen? Lu En asked, scrutinizing the figure outside the cell. Perhaps we were recognized by remnants of the Green Serpent Gang. We had procured some items in Qingzhou City, Lu En responded. There was another person who arranged for the cripple's affairs outside the city, which allowed us to escape. What was the purpose of the water soldiers capturing you both? Gunanbei pressed. From what I overheard, the soldiers lamented the loss of the Green Serpent Gang, as it left them without business. They need to find new avenues. I suspect they are deeply entangled with the remnants of the gang. Gunanbei nodded, deciding not to press further, and with a swift stroke of his sword, he cleaved the prison door open. Now a master of the Xianguan realm, he wielded his inner energy with precision, effortlessly severing the thick wooden beams. Luan and Zhao Zilai hurriedly emerged from the cell, expressing their gratitude. I owe you my life once again. How can I ever repay you? Let us discuss that later, Gunanbei replied, leading the way, while Ma Gan remained obediently at the entrance, too meek to act out of line. His honesty was commendable, yet his timidity was undeniable. Gunanbei briefly outlined the situation, while Ma Gan symbolically bound the two men with 2 hemp ropes before swaggering out. The guards at the entrance simultaneously lifted their heads, fixating their gaze on the group. Where are you taking them? One man, engaged in a grasshopper fighting match, casually inquired. Luan and his companion tensed, their hands discreetly clenching into fists. Ma Gan was left speechless, unsure of how to respond. Gunanbei, composed and unflustered, replied nonchalantly. We are taking them to drink and entertain a few leaders. The guard holding the keys glanced over again, confirming that these were indeed the new prisoners who had arrived during the day. He snatched the keys from Ma Gan's hand, chiding him with a laugh. Damn it. Calling you a little rat was no mistake. Just look at your pitiful state. Noticing that the others had gathered again to resume their grasshopper match, Gunanbei exchanged glances with his companions and led the way out. Once they reached the shadows, they paused. Brothers, do you plan to escape? Ma Gan asked cautiously. You two should leave first, steal a small boat, and drift downstream to Qingzhou City, Gunanbei suggested. Aren't you coming? Luan asked in surprise. No rush. I will stay here for a while, Gunanbei replied casually. The thought of this man's terrifying capabilities sent shivers down their spines, prompting them to quickly agree. We are forever grateful, young brother. Until we meet again, they said, clasping their fists solemnly. Until we meet again. Luan and his companion exited the camp with ease, glancing back only to find Gunanbei's figure had vanished. Are we just leaving like this? What else can we do? Although he is young, he is undoubtedly formidable. We are members of the Qingzhou Guard, albeit horse attendants. We cannot allow the naval forces to bully us so easily. Tomorrow, I will go to Lord Wu to lodge a complaint. I will accompany you. But first, we must find Sun Laosher and bury the cripple. Gunanbei did not press the honest man further. After a few inquiries, he let him go. According to the man, the naval camp was under the command of Wang and trusted aide, Chen Song. In the center of the water camp, 3 men were seated around a table, exchanging cups. Brother, let me toast you once more. Big brother, it is my turn to toast you. You speak of our second brother as such a good man. How could he just vanish? Without him, how shall we live on? This sentiment was conveyed with genuine emotion, their voices tinged with sorrow. Lord Wang took me to see the second brother's body. It was a gruesome sight. He was stabbed 7 or 8 times, and his head was gone. What will become of the sisters now that he is gone? Tomorrow, I will visit Big Brother's estate to check on them. Perhaps I shall take care of them. Brother, you are so righteous. Let us drink to that. But do we have any leads on who killed our second brother? A few of the Qingshi gang managed to escape. They claim it was erhu. Erhu. To be honest, I encountered something strange on the boat too. Though it wasn't erhu, it was the Swana. Chen Shi-san, who had been quietly eating, sighed. Brothers, once we finish this meal, I must take my leave. At my age, leaving my homeland is truly hard to bear. Are you really leaving? Indeed, I must. The authorities have thoroughly investigated my background, and if it weren't for a noble person saving me, I would likely have perished in prison. As the farewell for Brother Chen commenced, the 3 companions raised their glasses and drained them in unison. Suddenly, a swana was placed upon the table, and a deep voice inquired, Gentlemen, would you care to listen to a tune? The faces of the trio changed dramatically. In Chapter 69, The Enchantment Within the Melody, Chen Shilong found himself momentarily stunned. Where had the swana come from? Having indulged in considerable drink, his mind was somewhat foggy. As he lifted his gaze, he noticed a pallid-faced youth observing him intently. Chen Shilong, feeling his inebriation dissipate, glanced around and realized that the 2 soldiers who had been standing guard had vanished, leaving only the 3 drinkers in the room. Who are you? He demanded. The flickering flames cast shifting shadows, rendering Gu Nanbei's face somewhat indistinct. Chen Shisan's pupils constricted in horror as he exclaimed, "It's you! How is this possible?" With a flash akin to a striking lightning bolt. It seemed as if nothing had transpired. Suddenly, a thud echoed as Chen Shisan collapsed onto the table, crimson blood slowly seeping from beneath his head. This notorious ruffian from the Qingzhou region had met a silent demise at the table. A gust of cold wind swept through the open door, causing Chen Shilong and Chen Song to startle, rising abruptly and instinctively reaching for their daggers. Such swiftness of the blade, such coldness of the heart. The sword remained sheathed upon his back, seemingly untouched. Gu Nanbei, unfazed, inquired, "How many men are stationed in this encampment?" Chen Song hesitated in his movement towards the hilt, unnerved by the calm confidence of his interlocutor. He exhaled quietly and replied, "Approximately 480, my lord." "Have you come here in the dead of night to commit murder? Do you not intend to avenge your fallen comrade?" "Friends of the bottle and meat. We are not intimately acquainted." Despite being a master of the mystical arts, Chen Qilong sensed a lethal threat. The yellow-faced man was indeed a formidable opponent. Exuding an unsettling aura, Chen Qilong summoned his inner strength, poised for action, for he was not one to be easily dispatched. Gu Nanbei lifted the suona from the table, bringing the mouthpiece to his lips, and a melodious, enchanting tune resonated immediately. The tension in Chen Qilong's poised hands dissipated, and Chen Song loosened his grip on his dagger. Their expressions softened, swaying to the rhythm of the melody. Even amidst the chaotic revelry within the water stronghold, the resonant sound of the suona pierced the night sky, startling those nearby. Who dares to play the suona so brazenly in the dead of night within a military camp? Although these ruffians often led a reckless life, they were aware of certain taboos that should not be transgressed. One by one, individuals emerged from the barracks to witness the spectacle. Gu Nanbei happened to pull forth two individuals who were playfully twisting and swaying in response to the music. The boat, cloaked in black, glided smoothly with the current and the wind. The youthful visage of 18 glowed as vibrantly as a lotus under the sun. Those who stepped out to investigate were taken aback. Their vice-captain, Chen Song, still clad in his military attire, exhibited an alluring demeanor, his triangular eyes sparkling with mischief. And a playful smile graced his lips as he cast flirtatious glances their way. "Goodness, Lord Chun has transformed into a rabbit." Chen Qilong was further alarmed, his scarred face contorting with emotion, resembling a writhing centipede. Gu Nanbei had little interest in entertaining the onlookers. He seized two fervent dancers and dashed towards the crowd, swiftly restraining them before they could flee. In no time, the dance troupe expanded, with dozens of individuals synchronously performing the square dance, their movements remarkably coordinated and rhythmic, creating a truly spectacular sight. Inside the military canteen, brightly lit, the patrons were not indulging in late-night snacks. Instead, they were engaged in dog fighting. These were not professional combat dogs, but rather feral mutts captured from the streets, kept confined for several days, and now hungry enough to bite anyone. A man in a ninth-grade martial attire emerged from the throng, leading a scruffy gray dog. Opposing him was a sleek, glossy black dog, which bared its teeth and revealed its sharp canines and crimson gums upon sighting the gray dog. Behind the black dog stood a scarred-faced man. The gray dog remained unfazed by the black dog's display, lazily drooping its eyelids. Laughter erupted around them. "Zhang, are you here to amuse us? That dog looks cowardly. Won't it just pee itself in a moment?" Internally, Zhang was resolute. He was not here for jest. He was here to stir trouble. Just days prior, Sun the Scar had bested him for 200 taels of silver, and today he had brought the lone wolf, a harbinger of vengeance. What of it? I am not lacking in wealth, he thought. Suddenly, the sound of a suona horn pierced the air, leaving everyone puzzled as to who was courting danger. As the horn grew louder, accompanied by a flurry of footsteps, astonishment rippled through the crowd. The black dog let out a low growl, breaking free from its leash and bolting outside. The atmosphere turned eerie. Some began to entertain sinister thoughts, murmuring, "What is happening outside? Could it be ghosts?" Such words heightened the tension among the spectators. At that moment, a howl erupted, and the black dog darted back in with even greater speed, flailing about like a headless fly, desperately seeking a refuge. Fear gripped the onlookers. Something dreadful must be occurring outside. I've heard tales of the judge marrying off his daughter. Could this suona sound be related to such ominous affairs? For heaven's sake, don't speak such nonsense. Someone retorted, their voice trembling. Zhang felt a twinge of fear himself. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a piece of meat bone, offering it to the gray dog, which eagerly seized it. Zhang kicked the dog's leg, urging it, "Go take a look." The gray dog clamped onto the bone and ventured outside, soon fading into silence. The sound of the swana and footsteps grew increasingly near until someone could no longer bear it. "I need to relieve myself," heading to the latrine. "Me too. Wait for me." A throng hastily retreated to the backyard, only to witness the black dog vying for a spot, inciting fury as they hastily dragged it away. The black dog lost tufts of its fur in the scuffle, losing its former sheen, and whimpered as it anxiously circled outside the latrine, making it seem as if it were starving and desperate for food. Yet, some remained skeptical, pushing aside the curtain and stepping outside. They were instantly mesmerized by the sight. A throng of people was charging towards them, their limbs rhythmically bouncing and swaying in unison. At the forefront was the gray dog, seemingly in a frenzy, shaking its head and quivering its legs. In pursuit of speed, Gunanbei altered the key of the piece, resulting in an accelerated dance. Consequently, those emerging from the cafeteria were met with the spectacle of a dance performed at twice the usual pace. Someone exclaimed in panic, "Oh my," and attempted to retreat, only to collide with another individual who had just exited, creating an unfortunate encounter. The celestial troop had already descended, leaving no avenue for escape. Gunanbei led the troop to wreak havoc repeatedly in the water encampment. Regrettably, the resonance range was limited to only 4 zhang, those beyond its reach. Upon sensing something amiss, fled in haste, unlike in the past when things were simpler. Now, the legend of the ghostly erhu was well known in the vicinity of Jianghu city, prompting people to flee upon encountering such phenomena. As Gunanbei paused his swana, the light screen indicated only 2 resonance points this time, totaling 68. The breathless and disheveled crowd looked at him with terror and confusion, frozen in place and hesitant to utter a word. The hairless gray dog, on its hind legs, swayed with a sense of grievance reflected in its eyes. This dog was so engrossed that it stood upright like a human and performed the square dance. Beside it, the black dog rested its head on its forelegs, gazing pitifully at the yellow-faced figure ahead, wagging its tail in frantic submission. Eventually, the gray dog could no longer maintain its stance, collapsing onto its rear, raising its head in a mournful howl. Gunanbei cast a cold glance, silencing the gray dog instantly, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. "Madness. Not even the dogs are spared," he declared. "Remember this. I am the demon within the melody." Hysterical laughter erupted from Gunanbei as he embraced this persona. However, before he could revel in his mirth, 2 arrows suddenly shot forth from the crowd towards him. Incensed, Gunanbei flicked his finger, deflecting the first arrow, which fortuitously struck the second, causing both to clatter to the ground. Though it may sound simple, such swift actions, keen eyesight, and adept force application are indispensable, achievable only through his mastery of arcane arts. As the arrows fell, Gunanbei transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly pursuing the 2 fleeing individuals. Almost forgetting them, he thought. Since brotherhood runs deep, the 3 should face their demise together. In the darkness, the flash of his sword resembled a bolt of lightning, aimed at their backs. Chen Qilong, a master of the Xianguan realm, propelled himself with inner strength, narrowly evading the swift blade aimed from behind. However, Chen Song fell victim to the strike, collapsing to the ground. With a powerful stamp of his feet, Chen Qilong swiftly pivoted, channeling his inner energy to unleash a formidable palm strike. The force of this maneuver was so tremendous that it summoned a roaring wind, creating a thunderous sound. Upon witnessing the ferocious palm strike approaching, Gunanbei deftly twirled his sword in front of him, tracing out 2 perfect circles to dissipate the incoming force. Chen Qilong exclaimed in astonishment. "You are from Yuhuang Mountain Manor. How is this possible? Yuhuang Mountain has always prided itself on the righteous path." Gunanbei retorted coldly, "You are wicked. Is it not righteous to slay you?" With a single stride, he advanced to stand before his adversary. The sword light flickered around Chen Qilong, each strike aimed precisely at his vital points, leaving him in a state of utter disarray, unable to execute his refined palm techniques. At that moment, Gunanbei channeled his internal energy through the 3 yin meridians in his hand, dispersing it into dozens of intricate sword qi, unleashing an exceptional sword technique. Chen Qilong's pupils contracted in disbelief. He had not anticipated such extraordinary swordsmanship from this individual, nor the bizarre nature of the emitted sword chi. He let out a fierce shout and met the attack with his palm. Boom! The sword chi underwent a mysterious transformation, with a portion taking on a spiraling energy. How could Qin Shilong's palm power withstand such an assault? He was struck directly by the sword chi, which swiftly sliced through him, causing blood mist to erupt. Gu Nanbei sheathed his sword and turned away. The previously stunned soldiers had scattered like birds, realizing that if this man could kill Deputy Chun, dispatching them would be but a trivial task. In the recent battle, the cultivation of Daoxing Majuan not only allowed him to neutralize force, but also enhanced his mastery over strength and internal energy, a truly wondrous skill. Regaining his focus, Gu Nanbei strode away, quickly disappearing into the shadows. Gradually, a few individuals emerged from the water stronghold, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. Even the most fantastical tales of spirits could not rival the absurdity of their predicament. Rather than being slaughtered for blood, they had been dancing. Can you believe it? Upon reaching the dock, he found a small boat and rowed into the Jianghu River, lying back and allowing the gentle current to carry him along. The water flowed slowly, and he let the boat drift. Opening the luminous interface, he aimed to spend his resonance points promptly to enhance his strength. Focusing on the internal skill section, he began to frantically tap on the Yuhuang Jing, watching as 32 points vanished in the blink of an eye. Congratulations! Internal skill, Yuhuang Jing, upgraded. Internal skill, Yuhuang Jing, 3rd level 064. As the memories of over a decade of cultivation were assimilated, his Dantian's internal energy surged significantly, rivaling even the strength of 3 venerable elders. Simultaneously, his martial arts realm ascended to the 3rd level of Shuangguan, extending his resonance range to 4 zhang and 6 qi. With an additional 36 resonance points, he continued to invest in Daoxing Majuan. Another 20 points swiftly spent. Internal skill, Daoxing Majuan, 4th level, 2nd level 040. Upon completing the allocation, information flooded his mind. Remarkably, his Dantian's internal energy exhibited a clear enhancement. Reviewing his memories of a decade's worth of training, it became evident why his internal energy had increased so substantially. Gu Nanbei closed his eyes, keenly experiencing his new realm, particularly the application of Daoxing Majuan. Gradually, countless minuscule vortices of energy manifested around him, forming and dissipating in a continuous cycle. A strange pulling force emerged in his vicinity. The water beneath the small boat began to bubble as if boiling, with countless droplets leaping into the air, drawn into the internal energy whirlpool, only to be shaken into finer mist. In an instant, a cloud of vapor enveloped the boat, resembling a white cloud resting upon the Jianghu River. Fortunately, it was night. Otherwise, this spectacle might have sparked tales of the supernatural. Suddenly, the luminous interface began to display notifications. You harness your mental energy to spin your inner force into a vortex, which ebbs and flows in an intricate manner. You attempt to layer countless vortices. When they collapse inward, they generate a tremendous suction, and when they burst outward, they manifest as a spiraling force. Through your analysis, you discover that the inward collapse embodies a feminine essence, while the outward thrust embodies a masculine essence. However, the profound reasons behind this phenomenon elude your understanding for now. It appears that you have inadvertently developed a new martial art, albeit still in its infancy. A thrill of excitement surged through Gu Nanbei. Even while idly pondering aboard the vessel, extraordinary insights emerged. He had not anticipated that inspiration often strikes unexpectedly. Immersing himself in concentration, he continued to manipulate his inner force outwardly, yet regretfully, the luminous screen offered no further guidance, indicating that his mastery was insufficient, and his comprehension of internal cultivation remained superficial. Before long, Gu Nanbei sensed a multitude of ships moored nearby. Upon closer inspection, he realized they had arrived at the East City dock. Several flickering lanterns hung from wooden poles, swaying in the cold wind and emitting creaking sounds, enveloped by an aura of tranquility. With a sigh of disappointment, Gu Nanbei ceased his practice, leaped gracefully from the boat, and as he walked, he contemplated the absence of a superior lightness skill. This predicament was, in part, his own doing, having advanced at an unprecedented pace, catching up to others who had labored for decades. In a quiet courtyard in the southern part of the city, the stillness of the night reigned, devoid of any other sounds. Within the 2 rooms, 2 women tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. Shang Minghua, with her bright, round eyes fixed upon the ceiling. Mused to herself, Brother Bei is indeed right. However, I do not wish to pursue scholarly studies. I yearn to learn martial arts and wander the world alongside him, becoming a pair of celestial lovers. As these thoughts danced in her mind, she could not help but stifle a giggle, yet she pondered. But who can I learn martial arts from? Madame Jeanne lay beside the young girl, lost in a daze, her mind flitting between memories of the pale-faced Granny Gui and the scene of Gu Nanbei holding her close, causing her cheeks to flush and her heart to race. Suddenly, a small scholar floated into the courtyard, landing as silently as a cat. The two elderly guardians of the courtyard simultaneously lunged forward, ready to confront the intruder, but halted when they glimpsed his insignia. A messenger? One questioned, while the other inquired, "What are you doing here?" "Where's Gu Nanbei?" Zhang Ranran asked in surprise. The two elders exchanged awkward glances. "Well, it's a long story," Zhang Ranran replied coolly, "then take your time." Chu Butong glanced at his still-pained right hand, and without hesitation, recounted the events in full. Zhang Ranran was astounded. "Are you saying that your leader personally confronted those women?" "Indeed. Their elder of Hidden Snow was injured. The blind boy has been accepted as a disciple by Xianwei." "Yes. The three of us must now follow him and heed his commands." Zhang Ranran's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "And where is he now?" "Out gathering people." As soon as the Red Tower Sword Pavilion arrived in Qingzhou, a group of elders petitioned to eliminate him. Currently, both the East Sea Sword sects Su Chengfeng and the Longevity Society's Zhong Hansheng are searching for him. The two elders were left speechless, realizing that this young blind boy had stirred quite the trouble. The individuals they had mentioned were renowned prodigies. "Since he is not here, I shall take my leave. Please convey a message to him. He must come find me tomorrow, as I shall not wait." Zhang Ranran leaped out of the courtyard, her figure vanishing in a flurry of swift movements. On a distant rooftop, a shadow crouched, stroking his bald head, perplexed and murmuring, "What is happening? The person has not returned, yet many from the demonic sect have arrived. Who exactly is this young one? How strange." In the dark of night, Su Chengfeng, clad in a blue robe and bearing a long sword, walked alone, his keen eyes vigilantly scanning the streets and alleys. While he could have sought Zhang Huayuan's assistance in locating Gue Eru, he chose not to. This connection belonged to his sect, not to him. As a man of great pride, he preferred to invest time in uncovering Gue Eru's whereabouts on his own. Meanwhile, in the Wang residence, Zhong Hansheng wandered aimlessly within the estate, closely followed by Wang Fei, who wore a fawning expression. Zhong had merely purchased his identity as a registered disciple of the Eternal Life Ancestor, while Zhong Shixiang was genuinely a direct disciple of the esteemed ancestor. "Wang Fei, have you truly encountered Gue Eru? Will he come today?" Wang Fei asserted confidently. "He has come twice already. It's utterly deranged. After his visit yesterday, he ominously warned my father to prepare for the worst." Zhong Hansheng, puzzled, asked, "Why is he targeting your Wang family?" Wang Fei was left speechless. The first incident had been instigated by him, and they were uncertain about the current situation, but his father insisted that whoever it was, it must be Gue Eru. Chapter 71. Visitors from Yuhuang Mountain. The following day, in the elegant guest house, Yun Si met with esteemed martial artists from Qingzhou in the reception hall. "The Sword Pavilion Fairy graces Qingzhou with her presence. We are most honored. However, may I inquire how long the fairy intends to stay in Qingzhou? And how will the Sword Pavilion's recruitment proceed?" The speaker was Tong Jindao, a renowned blade master in Qingzhou, said to have once been a disciple of the Blade Emperor, famed for his swift blade skills in the region. Elder Tsangxue, seated beside Yun Si, interjected, "We plan to stay here for 5 days. If any families have daughters with promising potential, they may send them forth, and I shall personally assess them." Understanding dawned upon the assembly, and discussions erupted regarding which families had daughters suitable for consideration. Just then, a disciple from the Sword Pavilion announced crisply, "Visitors from Yuhuang Mountain request an audience." Yun Si's expression remained inscrutable as she nodded slightly at the disciple at the door. A profound silence enveloped the hall. Yuhuang Mountain lay merely 20 miles from Qingzhou, yet it was a prestigious sect in the martial world. Rumors had circulated about an incident involving the Yuhuang Sword Sovereign recently, though the truth remained uncertain. After a moment, a young man and woman entered the hall. Both were youthful. The man possessed striking features with red lips and white teeth, while the woman was fresh and lovely, resembling jade. "Li Zhao and Li Yu of Yuhuang Mountain, we greet the Sword Pavilion Fairy and esteemed seniors." Their manner was poised and respectful. exuding the grace of noble lineage, and it was evident they were siblings, bearing a resemblance to one another. Welcome, esteemed students of Yuhuang Mountain. No need for excessive formalities. Please take your seats. The young man, Li Zhao, spoke. Fairy Yun has come to Qingzhou. Yuhuang Mountain intended to send a welcoming party, but the master has yet to return, and the estate has encountered unforeseen troubles. We sincerely apologize. Yun Xi's voice, ethereal and melodious, chimed in. Li Elder, you have always been humble and indifferent to fame and fortune. How could you possibly have gone missing? Li Zhao clasped his fists in response. The fairy's inquiry is one I am unable to answer. With the martial prowess of the manor's master, to pose a challenge to him would undoubtedly require the pinnacle of martial arts within the realm. Fear not, young swordsman, for the sword pavilion shall assist in uncovering the whereabouts of the sword lord. Thank you, fair maiden. The two clasped their fists in gratitude. Their quest to seek the master was prompted by the arrival of a formidable adversary to the manor, one whom none could withstand, and they had been surreptitiously dispatched down the mountain to find him. Just as they were preparing to depart, two figures entered the hall, one clad in white, the other in green. It was none other than Zhong Hanqing and Su Qingfeng. Su Qingfeng's gaze was unwavering, his mind solely occupied with Yun Xi, while Zhong Hanqing cast a quick glance and immediately spotted Li Yu, his eyes brightening. Though not of transcendent beauty, she was certainly a radiant lotus emerging from the water. Li Zhao sensed someone scrutinizing his sister and, clasping his fists, inquired, "How may I address you, esteemed sir?" "I am Zhong Hanqing, a direct disciple of the esteemed Changxing Laozu," he replied. Li Zhao's expression shifted momentarily before returning to its former composure. It was indeed Brother Zhong, whose name he had long revered. Zhong Hanqing smiled with a hint of intrigue. "A pleasure to meet you." Su Qingfeng, with a cold gaze, turned to the siblings and suddenly asked, "Does the Yuhuang Mountain Manor have a blind youth who has mastered the Yuhuang sword to an extraordinary degree?" Li Zhao furrowed his brow. The tone of this man was frigid, and his question perplexing. He clasped his fists and replied, "My Yuhuang Mountain has no blind disciples. Furthermore, your inquiry is rather dubious. How could a youth possibly master the Yuhuang sword to such a degree? Mastering the sword requires diligent practice, and you, being a swordsman yourself, should understand this." Su Qingfeng concurred, acknowledging the validity of the statement, and, clasping his fists, chose to remain silent. He had only heard that erhu wielded the Yuhuang sword with remarkable skill, which prompted his question. "Brother Su, Brother Zhong, what is the outcome?" Yun Xi timely interjected. Su Qingfeng shook his head. "I roamed the streets of Qingzhou city all night without encountering erhu." Zhong Hanqing smirked slightly and replied, "I too spent the night drinking and admiring the moon, yet he did not appear. However, this morning I received word that the deputy commander of the Qingzhou Navy was slain and the perpetrator was Gue." Su Qingfeng's brow furrowed as he asked, "Did erhu venture to the water village last night?" Zhong Hanqing replied nonchalantly, "I refer to Gue Suona." This individual boldly proclaimed, "When the demonic sound emerges, the world shall submit." The hall fell silent, and the crowd exchanged glances, bewildered by the emergence of yet another Suona player. Only the members of the sword pavilion exchanged glances, pondering whether it could be that youth who played the Suona on the ship. At that moment, Tong Jindao spoke up, with erhu's appearance. "I too have enlisted friends within the martial world to gather some intelligence." Erhu was once a blind beggar, resembling a youth, carrying a two-stringed instrument and wielding a bamboo staff. Zhong Hanqing lamented, "According to the recollections of last night's sailors, Gue Suona is a young man with a yellow complexion, seemingly different from erhu." Gasps of shock resonated through the crowd. If one erhu could wreak such havoc in Qingzhou, what chaos would a second Gue Suona bring? Moreover, would there be a third? Observing the expressions of those present, Zhong Hanqing chuckled, "Fear not, dear friends, for I am confident in my ability to capture erhu. Await my good news." Yun Xi raised her gaze with a smile and asked, "Might Brother Zhong have some news?" Zhong Hanqing, brimming with pride, replied, "Allow me to keep a secret for now. Once I capture this elusive figure, I shall present him to you, fair maiden, for your judgment." A smile appeared on Yun Ximiao's face, for the younger sister awaited good news from Brother Zhong. Su Qingfeng, wearing a stern expression, turned and walked away. "Where is Brother Su headed?" "I shall seek out erhu, digging 3 feet into the earth to uncover him," Zhong Hanqing remarked. "He stands here like a lump of ice, sending chills through the air, A stroll outside would do well. With a soft sigh, Yin Si murmured, "Very well." Li Zhao and Li Yu promptly took their leave. As the two stepped onto the bustling streets, Li Yu remarked solemnly, "Elder brother, the Eternal Life sect has arrived in Jianghu City. We have become more cautious in our endeavors. It is unexpected that the Red Chamber Sword Pavilion would forge an alliance with the Eternal Life sect. We must quickly seek out grandfather. I miss him dearly." Li Zhao sighed, hoping his grandfather was unharmed. Yet in his heart, he harbored a dark suspicion. Most likely something had befallen the old man. Otherwise there would not have been this ominous silence. It was no mere coincidence that the Sword Demon led the twin devils of Huangshan and their cohorts in storming the Jade Emperor Mountain. At that moment, a young man with a dark complexion approached and brushed past the two individuals. Li Yu's gaze swept over the young man's back, and he felt a peculiar familiarity with the sword he bore. However, when he turned again, the figure had vanished. The dark-complexioned youth was indeed Gu Nanbei. After returning the previous night, he had intended to head back to his small courtyard, but his keen senses detected the distinct presence of Xia Minglu lingering nearby. This so-called mark referred to his ability to remember the scents and characteristics of notable individuals, which heightened his awareness and provided timely warnings before they could notice him. Thus, Gu Nanbei had refrained from returning to the small courtyard and instead found a random spot to spend the night. He was not yet a match for the old man, but he had not forgotten this enmity. Last night, he had also upgraded his disguise and now appeared as a robust young man with a dark complexion. Fully engrossed in his heightened awareness, he failed to notice the old man Xia and hastened into the small courtyard. Upon seeing Gu Nanbei, the lady in the courtyard exclaimed, "Xiao Bei, you have returned." Gu Nanbei replied with a smile, "You can recognize me too?" Zhen Yangzi chuckled, "I learned it from you, by sensing the fragrance." Gu Nanbei smiled gently, "And what about the little stutterer? She has gone out to look for you again. Those two old men have accompanied her as well. Is there anything to eat?" "I am hungry," Gu Nanbei remarked, relishing the ease of their interaction, which felt genuine and unpretentious. "Yes, I shall fetch it for you," he added. As Gu Nanbei munched on his food, he pondered the subtle shift in atmosphere that had transpired since the arrival of the Red Mansion Sword Pavilion in Qingzhou. Shortly thereafter, a few individuals returned. Upon seeing the dark-faced figure eating in the courtyard, the little stutterer was the first to recognize him, approaching with delight, his eyes constantly darting towards Gu Nanbei. Chapter 72. The Detriment of Actions. Gu Xiao, we have heard numerous rumors outside. It seems many will conspire against you. Duanmu Jing remarked, her expression grave. Chu Butong retorted indignantly, there is nothing to fear from these individuals. Our sacred gate is not to be trifled with. Rest assured, young Master Gu, we shall spare no effort to ensure your safety. Lady Zhen and the young stutterer were initially unconcerned, as they held great faith in the celestial disciples. However, upon hearing the words of these two old men, it seemed that the situation was quite perilous. Gu Nanbei said, "I kindly ask the two elders to find us a new residence. We shall change our location today." Zhen Yangzi had previously been captured by sailors, and her whereabouts had been revealed. It was likely that they would return. Thus, it was imperative to send everyone away to ensure peace of mind for his endeavors. Duanmu Jing inquired, "What about you, Gu Xiao?" "I wish to engage with them thoroughly." Gu Nanbei displayed a mischievous grin, having once witnessed the Dao Master's dance. Duanmu Jing shuddered and promptly fell silent. "The envoy Zhang Ranran had visited last night, and she requested you to seek her out," Chu Butong added. Zhen Yangzi felt utterly bewildered by the conversation among the group, yet she had already been ensnared in the whirlpool, unable to extricate herself. Gu Nanbei turned to the two women and softly assured, "There is no need to bring anything. We shall return." As he spoke, he produced silver ingots from his bosom, handing one to each of them. The two old men were equally decisive, taking the women and children away. By afternoon, the courtyard had once again become desolate, with Gu Nanbei and the three elders seated beneath a tree engaged in conversation. Zhua Hanjing approached with definite news. The East Sea Sect's prodigies, Su Qingfeng and Zhong Hanqing, were secretly competing to win favor in front of Yin Xianzi, each vying to capture the ghostly erhu first. Gu Nanbei inquired, what are their respective strengths? Su Qingfeng is at the 4th level of the Xian Guan, a remarkable figure in the East Sea Sword sect, having perfected the East Sea 3 immortal swords. Duanmu Jing pondered before adding, as for Zhong Hanqing, his reputation is not as grand, and he has few achievements. However, he should not be underestimated, for his master, The eternal life ancestor is a formidable expert. Gu Nanbei nodded. He felt no trepidation towards these two, for he himself was at the 3rd level of Xianguan. With his Dao cultivation at the 2nd level of demon transformation, not inferior to either of them. What kind of lightness skill does Tian Can Dao possess? My master only imparted the Dao of demon transformation to me. He has not taught me anything else. The 3 elders gazed at him in astonishment. The Dao master was truly extraordinary, as others typically taught their disciples from simple to complex, while he had done the opposite. Gu Shao, how is your progress with the Dao of demon transformation? Zhua Hanjing inquired cautiously. It is satisfactory. I should grasp the basics within a year. The 3 elders were rendered speechless, harboring thoughts that they were unsure whether to voice. It was Duanmu Jing who spoke up. Our Tian Can Dao has 2 forms of lightness skill, the simpler in Sun Ba Bu and the superior Tian Sun Xing. Which would you prefer to learn, Gu Shao? I must admit, I have only achieved minor success with Tian Sun Xing, Gu Nanbei replied nonchalantly. Let it be Tian Sun Xing recite the incantation for me. If you demonstrate the footwork, I will be able to perceive it. Duanmu Jing and the 2 elders exchanged glances, thinking, is this truly feasible? However, since the Dao master had already taught him divine skills, the lightness technique seemed trivial in comparison. Soon, a lengthy incantation was forcibly memorized, and Duanmu Jing demonstrated the practice, while Chu Budong and Zhua Hanjing supplemented the instruction. Gu Nanbei focused intently on his inner vision. By memorizing the incantation and perceiving the practice, you have successfully recorded a martial art, Tian Sun Xing. A new entry appeared on the panel under lightness skills, the font colored blue. Lightness skill, Tian Sun Xing, Novice 14. Gu Nanbei clasped his fists in gratitude, and his impression of the 3 elders shifted somewhat. He feigned closing his eyes to digest what he had just learned, while in reality, he was allocating points to his lightness skill on the luminous screen. Congratulations. His lightness of foot, Tian Sun Xing, had reached a new pinnacle. Years of training flooded back into his mind, and the foundational steps of this skill became second nature to him. The techniques of breath control were deeply ingrained in his memory. Now, he stood as a formidable hero, soaring through the skies, no longer envious of others. He refrained from further augmenting his abilities, for his points were insufficient. Gu Nanbei rose, leaping forward like a small bird gliding effortlessly through the courtyard, embodying a sense of freedom and grace. The 3 elderly men were once again left speechless, finally understanding why the master had chosen him as a disciple. His innate understanding was truly remarkable. Gu Nanbei descended gracefully from the locust tree, his face alight with joy. He had finally become a worthy practitioner. He suddenly inquired, esteemed elders, could you enlighten me on the renowned healers in the world? Though his question was abrupt, it was not shrouded in mystery. Duanmu Jing spoke first. The closest would be Xue Jiuzhen of the Chongqing sect. He is the eldest disciple of the Grand Master of Longevity and possesses authentic teachings. Particularly renowned for his Qi needle technique, he is famous throughout the land. There is also the Divine Physician sect in Yongzhou, rumored to have the ability to revive the dead. Chu Butong interjected promptly. Our holy sect, Li Jing Dao, is also a master in the healing arts. However, they are located in Bazhou, which is quite distant from here. Upon hearing the 2 mention such prominent figures, Zhua Hanjing pondered for a moment before adding, the Nanhai Yaotai, their 5 sound techniques are also marvelous methods for healing. Upon hearing the mention of sound techniques, Gu Nanbei's heart leaped. The sound arts harmonized perfectly with his innate talent. Mastering them would render him invincible in a direct confrontation. What sect is Nanhai Yaotai, and is it easily accessible? That may be challenging, they replied. There are few descendants of the Yaodai, and though many tales circulate in the martial world, few have truly encountered them. It is said they reside on an island in the South Sea. Gu Nanbei fell silent, contemplating the multitude of islands in the South Sea. How would he possibly locate them? After some deliberation, he resolved to seek out divine physician Xue first. And how might I find this Xue Jiuzhen? He resides in Chongqing Valley in Qizhou. It is said he only tends to the disciples of the Chongqing sect, making it difficult for others to solicit his aid. Grateful, Gu Nanbei then asked, esteemed ones, where shall I meet the holy envoy? Duanmu Jing replied, at the Chun residence. It is said members of the Moon Cycle Palace are present there. It is just past the hour of the rat. Shall we go now? Gu Nanbei agreed. Eager to discern the sincerity of Zhang Ranran's intentions, the 3 departed without delay. At the west of the city, outside the Chun residence, The three elderly men and a young man lingered stealthily. The gatekeeper eyed them warily, recognizing their unsavory demeanor. "Has Zhang Ranran come here?" Gu Nanbei whispered. "Indeed," replied the elder. "Do not be anxious. I have already sent her a message." At that moment, a soft sedan chair emerged from the side entrance, accompanied by a young servant. Gu Nanbei immediately caught a whiff of a faint fragrance. The servant bore a familiar scent, while the chair exuded an unfamiliar allure. Without needing further prompting, he followed the sedan chair as it departed. The chair eventually halted at Han Yanfang, where a noblewoman stepped out. She was an aristocratic lady, her eyebrows elegantly arching high, exuding an aura of dignified authority. She cast a fleeting glance at Gu Nanbei before entering the shop. The young servant exchanged a knowing look with Gu Nanbei and slipped into the alley next door. Gu Nanbei was somewhat bemused, thinking to himself that as a dignified emissary of the demon sect, he hardly resembled a spy. Zhang Ranran, with her bright, dark eyes, surveyed Gu Nanbei intently. Remaining silent for a while, Gu Nanbei felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. How could she scrutinize him so thoroughly before even crossing the threshold? Zhang Ranran giggled. "I've discovered that you have quite the knack for stirring up trouble. Was it you who caused the incident at the Qingzhou water camp last night?" Gu Nanbei replied. "It wasn't I who instigated trouble. Trouble found me." Zhang Ranran inquired. "How is it that your inner strength has deepened so significantly?" Gu Nanbei, astonished, asked. "How did you perceive that? We Haven-T even exchange blows. This is the secret art of our sect for sensing qi. If you were to join my Moonwool Palace, I could teach you," she explained. Gu Nanbei, observing her expression, added, "That hardly seems sincere. The leader of the Tianqin sect has taken me on as a direct disciple, with the three old men as my attendants." "Very well. As a disciple of the Tianqin sect, I now command you to accompany me to the Qingya villa tomorrow," she declared. Gu Nanbei furrowed his brow. "Isn't that a bit off? We are business partners, not superior and subordinate." Zhang Ranran smiled. "As a successor of the Tianqin sect, you naturally must heed my words." "Apologies, but that approach won't work on me. You must demonstrate sincerity," Gu Nanbei replied coolly. Zhang Ranran, undeterred, sensed an understanding of his character despite their limited interactions: rebellious, self-serving, and remarkably mature. She produced a manual from her bosom, stating, "This is the nurturing my sword qi from the Jiangnan Junzitang, a superior sword technique. How about this? Is it sufficient sincerity?" Gu Nanbei shook his head in refusal. "Are you suggesting that I, a rising star of the demon sect, abandon darkness for light and become a gentleman?" Zhang Ranran frowned. "Then what do you want? I am in need of a reading companion. As a blind person, how can I learn if no one reads the manual to me?" She had anticipated this, hesitating. "However, where would I find a trustworthy girl to accompany you at this moment?" Gu Nanbei simply smiled in silence. Zhang Ranran chuckled. "You truly dare to pursue my intentions, don't you? If you're so determined, you must first pass my Master S test. Until I have mastered the 12 turns of the moon wheel, she will never permit me to seek a man." Gu Nanbei lamented. "What shall we do then? Perhaps you could find someone secretly?" Zhang Ranran coolly replied, "Not a chance." Suddenly, an idea struck Gu Nanbei. Her flying ring was an even superior weapon than the Jade Emperor's sword. He suggested, "Why not give me that flying ring?" Zhang Ranran shook her head. "That is my weapon. You are being unreasonable. Don't you have a spare? What if it gets lost or fails to return?" The atmosphere grew somewhat tense as Zhang Ranran sensed her sincerity was lacking. Glancing at Gu Nanbei's expression, she reached to untie her belt. Gu Nanbei stepped back in shock. "I was merely jesting. Are you serious?" Even though Zhang Ranran hailed from the demon sect, she was infuriated, exclaiming, "This is a soft sword, named the Green Silk Sword. It is my backup weapon." Gu Nanbei was momentarily taken aback as he reached out to accept it. At first glance, it appeared to be an exquisite leather belt. Grasping the hilt of the sword, he drew it swiftly. It was as thin as a cicada's wing. With a flick of his wrist, it danced like a spirit snake, creating a flurry of sound. In an instant, with both dark hair and white strands, he pondered, "Could I be youthful once more? What a fine sword." Gu Nanbei casually draped the belt over his shoulder and turned to leave, waving goodbye as he said, "See you tomorrow, my lady." Zhang Ranran was momentarily stunned, the figure of the young man imprinting itself in her eyes, reflected in the serene depths of her gaze. At the alley's entrance, 3 elderly men bowed respectfully to Zhang Ranran before departing. Nightfall descended, and the moon hung high in the sky like a luminous jade disk, casting a cold radiance that draped the moonlit scenery in a frosty veil. On a tall building, an old man with white hair leaned against the eaves, shaking a wine gourd in his hand. "Just one more sip before I seek someone," he muttered. "It's not that drinking hinders my affairs. It's the drink that gives me strength." Suddenly, a dark silhouette descended from the sky, resembling a streak of black lightning. The darkness transformed from an alarming speed to a slow motion, an eerie change that was nothing short of extraordinary. Xia Minglu's pupils constricted as a shadowy figure materialized before him. Just as he intended to speak, the figure lightly stepped onto the rooftop, and with a thunderous crash, the entire roof shattered into countless splinters, collapsing in a cacophony. Xia Minglu flicked his sleeve and soared to a nearby rooftop, his expression one of shock as he gazed at the cloud of dust rising from the wooden structure. "Whom do you seek?" inquired a mysterious and magnetic voice. Xia Minglu slowly turned around, realizing that an unparalleled master had arrived, one whose cultivation surpassed his own by considerable margins. "Who might you be? What business do you have with the old man?" he asked, his voice tinged with a touch of dryness. "I am Xianwu," the figure replied. Xia Minglu's eyelids twitched as he clasped his hands in greeting. "Ah, so you are the leader of the Tian Kindao. May I inquire about your purpose in seeking me? There is a technique I possess, named life and death in one breath, and I wish for you to evaluate it," Xianwu stated. As his words fell, he gathered his energy and struck with his palm, unleashing a vortex of black and white energy from his right hand's 3 yin and 3 yang meridians. In an instant, it expanded into a swirling mass the size of a bamboo basket, hurtling towards Xia Minglu with ferocity. The moment the vortex was formed, the air trembled with an explosive sound, and anything that came into contact with it was obliterated. Although Xia Minglu was taken aback, he was well prepared. With a deep shout, he reversed his palm's motion, channeling a peculiar, chilling energy from his hand, the shadowy grasp. The two forces collided with a thunderous roar, echoing like a clap of thunder. Chapter 74. The Blade Emperor as a Father? Xia Minglu's expression changed in alarm as he realized his own palm's power was effortlessly shattered by the opponent's vortex, its might bearing down upon him relentlessly. In a critical moment, the old man gathered his energy, causing a sudden stir in his dantian, coalescing unmatched energy into a single finger aimed at the vortex's center. This was his ultimate technique, the Starlit Finger. A tremendous clash erupted, scattering energy waves far and wide, transforming the surroundings into a tempestuous whirlwind, leaving a radius of devastation. In an unknown courtyard, a smaller building succumbed to this onslaught. As the dust settled, Xia Minglu found his garments torn to shreds, blood spilling from his mouth, utterly disheveled. Xianwu, however, stood with an air of calm, hands behind his back, the disparity in strength glaringly evident. "Impressive. The old man is no match," he thought, though puzzled as to how he had offended the Tian Kindao. "Humph. Last night, you were covertly observing the disciple of Xian. What was your intention?" Xia Minglu felt somewhat speechless, as he had been waiting for the little blind boy, unaware of any provocation against the demon sect. "Yesterday, Xian took in a disciple, a young man whose comprehension and talent greatly pleased me. His name is Gunanbei, also known as the recently rumored ghost erhu from Jianghu." "What? You accepted him as a disciple? Are you aware of his background?" Xia Minglu could hardly believe it. "What of the blood list? Do not think that merely being a killer on the blood list intimidates me. Even those behind it do not instill fear in me." Xia Minglu shook his head and chuckled. "Do you know of the defeat-seeking hall?" Xianwu furrowed his brow. "Are you attempting to frighten me with the name of the Blade Emperor? It is not a matter of intimidation. He is seeking someone, and this youth is likely the person he is after." "Likely? You expect my disciple to heed your words based on mere speculation? You are not worthy. If the Blade Emperor were to come personally, I might grant him some consideration. Given your ignorance of the situation, I shall spare your life for now. Leave." Xianwu had initially intended to eliminate the potential threat, yet the mention of the defeat-seeking hall instilled a sense of caution within him. Xia Minglu clasped his fists in a bow and turned to depart, as he was currently injured and in need of a place to recuperate. As for the mission, what could he do if he was outmatched? In the southern courtyard, Gunanbei sat alone beneath the locust tree, gazing up at the night sky. Though he could see nothing clearly, he could hear others discussing the brilliance of the moon tonight. As his martial arts improved, the range of his spiritual perception expanded. Yet the clarity remained akin to snowflakes on a black and white television, leaving Gu Nanbei somewhat disheartened. After the new year, I ought to seek out a divine physician. Enduring such poor visual quality, even the most beautiful of maidens would fail to captivate me. In the distance, a shadow gradually dissipated. Gu Nanbei suddenly heard a voice beside him. Nanbei, my disciple, I have inflicted internal injuries upon Xia Minglu. He shall not recover for several months. As for other matters, you must address them on your own. I have urgent business to attend to, so I must take my leave. Your origins may be connected to the Blade Emperor. Tread carefully. Gu Nanbei abruptly raised his head, striving to perceive the source of the complex gaze that had briefly settled upon him. But when he sought it again, it had vanished. He stood and bowed sincerely, grateful that his master had alleviated him of a significant trouble. Furthermore, since his master was able to locate Xia Minglu, he must have been aware of Gu Nanbei's background and the mischief he had caused. Yet, his master did not cast blame upon him. The final words astonished him. The Blade Emperor. Can one truly be called an emperor in the realm of martial arts? Suddenly, he recalled a phrase from the old storyteller. 1 god, 2 lords, 3 emperors, for sages. This surely cannot refer to the third in that ranking, can it? A weighty realization pressed down upon him. Was the Blade Emperor truly seeking him as a son? If so, he would welcome such a relationship. Yet he had previously analyzed the situation. He would inquire with a few elders to discern the true strength of this so-called Blade Emperor. After a long while, Gu Nanbei settled back beneath the locust tree, regaining his composure. Sleep eluded him, and he recalled the newly acquired Qingxi sword, taking it out to play with. This sword was light and possessed exceptional resilience, undoubtedly a rare and exquisite weapon. However, mastery of it requires further practice. Once perfected, it transforms into an enigmatic and lethal weapon. The following morning, light filtered through the gaps in the window, and even with his eyelids closed, Gu Nanbei could sense the illumination upon his eyes. He opened his eyes and ceased his cultivation. After tidying himself up, he re-emerged as a tall, dark-faced youth, shouldering his sword as he prepared to step outside. The courtyard gate had been damaged by a group of ruffians, leaving it entirely exposed. And Gu Nanbei stood at the threshold, feeling a surge of displeasure. At that moment, a troop of soldiers approached him with purpose. Gu Nanbei remained motionless at the doorway and coldly inquired, "What do you want?" Wu Shuisheng was momentarily taken aback. The figure before him was unfamiliar. The woman from the previous day had been rescued, and he had received a severe reprimand from his commander for provoking someone he should not have. He seethed with indignation, questioning why a mere woman warranted such concern. Today, he sought to understand what made her so untouchable. "Who are you? Where is the woman inside?" Feeling a stirring in his heart, Gu Nanbei took a step back, allowing the group of 5 to enter. The soldiers scanned the surroundings, finding no one. Wu Shuisheng, eyeing the dark-faced youth still standing at the doorway, barked, "I asked you a question. Where has the woman gone?" The 5 men gripped their sword hilts, their expressions grim. "What do you want with her? I am asking you, yet you continue to question me. Are you seeking death? Are you one of Commander Wang's personal soldiers? I heard the water village has been eradicated, yet you remain so arrogant?" Gu Nanbei replied with a faint smirk. Clang! Wu Shuisheng unsheathed his sword, shouting, "This brat is suspicious, seize him." Unaware of the peril, Gu Nanbei shrugged his shoulders, rotating the sword he bore. With a swift motion, the blade unsheathed, severing the throat of the leading soldier. Grasping the sanguine sword, he effortlessly extended his arm, unleashing a flash of silvery cold light that struck 2 more men in the throat. In the blink of an eye, 3 fell victim to his assault, their expressions still reflecting shock and confusion. With a flick of his wrist, the sword blossomed into 2 gleaming arcs, piercing the remaining 2. In mere moments, the 5 men clutched their throats, exchanging glances filled with terror and despair. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, they collapsed. Gu Nanbei hoisted the lifeless bodies and disposed of them into the well, sighing inwardly. This courtyard could no longer be his home. After all, it was his first abode. Dusting off his hands, he seized his sword and stepped outside once more. With the absence of Xinyan's morning presence, he would have to fend for himself. As he exited the courtyard, Gu Nanbei's expression shifted abruptly. Today was truly peculiar. A figure materialized in the narrow alley outside, akin to a sword unsheathed, sharp and unparalleled. The obliteration of evidence was not flawless. Blood still stained the ground, and the figure seemed oddly self-satisfied. The voice was edged and angular, equally sharp enough to induce discomfort. While Gu Nanbei was engaged in his lethal endeavor, he had not sensed this individual within his perception range. Perhaps they had been observing from a distance, only revealing themselves upon detecting the disturbance. Though unknown to him, the aura surrounding this newcomer was powerful and aggressive, clearly indicating ill intent. Gu Nanbei tightened his grip on the sword, remaining silent. At that moment, another group of officers rushed into the alley, their blades drawn, with a clear target in sight, him. Gu Nanbei retreated into the courtyard, while the swordsman in azure leaped onto the rooftop, obstructing his escape. With a sigh, Gu Nanbei remarked, "It seems you intend to keep me here." The azure-clad man, with eyes as piercing as lightning, fixated on Gu Nanbei's every move and replied, "Of course. I intend to keep you. I have a question to pose. Are you the notorious erhu who has wreaked havoc in Jianghu?" Chapter 75. Su Chengfeng. Gu Nanbei smirked. "I've heard that two distinguished heroes are vying for the favor of the Jianghu ferry, both eager to capture erhu first. Your urgency suggests you are one of them. I am Su Chengfeng," he introduced himself, "and I see you are also a renowned swordsman. I wish to exchange some insights." Though the conversation appeared cordial, his sword had already begun to slowly emerge from its sheath, its blade adorned with cloud-like patterns, somewhat indistinct in the morning light. Gu Nanbei drew his longsword, flicking it with his fingers. The blade sang a clear and melodious tune. Su Chengfeng's eyes brightened at the sight, exclaiming, "What a splendid sword! However, you might be wasting its potential." Gu Nanbei chuckled inwardly, planning to show him the sword's true prowess soon. He sprang from a stone bench, leaping to a height of 10 feet, then deftly landed atop the locust tree. Just then, a throng of armed officers rushed in, discovering both men perched above them. Gazing upward in bewilderment, "Is that erhu up there? He seems devoid of any erhu," one remarked. Indeed, there was none. Su Gongzi is a distinguished disciple of the Eastern Sea Sword sect. We must seize erhu at once. Another officer suggested, "If we remain vigilant, we might catch him should he attempt to flee, thus earning our merit. Are we merely cheerleaders for your little band?" Su Chengfeng responded, sensing a hint of mockery. His expression turning serious as he leaped into action, sweeping his sword in a broad arc, the blade's aura surging like a tidal wave. Gu Nanbei, akin to a bird flitting between branches, danced with his sword, creating a spectacle of light that resembled the sun breaking through clouds. Quite intriguing, Su Chengfeng mused, secretly admiring the swordsmanship that seemed honed over decades of arduous practice. As his thoughts raced, he altered his approach, quickening his swordplay, dancing around Gu Nanbei on the locust tree's branches, conjuring countless blossoms of swordplay. Gu Nanbei remained steadfast at the treetop, yet his body swayed with the wind. The sword in his hand drawing circles, wherever his blade passed, his opponent's floral display dissipated. Su Chengfeng retreated to another branch, utterly astounded. Not only was his opponent's swordplay formidable, but his cultivation was also on par with his own. "You wield the Jade Emperor sword. To reach such a level is extraordinary. Why does the Jade Emperor Manor not acknowledge you as a disciple?" Gu Nanbei, facing a worthy rival, raised his long sword with a flick, inviting, "No need for further words. Come at me." The officers in the courtyard, observing the dazzling exchange, were mesmerized by the sight of the two men dancing upon the branches of the locust tree, their swords clashing continuously, rendering the outcome uncertain. At this rate, erhu seems quite formidable. Even Su Gongzi cannot subdue him. Shall we withdraw for the moment? The leading middle-aged man furrowed his brow, contemplating. Gu Nanbei, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, "Have you yet to reveal your ultimate technique? Your subordinates have lost faith in you. Although your opponent is a formidable master of the 4th level, the recent encounter revealed that his inner strength is not vastly superior to your own," allowing him the leisure to converse. Anger surged within Su Chengfeng. His brows knitted tightly as he leapt 2 zhang into the air, performing a somersault and descending with his sword radiating like a whirling blade. The sword energy emitted a piercing shriek as it sliced through the air. Gu Nanbei, witnessing the sword light overhead, felt the sharp sword energy radiating in all directions, an overwhelming force. Focusing his intent in his dantian, he harnessed his energy, instantly transforming it into 2 opposing streams of true energy converging in his right hand. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed the sword, creating a profound vortex of energy. The swirling vortex interlocked and then imploded, generating a pull that met the descending sword energy. A resounding explosion echoed as their energies collided. Su Chengfeng felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of martial arts was this? His ultimate sword energy was unexpectedly dispelled by his opponent, reduced to less than 50% of its original strength. At that moment, Gu Nanbei executed his deadly move, the Peak Cloud Light, unleashing countless fine, yet erratic strands of sword energy akin to a silken ribbon. A tremor rippled through the air. Su Chengfeng, filled with astonishment, attempted to counter with his sword, but the energy was not only slender but also spiral in nature. Having never encountered such an enigmatic sword energy, he barely managed to protect his vital points. This sword energy, as elusive as mist, struck him in an instant. Suspended in midair, Su Chengfeng was engulfed in a spray of blood, transforming into a bloodied figure before crashing to the ground with a thud. The large locust tree trembled from the clash of their energies, shattering into countless splinters. This confrontation transpired in the blink of an eye. Leaving the officials in the courtyard bewildered, they merely saw young Master Su soar into the air, thrusting his sword at Erhu. Yet, in but a moment, young Master Su was sent flying backward, blood gushing from his body, and the locust tree collapsed. The onlookers were left speechless, some struck directly by the fallen tree. From a distance, Liu seized Li Zhao's arm, exclaiming with excitement, "Brother, did you see that? The ultimate move from the Jade Emperor's sword. This person must have known grandfather." Li Zhao's expression turned grave. This person's martial prowess is so high that he might even surpass father in the mastery of the Jade Emperor's sword, having likely practiced for decades. Liu fell silent, pondering the next steps. We must find a way to formally visit him. Perhaps he is an early disciple of grandfather. Meanwhile, Gu Nanbei gracefully descended behind the group of officials, his voice icy as he inquired, "Do you also intend to apprehend me?" No. We are merely assisting young Master Su. We lack the courage to capture you. You just claimed that capturing me would earn you merit." Thud. The leader, too terrified to look back, knelt down in supplication, saying, "Hero, we are also powerless in this situation. We understand that you eradicated the Qingxi gang for the good of the people, but the gentlemen do not see it that way. Are you afraid of me?" No, not at all. Do you all fear me?" Gu Nanbei pressed the others. "No, not afraid." The rest quickly knelt as well. "Why are you not afraid?" "Because we all know that those who perish at your hands are evildoers. As for erhu, the dancers are all living well." "Haha, well said." In the muddy outskirts, Su Chengfeng lay prostrate, coughing up blood incessantly. He attempted to rise, but his body felt utterly powerless, and a profound heaviness gripped his heart. His meridians had sustained grave damage. Gu Nanbei, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, "It appears that my sword remains untarnished. Would you not agree?" He then sought out a breakfast shop, contentedly filling his stomach before making his way to Hongyanfang, the rendezvous point he had agreed upon with Zhang Ranran. The narrow alley was permeated with a putrid, earthy scent, and the walls were marred with mottled black stains akin to the sores on a mangy dog. Gu Nanbei stood motionless in that place, lost in thought. After a considerable time, Zhang Ranran entered with soft, measured steps. Her gaze swept over Gu Nanbei, noting the several wounds upon him. Her keen eye quickly deduced they were sword injuries, prompting her to inquire, "Did you engage in a conflict with someone?" "Indeed, Su Chengfeng sought me out, and we clashed," he replied. Zhang Ranran, raising her eyes in astonishment, remarked, "To have faced him and emerged with merely light injuries, yet to come here so unperturbed. Your martial prowess has indeed improved." A faint smile played upon Gu Nanbei's lips, though he offered no affirmation. "Why would Su Chengfeng spare you?" She probed further. After a moment's reflection, Gu Nanbei answered, "Because he is now incapacitated, unable to rise from the ground." Zhang Ranran was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Are you suggesting that you bested him to the point where he cannot rise, yet you remain unscathed?" Gu Nanbei recalled, "He ought not to be dead. Merely wounded by my sword's qi, he can retreat to his sect for years of recuperation and resume his sword practice." Zhang Ranran took 2 steps back. Disbelief etched upon her face, hoping to see a mischievous grin on Gu Nanbei's countenance, but instead, he maintained a serious demeanor. With a flicker of cunning in her eyes, she extended her hand, playfully chiding, "Prepare yourself." Yesterday, she had merely observed an increase in Gu Nanbei's inner power, yet she found it utterly implausible that he could have vanquished Su Chengfeng in the span of just 2 or 3 days. After all, Su Chengfeng's prowess was comparable to her own. Gu Nanbei raised his palm, skillfully entwining it with her outstretched hand, and Zhang Ranran felt her strength dissipate. as a mysterious force redirected her grip toward him. Swiftly, she summoned her own energy, twisting her wrist to negate the unexpected power. Otherwise, she would have inadvertently harmed herself. Yet, within her heart, a sense of dread and absurdity took root. How could this be possible? His mastery had reached an extraordinary level. No, merely entering a new realm should not allow for such feats. Had Xian Yuan bestowed all his power upon him? While one could channel energy, how could one impart technique? What manner of monster are you? Zhang Ranran instinctively felt that this young man had become increasingly enigmatic, defying all logic and comprehension. Gu Nanbei, somewhat surprised, realized he may have overwhelmed her with his prowess. Are you all right? What compels you to strike at me? He queried. Zhang Ranran steadied her emotions, feeling an inexplicable itch for confrontation, and asked, what is your current level of inner strength? Third level of the Xian Pass, he replied. Very well then. Zhang Ranran acquiesced to the reality of the situation. She had heard of a mysterious master who had engaged in a fierce battle in Qingzhou City the previous night, destroying a lord's pavilion. The women of the Sword Pavilion were busy investigating the matter. Oh, they truly are quite occupied, tending to every little affair, she mused. Indeed, they are busy, he agreed. Thus, starting tomorrow, girls of appropriate age from all over Qingzhou can participate in the testing. We shall infiltrate then. Are you saying to postpone until tomorrow? I shall adorn you then. Zhang Ranran's eyes sparkled with mirth. Gu Nanbei suddenly inquired, are you familiar with the Blade Emperor? Pray, tell me about this figure. The Blade Emperor? Why would you seek information on such a person? Zhang Ranran's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Share your knowledge with me, and I shall treat you to tea. A weight settled in Gu Nanbei's heart. Come along then. I will escort you to the Red Beauty Pavilion, owned by Sister Hua. Once averse to the proximity of men, Zhang Ranran found herself inexplicably intrigued by this boy who claimed to be blind, yet did not quite appear so. Conversing with him felt refreshingly unrestrained. So, the Red Beauty Pavilion is a property of your Moonwheel Palace? I shan't disclose that. With Zhang Ranran leading the way and Gu Nanbei following, they entered the Red Beauty Pavilion through a side door and found a private room. Just as they settled in, the door gently swung open, revealing Yuan Hua, who entered with a cheerful demeanor but froze upon seeing someone opposite Zhang Ranran, his expression stiffening with an air of awkwardness. Yuan Hua, quickly prepare the tea. Yes, Celestial Maiden. Zhang Ranran turned and smiled. Bring your disciple from Tian Dao to join us. Is that agreeable to the Dao Master? No objections, he replied. But given your high status, why do you not have a few companions with you? Oh, so the scholar is here. No wonder he vanished at the slightest hint of trouble, Gu Nanbei mused inwardly. Yuan Hua entered with the tea, bowing respectfully. Young Master Gu, please enjoy. Thank you, Gu Nanbei replied casually. Zhang Ranran instructed, close the door, and you may leave now. No one is to disturb us. Her voice was melodious. Yet her words struck Yuan Hua like a blade to the heart. No, they must have serious matters to discuss. I must be overthinking. Yuan Hua repeatedly reassured himself, casting a furtive glance at Gu Nanbei, filled with discontent. Why is he everywhere? Is he not blind? Yuan Hua exited the room, softly shutting the door behind him. His right hand clenched into a fist. The room fell silent again. Zhang Ranran rested her chin on her hand atop the wooden table and spoke slowly. The Blade Emperor is indeed a renowned figure, yet he has not graced the martial world in the past 20 years. Are you familiar with the phrase, one god, two kings, three emperors, for saints? Gu Nanbei nodded. This ranking was compiled by those with a penchant for gossip within the martial world, denoting the four most illustrious celestial beings of yore. However, this list dates back several decades. What constitutes a celestial being? One who has achieved the opening of the mysterious passage, with the three flowers gathered atop and the five energies converging, becoming a peerless master in unity with heaven and earth. Gu Nanbei inhaled sharply. Fear not. Our holy sect boasts two such individuals as well. The original rankings overlooked us, as they were deemed righteous and did not account for our sect. Later, we added a note of dual reverence. Now, tell me more about the Blade Emperor. The Blade Emperor, known as Su Jixing, currently resides at the Qiubai Hall by the West Lake in Jiangnan. He garnered fame with his 6 unyielding blades, and it is rumored that he has recently created the unblemished 8 blades, though no one has witnessed them. Gu Nanbei felt a chill of apprehension and thought to himself, perhaps I should take a gamble. What if he truly seeks a son? Zhang Ranran noticed the change in Gu Nanbei's expression and laughed. What's the matter? Are you frightened? How many children does the Blade Emperor have? Zhang Ranran's eyes widened in disbelief. You aspire to become the son-in-law of the Blade Emperor? Gu Nanbei hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. The Blade Emperor is known to have 2 wives and numerous children. His youngest daughter is already 13 years old. It remains uncertain if he has left behind any illegitimate offspring. Gu Nanbei's expression grew somber. I recently received some troubling news, he continued. It appears that the Blade Emperor's 3rd son has been poisoned, prompting the summoning of the head of the Divine Healer sect. A chill coursed through Gu Nanbei's chest. Su Qingfeng was in a dire state, bloodied and unable to move, his heart filled with humiliation and resentment. During their confrontation, he had underestimated his opponent, and his final move was merely the weakest strike from the 3 Immortals' sword. Once Gu Nanbei departed, the guards dared to scurry out of the courtyard, trembling, to carry away Su Qingfeng's lifeless form. Initially, they transported him to a medical clinic, and then transferred him to the elegant villa. Such internal injuries are typically beyond the capability of ordinary physicians to treat. The news of Su Qingfeng's grave condition spread through the villa like wildfire, astonishing everyone at the extent of erhu's prowess, capable of injuring even a celestial prodigy from the Xianguan realm. Elder Zhangxue personally examined the injuries, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Elder, what is your assessment? Shui Biqing inquired softly. The meridians are damaged, and the internal organs are wounded. He must be sent back to the East Sea Sword sect for recuperation. Is it truly that severe? Are you certain it was erhu's doing? I cannot say for certain. The sword technique employed was the ultimate strike of the Jade Emperor's sword, yet there are also traces of demonic arts, truly sinister. Elder Zhangxue frowned in confusion. Could it be the work of the demonic sect? And what of the Jade Emperor's sword? Yanxi approached Su Qingfeng's side, whispering, Su, you must be strong. Once you recover, we shall discuss sword techniques together. A flicker of determination ignited in Su Qingfeng's previously dull eyes as he stifled the excruciating pain and managed a brave smile. The news spread like a tempest, sending waves of dread through certain individuals in Qingzhou City, leaving them as if mourning a great loss. In the Wang manor, Wang paced anxiously in his study. Clad in armor, outside, a fully armed squad of personal guards offered him no sense of security. Have you found young Master Zhong yet? Reporting to you. We have scoured the inns and brothels, but to no avail. Where could he possibly be? The looming threat of danger weighed heavily upon him, robbing him of peace and rest, leaving him utterly exhausted. Wang Yin's forehead beaded with cold sweat as he anxiously paced the room. The stakes were dire. His lifeline, young Master Zhong, seemed to have vanished. Damn it, why did that Wu Shuixing have to involve himself with women? He's brought this calamity upon us. Wang Yin seethed inwardly, vowing vengeance against the man who had caused such turmoil. Master, something has happened. Wang Yin leapt 3 feet in shock, exclaiming, what are you shouting about? Speak. The East Sea Sword sect's Su Qingfeng has sustained severe injuries. What? Who did this? Rumor has it was erhu. Wang Yin's heart sank. Although the identity of the assailant remained uncertain, the only one in Qingzhou City bold enough to leave such a message was erhu, and it was likely he had not fled. Chapter 77. The Demon Extermination Array. Having finished his cup of tea, Gu Nanbei took his leave. The news obtained from Zhang Ranran shattered his dreams of grandeur, as others had children while he sought a long-lost son. Contemplating the situation with a more pessimistic outlook, he mused that there was no harm in traversing the world of martial arts with caution. He then recalled Su Qingfeng. Since there was a force in Qingzhou intent on his downfall, he resolved to reciprocate and eliminate Commander Wang's men that very night. As for the Honglu Sword Pavilion, he would adhere to Zhang Ranran's plan, being careful not to fall into a trap, for confronting the enemy alone would be a daunting endeavor. In the Wang residence, a pale figure floated gracefully into the eastern courtyard, none other than the elusive Zhong Hanqing. With a paper fan in hand, he displayed an air of reminiscence, having recently visited his long-absent junior sister, Han Yuan. Their reunion, after such a long separation, was naturally filled with affection, albeit at the cost of a longevity pill. As Zhong Hanqing tucked away his fan and entered the study, he inquired with a smile, why does Lord Wang don his armor? Wang Yin's face lit up with surprise. Young Master Zhong, you have finally returned. Have you heard the news? What news? Su Qingfeng has been gravely injured by erhu. Zhong Hanqing's expression darkened as he pondered. Su is proud and arrogant. It is unexpected for him to fall in Qingzhou. His disdain for others surely led to his downfall. Wang Yin cautiously remarked, Your analysis is sound, young Master Zhong, yet caution is never misplaced. Might the longevity sect have additional manpower? Zhong Hanqing's lips curled downward. I am no fool like Su. I employ my intellect. Wisdom is worth more than 100,000 soldiers. Do you understand? Wang could only nod in agreement. After a moment's reflection, Zhong Hanqing added, I have come alone this time, but I have devised a strategy. Tonight, I shall set a grand demon-conquering formation. Wang Yin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What is this demon-conquering formation? Zhong Hanqing's confidence returned as he explained, if he can summon ghosts, then preventing him from doing so renders him an ordinary man. Even if he does, there are those who can contend with spirits. His thoughts flowed freely, and he instructed, you must ensure these tasks are completed. I will step out and weave a series of schemes that will leave him with no escape. Wang Yin nodded vigorously, contemplating the various threats that might arise this night. Regardless of whether you are Gui, Erhu, or some other malevolent entity, should you dare approach tonight, be forewarned. As night descended, a tall figure clad in black, with a ghostly pallor, moved through the shadows. If one were to unexpectedly encounter him, they would surely be taken aback. This pale visage belonged to Gu Nanbei. His hastily crafted disguise was regrettably rudimentary. Creating a genuine human skin mask is indeed a skillful art that requires not only exceptional craftsmanship, but also considerable time. A quality mask takes no less than 3 days to complete. The face he wore now was a crude imitation, sufficient to instill fear, but lacking in finesse. As the night deepened into silence, Gu Nanbei ambled towards the Wang residence. Upon nearing, he sensed a palpable tension within the estate. Although he could not perceive the bright lights within, the atmosphere was unmistakably off. A thought struck him. Could this be a trap laid specifically for him? It was highly plausible, as he had afforded his adversaries 2 days to prepare. A sudden stir in the grass startled the serpent. Instantly, internal energy surged beneath his feet with a gentle leap. He ascended the towering courtyard wall, and with another step, he soared onto the rooftop of the pavilion. His perception expanded, yet he detected no formidable opponents. As he adeptly executed his lightness skill, he glided across the rooftops of the Wang residence like a wisp of black smoke. Simultaneously, an eerie voice echoed through the air above the estate. Twisting winds danced in a sinister manner, filled with a frenzied spirit. The haunting melody startled the sun and moon, while the shadow of arrogance defied the heavens. I am the devil of the melody, he cackled ominously. In the stillness of the night, this malevolent and deep voice reverberated, and coupled with his pale visage, it exuded an aura of ghostly dread. The sound waves echoed through the night sky. Suddenly, a white figure floated into view, blocking the path. At first glance, it appeared the individual had no second fiddle. Are you the ghost Swana? What sect do you belong to? Where is the ghost's second fiddle? As he spoke, he unfurled a paper fan, lightly waving it, embodying composure and poise. Gu Nanbei halted, expressing his dissatisfaction. Are you deaf? I am the devil of the melody. The 2 individuals you mentioned are merely my unworthy disciples. The white-clad figure's lips twitched, unable to suppress a mocking smile as he inquired, Devil of the melody, may I ask why you have come here so covertly? I heard that the Red Something Pavilion dispatched 2 insignificant rascals intending to deal with my wayward disciples, which displeases me greatly. Are you the one vying for affection with the little Su? Zhong Hanqing felt his anger surge. I have arranged a splendid performance within the pavilion, initially intended for the ghost's second fiddle. Since you are his master, would you dare to enter and observe? You have set a trap for me within. With your shifty eyes, it seems you harbor ill intentions. Do you think me a fool? Zhong Hanqing's forehead darkened with a line of tension. I fear you have no choice but to go. Gu Nanbei, with an expressionless, zombie-like visage, responded, And why is that? Because Commander Wang is awaiting you inside. Zhong Hanqing gestured invitingly. Please, after you. With such ominous words, I am indeed curious to witness what unfolds. The target lies within, and thus, I must take a look. Gu Nanbei leapt down, unhurriedly following Zhong Hanqing to the entrance of a building. Inside, draped curtains and screens revealed Wang Yin seated at the head of the grand hall, seemingly composed, with 3 wooden tables arranged before him. Zhong Hanqing and Wang Yin exchanged glances, silently signaling each other to remain calm. Wang Yin, eager to entice others into his scheme, had even dispensed with his guards. Unfortunately, the 2 remained unaware that Gu Nanbei possessed keen perception. Upon reaching the entrance, visions of numerous black and white figures flooded his mind. though their outlines revealed them to be mere commoners. Zhong Hanqing stood at the doorway, gesturing once more. Devil of the melody, after you. Gu Nanbei's expression remained composed, his mind curious as to what was afoot. An ambush of blades and axes, perhaps? Naturally, he stepped into the grand hall, clasped his hands respectfully towards Wang and, Lord Wang, what is the meaning of this gathering? His perception had already discerned. Within the curtains stood several formations, one displaying large drums, another featuring swanas, and a third, surprisingly, showcased large gongs. Surrounding them were several monks with compassionate expressions, while on the opposite side stood Taoists preparing a ceremonial altar. Wang An, with a smile that belied his inner turmoil, remarked, I hear there are those who seek my head. I have specifically arranged this banquet to welcome them. At this moment, Zhong Hanqing blocked the escape route at the door. With a loud clang, the door slammed shut, sending a gust of wind that made the flames dance and the curtains billow. Humph. This is a grand array I have meticulously crafted to vanquish demons. Whether you are Gue Erhu or the sorcerer of the melody, first, the righteous sound will disrupt your ghostly notes, and then the eminent monks shall exterminate the malevolent spirits. Zhong Hanqing could not suppress a smirk. So, my dear guest, do you feel encircled? Gu Nanbei thought to himself that he ought to thank him for gathering so many to provide him with the resonance he needed. Feeling the palpable fervor in the air, Zhong Hanqing raised his hand and bellowed, Let the music commence. Boom. Bang. The cacophony erupted, overwhelming the senses. As Gu Nanbei felt the very air tremble, his ears ringing, Zhong Hanqing, a mere 10 feet away, wore a triumphant expression. He spun on his heel like a whirling top, channeling his energy into a powerful strike. Gu Nanbei inhaled deeply and, unleashing his inner strength, leaped 3 feet into the air, producing a swana from thin air. The sound of the swana surged upward, clear and resounding. In an instant, all other noise faded, leaving only the solo of the swana. The lively, rhythmic melody filled the space. Had it not been for the upgrade of his swana skill, he might not have been able to produce such a divine piece. Zhong Hanqing, his internal energy dissipating under the strain of his own attack, tumbled to the ground, hastily rising to his feet, hands and feet moving in time with the music. The artistic masters swiftly formed a line behind him, stepping and lifting their legs in unison. Zhong Hanqing bore a mysterious smile as the lead dancer. Surrounded by 20 or so others, they formed a captivating dance troupe. The swana-s sound was vibrant, enchanting, and frenzied. As the formation shifted, some individuals suddenly collapsed, while others quickly grouped into teams of 6 to lift the lifeless bodies, commencing a dance of their own. They raised their left foot, then their right, all in perfect harmony. Gu Nanbei felt a chill run down his spine. Under the resonance, anything was possible. The monks and Taoists stood dumbfounded. They were too far away to be affected. A young monk, observing the eerily synchronized dance in the center of the hall, trembled against the wall, stuttering, Master, I feel quite frightened. Shouldn't you use your powers to subdue the demons? The old monk's eyelids twitched as he clasped his hands together. Murmuring, Umitba, form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. To see is not to see, to not see is to not exist. Do you understand? The young monk's features contorted in confusion, cold sweat pouring down his brow as he attempted to empty his mind, secretly reciting, to not see is to not exist. Yet, he failed to notice a group of elder monks discreetly inching towards the door. Wang An, startled, lunged forward, drawing a grand blade from behind the altar, urgently calling, Taoist, quickly, slay the demons. A few Taoists stood agape, their eyes fixed on the bizarre performance unfolding before them. With a thunderous crash, they all jumped in unison. Startled by the sudden sound, the dance troupe of performers simultaneously knelt, moving forward on their knees while shaking their shoulders. This unprecedented and eerie display of movement left the Taoist priests trembling in fear. A few of them cast aside their wooden swords and flags, and in a flurry, they fled towards the door, pressing against the wall. Wang An, wielding a large blade, was at a loss, having previously experienced such a phenomenon. Gu Nanbei, playing the swana, gradually guided the troop towards the entrance. Chapter 78. Will you save me? The elder monks reached the door first, eager to open it, only to find it locked. It turned out that Zhong Hanqing had instructed for it to be secured. The Taoists and monks jostled together, frantically pushing against the door, but it remained steadfast. As the sound of the swana grew nearer, they all turned in unison to behold Zhong Hanqing in white. leading a group of individuals crawling towards them with a rhythmic sway of their heads. The scene was terrifying, causing the hair on the back of their necks to stand on end, just as they contemplated a desperate escape. Their bodies involuntarily joined the procession of bearers of the coffin. Wang stood frozen, paralyzed with fear. Having once been ensnared by the erhu, he knew that once caught, there was no escaping. The members of the troupe rose, revealing enigmatic smiles as they approached him, moving with an enchanting rhythm. Wang felt this dance was far more horrifying than the chicken dance he had performed with his wife and children. He attempted to flee. However, the hall was only about 7 or 8 paces wide, and turning back, he found the front row of monks and Taoists sporting mysterious smiles, advancing towards him with the same coffin-carrying steps. As the music concluded, a notification appeared, indicating he had gained 35 resonance points. Gu Nanbei, with an indifferent expression, approached the trembling Wang En, now a master of martial arts, no longer needing to flee after the performance. The troupe members stood in a daze, the individuals they had carried collapsing to the ground. Indeed, they had just performed the coffin-carrying dance, a movement only the spirits of the underworld could execute. They had been possessed by these restless souls. Zhong Hansheng remained motionless, unable to fathom the events that had just transpired. He had led a group in a haunting spectral dance, the very dance of coffin bearers. Young Master Zhong, save me. A terrified cry jolted him from his stupor as he looked up to see the spectral figure drawing nearer to Wang and stop. Though you may possess supernatural abilities, you cannot withstand a true master. I am Shi Fu Changsheng Laozu, and I advise you to reconsider your actions. With a clang, Gu Nanbei unsheathed her long sword, its gleam forcing Wang to curl into himself. The long blade clattered to the ground. She had lost all courage to resist. Once a master of the pulse refinement, his cowardice now starkly contrasted with their first encounter, Gu Nanbei mused. Little did she know just how terrifying the coffin-carrying dance had been. Su Qingfeng may not have been my match, yet he did not dare to invoke the elders of his sect to intimidate me. It appears you are on a different level than him. Who are you? Did you harm Su Lingzi? Very well. I, Zhong, will extend you a courtesy. Yet you spurn it. Then I shall experience your prowess firsthand. Gu Nanbei's expression remained impassive as she suddenly spun, sweeping her sword. A fierce gust of sword energy sliced through the air, narrowly missing Wang and crashing into the wall behind him. With a resounding crash, the wall was cleaved open, dust and wood splintering in the aftermath. Wang En's magnificent head tumbled to the ground, rolling to the feet of Zhong Hansheng. The others, witnessing the murder, huddled at the doorway, paralyzed like a flock of startled quails. Zhong Hansheng, with a stoic expression, remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the pallid-faced man, his mind racing to devise a strategy against his foe. How could one utter fierce words without striking? Gu Nanbei scoffed. Suddenly, Zhong Hansheng's brow furrowed deeply, and with a swift motion of his right hand, he executed a mysterious gesture, unleashing a torrent of palm energy that resonated with a thunderous sound. The cloud-transforming palm. As the words fell, the surging force struck out, upheaving the tiles beneath like a rampaging serpent. The might of this palm was terrifying and not easily countered. Gu Nanbei's thoughts raced, and he summoned the dawn-dispersing clouds from the Jade Emperor's sword. With a cunning approach to combat, he devised a new tactic, meeting the formidable palm force with his long sword, parrying, thrusting, and entangling in a continuous display. In the eye of the tempest, the pallid-faced man unleashed a flurry of circular light from his sword, dispersing the palm energy in concentric waves, dissipating the force in the blink of an eye. Zhong Hansheng's pupils constricted. Though the power of his strike was immense, it consumed considerable energy. Upon witnessing his opponent's exquisite swordplay countering his palm strike, he hesitated momentarily before leaping towards the doorway, preparing to strike mid-air. The opponent's tactics were exceedingly peculiar, and their martial prowess was not significantly disparate. If ensnared, he could easily fall victim. The wooden door exploded with a deafening crash as Zhong Hansheng vaulted through, landing atop a sturdy tree trunk and deftly leaping away. The splintering wood injured several individuals nearby, but Gu Nanbei remained unfazed, employing the heavenly damage steps, channeling energy into his feet, transforming into a wisp of black smoke as he pursued Zhong Hansheng. The grand hall lay in disarray, strewn with the cries of the wounded. A squad of guards burst in, only to behold the furious visage of old Master Wang, his head askew on the ground, dust covering his face. The narrative diverges here. Gu Nanbei soared through the air, closing in rapidly, yet Zhong Hanqing, sensing pursuit, quickened his pace. They remained separated by a distance of 4 to 5 zhang, racing through the streets, rooftops, and treetops of Qingzhou City in a frantic chase. The opponent's agility was formidable. While Gu Nanbei had only just begun to master the heavenly damage steps, to upgrade his internal energy and accumulate resonance points, he had not prioritized enhancing his lightness skill. Just as he prepared to augment his agility, he heard the sounds of a skirmish nearby, accompanied by the distinctive cries of women. Zhong Hanqing, too, caught the sound, and they both darted towards the source. Gu Nanbei's senses sharpened, and he frowned. Why were these two women fighting? Senior brother, you've arrived. I was caught administering medicine to her. Don't blame me. Zhong Hanqing landed beside the woman in red, nodding in acknowledgement. Hong Yuan, you are shameless. I never imagined you to be of such character. Everyone has a price. Mine is an elixir of immortality. I received it from my senior brother, and thus I offered it to him. Alas, you deemed yourself superior, and since you refuse, let it be that you shall both be mine. You are despicable. How could one's purity be bartered for objects? Ha ha ha. Indeed, a delicate flower sheltered in a greenhouse. In your eastern Japan, among the influential families, even noble women are merely tools for marital alliances. Is this not an exchange? In the silence of cicadas, I shall not yield. When I was 12, my master claimed my body. I am certainly not as fortunate as you. Enough of idle chatter. If you do not comply, my senior brother will take action. Hong Yuan turned to her senior brother, urging him to subdue her, and suggested that it would be best to silence her permanently, as it would be difficult to explain to the master otherwise, given her status as the young lady of the Ming Sword School. Cicada Rain's expression changed dramatically. She tightened her grip on her sword, her silver teeth biting down on her lip. If it comes to it, I would rather be shattered than remain whole. Zhong Hanqing remained unmoved, his gaze fixed on the pale-faced figure emerging from around the corner. The atmosphere grew tense, and both Cicada Rain and Hong Yuan sensed the shift. Hong Yuan scrutinized the pale figure, unable to discern their identity, and curiously asked, Senior brother, who is this person? Little did she know that her senior brother was being hunted by this individual, a true prodigy at the 4th level of Xianguan. Self-styled as the demon in the melody or the ghostly Swana, Zhong Hanqing gritted his teeth in frustration. Gu Nanbei halted at a distance of several paces, his imposing aura subdued. Cicada Rain turned sharply to glance back, and indeed, she saw the pale figure, whose eyes she often encountered in her dreams. Sir, could you possibly spare my life? Cicada Rain suddenly implored. Gu Nanbei was taken aback. Although they had crossed paths before, it had not been particularly pleasant. How curious that this island maiden would seek his aid. What is in it for me? His voice was icy, devoid of youthful timbre. Cicada Rain furrowed her brow, uncertain if this was indeed the blind youth. Wealth, an immeasurable fortune. My grandfather is the head of the Ming Sword School and is quite affluent. Gu Nanbei's lips curled into a smirk, though his zombie mask concealed his expression. Zhong Hanqing's demeanor shifted ominously as he coldly remarked, Are you truly willing to oppose me? Gu Nanbei raised an eyebrow. Anyone who targets my wayward disciple becomes my enemy. Let us each take a step back. I shall no longer interfere in your affairs if you depart at once. And if I refuse? Zhong Hanqing scoffed. Do you think I am genuinely afraid of you? Do you know why I bring you along wherever I go? Gu Nanbei's keen awareness surveyed the surroundings, frowning. Do you have reinforcements? Zhong Hanqing sneered, bellowing, Fairy, reveal yourself. This woman in yellow is in league with the demon. They are all from the Eastern Isles. Gu Nanbei's expression turned frigid, realizing the cunning of his adversary. Could it be that experts from the Sword Pavilion had arrived? Chapter 79. The Song of Heroes. As Gu Nanbei pondered, a figure clad in white, graceful as a startled swan, swiftly appeared in the dark night, standing atop a nearby treetop, radiant as a blossoming lotus. Gu Nanbei's heart raced. It was Shui Biqing, the formidable opponent of Old Man Xia. Shui Biqing's keen eyes discerned Gu Nanbei's level at a glance. He was at the initial stage of Xianguan. His appearance deliberately disguised. Surrender willingly, or my sword is too sharp, and you may find your life in peril, she warned, her voice as cold as ice. Unchanged from their first encounter, Gu Nanbei raised an eyebrow and spoke in a deep voice. Are the people from the Sword Pavilion truly so arrogant? Shui Biqing, with a cold and distant expression, replied, What I state is merely the truth, devoid of any arrogance. If you doubt it, then do not blame the swords for their indiscriminate nature. Chan Shiyu gradually moved closer to Gu Nanbei and whispered, "Esteemed sir, the situation is exceedingly complex." "Is it my doing?" Gu Nanbei replied indifferently. "It has nothing to do with you." Shui Biqing arched an eyebrow. "Is this young lady wielding a renowned blade from the East? I never anticipated that Gue Eru from Qingzhou would have connections with the East. I am but a sorcerer in the realm of music, while Gue Eru is merely my apprentice," Gu Nanbei said, his sword vibrating in his grip as he coldly added, "Might I suggest you draw your sword? Regardless of your origins, we must engage in combat." A shadow swiftly descended from a tree, landing a dozen paces away from Gu Nanbei. "Sorcerer, I grant you the first strike. Otherwise, you may find it difficult to act." Gu Nanbei, unperturbed, executed the first form of the Tian Sun Xing, his movements like a spiraling enigma. Shui Biqing stood serenely, unbothered, awaiting her opponent's attack, ready to counter with a single stroke of her sword. Gu Nanbei, fully aware that he was no match for the woman in white, had no intention of confronting her head-on. Instead, as he spun and leaped, he produced a suona. The sound of the suona erupted, and Shui Biqing's singular thought was, "Oh no." An overwhelming emotion akin to that of a bold hero surged through her soul. Flowing eastward is the great river. The stars above align with the northern dipper. Shui Biqing cast her sword aside, striding forward with an audacious gait, moving to the rhythm, her shoulders swaying, her countenance radiating a spirit of defiance as if she were claiming territory. The others, having suffered previously, were momentarily stunned at the sight of the ethereal maiden adopting such an unrestrained demeanor, pondering how this melody seemed to render all who encountered it utterly transformed. Zhong Hanqing felt a shiver run down his spine. This was a master from the Sword Pavilion, undoubtedly a peerless expert, yet here they were, reduced to this state. The Sword Pavilion traditionally valued its reputation, and Zhong Hanqing's expression shifted. The worst was about to unfold. He feared that the Sword Pavilion might resort to silencing witnesses. With this thought, he took a half step back, raised his hand, and struck the stunned Hong Yuan, propelling her away, while simultaneously his feet pounded the ground. And he leapt away with lightning speed. How could Hong Yuan have anticipated that her once amicable senior brother would strike from behind? She took the blow squarely, spewing a mouthful of blood as she lunged towards Gu Nanbei. Gu Nanbei deftly sidestepped Hong Yuan's charge. She collapsed to the ground, blood flowing freely from her mouth. Yet suddenly influenced by the resonance, her body rebounded, and she rose to her feet, mirroring Shui Biqing's bold stride. Indeed, she had become a true heroine. Chan Shiyu was equally shaken by these unforeseen developments. What was she to do? Having been controlled multiple times, she vaguely sensed that it was merely a dance, devoid of any real harm. At this moment, retreat seemed the wisest course of action. Chan Shiyu bit her cherry lips, torn between hesitation and resolve. Yet her body honestly took steps backward. Oysters. Gue Eru. No. It is the sorcerer who has already consented to my request. I should await his arrival. Moreover, that senior brother might still be lurking in the distance. Upon this thought, the cicada's chirping ceased as she took refuge in a corner. The melody continued, and the two women walked with a distinctive gait, raising their hands to expand their chests, almost causing the white rabbit to leap out. Suddenly, the door of a nearby courtyard creaked open, revealing a formidable, portly woman who immediately began to scold. "Who dares to play the suona at this late hour? Is your family in mourning?" The stout woman abruptly caught sight of a pale face under the moonlight, as the two women danced boisterously like men. Startled, she let out a cry and turned to flee inside, only to collide with the wooden door with a thud. She fell silently into the courtyard, amidst chaos and clamor. There were even the sounds of a man's anguished cries. As the music concluded, a notification appeared, indicating the acquisition of 3 resonance points. Hong Yuan collapsed, blood frothing from her mouth, soaking her clothes, lying motionless on the ground. Shui Biqing trembled all over, finally comprehending the feelings of Xian Wui at that moment. As one of the 5 sword lords of the Sword Pavilion, she had always presented herself with an aloof demeanor, yet she had just engaged in such an uninhibited dance. Embarrassment, even more so, was an affront. Shui Biqing raised her gaze, her icy eyes fixated on the pale-faced man. "You shall perish." "What? Is it only permissible for you to deal with me while I cannot retaliate?" Gu Nanbei's voice was laden with disdain. "You still pretend. Do you think I do not know who you are? Even if Xian Wui were present, I would still slay you." Initially, when she had become his disciple, she had felt a twinge of pity, not realizing that this young man was indeed of the demonic path. Gu Nanbei, resigned, acknowledged the prowess of the skilled ones, who could instantly discern his true identity. He remarked nonchalantly, "You cannot kill me." Shui Biqing gathered her energy, her long sword soaring back into her grasp. As the chilling sword aura began to disperse around her, conjuring a misty white fog, Shui Biqing opened her lips, red plums standing proud against the snow. 1,000 mountains serene. Gu Nanbei's expression shifted. This woman was on the verge of unleashing a formidable strike. In a split second, Gu Nanbei's suona once again filled the air. The piercing sword aura, uncontrolled, instantly dissipated, frosting the surroundings with frost flowers, a sight most terrifying. Shui Biqing's energy faltered. Her dantian began to spiral into chaos, as turbulent true energy surged through her meridians. She spat a mouthful of blood, yet was unable to restrain herself, beginning to stomp and twist. Without resonance points, Gu Nanbei played a brief segment before halting, maintaining a distance of 3 to 4 zhang from Shui Biqing. Shui Biqing summoned her true energy, her fury ablaze. "I shall kill you." "Hold on," Gu Nanbei interrupted. "You scoundrel. You have humiliated me to this extent. What more is there to say?" Shui Biqing's lips bled, her complexion turning ashen. "You should have experienced my might. What if I were to lead you around a dance?" This was also due to Shui Biqing's lack of experience in combat and her hesitation. Had she unleashed her swiftest technique at the moment of clarity, Gu Nanbei would have had no choice but to flee. "You dare?" Shui Biqing stumbled in rage. "Huh. If I were to play a captivating and alluring melody, what dance would you perform then?" Gu Nanbei continued to threaten. Shui Biqing took a deep breath. Her earlier fury had clouded her judgment, but now she regained some clarity. "What do you wish to do?" Gu Nanbei pondered for a moment, realizing he must make a request, otherwise this woman might become suspicious and uncover the flaws in their resonance. "I find your swordsmanship quite impressive. I would like you to teach me," he stated. Shui Biqing responded resolutely, "That is impossible." After a moment's reflection, her tone softened somewhat. "The sword techniques of the Red Mansion Sword Pavilion require extreme internal energy. If you practice them, you will embody a male form while appearing female." In a shadowy corner, Chan Shiyu watched, dumbfounded, as the master of the evil tune negotiated with an unparalleled expert. The crimson kite on the ground remained motionless. Gu Nanbei fell silent, and the atmosphere grew tense. Shui Biqing, biting her silver teeth, slowly replied, "I possess a family heirloom sword technique known as the Unfettered 9 Transformations, a profoundly intricate form of swordplay. I shall impart it to you. How can I trust that what you offer is truly a peerless sword technique? Such techniques require a practitioner of exceptional talent. A blockhead would gain nothing from learning." Gu Nanbei retorted. "Then how shall you provide it to me?" He was dancing on the edge of a blade, acutely aware of the danger, yet his demeanor remained calm and unruffled. Shui Biqing's eyes blazed with fervor rather than coldness. "I cannot possibly carry the sword manuscript with me. I can only transcribe it and present it to you." Gu Nanbei contemplated. "You must first provide me with a valuable token of trust. We will exchange it for the sword manuscript later." Shui Biqing's expression hardened, yet recalling the terrifying scenario he had described, she retrieved a jade pendant, warm from her body, from her bosom, and tossed it to him. "This is a relic of my mother. Now, you should be satisfied." Gu Nanbei caught it and tucked it into his own garment. "I shall take my leave now. Kindly manage the girl on the ground. She seems to be the companion of young Master Zhong, who fled earlier." As he spoke, Gu Nanbei gradually retreated until he was 5 or 6 paces away, unexpectedly noticing that the girl from the island still lingered in the shadows. However, he paid her no mind and leaped into the darkness. Chan Shiyu furrowed her brows. "Did not the master of the evil tune promise me something? Why has he left?" With a mind full of questions and a heart shattered by betrayal from a close friend, she hurriedly departed. With no ship returning to the East Sea and only awaiting next year's tide for passage, she found herself in a predicament. After concluding his endeavors for the night, Gu Nanbei returned directly to his small courtyard in the southern city. The yard remained in disarray as he treaded over the scattered debris, pushing open the door to enter. He lay down fully clothed on his bed, activating the consciousness screen, which displayed a resonance point of 44. He browsed through various skill categories before ultimately pausing at the internal power section. Internal power, Jade Emperor Scripture, 7th layer, 3rd layer 064. Internal power, Taoist Magic Transformation, 4th layer, 2nd layer 040. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Nanbei closed the consciousness screen. Although Taoist magic transformation was commendable, he only possessed the upper section. It would be prudent to first enhance his mastery of the Jade Emperor scripture to elevate his realm. The following morning, numerous small carriages and horse-drawn carts gathered at a location, the elegant and refined courtyard. Shang Minghua entered from outside, curiously inquiring, "Elder Chu, where are all those people headed?" She and Jin Yang were currently residing in the rear courtyard of the Ru Yi building, adjacent to Zhangranjian. A few elderly gentlemen sought refuge, opting for convenience by residing here. The proprietor of Ru Yi Tower is a disciple from the outer circle of the sacred sect, a member of the family. Regarding Miss Minghua, they must be heading to the Red Tower Sword Pavilion for the examination today, as it is the day for accepting disciples. "What kind of place is the Red Tower Sword Pavilion?" inquired Shang Minghua with curiosity. "It is a realm entirely inhabited by women, and their swordsmanship is remarkably proficient," replied Chu Butong. Shang Minghua's eyes sparkled at the thought of a sect comprised solely of women. "I could learn martial arts there. But what about Brother Bei?" Although her experiences were limited, she was astute. Brother Bei no longer took her along on his ventures, considering her a burden. If he were to master the celestial arts, it was likely they would hardly meet again. Contemplating this, she resolved to explore the Red Tower Sword Pavilion. Of course, had she known that the pavilion was currently dealing with her Brother Bei, she would have certainly refrained from going. Shang Minghua entered the house to greet Sister Zhen, then ventured outside to follow the various carriages toward the elegant retreat. Located in the northern part of the city, the retreat was a tranquil haven, a secluded paradise obscured by trees, yet transformed into a delicate ink painting by winter. The open space outside the courtyard was filled with carriages of all sorts. Upon entering the retreat, Shang Minghua was taken aback to find a gathering of young girls, all around 10 years old, queuing by the pond, resembling a kaleidoscope of colorful butterflies, adding vibrancy to the scene. She found herself among the older girls, with more arriving behind her. She hastily joined the line, awaiting her turn for the examination of her aptitude. Passing through the moon gate, she entered the inner courtyard where the fairies of the Sword Pavilion resided. In a spacious hall, the fairies took their seats. Shui Biqing appeared distracted, her thoughts elsewhere. Yunxi gently inquired, "Shui Shishu, what troubles you?" "There is no need to dwell on not capturing that demon Chu Zhong last night. I am feeling a bit unwell. I shall take a rest," Shui Biqing replied as she rose to leave, feeling embarrassed to mention the events of the previous night. As for Zhong Hancheng, he was nowhere to be seen, having not returned since. As time passed, anxiousness filled the heart of the stuttering Shang Minghua, for the young girls who had entered before her emerged with expressions of disappointment. She had not anticipated martial arts to be so challenging. With her turn approaching, unease began to settle in her heart. Finally, Shang Minghua stepped into the courtyard, lifting her gaze to behold a multitude of beautiful fairy sisters. A gentle voice emerged from behind a screen, beckoning, "Come here." Clenching her small hands, she complied and stepped inside. Seated behind the screen was a petite woman, slightly taller than Shang Minghua, who gestured for her to sit opposite her. At that moment, in the back courtyard, a female disciple approached Yunxi, whispering a few words and pointing toward the front courtyard. Yunxi's exquisite brow furrowed slightly, and she murmured, "Is this true?" Receiving confirmation, she slowly rose and moved toward the room of the girl in the pale yellow attire. The woman in the yellow dress observed closely, her embroidered brows lifting as she gazed at the little stutterer. Just as she was about to speak, a gentle, ethereal voice interjected, "Fueying Shishu, this girl possesses remarkable talent." Feng Fueying was somewhat surprised, but soon revealed a smile, softly asking the little stutterer, "What is your name?" Xiao Jiabai felt a surge of anxiety, her speech becoming somewhat disjointed. I am Shang Minghua." Feng Fueying, observing the slender girl closely, spoke gently, "There is no need to be nervous. Your innate talent is exceptional. The third pavilion master is prepared to accept you as a disciple." Shang Minghua was taken aback, her face lighting up with joy. "That is wonderful. When shall I begin my martial arts training?" Yunxi chuckled, "Do not be impatient. You must return to the Red Tower Sword Pavilion to commence your studies. Then I must tell Brother Bei. It may take me some time to return." A sense of reluctance washed over her. "There is no need for that. Simply inform us of your whereabouts, and I shall send someone to fetch them for you. We can decide the details later." Shang Minghua hesitated, aware that Gu Nanbei's abilities should remain undisclosed. Yet, Seeing the multitude waiting outside and the lovely voice of the sister with the scarf, she felt reassured. Yunxi took Xiang Minghua's hand and led her inside, her eyes sparkling with a gentle smile. In the southern courtyard, Gu Nanbei arose early to practice swordplay. Your heart is truly bold, even with the courtyard in disarray. You remain focused on your training. What brings you here, little scribe? Humph. I've brought a human skin mask. I'll help you wear it once we're inside. Are you planning something? Not me. It's you. Do you wish for me to venture alone into the den of tigers and dragons? They are all formidable experts. I will escort you to the Qingya courtyard and then stand by outside to assist you. Gu Nanbei stared intently at Zhang Ranran, pondering why her words sounded so familiar. Wasn't this the typical line for a mere pawn? Despite the lack of spark in her eyes, Zhang Ranran found herself retreating a step, an instinctive chill creeping over her. What do you intend to do? She asked, a hint of anxiety creeping into her voice. I want to go alone. You must accompany me, Gu Nanbei insisted earnestly. This woman's thoughts were intricate and enigmatic. The Moonwell Palace, as the stronghold of the demonic sect, had untold numbers under its command, yet he had not encountered anyone else during this time. With his discerning intellect, he couldn't help but wonder if there were ulterior motives at play. Zhang Ranran's beautiful eyes twinkled as she replied, Very well, I shall accompany you. Are you satisfied now? Chapter 81. Qingya Courtyard Chapter 82. The Sword of the Mundane World Chapter 83. Solitary Stars Lament Chapter 84. The Cycle of the Moon Chapter 85. Approaching Yuhuang Mountain Chapter 86. The Fourth Layer. Blossoms and Humanity Chapter 87. Spring Flowers and Autumn Moon Chapter 88. Gu Xiao takes on 3 Chapter 89. Duanmu. Capture him Chapter 90. I shall escort the elder up the mountain Chapter 91. Do you need assistance? Chapter 92. The Song of No Hatred Chapter 93. Astonishing All Chapter 94. The Orchid Taoist Chapter 95. The 9 Chapters of Martial Classics Chapter 96. Infinite Control Chapter 97. Perfecting the Heavenly Path Chapter 98. The Sword Chapter. The Wind Stabilizing Sword Chapter 99. Enlightenment of the Sword Chapter 100. Protection Fee Chapter 101. I personally deliver Chapter 102. The Distinction of Righteousness and Evil Chapter 103. Righteousness and Evil Cannot Coexist Chapter 104. Brother Tian Chapter 105. The Little Flower Tavern Chapter 106. The Bag-Holding Madman Chapter 107. Through the Forest and Striking the Leaves. One more chapter. Chapter 108. Including you. You all must perish Chapter 109. The Essence of the Sword Chapter 110. No One Chapter 111. Providing Shelter Chapter 112. Sea Monkey Chapter 113. The Ancient One of Longevity Chapter 114. Those who dare to harm me shall die Chapter 115. Back Rubbing Chapter 116. Solitude Chapter 117. I Offer You Chapter 118. Rabbit Dance Chapter 119. You May Leave Chapter 120. Fear of Snakes Chapter 121. Shortcut Chapter 122. Infatuated with Gu Chapter 123. Entering the Valley, Cultivation Chapter 124. Courtesy Before Hostility Chapter 125. Shuejiu's Needle Chapter 126. The Abyssal Eyes of Darkness Chapter 127. The Qi King's Mansion Chapter 128. The Hornet's Nest Chapter 129. Young Master Gu's Display of Power Chapter 130. The Royal Mansion's Offering Chapter 131. The 6th Level of the Mystic Aperture Chapter 132. The 5 Rhythms of Sound Chapter 133. Power Chapter 134. The Temple of Longevity Chapter 135. Closed Door Disciple Chapter 136. The 10,000 Zhang Waterfall Chapter 137. The Martial Arts Tournament Chapter 138. Great Harvest Chapter 139. The Sword Chapter's Heart Method Chapter 140. Earth Flower Chapter 141. The 7th Level of the Mystic Aperture Chapter 142. The Sacred and Demonic Primordial Embryo Chapter 143. Farewell, my Lord Chapter 144. Let us perform a play together. Cultivation Chapter 145. Six Fathers Chapter 146. A Desperate Counterattack Chapter 147. The Sparrow Occupies the Crow's Nest Chapter 148. The Moonslaying Sword Master Chapter 149. Heavenly Net Chapter 150. The Divine Capture Division Chapter 151. Those Who Stand in the Way Shall Die Chapter 152. Slicing Through Wind and Moon Chapter 153. Making Friends Chapter 154. The Mystic Elemental Skill Chapter 155. Young Master Gu Stroll Through the Brothel Chapter 156. My Son. North and South.